Chapter 51. Sang Kankan spent a day learning about the Langzhou safe zone, mainly through eavesdropping using her excellent hearing. Human-established safe zones are all quite similar. The number of survivors in the Langzhou safe zone is comparable to that of the second safe zone in City C, around 1 million. However, Langzhou is a prefecture-level city, and doesn't receive as much attention as City C. Therefore, its military defenses are relatively weaker, and its weaponry is less abundant, as evidenced by their disarray during the zombie horde battles. However, the survivors here are united and don't back down even when outnumbered. Sang Kankan believes they won't abandon the safe zone unless they are hopelessly wiped out. Opening a post station here would be a good idea. Having just survived the flood and the subsequent beast and zombie hordes, the survivors have accumulated a large number of crystal cores, making it a prime time to buy. The transaction volume at post stations 1 and 2 has surged in the past few days, and the new post station's business should be doing well as well. Considering the possibility of further heavy rains and floods, or other natural disasters, and that placing the post station outside the safe zone would be too far and customers wouldn't be able to get in if the road was blocked, Sang Kankan decided to place the post station directly inside the Langzhou safe zone this time. The post station could only be placed where she had previously passed. Fortunately, during the previous torrential rain, a low-lying area in the southwest of the safe zone was flooded, and the wall there had been washed away. Since it hadn't been repaired after the water receded, Sang Kankan took advantage of the quiet of the night, had her dog carry it around, and set the post station's coordinates on a flat piece of ground. After deployment, it immediately upgraded to intermediate level. With the fourth post station secured, opening another one would unlock the next upgrade. So the next day, when the survivors woke up, they found a strange blue house in a corner of their safe zone, like a giant blue mushroom that had sprouted after the rain. When the subordinates reported this to Yin Bingsheng, the head of the Langzhou safe zone, Yin Bingsheng had just gotten up and was drinking tea. He had been busy dealing with various matters after the zombie horde until 3 or 4 in the morning the night before, only getting less than 3 hours of sleep. Now, his eyelids were drooping, and he had brewed a strong pot of tea to stay awake. Upon hearing the report, Yin Bingsheng spat out the tea in his mouth. What did you say? A blue house? Yin Bingsheng was so excited that he forgot to change his shoes, slipped on his slippers, and rushed outside. Most ordinary people outside Sea City were still unaware of the existence of the post station, but for the higher-ups in various safe zones, the Sang family post station was already common knowledge. The report about it had been circulated countless times, including the description of its appearance. The suddenly appearing blue house. Wasn't that the Sang family inn? Yin Bingsheng's heart burned with excitement, as if a giant pie had fallen from the sky and landed squarely on his head. Who wouldn't envy the people of the second safe zone in City C these days? Backed by the inn, they lacked nothing in terms of supplies, fearless of heavy rain or floods, and even zombie hordes delivered crystal cores to their doorstep. If it weren't for the distance, Yin Bingsheng would have gone there himself for a massive shopping spree. 2 days ago, the Central Safe Zone issued an order for him to send people to Tao County to investigate Taozi and the inn. Yin Bingsheng didn't hesitate to dispatch his most capable team of superhumans, all to find clues related to the inn, hoping to perhaps even benefit from their connections. The people who went out to investigate haven't returned yet, and the inn has already moved directly into their safe zone? Yin Bingsheng thought he must be dreaming. The safe zone was quite large. He ran out and soon found a patrol car to ride in, heading straight for the southwest side of the safe zone. Looking at the big blue mushroom in front of him, and the sign hanging outside that read Sang family in number 4, Yin Bingsheng subconsciously pinched his face hard. Ouch, that really hurt. He wasn't dreaming. He asked the survivors watching near the inn, "Have you gone in?" "No, we can't go in now. The sign says it's only open from 12 to 6. "District Chief, do you know what this is?" "Sang family inn?" "Never heard of it." Yin Bingsheng also carefully read the customer information outside the inn. The report I read earlier said that the second inn in City C was initially only open for 3 hours a day, but was later upgraded to 6 hours, and the number of cabinets was also increased. Their fourth inn, however, came with the upgraded configuration from the start. Yin Bingsheng couldn't hide the smile on his face. The survivors around him were noisily asking him questions, which he patiently answered. "This inn is a great thing, just like a supermarket. You can buy things here, and they have all kinds of supplies. Our safe zone is going to be lucky. You must have gotten some crystal cores from fighting zombies these past few days. At this inn, crystal cores are money. The safe zone will release an in-user manual later. Everyone can just follow the manual." After returning, Yan Bingxing immediately arranged for someone to write the end-user manual and reported the news about the fourth N to his superiors and the central government. This led to Lin Yu and He Ying's group receiving a new mission and heading to Langzhou. Zhang Kankan hadn't expected her old friend to be nearby. Recalling that unpleasant memory because of the little girl, she'd been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. After being placed at the fourth branch of the inn, she only copied the setup and stock of the second branch and then neglected it, finding a spot under a bridge to lie down and space out. Her dog noticed her unhappiness and brought over a mud-covered frisbee from somewhere, wanting to play with her. Zhang Kankan played for a couple of seconds before losing interest. Woof woof. What's wrong, you two-legged creature? Keep playing. You play by yourself. I'm resting, I'm tired. She hadn't expected to be bothered by that wretched family even after becoming a zombie. Wasn't she supposed to be inhuman? However, Zhang Kankan also noticed that her mood was different now than before. Before, she'd feel an intense hatred for that family, but now she didn't feel any hatred, just inexplicable annoyance. She even got so annoyed that she controlled 2 zombies to dance to cheer herself up, but unfortunately, their dancing was completely lacking in grace and a bit frightening. Before, when she was in a bad mood, she could listen to music, watch dramas, or play a few games and try her luck with gacha pulls. Now, all those leisure activities were gone. The inn had even registered her phone, but unfortunately, she hadn't even installed a single-player game. What else could she do? Zhang Kankan leaned against the bridge arch for a while, then suddenly sat up. Right, she seemed to have one paid lottery draw opportunity left unused. She might as well use it. Paid lottery draws could only be done once a month, and each draw cost 100,000 crystal cores. She used to be reluctant to spend that, but now she had saved up several million crystal cores, so she didn't care about the cost. Zhang Kankan had already drawn prizes twice, and both times she gotten pretty good items. The system shop's prize pool seemed to contain nothing ordinary. It was all high-tech products from other dimensions. Even junk items could be surprisingly useful to her. What could relieve her worries? Only drawing cards. Because she was in a bad mood, this time Zhang Kankan didn't even bother counting to 7. As soon as the wheel started spinning after confirming the draw had begun, she immediately called for a stop. The square the pointer was pointing to lit up, revealing a pitch-black sphere. Zhang Kankan took the sphere out and held it in her hand. It was about the size of an egg and quite heavy. System, what did I draw? Tell me about it. The system paused for a moment before replying, this is a piece of rabbit droppings. What did you say? Zhang Kankan froze, dropping the sphere on the ground as if electrocuted, and immediately took out water to wash her hands. Although she was just a skeleton, she was a hygienic one. She had just touched poop. She was no longer clean. She had just praised the lottery system for not giving out junk, but she was proven wrong so quickly. How could something like this be in the prize pool? Isn't this fraud? System, you better give me an explanation. This isn't ordinary poop, it's poop from a top-tier rabbit man in the Beastman plane. Even the top-tier one is still poop. She exchanged 100,000 crystal cores for this thing? Zhang Kankan didn't want to talk. Rabbitman poop can promote plant growth. The higher the level, the better the effect. It's just organic fertilizer, how good can it be? Taking rice in this plane as an example, this Rabbitman poop can accelerate the growth of 10 acres of early rice, which has a growth cycle of about 100 days, to maturity in 10 days. The effect was indeed quite good, but Zhang Kankan didn't plan to cultivate the land. Even if she did, there was only one poop, it would be gone after accelerating 10 acres, so it wasn't very useful. She still felt she wasted her time in the lottery. Can this rabbit poop be replicated in the system? Zhang Kankan tried asking. It's rabbit human droppings, not rabbit poop. The droppings contain elements that don't exist in this plane and cannot be replicated. Sure enough, it was the same again. The translator last time was the same, and the corpse controlling technique from before couldn't even be materialized. The system wouldn't let her find any loopholes. She'd drawn this pile of poop herself. What else could she do? Zhang Kankan took out a piece of paper, wrapped up the rabbit human droppings on the ground, and stored them in the system's warehouse, hoping to use them later. She'd drawn the lottery to relieve boredom, but drawing a pile of poop only made her more annoyed. It felt like a fire was burning inside her. She couldn't even sit still. She called her dog, who was playing in the distance, back and climbed onto its back. Let's go where the zombies are the most. Let's fight them. The dog, always eager to fight, understood her meaning, wagged its tail, and ran off at lightning speed. Woof woof. Okay. Not long after the two left the bridge arch, a loud crash came from behind them. The dog stopped at the sound, and Sang Kankan turned around. The sound came from where they had just been. Behind them, the entire bridge, along with several nearby trees, collapsed, sinking deep into the ground in moments, leaving a huge crater. With the bridge collapsed, the vexation that had been plaguing Sang Kankan vanished. Sang Kankan stared blankly at the crater, a guess forming in her mind. System, was my anxiety just now not because of those awful relatives, but because I had a premonition that the bridge would collapse? Just like many animals have a premonition before an earthquake. The host is now at level 4, so it's normal for them to be able to predict danger. That makes sense. Sang Kankan looked at the dog beneath her. The dog had already reached level 3, so it should have some warning abilities now. Did you sense danger just now? The dog barked innocently at her a few times. Danger? What danger? Are we still going to fight zombies? Looks like not. Sang Kankan patted the dog. Let's go find some zombies. Although she wasn't annoyed anymore, finding zombies to practice on was a good idea. Considering the possibility of encountering people, Sang Kankan put on her rabbit mascot costume again. The previous zombie horde had almost cleared out the zombies around the Lango safe zone. Only a few remained, which the dog didn't even bother with. It carried Sang Kankan and rushed into the center of Langzhou. Before the apocalypse, there was a lot of people there. Now there were many zombies. The two of them, a woman and a dog, fought zombies for most of the day. Sang Kankan was practicing, so she concealed her aura, using neither zombie control nor supernatural abilities, relying solely on her physical strength to fight the zombies. Uppercuts, lowercuts, somersaults, spins, jumps. Although she didn't know any martial arts, she developed her own style with practice, becoming more and more skilled. They left the city center as dusk approached, heading to a less zombie-infested area to rest. Sang Kankan herself wasn't afraid, but she had to consider her dog's safety. A few kilometers from the Langzhou safe zone, 2 SUVs drove towards them. Sang Kankan hesitated but didn't dodge. The people in the cars noticed her, and stopped in front of her. The person in the back of the first car rolled down the window, and waved at her. Hello, could I ask you for directions? The speaker was a young woman. Sang Kankan's gaze swept over her, and the person in the seat next to her, and her body suddenly stiffened. The person next to her was Lin Yu. Chapter 52. After becoming a zombie, Sang Kankan's mind seemed to have a valve installed. Without something to trigger her memories, she almost never actively recalled her past. The last time she thought of Lin Yu was because she found her bare keychain, but it was just a fleeting thought, without much nostalgia or worry, and she quickly put it aside. Now, seeing Lin Yu appear before her, Sang Kankan's heart tightened. Memories of their 4 years together in university flooded Sang Kankan's mind, only to be suppressed one by one. She naturally had no intention of acknowledging Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked slightly thinner and more tan than before the apocalypse, but her spirits were high. She seemed to be doing well, completely lacking the fatigue and numbness of survivors who were struggling to find food. As a zombie, Sang Kankan could instinctively judge the strength of enemies by their aura, primarily through her appetite. The stronger the person, the more delicious they smelled. She could sense that Lin Yu was definitely a superhuman now, and her ability level wasn't low. There were 6 people in the 2 SUVs, each exuding a delicious aroma befitting a powerful superhuman, a formidable team. With such excellent teammates, Lin Yu didn't need Sang Kankan to worry about anything. Now, it was Sang Kankan herself who had to be careful, otherwise, revealing her zombie identity would be disastrous. Sang Kankan shifted her gaze from Lin Yu and answered the young woman who had asked for directions. Where are you going? It's getting dark. It's best not to go too far. The voice transmitted through the translator was completely different from Sang Kankan's original voice, and Lin Yu didn't recognize it at all. The person asking Sang Kankan for directions was Song Xia. She stuck half her head out of the car window and smiled at Sang Kankan. It's okay, we're not going far. We just wanted to ask how the road conditions are ahead. You came from the city center, right? Are there many zombies on the road? Can the car make it through? She then whistled at the dog, following Sang Kankan's feet, but the dog tilted its head, ignoring her. Although she acted friendly, Sang Kankan still sensed the probing. The city center was arguably the most densely populated and dangerous area in Langzhou City. If she admitted to coming from there, wouldn't that be tantamount to implying her extraordinary abilities? Now was not the time to flaunt it. Sang Kankan shook her head. No, I just came out to walk the dog and kill a few lone zombies. I'm not strong enough to go to the city center. Really? You're so good to your dog, Song Xia smiled. But your big dog does look impressive. Is it a special ability dog? Sang Kankan pretended to be nervous, pulling the dog behind her and looking wary, without answering. Song Xia was taken aback, realizing she might have said something wrong. Did she think she was going to steal her dog? Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it. I just think your dog is cute. Sang Cancan's tone was still wary. Is there anything else? If not, I'd be going now. I need to get back to the safe zone. No, nothing else. So Sang Cancan left with the dog. This person is a bit too wary. It's hard to talk to her. But this should be enough time. Song Xia leaned over to the front seat and asked her teammate in the passenger seat, "How's it going? Did you get the results?" A teammate was fiddling with a superpower detector, a device recently developed by experts in the Central Security Zone when they left. It could detect the type and level of a superpowered individual within a 2-meter range, more advanced than the contact-based detectors commonly used in other security zones, though its accuracy still needed improvement. In the driver's seat, He-Ying was still watching the direction Sang Cancan had left in. Was that her? It doesn't seem like it. The teammate turned the detector screen to one side and handed it to He-Ying. Boss, look, that person was definitely a superpowered individual, but their level probably wasn't high. The color was very pale, the most common white. It's probably not the person we're looking for. That dog, however, had a level 3 superpower. Different types of superpowers displayed different colors on the detector. White was the most common, usually indicating physical enhancements like strength and speed. Some more unusual and difficult to classify superpowers also appeared in white. The intensity of the color represented the strength of the superpower. The darker the color, the stronger the superpower. On the screen, Sang Cancan's test result was a pale white, looking like diluted milk, while the dog next to her stood out much more, like a bright light bulb. Song Xia also leaned closer for a look. So that big dog is that powerful. It must be at least a level 3 ability, while its owner is probably only at level 1. But don't you guys find it strange? How can a level 3 dog obediently listen to a level 1 person? Not strange at all. Dogs are inherently very loyal animals, Lin Yu interjected. There's an old saying, a son doesn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a dog doesn't despise its home for being poor. Nowadays, there might be many sons who despise their mothers for being ugly, but there shouldn't be any dogs that abandon their owners because they think they're too weak. He-Ying nodded in agreement. After the apocalypse, many people couldn't afford to keep their dogs and simply abandoned them. Some even slaughtered their own dogs to eat when they were starving. This person must have a kind heart to have raised such a good dog. And she's not a criminal, so it's really not good to keep pressing her. But what's with that rabbit outfit she's wearing? I've seen several people wearing the same thing today. I know the answer to that. Song Xia raised her hand. I bought it from the post station. They were selling it in City C before, and now store number 4 here has it too. I heard that if you wear a rabbit outfit, zombies won't easily approach you. I think that's just a rumor, but the outfit is very thick, a zombie's claws can't tear it. It does offer some protection, and it's not expensive. I bought one too, I wear it next time. You're quite well informed. He-Ying accepted this explanation. Alright, since she's not the person we're looking for, let's keep searching. That person is very powerful, maybe they went to the city center. She gave instructions to the car behind, closed the window, started the SUV, and continued on her way. The person He-Ying and her group were looking for was actually Sang Cancan. After arriving at the Lango safe zone today, besides the newly appeared in number 4, they learned another piece of news. 2 days ago, the Langzhou safe zone was attacked by a zombie horde. A few mischievous kids rushed out to help but made things worse, almost getting themselves killed. For some reason, the zombies suddenly turned on each other and then retreated en masse, seemingly because a mysterious person intervened to help the safe zone. About a day later, Sang family in number 4 appeared in the Langzhou safe zone. These two events seem unrelated, but both have a mysterious air about them, naturally leading to connections. Could the mysterious person who drove away the zombies and the person behind the inn be the same person? He-Ying and her group thought this conjecture was plausible, at least more reliable than aimlessly searching. Their mission was to investigate the inn's owner, but they had almost no credible leads, making it impossible to begin their investigation. However, they did have a lead on the mysterious person who drove away the zombies. This person could control and expel zombies without showing their face, suggesting they possessed a special psychic ability and at a very high level. Entering the safe zone required testing and registering ability type and level. The Langzhou safe zone had no records of corresponding ability users, so the mysterious person likely hadn't entered. So He-Ying and her group immediately went out with their equipment to search. They approached any suspicious lone travelers to test them. Even if they were wrong, and the mysterious person who saved the zombies and the person behind the inn weren't the same person, getting to know a powerful ability user wouldn't be a loss. It could even help recruit talent for the safe zone. That's why Song Sia stopped Sang Kankan to ask for directions and probe her, while her teammates took the opportunity to test her abilities. Fortunately, Sang Kankan's ability to control zombies wasn't based on supernatural powers, and her ability was unique, so the still-developing detection device couldn't accurately detect it. Sang Kankan was unaware that she had just been doubly tested. Those people were all formidable. They were arguably the most powerful supernatural beings she had ever directly encountered, making her feel uneasy, and only wanting to leave as quickly as possible. After getting away from the SUV, Sang Kankan sat on the dog's back, letting the dog find a place to rest for the night, while she continued to reflect on what had just happened. It was only just now, upon seeing Lin Yu whom she hadn't seen in so long, that Sang Kankan truly realized she was no longer the Sang Kankan she once was. Even though she retained all her memories of being human, even though her thought processes sometimes made her mistakenly believe she was still human, the Sang Kankan of the past was indeed dead. She was now a zombie, instinctively craving the scent of humans and instinctively resisting their advances. Just now, she had even subconsciously considered how she would fight 5 powerful ability users, including Lin Yu, if she couldn't escape, if her zombie identity were discovered. What would she do? What techniques would she use? She had clearly placed herself and Lin Yu on opposing sides. This meant she had abandoned their past friendship. From now on, Lin Yu was just another human to her. Sang Kankan lay on the dog's back, wrapped her arms around its neck, and rubbed its soft fur. That's fine, anyway, she can't go back to being human, and it's time to say goodbye to the past completely. Speaking of which, Sang Kankan has always practiced on zombies or mutated plants and animals, and has never fought against human ability users before. She doesn't know if she can beat that team with her current strength. But it's best to avoid fighting if possible. She doesn't want to get hurt or hurt anyone. Night slowly fell, and the dog ran around for a while before stopping. Sang Kankan looked around. Wasn't this near the bridge arch they had been under before? But now the bridge had collapsed, leaving only a big crater. Why had the dog run back? The dog barked at her twice. The frisbee landed. It needs to be retrieved. This dog has a pretty good memory, but where is it going to find the frisbee now that the bridge has collapsed? I find another one later. It's your fault for not remembering to ask me to bring it. Woof woof. Then when you find it, you have to play with it. Okay, I play with you. Now let's find a place to rest. Sang Kankan patted the dog to let it go. Suddenly, a wave of irritation washed over her. This was the second time. Was the ground about to collapse again? This time, the situation seemed even more serious than before. The dog beneath her suddenly stiffened, sensing the danger, and carried Sang Kankan forward at breakneck speed. Sang Kankan turned her head to look back. In the darkness, something was crawling out of the large crater in the ground, a dense, continuous swarm heading towards them. It wasn't rats, they were much smaller, more like insects. Swish, swish. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed on the ground. Sang Kankan took out her flashlight and shone it behind her, finally seeing the true nature of these things. They were ants, a mutated ant colony. Chapter 53. Countless mutated ants swarmed out of the pit, rushing towards them like a flood. A massive anthill was hidden beneath the bridge. In fact, the bridge might have collapsed because of it. The night was deep. Sang Kankan sat on the back of her running dog, using the dim light of her flashlight to peer behind her. The mutated ants were much larger than ordinary ants, almost the size of crayfish. Their rounded abdomens took up nearly half their bodies, and their proboscis was also very prominent, resembling giant pincers hanging from their heads. As the swarm moved, their proboscis constantly wriggled, making a series of clicking sounds that made one's teeth ache. Those giant pincers could probably cut through even a wire. A dense swarm of ants, at least tens of thousands. What would happen if they were surrounded? Sang Kankan's scalp tingled at the thought. Whether her bones could withstand the ant's proboscis was unknown, but the dog's flesh certainly couldn't. Sang Kankan patted the dog beneath her. Come on, run faster, shake them off. The dog howled, its 4 legs moving like wheels of fire, running at twice its usual speed. It quickly left the mutated ant swarm behind and surged onto a slightly higher hill. Looking back, the ants didn't seem to be chasing after them. They appeared to have only chased after the scent, not really pursuing their prey. After a while, realizing they couldn't catch it, they turned around and crawled back to their anthill in the pit. The dog, tired from running, nuzzled against Sang Kankan for water. The two found an empty hut nearby to rest. Even after lying down, Sang Kankan still felt ants crawling on her body. Even ordinary ants are said to cause a major disaster due to a small leak. The destructive power of mutated ants would only be greater. This time they destroyed a bridge. Who knows what they destroy next? And mutated ant nests aren't just one place. They're likely everywhere. Moreover, there are many other insect species besides ants that live in colonies like this. If the ants mutate, what about the other insects? The thought is chilling. This apocalypse is truly fraught with danger. Death is imminent at every turn. Sang Kankan lay on her dog, reviewing the sales figures of the various inns. She was surprised to find that Yehudian had taken the top spot today, with total transactions dozens of times higher than yesterday, selling over 180,000 level 1 crystal cores, mostly large orders, like bags of rice and flour. Is there something new going on? She opened the surveillance video of Yehudian. Even late at night, the area around the inn was surprisingly bustling with people. Many survivors in uniform were walking around in groups, seemingly maintaining order. They all looked unfamiliar. It seemed that people from a nearby safe zone had collectively relocated there. She also saw a somewhat familiar old woman hugging another woman, crying out, "My son," as if overwhelmed with grief upon hearing the devastating news of a loved one. There were also those reunited with long-lost relatives and friends, laughing and crying intermittently. Human joys and sorrows are never truly shared. Previously, Shop Number 1 was a scattered place where survivors operated independently. Now that so many people had arrived, it would likely have to be managed more closely. Having official safe zone personnel stationed at the post station wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Sang Kankan. Just like Shop Number 2, which always had safe zone personnel maintaining order, avoiding many unnecessary conflicts and saving her a lot of trouble. Anyway, she had absolute autonomy in the management of the inn. Let others manage it if they wanted. Consider it free work for her. Sang Kankan flipped through the various items she and other suppliers had entered over the past few days. There were so many items. She flipped through hundreds of pages before finding a household pyrethroid insecticide. The description said it was effective against various insects and ants. Now, suppliers were treating the inn like a recycling warehouse, entering all sorts of random things. Sang Kankan generally wouldn't put anything on the shelves unless she didn't need it, since each intermediate inn only had 600 slots. With more insects, the demand for insecticides was also greater, although she didn't know if this common insecticide was effective against mutated insects. Sang Kankan put the insecticide on the shelves, replacing her previous homemade, makeshift inflatable boat. Surprisingly, her inflatable boats were quite popular during the heavy rains. After all, she was selling air, which was very cheap. A 4-person boat only cost 1 crystal core, and many people bought them out of curiosity. Now that the rain has stopped and the water has receded, the inflatable boats are useless. Sang Kankan also finds them ugly, and will quickly replace them with new products. After settling things at the inn, Sang Kankan got up again, and sprayed the empty room they were staying in inside, and out twice with insecticide before lying down to rest. She didn't want to be eaten by insects in the middle of the night. Just as Sang Kankan had predicted, the ant nests they saw weren't isolated incidents. Many other places and many people were also plagued by insects. Ying and her group were among the victims. After Sang Kankan left, they, with their skill and daring, continued deeper into the city center, searching for the powerful psychic ability user. They had only guessed at the situation, so finding the person was obviously impossible. Continuing the search after dark was too risky, and returning to the safe zone would waste time. So they found a spot with few zombies, and parked for the night. These people were frequent missions, spending far more time camping in the wilderness than sleeping in their beds after the apocalypse. They were well versed in all the survival precautions of the post-apocalyptic world, arranging for people to take turns keeping watch and placing an alarm outside the door to trigger if any zombies or mutated plants or animals approached. But an accident is an accident precisely because it doesn't follow the rules. While everyone else was asleep, Lin Yu and Song Xia were on watch for the first half of the night. They sat facing each other with a small emergency nightlight on, one watching the front door and the other the back, chatting occasionally to avoid dozing off. "Lin Yu, are you really not considering joining our team?" Song Xia had been trying to persuade Lin Yu every now and then these past few days. "Let me tell you, our benefits are really excellent. As long as it's a reasonable request, any supplies we need will be arranged. Of course, there's nothing we can do if we can't get something. We can also have priority access to the latest weapons and equipment that the experts have just developed. Trust me, I guarantee you won't suffer any losses." "It's not that I'm afraid of suffering losses, it's that I'm afraid of holding you back," Lin Yu practiced her grip on a thick steel pipe, twisting it like a pretzel. I'm just strong, not very bright. I can't do anything big. So what? My brain isn't necessarily better than yours. Song Xie shook her head. Leave the tasks that require thinking to the boss. We just assist her. I still need to see my parents. I don't want to take up your time. How can a teammate's business be considered taking up time? It's our duty. It's okay. We accompany you then. Song Xie's words suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in terror, and she jumped back to the wall like a spring, her hand trembling as she pointed at Lin Yu's back. Cockroaches, cockroaches, so many big cockroaches. Ah! Lin Yu turned around and saw a crack in the corner of the wall, from which cockroaches were crawling out, looking like a pool of ink spreading in the dim light. They were all mutated cockroaches, some almost the size of a person's palm. She didn't know how they squeezed out of the crack, and they crawled incredibly fast. Ah! I'm terrified of cockroaches. Song Xie was so frightened that she wanted to stick to the wall, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that cockroaches were also crawling out from under the wall she was leaning against. She quickly ran back to the center of the room and shook her teammates awake. Get up. Cockroaches are coming. The teammates were very alert. They hadn't even taken off their clothes while sleeping. Hearing the noise, they jumped up, but the cockroaches were even faster, quickly surrounding them from all sides. The encirclement tightened, and in almost an instant, the floor of the room was covered in cockroaches, except for their spot. Killing all these cockroaches at once would be troublesome, but leaving the room wouldn't be difficult for them. He immediately made arrangements, prepare for retreat. Everyone, help Xie put the supplies on the floor into your spatial storage, and leave the room immediately. I cover the rear. Song Xie was so frightened by the cockroaches that her legs went weak. She practically clung to Lin Yu, managing to put everything into her spatial storage before rushing out the door. After everyone left, the cockroaches tried to crawl out as well. He immediately instructed a teammate with earth elemental abilities, erect an earthen wall, and seal off all 4 sides of the house, leaving only one window open. Then she released a fire dragon through the window, burning the cockroaches as they closed the door. The smell of burning mutated cockroaches was truly awful, a mixture of a burnt protein aroma and an indescribable stench. Song Xie couldn't help but vomit nearby. Several cockroaches, incredibly resilient, escaped the flames and flew out of the window. Lin Yu instinctively went to intercept them, slapping one dead with each blow, leaving marks on the wall. You? Song Xie pointed at her, uttering you a few times, but she didn't approach her again that night. He Ying and her group were all ability users, so they managed to survive the cockroach horde without serious injury. Many others, lacking their abilities, were more vulnerable to sudden insect attacks. Within the Langzhou safe zone, a swarm of termites emerged from the underground of the shacks where survivors lived. They not only destroyed houses, but also bit over a dozen people. Fortunately, nearby individuals with supernatural abilities intervened in time, using a combination of earth and fire to eliminate the termite swarm and prevent further damage from spreading. These mutated termites were not only larger than ordinary termites, but also actively bit people, releasing venom after each bite. Those bitten immediately experienced red, swollen skin, intense pain and itching, as if countless needles were piercing their skin, unbearable pain that made them want to writhe on the ground. One 5- or 6-year-old child was bitten so severely by the mutated termites that not a single part of his body was unharmed. He died before dawn. Similar infestations occurred in many other safe zones. In the Langzhou safety zone, in the days since the relay station appeared, District Chief Yin Bingsheng had been somewhat elated. With the station backing him, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies anymore. His good days had finally arrived. This evening, a high-ranking leader from the Central Safety Zone had specifically spoken to him, inquiring about the station's operation. Yin Bingsheng, still savoring the leader's encouraging words, was so excited he didn't fall asleep until late at night. But he had barely dozed off when his secretary woke him. What is it? Why can't I get a peaceful night's sleep? The secretary looked distressed. It's terrible, District Chief. A large swarm of mutated termites has appeared in the safety zone, causing casualties. Yin Bingsheng had previously emphasized that any unusual activity within the safety zone, day or night, must be reported to him, which was why the secretary had rushed over in the middle of the night. Mutant termites? Yin Bingsheng paused, then said, then get rid of them. Send Xiao Wei and the others. Captain Xiao hasn't returned yet. The termites have already been eliminated by other ability users, but Xiao Wei was the captain of the strongest ability team in the Langzhou safe zone. He had been sent to Tao County to investigate Tao Zi's situation. Yin Bingsheng snapped out of his daze, But what? Just say it all. According to the patrol team's report, other insects have appeared in other parts of the safe zone as well. The situation isn't as serious as with termites, but there might be lingering problems. Yan Bingxing naturally knew what his secretary was worried about. Since the apocalypse, humanity has encountered far too many enemies. Natural disasters aside, they experienced zombie hordes and beast tides several times. However, while zombies and the mutated animals they encountered before were dangerous, they were relatively large targets. If they came, they could be fought back, and within the safe zone, they were at least safe. But insects are ubiquitous and can appear at any time. If even the safe zone isn't safe, this is truly pushing people to the brink of despair. He thought that having a post station would put his mind at ease, but he never expected that he wouldn't even be able to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 54. Like a massive fireworks display, the insect infestation erupted simultaneously across various regions. According to the analysis of biological experts in the Central Security Zone, the previous torrential rains and floods had disturbed the hibernation of the insects dormant underground, causing them to emerge en masse after the rain stopped. However, the experts also noted the advantages of the early emergence. Currently, the insects' mutation levels are generally not high, and with human power and technology, they can still be dealt with. If they were allowed to wait longer, the insects would undergo deep mutations and become more powerful, then suddenly attack in swarms. Imagine the terrifying number. The entire world could be overrun, and humanity would be utterly helpless. Furthermore, after the rain stopped, the soil previously contaminated by the black rain was purified. Many security zones had already begun cultivating experimental fields and attempting to replant crops. If the insects had attacked after the crops had grown, even if humanity could handle them, the crops would be almost entirely destroyed, making all the effort futile. So, the insect's arrival is actually perfectly timed. Following the insect attacks, various safe zones issued alerts, reminding all survivors to be vigilant against insects, especially gregarious insects like ants, bees, and cockroaches. Any signs of insect infestation should be reported immediately for professional handling. Swarms of mutated insects are no longer easily dealt with by ordinary people. The quickest and most direct approach would be for fire-type ability users to use fire attacks, but this would require additional manpower to gather the insects together. For a more precise approach, using professional insect repellents and pest control products to eradicate the insects and their nests is the only way to completely solve the problem. However, insect repellents are not on humans' emergency supplies list. Most safe zones don't prioritize insect repellents when gathering supplies. They only collect a little if they happen to find it. Now, with a large need for it, they generally don't have much left. This is where the safe zones with nearby inns are much more convenient. The day after the insect infestation broke out, the inn stocked up on insecticides, a godsend. Although the insecticides stocked by the inns weren't the most effective and only worked on a few types of insects, it at least showed the inn's attitude. They were paying attention to humans' needs and were on their side. Even if fate abandons humanity, the inns won't abandon them. This gave hope to many survivors who had become disheartened by repeated disasters. Regardless of the truth, they could believe it themselves. If Sang Kankan knew what humans were thinking, she would probably only say, "You're really overthinking it." However, although humans misunderstood the post station's motives, and the post station didn't intend to side with humans, in terms of the outcome, it wasn't wrong. Sang Kankan wanted to earn a large number of crystal cores from humans, so naturally she had to consider their opinions and provide goods that humans needed. Previously, Sang Kankan had selected suppliers for the post station's first and second stores. He Fei of the second store had the cooperation of the entire safe zone and had been very active in entering various goods. Wang Jiejia of the first store, who used to be relatively low-key, seemed to have accepted the recruitment of the newly relocated safe zone in the past 2 days and had begun to enter a large number of new goods. Meanwhile, at store number 4, Yan Bingxing, the head of the safe zone, sent 10 messages in a row requesting the post station to quickly select a supplier from their safe zone. Sang Kankan didn't delay and quickly chose one from among the survivors. No other conditions, just that he looked the most pleasing. Humans were also very adept at using the post station. After extensive experimentation, the safe zone selected several insect repellents and pesticides that were most effective against insects. These were entered into the post station supplier list, and several more messages were sent requesting the post station to put them on the shelves. Once they were on the shelves, they could be purchased in bulk. This was much more convenient than building their own factory, especially since there were no conditions to build one at the moment. Sang Kankan also tested these insecticides and, based on the system's suggestions, we list several products with the best effects and fewest side effects. She, a zombie, held little attraction for insects, but dogs were a magnet for them. Besides the ants that night, they encountered fleas, mosquitoes, wasps, and several other types of mutated insects in the following days. These all swarmed around the dog, drawn by its scent, relentlessly biting it. The dog's fluffy fur, however, became a hindrance. The insects burrowed inside, making them invisible and impossible to catch. Their bites were painful and itchy, causing the dog to howl and roll on the ground. The little fur that had finally grown back on its back was quickly eroded by its own antics. Sang Kankan tried all the insecticides listed at the post station before finally managing to rid the dog of the insects. If she had to go out and find the medicine herself, it would have been impossible to succeed so quickly. Therefore, helping others was also helping herself. With the post station providing a steady supply of insecticides, the safe zone put aside other non-urgent tasks and launched a large-scale pest control operation. One by one, ant nests, beehives, and cockroach dens lurking in the shadows were unearthed. First, the superhumans used fire to clear the surface insects, then sprayed insecticide deep inside the nests, wiping out adult insects, larvae, and all kinds of eggs. Areas where no insects were found also needed to be continuously sprayed with insecticide for a period of time as a preventative measure. At this point, the concept of not eradicating them for the sake of ecological stability was irrelevant. Allowing the mutated insects to continue to reproduce would pose a huge threat to human survival. Many mutated insects also possess crystal cores, but these cores are very small. Perhaps dozens or hundreds of small crystal cores combined only amount to one level 1 crystal core. The relay station accepts these small crystal cores, as they are better than nothing. During the insect eradication process, some large insects with a high degree of mutation were also discovered, such as the giant bagworm moth that Sang Kankan had encountered before, as well as some large mutated spiders and longhorn beetles. The largest insects can reach 1 or 2 meters in length. Their mere appearance is enough to make one's legs go weak. Combined with their supernatural abilities and the poison they carry, they are truly formidable. However, these insects generally don't appear in swarms. They are mostly lone wolves. With the right attack strategy, they are actually easier to deal with than large swarms of smaller insects, and the damage is less likely to spread. After encountering the cockroaches, Ying and her group realized something was amiss. They returned to the Langzhou safe zone at dawn, specifically instructing District Chief Yan Bingsheng, "We will remain in Langzhou for the next few days. If you encounter any large insects that you can't handle, or other mutated plants, animals, or zombies, please let us know, and we will deal with them when we have time." Yan Bingsheng was overjoyed to hear this. He was worried about the absence of his most capable superhuman, and the fact that experts from the Central Safe Zone were willing to help was simply wonderful. It has to be said, the people from the Central Safe Zone have a really high level of awareness. Yan Bingsheng gave them a mental thumbs up. The Langzhou Safe Zone isn't without other experts, but those people, relying on their abilities, always demand conditions before they act. The more powerful the ability user, the more arrogant they are, and some simply refuse to follow the Safe Zone's orders. Now, things are much better. Ying and her group are willing to help. Any formidable enemies can be handled by them. Ying and her group weren't just asking for trouble. On one hand, as powerful ability users, they need to constantly fight strong enemies to improve themselves. On the other hand, they were also considering that in areas frequented by powerful enemies, they might have a chance to encounter the mysterious person who helped the safe zone drive away the zombies. Unfortunately, they made the wrong assumption from the start, so naturally, they couldn't find the person they were looking for. And Sang Kankan, to keep Guzi from attracting insects, hadn't gone out much these past few days, so there was no way she would run into them. The safe zones near the inns are actively eradicating the insects. Many surrounding areas, having heard the news, have sent people to purchase insecticides and other supplies from the inns. Now that the rain has stopped and the water has receded, the zombie hordes have weakened somewhat after several waves of attacks, making travel a little easier. People are willing to take risks for supplies. Some well-informed lone survivors, or those whose safe zones have been destroyed, are also converging on the 3 inns, seeking refuge in the nearest safe zone. After all, a reliable supply of resources is crucial for long-term survival in the apocalypse. The second safe zone in City C and the Langzhou safe zone have been receiving new survivors daily these past few days. Once this insect infestation is completely eradicated, plans for expansion will begin. The first safe zone in City C had just relocated to the city center, settling near the number 1 inn. During the relocation, some casualties were inevitable, and to reduce the burden, some supplies had to be sacrificed. However, once they absorbed the original survivors from the surrounding area and settled down completely, their future prospects, backed by the inn, were promising. Especially after the insect infestation outbreak, the district chief was already thankful for his timely decision to relocate. Otherwise, continuing to guard the dilapidated safe zone would likely have resulted in its complete annihilation by the insects. The district chief of the only remaining safe zone in City C, the number 3, even contacted him after learning of their relocation, sarcastically praising his decisiveness, his tone dripping with envy. The inn attracted more survivors to the safe zone, giving more people hope for survival, which was naturally a good thing, but it also brought new troubles. The intermediate inn could only be open for 6 hours a day, which was already insufficient. With more people buying things, the time became even tighter. To avoid overcrowding, the safe zone had to adjust shopping hours, allocating some time specifically for official purchases of emergency supplies. This sounds simple, but it's incredibly complicated in practice. The survivors all need to make a living, and naturally, they'd be dissatisfied if they can't get in line. A small minority, with a purely self-serving mentality, will use this opportunity to cause trouble, hoping that if they can't buy, no one else can either. Sometimes, the opposition gets out of control, requiring back-and-forth haggling and negotiating terms, offering tangible benefits to quell their discontent. Even Sang Kankan, the owner of the inn, is grateful for the official human intervention to maintain order. Otherwise, with so many people, it might have already descended into chaos, or become like shop number 3 on the animal side, a complete mess, with no chance of increasing daily revenue. A businesswoman needs to understand reciprocity. If someone does her a favor, she should reciprocate to improve customer satisfaction. These days, with insects everywhere and no one wanting to go out, Sang Kankan had some free time and read through the various suggestions on the message board. Besides requests she couldn't fulfill, like wanting vegetables, meat, or improved meals, the most common human requests fell into 2 categories: increasing the daily opening hours of the inn and opening more in locations. These 2 requests are essentially the same. Increasing the daily opening hours of the inn requires upgrading it, and unlocking the next upgrade requires opening more in locations. Currently, she's at 4/5 of the task. However, Sang Kankan has done the math herself. The number of inn locations she can open depends on the total transaction volume of all her transactions. Opening the first inn requires a total transaction volume of 1,000 level 1 crystal cores, the second 2,000, the third 4,000, and so on, doubling each time. There are only 8 billion people in the world. Even if they all turned into zombies, and considering the mutated plants and animals, and deducting the energy lost during the zombie upgrade process, even if she collected all the crystal cores, the total transaction amount would only allow her to open a maximum of 24 inns, and most likely not even that. 22 or 23 at most. She's only traveled to this many places, and she's already opened 4 inns. This can't go on. She can't have all the inns crammed together. It's not conducive to development. The next one will have to be further away. Therefore, she can't fulfill these 2 human needs in the short term. Sang Kankan then continued reading other comments. One suggestion made her stop looking. Sir, could you please open a common bulletin board across all the stations for publicly posting missing person notices and requests for help? A reply function would be even better, and a paid one is acceptable. I want to find my family. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the world was in chaos. Many people lost contact with their relatives and friends during their hasty escape, not even knowing if each other was alive or dead. Now that things have finally stabilized, naturally, they want to find their lost loved ones. To facilitate survivors' search for their families, each safe zone has basically set up bulletin boards for posting missing person notices and requests for help. However, if these are scattered across different safe zones, finding people becomes very difficult. After the apocalypse, there's no way to maintain a large-scale communication network. Limited communication resources must be used for more critical and urgent public affairs, leaving ordinary people with virtually no way to contact other safe zones. This message hopes that the Sang family station can act as such a bridge. It's not a pipe dream, but the complete lack of doubt about the station's ability to do so shows a strong belief in its capabilities. Sang Kankan asked the system if this function could be enabled, and the system's answer was yes. Just like a message board, announcements can be made by adding attachments to stations, but enabling these attachments requires additional energy. That means it costs money. How many crystal cores? It's a monthly cycle. Each station added requires an additional 200 level 1 crystal cores. That's twice the price of the message board. This time it's 2-way communication, so the price is reasonable. 200 crystal cores a month isn't expensive. If they charge for announcements, even if each announcement only costs 1 crystal core, they definitely make a profit. Sang Kankan waved her hand and added a notification board to all 3 stations, placing it next to the message board. Shop number 3 is out of the question. The animals don't need it right now. Chapter 55. The newly appeared bulletin board was a large, touch-sensitive screen. Sang Kankan didn't use any fancy features. She simply divided the page into 3 sections: missing person section, help section, and discussion section. The missing person section was dedicated to posting various missing person notices. Those wanting to search for someone outside the safe zone should post here. The help section was for posting other requests for assistance, such as asking for help with tasks, finding teammates, or needing professional help with difficult questions. The discussion section was for free communication, with no content restrictions. Of course, Sang Kankan didn't intend to be a forum administrator. She created these 3 sections simply for ease of use. She wouldn't interfere if people posted in the wrong sections. If they couldn't find the information they were looking for, it wouldn't be her problem. Each message was preceded by a lowercase number to indicate which station it originated from. Messages from shop number 1 displayed a number 1, messages from shop number 2 displayed a number 2, and so on. Posting new information on the bulletin board costs money, but it's much cheaper than the message board. Each new post costs 1 level 1 crystal core. Clicking the Post New Message button will display a coin slot similar to the locker at the service station. Insert a crystal core to enter your message. Considering that it's unreasonable to charge crystal cores for answering questions, replying to messages is free. Simply click the reply button to reply directly. After posting, everyone can view the message free of charge. All messages are sorted by the last response time. There are no features like pinning messages. In addition, Sang Kankan added a search box at the top of the bulletin board, allowing users to search for information using keywords. Searches are charged. 1 level 1 crystal core allows for 10 searches, with no refund for fewer than 10 searches. This is all the functionality Sang Kankan preset for the bulletin board. It has its flaws, but it's not perfect, it's sufficient. It was originally just a small accessory to improve customer satisfaction. The newly added bulletin board generated a greater response than the previous message board. The message board only allowed survivors to leave suggestions for the station. Most messages disappeared without a trace. The station rarely responded, and only a very small number of suggestions were adopted. The probability was no higher than winning the lottery. To exaggerate, leaving a message for the station was essentially no different from praying at a temple. Some people even left messages with the intention of making a wish, like the several messages Sang Kankan received praying for the rain to stop during the heavy rain. Leaving a message costs 10 level 1 crystal cores, which is quite expensive. Keep in mind that many people are still struggling to get enough to eat, and even those who are well-fed are often barely surviving, hesitant to even spend an extra crystal core on a snack. They wouldn't waste their crystal cores on something like this. Therefore, those who leave messages at the post station are mostly survivors with official connections to the safe zone, or those with considerable strength. They can earn crystal cores without being stingy. The message board is irrelevant to most ordinary people. However, the bulletin board is different. It facilitates information exchange between different safe zones, which is extremely useful in the post-apocalyptic world. If a few crystal cores could reveal the whereabouts of friends and family stranded in other safe zones, many would be willing to go hungry for days to accumulate them. Although there are currently only 4 rest stops with limited connectivity, there's a strong sense of optimism that more will be added in the future. The bulletin board is easy to use. Anyone who isn't completely unfamiliar with phones and computers can use it at a glance. If you can't type, you can switch to handwriting or voice to text. Of course, if you're so unlucky that you can't type or speak, then there's nothing you can do but give up or ask for help. Before the apocalypse, we were already in an era of widespread internet access. Seeing the newly appeared bulletin board outside the rest stops, many people's eyes lit up. Wow, calling it a bulletin board is too modest. It's just a low-budget open forum, they thought. They learned how to use it in no time. In just one day, survivors from the 3 rest stops posted thousands of new messages on the bulletin board, accumulating tens of thousands of replies. Sang Kankan could see all these messages in the system's backend, but she didn't have time to look at them closely. She only glanced at them briefly. Most were requests for help or missing persons, and there wasn't much other casual chat. Initially, she had worried that since replying to messages was free, many people might spam and delay others from posting important messages. However, she later realized she was overthinking it. Such people certainly existed, but not many. The mindset of the survivors after the apocalypse was completely different from before. Under wave after wave of survival crisis, everyone was exhausted, struggling just to earn enough for 3 meals a day. The strong dared not relax for a moment to become stronger, while the weak had to constantly hone themselves to avoid being eliminated. Few had spare time to waste on chatting and spamming. Even if a few idle individuals arrogantly occupy the bulletin board, preventing others from using it, official staff from the safe zone are always there to maintain order. In the apocalypse, those who think of harming others without benefiting themselves generally don't have a good ending. Sang Kankan also saw the most popular post in the discussion forum, with thousands of replies, and because new replies kept coming in, it remained at the top of the forum. What do you think the true identity of the rest stop is? It was a question related to herself, so she clicked on it and read it carefully, as if she were dreaming back to her pre-apocalyptic days of surfing the internet. Regarding the true identity of the rest stop, there were all sorts of wild guesses. Some said it was dropped by an alien civilization, some said it was sent from future human survivors across time and space, and some said it was secretly researched by some organization to do something big in the human world. However, they were mostly positive imaginings, and the discussion turned into a variety of effusive praise for the rest stop. No one maliciously speculated about the rest stop's purpose. This is understandable. To maliciously speculate about something posted on the notice board at the end would be tantamount to a blatant provocation. The inn is so magical, what if it could pinpoint the spokesperson for retaliation? Even if someone had such thoughts, they just keep them to themselves. No one connected the inn with zombies, it was simply too far-fetched. Seeing this, Sang Kankan felt relieved. The survivors also noticed something through the notice board. The numbers before the message is represented in numbers. They've seen 1, 2, and 4 quite often, but never 3. 3? In number 1 and 2 were in City C, number 4 in Langzhou, but where did in number 3 go? Anyone from number 3 in here? Come out and say something. Where exactly is your inn hidden? Unfortunately, this question won't be answered anytime soon. He Ying and her group, still searching for the inn's owner, naturally also noticed the bulletin board. However, unlike the others, they weren't overjoyed. Instead, they were somewhat frustrated, because they once again realized the inn's unfathomable nature. If the owner behind the inn was merely a powerful superhuman, they could try to approach or even recruit them. But the reality was, the other party was on a completely different level. Take this bulletin board, for example. Although the interface was rudimentary, and the function simple, its ability to enable real-time communication between different inns was the biggest problem. The distance between the inns was at least hundreds of kilometers. With current human technology, achieving real-time communication across hundreds of kilometers was naturally easy. However, regardless of the technology used, corresponding infrastructure was needed to support it, building base stations or laying fiber optic cables, etc. The reason communication between safe zones has degenerated to such a low level after the apocalypse is because there are far too many factors that could damage this infrastructure, and currently there are no manpower or resources for maintenance. They can only use the least difficult to maintain communication methods to barely achieve information transmission between safe zones. That's basically just making phone calls and sending telegrams, and even then, the lines are frequently cut off. But look at the relay stations. There's no communication infrastructure built between the different stations. The relay stations themselves seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Yet, survivors at each relay station can communicate smoothly on the bulletin board without any delay. This means that the relay stations have mastered a communication technology completely beyond human imagination, leaving 4G, 5G, and 6G far behind. They should have realized this from the beginning. From its inception to the variety of goods it offered and its completely self-service shopping system, the inn had surpassed all human technology. It was essentially from another dimension. It was only because they, as humans, were accustomed to always being in control that they had the illusion that they could uncover the inn's true nature. Even if they did uncover it, and found that person, what could they do? Control them for their own use? Or fawn over the inn, begging for more favors? If the other party was only slightly stronger than them, they might be jealous. If the other party was much stronger, they would only feel admiration. But when the other party's abilities were completely beyond their comprehension, all their probing actions only increased instability. It was better to let things take their course. At least for now, the inn seemed to have no ill intentions towards humans. After dealing with a powerful level 3 zombie for the Langzhou safe zone, He Ying solemnly informed her teammates on the way back, "I'm afraid we won't be able to find out who's behind the post station. I'm planning to abandon the mission. What do you guys think?" After a moment of silence, Song Xia weakly raised her hand. Boss, you finally made a decision. Actually, I felt for a long time that we're wasting our time. Even if there is such a person, they're so powerful, and who knows how many trump cards they haven't revealed yet. How could we possibly find them so easily? Another teammate nodded in agreement. The main problem is that there are too few clues. Continuing to investigate will likely yield little result. He apologized. It's my fault. I should have made a decision sooner to avoid wasting everyone's time. It wasn't a waste of time, Lin Yu said subconsciously. Challenging strong enemies these past few days has been a good training experience. She meant it sincerely. Lin Yu had indeed gained a lot these past few days. Before, when Lin Yu went out to fight zombies, she relied on brute force and fought haphazardly, basically without any strategy. She fought recklessly, only remembering to charge forward, and rarely teamed up with others. A few days ago, when dealing with the beast horde and zombie horde in the first safe zone of Sea City, he gave her a lot of guidance. These past few days, following the team, challenging various mutated plants, animals, and zombies that troubled the Langzhou safe zone, her combat skills had improved significantly in the fierce battles. She learned to use retreat as an advance, to cooperate with others, and to master more time-efficient and energy-saving attack methods. Song Xia raised an eyebrow. Lin Yu, you said you were bad at talking, but I think you're quite right. I'm just stating the facts. Alright, He Ying decided, since everyone agrees, I submit a report after we get back to the safe zone, requesting to abandon the mission. I take all the punishment myself. Boss, you're being too formal. Our team is a unit, of course. We share the burden. Song Xia looked at the others. Don't you agree? The others readily agreed. That's right, we share the burden. To report to higher authorities that they needed to borrow the Langzhou safe zone's communication equipment, He Ying went directly to District Chief Yan Bingsheng. When she arrived at his office, Yan Bingsheng was pacing back and forth, with a worried expression, looking extremely anxious. District Chief Yan, I'd like to borrow your safe zone's emergency phone. Is it convenient now? District Chief Yan. Yan Bingsheng was absent-minded. He Ying had to ask twice before he reacted. Oh sure, of course. Captain, he has helped us so much, feel free to use the phone. The phone was in Yan Bingsheng's office. He Ying dialed her direct superior's line, and gave a detailed report on the investigation of the relay station over the past few days. The previous leads may have been wrong. We haven't found any other credible leads, and the investigation has made no progress. Yes, a new bulletin board appeared. We tried it out. It transmits in real time, so we can't determine the communication method. Okay, we return immediately. Her superior wasn't unreasonable. After understanding the situation, he agreed to let her abandon the mission without imposing any punishment. After all, training several powerful ability users wasn't easy these days, and there were many other important tasks waiting for He Ying and her team. There was no need to cause additional losses. Before ending the call, however, her boss remembered something else. The post station issued a notice about peaches in Tao County. Go check Tao County before you come back. There might be other clues. He Ying had no choice but to accept this arrangement. After ending the call, Yan Bingsheng was still pacing back and forth in the room, restless. He Ying casually asked her secretary, who had come in to report, "What's wrong with your district head?" "He's anxious," the secretary sighed. It wasn't a secret. She pulled He Ying aside and whispered, seemingly afraid of upsetting Yan Bingsheng. A while ago, the district chief received orders from above to send a small team to Tao County to investigate Taozi's matter. Those who went were the most powerful ability users in our safe zone, including the district chief's niece. They haven't returned since. The district chief was very worried. 4 days ago, he sent another team to look for her. Judging by the time, they should have returned by now, but they haven't come back either. We don't know what happened. It's like throwing good money after bad. The secretary's voice was very low, but Yan Bingsheng still heard it, and immediately glared at her. Who are you calling a good money after bad? Stop talking nonsense. Nonsense? They just gotten into some trouble, and are stuck. They be back. Tao County again. That does sound a bit off. He Ying looked at Yan Bingsheng, who was still glaring at his secretary. District Chief Yan, don't worry. We're going to Tao County anyway. Maybe we can find out what's going on. Really? Yan Bingsheng jumped over without a second thought. I'm relieved that Captain He is willing to help. When are you leaving? Is there anything I need you to prepare? Just tell me what you need, don't be shy. He seemed so eager, as if he wanted He Ying to leave that very night. Chapter 56. After returning, He Ying explained the plan to go to Tao County to her teammates. They divided the work, replenished all the necessary supplies, and thoroughly inspected the vehicles. Everyone got a good night's rest to ensure they were well rested before setting off the next day. The next day, as they were about to leave, Yin Bingsheng came to see them off, bringing his secretary along. Captain He, you're unfamiliar with this place, and don't know Xiao Wei and his people. Take Secretary Liu with you. His hometown is Tao County, and he knows the area well. Secretary Liu was pushed forward by Yin Bingsheng, looking somewhat helpless. 2 groups had already gone to Tao County, and never returned, and he didn't know what was there. He really didn't want to go, but he couldn't disobey the district chief's orders. Anyway, Yin Bingsheng had promised him that if he also didn't return, he would take good care of his elderly father. Secretary Liu was unmarried and had no other ties. The others all had families with children, and were even less willing to go. Before setting off, Yin Bingsheng solemnly grasped He Ying's hand. Captain He, please make sure you bring my men back safely. I'm counting on you. He Ying, unaware of the situation in Tao County, naturally wouldn't make such a promise easily, only saying she act according to circumstances. She arranged for Secretary Liu and herself to be in the lead car. Song Xia and Lin Yu were also in this car. Song Xia was driving, Lin Yu was on guard in the passenger seat, and He Ying and Secretary Liu sat in the back. After the SUV started, Song Xia saw Yin Bingsheng still standing at the entrance of the safe zone waving to them. Somewhat puzzled, Boss, what's wrong with District Chief Yin today? Seeing people off, farewell. We helped him deal with so many zombies before, and he wasn't this enthusiastic. Suddenly had a change of heart? He's worried about his men, and is counting on us to rescue them. The men sent to Tao County were Yin Bingsheng's most capable and loyal subordinates. If something happened to them, Yin Bingsheng would be in big trouble. Even as the district head, without capable subordinates, he couldn't hold the line alone, and in a while, he might not even be able to hold his position. Langzhou Security District, backed by the post station, is now a coveted prize for many, who are just waiting for Yin Bingsheng to fall from grace and take his place. Secretary Liu added, the district head's niece, Miss He, also went to Tao County. Miss He is his sister's daughter. His sister passed away early, and Miss He was practically raised by the district head and his wife like a daughter. She wanted to go on the mission before, and the district head couldn't stop her. I see. He Ying took out the Tao County map she found last night. Secretary Liu, tell us about Tao County. Are there any large safe zones there? Where are they located? Which route is the fastest to get there? Safe zones? There should be official safe zones too, but I'm not too sure. Although Tao County is also part of Langzhou City, in the apocalypse. In the initial rescue efforts, the provincial government sent people directly without handing them over to us. Later, they lost access to the communications network, and we haven't been able to contact them since. Let me see. Secretary Liu circled 2 locations on the map. If we're going to build a safe zone, these 2 places are the most likely. We can check them out. He Ying then asked, didn't the post station say that Tao County has many peaches? Where are the peach trees? If we're talking about lots of peach trees, then it's naturally the scenic area. It's not far, you pass by it on the road. But that was before the apocalypse. I haven't been there since, so I don't know what it's like now. He Ying understood immediately, and adjusted the driving route accordingly, mainly changing the exit point from the highway. Song Xia, as the driver, was completely focused when the road conditions were bad, but as soon as they improved, she couldn't help but chat with someone, rambling on about various things, including the situation in Tao County. So many people went and never came back, it's really strange. Could there be advanced zombies, or advanced mutated plants and animals there? Song Xia guessed wildly. Maybe that's it. Captain Xiao was already a level 3 ability user when he set off. For him to never return, the situation must be complicated. Secretary Liu's voice was muffled, mainly from fear. He hoped that Captain He and his team would be reliable. He was counting on them to survive. He Ying, however, didn't think so. They're all highly skilled superhumans with professional training. Even if the enemy is incredibly powerful, they shouldn't be wiped out in one fell swoop. In a crisis, at least one person can always be brought back to report, unless the enemy is strong enough to instantly kill everyone. But as far as I know, I haven't discovered any mutated plants, animals, or zombies that powerful. Then could they have been held captive by someone, or something happened that delayed them? I don't think they're that weak, unable to even get a single message out. Then what else could it be? Could it be that they don't want to come back? We haven't seen the scene yet, anything is possible. Anyway, we prepare for anything. Originally, He Ying was worried about not being able to find peaches after arriving in Tao County, But soon after getting off the highway, she realized they were overthinking it. The air was filled with a rich scent of peaches. They just had to head towards the strongest fragrance. How many peach trees did Tao County plant? The fragrance is making my mouth water, Song Xia exclaimed. Secretary Liu, were peaches here free to eat before? This is so wonderful. Secretary Liu shook his head, equally surprised. Most of the peach trees in Tao County are ornamental. The fruit isn't very tasty, and it's impossible for it to be this fragrant. Besides, it's not peach season yet. This is so strange. Lin Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly said, have you noticed? There aren't any bugs here. Song Xia instinctively replied, isn't it good that there aren't any bugs? I'm terrified of bugs. Not a single one is very abnormal. The others immediately understood her meaning. The pest control operation in the Lango safe zone is nearing its end, but that's only possible because the post stations are continuously providing insect repellent, pesticides, and other supplies. Many other areas are still suffering from pest infestations. Even in Langzhou's safe zone, only gregarious insects and large worms that might pose a serious threat were eliminated. There wasn't the time to completely eradicate the swarms of moths and flies. They just swat them if they bumped into them. With careful observation, insects could still be seen everywhere. However, after entering Tao County, they hadn't seen a single flying insect, not even the size of a sesame seed. This was indeed abnormal. Lin Yu added, we haven't seen any other animals either, not even zombies. She remained vigilant, observing her surroundings very carefully. Now that you mention it, I don't think I saw it either. Song Xia slapped the steering wheel and looked at the rearview mirror. Boss, could there really be a super powerful mutated creature here that drove all the other creatures out of its territory? Focus on driving, He Ying said calmly. We're already here, we have to deal with even the most powerful mutated creature. The roads in Tao County had been flooded, leaving behind a jumble of obstacles after the water receded. The SUV bumped along, moving slowly but steadily towards the peach orchard. Everyone's reaction to the sight of those trees laden with white and red peaches was probably the same. They were all stunned, their eyes glued to the sight. As soon as Song Xia stopped the car, she rushed towards the nearest peach tree. However, she remained rational, stopping about 2 meters away and picking up a small pebble to throw at it. The peach tree didn't attack her, so Song Xia moved even closer. Am I dreaming? Are there really peaches? So many peaches? Lin Yu, pinch me. No need to pinch me, I see them too. If we're dreaming together. Even He Ying couldn't control her expression for a moment. After regaining her senses, she walked to the peach tree, stood on tiptoe, and picked a large peach. Of course, she wouldn't eat it. She just brought the peach close to her nose and smelled it. It had a pure peach fragrance, fresh and sweet, without a trace of impurities. Just smelling it, she knew it must be delicious. Even the top-grade peaches advertised in supermarkets didn't have this quality. Song Xia asked eagerly, Boss, how is it? Can we eat this peach? He Ying took out a dagger and cut a small opening in the peach. Juice immediately oozed out. She dipped her index finger in the peach juice, stuck out her tongue, and licked it. The juice was sweet, without any astringency. It shouldn't be poisonous, she added, seeing the gleam in Song Xia's eyes, but we can't eat it. These peaches are clearly abnormal. It's not peach season, and normal peach trees wouldn't grow this tall or bear so many good peaches. These are mutated peach trees, and in the apocalypse, mutated creatures always evoke bad thoughts. Oh! Song Xia withdrew her hand from picking a peach. Having made it so clear, the rest of the team, including Secretary Liu, didn't pick any. Confirming that the peach trees weren't aggressive, He Ying had her teammates park the car about 20 meters away from the outermost peach trees in the orchard. They then took their belongings and walked into the orchard. Song Xia walked ahead alone, and soon saw a row of sheds. A man was sitting on a peach tree next to them, eating a peach. There's someone here, hurry up. She called to her teammates behind her, then waved to the man in the tree. Hello, are the peaches delicious? The man in the tree saw her and immediately nimbly slid down, smiling, of course they're delicious. You must be from out of town. Welcome to the peach orchard. He was tall and easily plucked a large peach from the tree, handing it to Song Xia. Try it, I never eaten anything better than these peaches. Song Xia took the peach, but didn't eat it, just looked at it. The other teammates followed, and upon seeing the man's face, Secretary Liu explained in surprise, Captain Xiao? What are you doing here? The man, Xiao Wei, looked over and smiled even more broadly. Oh, it's Secretary Liu. Great, you're here too. Secretary Liu jogged over and pulled Xiao Wei up, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It had been a while since he'd seen Captain Xiao, and he seemed, well, he gained weight. Captain Xiao, are you alright? What are you doing here? Where's the others? Is Missy alright? I'm fine. Everyone else is fine too. Xiao Wei pointed to the shed next door. 2 are playing cards over there. A few others went elsewhere. And Miss, he probably went to sing karaoke with some girls. I didn't pay them any attention. Let them do what they want. Playing cards? Singing karaoke? Secretary Lu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You're all fine, playing cards here, having fun here? He choked on his saliva in his excitement, coughing a few times before continuing, Captain Xiao, this is. What time is it? If you're alright, just go back to the safe zone and let them know. The district chief is worried sick. He even said people looking for you a few days ago. It was Captain Li leading the team. Did you see them? I saw them, and they're fine. Xiao Wei still had a cheerful expression. It's perfectly safe here. What's the rush? This was the kind of thing Captain Xiao, the most powerful person in the Lango safe zone, would say? Could he be possessed? Secretary Lu wanted to swear, but Xiao Wei turned around, picked a peach, and handed it to him. Look at you, panting so much. Here, have a peach to calm your nerves. I eat your peach. Secretary Lu forcefully threw the peach away. Xiao Wei froze, his smile vanishing instantly. He glanced at Secretary Lu indifferently, bent down, and picked up the peach from the ground. Secretary Lu, you went too far. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't take it out on a peach. Apologize to the peach god. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. Secretary Lu seemed to see again Xiao Wei's decisive and efficient manner when fighting zombies in the safe zone, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I'm not taking it out on the peach. I'm angry at you. Captain Xiao, how could you say such irresponsible things? What peach god, are you out of your mind? Xiao Wei ignored what Secretary Lu said, simply looking at him expressionlessly. Apologize. And at some point, the group of people playing cards in the nearby shed also came out, all expressionless, surrounding Secretary Lu, mechanically repeating the word apology. What's going on here? Secretary Lu looked to He Ying for help. He Ying mouthed to him, apologize. So Secretary Lu turned around and bowed respectfully to the peach in Xiao Wei's hand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Please be magnanimous, and don't hold it against me. Seeing that he had apologized to the peach, the others immediately dispersed and went back to their card game. Xiao Wei's smile returned. It's good that you know your mistake and can correct it. Peach God won't hold it against you. Here, Secretary Lu, have a peach. He shoved the peach into Secretary Lu's hand again. This time, Secretary Lu didn't dare to throw it away and could only respectfully pick it up. He Ying and the others exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. It seemed that this peach was indeed very abnormal. Chapter 57. Xiao Wei handed the peach back to Secretary Lu, then smiled at He Ying and the others. You came with Secretary Lu, right? Then you're all friends. You must be tired from traveling so far. Come on, try some of our peaches. Seeing him about to pick more, He Ying stopped him. No need for that. We just finished eating and aren't hungry. Pick some yourselves if you're hungry. Alright, Xiao Wei didn't insist. Don't be shy, eat as many as you want, pick as much as you like. He Ying nodded. She had been secretly observing Xiao Wei, the strongest ability user in the Langzhou safe zone, but hadn't sensed any aura of power from him. Aside from his firm stance, when making Secretary Lu apologize, Xiao Wei appeared completely relaxed and unguarded, like one of those retired elderly people sunbathing in their apartment complex before the apocalypse. He Ying even suspected that even if she attacked now, Xiao Wei might not be able to react. And she did just that. She used her supernatural ability to conjure a flame at her fingertips, then, feigning an accident, flicked it towards Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei indeed didn't react immediately. It wasn't until the flame ignited his coat that he realized he needed to extinguish it. He Ying's actions weren't discreet, and Xiao Wei naturally saw that the flame came from her hand, but he wasn't angry. He took off his coat, threw it on the ground, stomped on it a few times to put out the fire, shook off the dirt, put it back on, and then looked at He Ying. You're a superhuman, you know. Let me tell you, it's best to use your abilities sparingly in this peach orchard. Hurting others or yourself is a minor matter, but if you accidentally damage a peach tree, the consequences could be much worse. That's it? He Ying blinked. Shouldn't she be questioning whether she did it on purpose, what her real purpose was? But Xiao Wei seemed completely uninterested, offering only a brief reminder before falling silent. Someone inside called Xiao Wei. He responded, then turned to Secretary Lu and instructed, They must be short of players for a card game. I go ahead. You and your friends can wander around as you please. Remember, absolutely no disrespect to the Peach Goddess. Secretary Lu was filled with questions and a little intimidated by him, so she quickly nodded. Okay, go ahead. Secretary Lu naturally didn't dare eat the peaches Xiaowei gave her. Holding them felt like holding a hot potato. As soon as the person left, she quickly put the peaches back under the tree, this time carefully arranging them without dropping them. Captain He, what's going on? Is Captain Xiao possessed? It'd better be possessed, Song Xia interjected. Otherwise, if the strongest ability user in Langzhou's safe zone is like this, I'm really worried about the future of humanity. Stop talking nonsense, He Ying glared at her. Secretary Lu, don't worry, let's check on the others. The two groups from Langzhou's safe zone totaled 13 people. They saw 5 of them again. A few others had probably run quite far and couldn't be found immediately, but they were said to be alive and well. These 5 people gave off the exact same feeling as Xiaowei. If you said they were abnormal, they were physically healthy, conscious, and spoke logically, you couldn't see anything wrong with them. But if you said they were normal, their behavior was completely incomprehensible. Xiaowei had just had his clothes burned by He Ying, and then turned around and went to play cards without a care. Then, there was Yan Bingxing's niece. When they found her, she was dancing with a group of girls, accompanied by drums, dancing with great enthusiasm. If they were all pleasure-seeking people, hiding here to have fun wouldn't be entirely incomprehensible. But they were all highly skilled individuals carefully trained by the safe zone, all sent out on missions, even prepared to sacrifice themselves. This behavior was highly abnormal. And when Taozi was mentioned, they all transformed into fervent devotees of hers. After meeting these 5 people, He Ying and her teammates gathered to discuss the matter. So the problem still lies with the peach, Song Xia said, fiddling with a peach in her hand. Boss, didn't the post station provide a sample before from City C? Did they analyze anything? Probably not, otherwise the higher-ups would have given us an explanation. Sending the peach to the safe zone for testing now would take too much time, so there's only one way, Song Xia said, bringing the peach closer to her lips. I sacrifice myself and test it out to see what kind of magic this peach has. If something goes wrong, boss, you guys hurry up. Knock me out and take me away, maybe I can still be saved. A teammate chimed in from the side. I think you just want to eat them. Song Xia didn't deny it at all. I really want to eat them. So many peaches are hanging right in front of us. The aroma of peaches is everywhere. I don't believe you guys don't want to eat them. These peaches were considered top-grade fruit even before the apocalypse. For them, who hadn't eaten fresh fruit since the apocalypse, it was like a table full of delicious food in front of them, but they couldn't eat it. Who could resist that? Several people subconsciously swallowed. See? It's not just me who's craving it, Song Xia shrugged. Anyway, someone has to try, so let me do it. She winked at He Ying, who hesitated for a moment before nodding. Someone definitely needs to try, so... Ignoring the expectant Song Xia, He Ying pointed to another teammate beside her. Tan Liang, you try. Why? Song Xia was indignant. I suggested it first. Why won't I try? Boss, you're biased. She wanted to enjoy the fruits of her labor openly too. He Ying soothed her. Our important supplies are all in your space. You can't let anything happen to you. Oh! Once reasoned with, Song Xia had nothing more to say. Teammate Tan Liang, however, paused. This sounded strange, as if he could just get hurt. But he wasn't unhappy with the arrangement. He Ying's decision wasn't out of disregard for her teammates' lives. The peaches definitely had a problem, but it wasn't the kind that would immediately cause death. After all, so many people in the orchard ate them every day and were still alive and well. Once the person chosen to taste it was chosen, the others immediately picked a large basket of peaches from a nearby tree, washed them, and piled them in front of Tan Liang, watching him eat with eager anticipation. Tan Liang grabbed a peach and took a bite. It was the kind of crisp peach he liked, crisp, tender, juicy, and sweet. Delicious. He opened his mouth wide and devoured a large peach in a few bites, leaving only the pit. The others squatted beside him anxiously, asking, How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Tan Liang grunted, I ate too fast. I don't feel anything. I just know it's delicious. I try again. He quickly finished the second peach. Now how do you feel? I try another one. Having devoured 6 large peaches in one go, no one else bothered to ask any more questions, but Tan Liang suddenly clutched his stomach. Oh no, my stomach's starting to hurt. These peaches really are something wrong. Song Xia rolled her eyes. Of course. Who can eat 6 large peaches in one go without a stomachache? Each one weighs almost half a pound. Even a pig couldn't eat as much as you. He Ying also looked Tan Liang up and down. Besides the stomachache, is anything else wrong? Okay, seems not. Tan Liang gritted his teeth and forced out the words. Captain, I really can't take it anymore. I need to go take care of something. He then clutched his stomach and rushed towards the toilet. Food was scarce in the apocalypse. Even if they weren't short of supplies, they had to be careful with their food. They all developed small appetites. Suddenly eating like that was bound to upset their stomachs. He didn't seem to have any other discomfort. Could the peaches be okay? He Ying thought to herself, watching his retreating figure. However, problems arose the next day. The peach orchard was deserted, devoid of zombies, mutated plants, or even insects. It was remarkably peaceful. They pitched their tents and slept under the trees that night. The next morning, Song Xia prepared breakfast for everyone, only to find one person missing. Where's Tan Liang? Isn't he eating breakfast? After searching everywhere, she finally called out loudly to get him to come out. Tan Liang was asleep in a peach tree. What are you doing? I thought something had happened to you, Song Xia shouted from under the tree. Come down here, breakfast is ready. Tan Liang, holding a half-eaten peach with juice still on his lips, said, there are peaches to eat, no need for breakfast. Why go down? It's nice up there. I like staying in trees. Are you a monkey? Stay up in the tree, I bring you down. Song Xia reached out to pull him down, but He Ying stopped her from the side. Wait, Tan Liang isn't acting right. What's wrong with him? I think he's just asking for trouble, Song Xia muttered, but ultimately didn't pull him down. The rising sun shone directly on them, from the opposite side. He Ying squinted and asked Tan Liang in the tree, do you remember your name? Tan Liang gave her are you stupid? Look. Of course I remember, my name is Tan Liang. Then do you remember why you came here? To investigate the peaches. And what are you doing now? Picking peaches to eat, I'm hungry. Why climb the tree to pick them? Can't you just pick them from below? I climb because I want to. Do you remember the task I gave you yesterday? What task? Wasn't it just to eat peaches? Ugh, why do you ask so many questions? Tan Liang slid down the peach tree, seemingly annoyed by He Ying's questions, and didn't want to talk to her anymore. He ran into the nearby shed and talked to the people inside. When does the game start today? Count me in. He actually went inside to find someone to play cards. Song Xia was about to retort when she was stunned by his gaze. Boss, what's wrong with Tan Liang? Is he possessed too? He Ying's expression was serious. Looks like the peaches are working. To further verify the adverse effects of eating peaches, she didn't immediately stop Tan Liang's attempt and let him continue eating peaches for 2 more days. Although Tan Liang was impatient with her constant questioning on the first day, he still had some team spirit. Even after playing cards until dark, he remembered to sneak back to their tent to sleep. The next day, the situation changed again. Tan Liang disappeared without a trace, seemingly forgetting his teammates were waiting for him. Like a wild horse, he didn't return that night. Comparing Tan Liang's and Xiao Wei's different behaviors before and after eating the peaches, we can roughly deduce the effects of the peaches. It's like giving one's rationality a powerful relaxant. To put it nicely, it lets go of all burdens and defenses, allowing one to focus on enjoyment. To put it bluntly, it empties the mind, making one think of nothing serious. Moreover, these peaches always make you want to eat more, and the more you eat, the more relaxed your mind becomes, almost like an addiction. We couldn't let Tan Liang continue to indulge. The rest of the team split up and spent most of the day finding him. At that time, Tan Liang was working out with a few men. They didn't have any professional gym equipment, they just tied a few thick bamboo poles to the peach tree, hanging from them to exercise their arm strength, swinging back and forth like wild monkeys. An older man, about Tan Liang's age, was cheering him on. Keep it up, Tan! Just 10 more minutes. You know, men our age aren't that attractive anymore. Girls who want to have kids and be mothers prefer young, handsome guys. We're not competitive, they won't even give us a second glance. If we could get a good physique, maybe we could compete with the younger guys. Tan Liang, hanging from the bamboo pole, nodded firmly. Thanks for the advice, Brother Ding. I do my best. The other teammates, He Ying leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered a few words. Lin Yu nodded. I understand. She strode to the bamboo pole, grabbed Tan Liang by the collar, and lifted him off the pole like a chick. What are you doing? Let me go! Tan Liang struggled and shouted to the others nearby, don't just stand there. Brother Ding, save me. Brother Ding actually wanted to save him, but Lin Yu said seriously, I have some private matters with him. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. Oh. Her words elicited ambiguous smiles from several people, leaving Lin Yu bewildered, unsure of what they were imagining. Brother Ding even shoved Tan Liang and winked at him. Kid, you're lucky. Okay, we won't interfere. We wish you all the best. Lin Yu, carrying Tan Liang, walked back to the tent under the tree. Boss, we brought him back. What's next? Seeing her carry the 100-pound man so effortlessly, He Ying raised an eyebrow. Who said brute force is useless? It's clearly very useful. These next few days will be tough on you. Keep a close eye on Tan Liang, don't let him run around, and especially don't let him eat any more peaches. Shiyu, you help Lin Yu keep an eye on him too. Tan Liang sacrificed himself to test the poison, now it's time for him to quit. However, the quitting process was easier than He Ying had expected. For the first 2 days, Tan Liang threw a tantrum, begging for peaches, but Lin Yu and Song Shiyu stopped him flawlessly, preventing him from getting a single bite. However, when he was really hungry, he would eat other food offered to him, although he would complain as he ate. Tan Liang didn't show any other physical abnormalities, he just didn't want to do anything, and his heart was pounding with a craving for peaches. By the 3rd day, the peaches' appeal to Tan Liang had significantly decreased. He wasn't as disgusted with normal food anymore, and the rationality suppressed by the peaches had returned somewhat. These peaches are incredibly addictive, and forcibly weaning them off wouldn't seem difficult. Judging solely from Tan Liang's reaction, He Ying might not have taken the harm of peaches too seriously. However, in the past few days, they discovered something else far more significant. First, the peach orchard is constantly expanding. While it might not be able to run so dramatically without legs, the rate of expansion is truly astonishing. Their SUV, originally parked about 20 meters from the orchard, was now under the peach trees when they checked yesterday. They sleep in tents under the peach trees at night, and the next morning, they find the tents in a different location. The orchard is so vast, and there are so many peach trees, that it's impossible to tell at a glance which tree has grown taller or larger, but it's certain that the orchard is continuously expanding its territory. Furthermore, they discovered that a small religion has developed within this peach orchard, worshipping a peach god as their savior. This religion believes that the peach garden is the final paradise sent to humankind by the peach god. Only by obeying the peach god's call, offering oneself as fertilizer and soil to nourish the peach trees, and allowing the peach trees to cover the earth, can humanity possibly be saved. Human birth, aging, sickness, death, and even the birth of a newborn are all imbued with the religious significance of following the peach god to fulfill a mission, and the corpses of the deceased become fertilizer to nourish the peach trees. Although there are no signs of malicious manipulation at present, if it is exploited by someone with ulterior motives, it will be a huge hidden danger. These 2 discoveries sounded an alarm for He Ying. The matter of the peach garden must be handled with utmost care, and cannot be ignored. Seeing that Tan Liang had almost recovered, He Ying had Lin Yu use the same method to kidnap Xiao Wei, and take him back to the Langzhou safe zone. Since the others couldn't be taken away at once, Yin Bingsheng would have to rescue them himself. The investigation results should be reported back to the central safe zone first. How to handle it will depend on the decision from above. While He Ying and others were investigating peaches in Tao County, Sang Kankan chose a dark and windy night, and embarked on another journey with her dog. Chapter 58. Sang Kankan drove south with the dog in the car. The vegetation on the highway was much more abundant than before, a sea of green that was pleasing to the eye, but unfortunately, this was not something to be happy about in the apocalypse. Previously, only mutated plants on the roadside could spread, but now large patches of weeds had sprung up even in the middle of the road, likely carried by wind or rain, their seeds taking root and sprouting. These plants had undergone some degree of mutation, though at a low level, and hadn't yet shown obvious aggression. However, when the tires drove over them, a pulling force could be felt. Many of the weeds were thorny, a few punctures would cause tire blowouts. The rampant growth of plants was causing significant damage to the road surface. Cracks a finger or 2 wide were commonplace. Sometimes, the car would suddenly sink into the ground, and upon getting out, it would be discovered that the plant roots had hollowed out a section of the concrete. It seemed likely that in a while, the highway would be difficult to drive on normally. This time, Sang Kankan's destination was Jiancheng, over 400 kilometers away. Jiancheng is the provincial capital, and the closest transportation hub in the surrounding area. Before the apocalypse, its permanent population exceeded 10 million, and the number of survivors after the apocalypse should also be considerable, making it suitable as the next transit point. Although the roads were difficult, fortunately, once she released her aura, zombies and mutated animals wouldn't attack her. She also had the system storage to freely store and retrieve vehicles. If a vehicle was damaged, she could simply send it to the system for recycling and replace it with a new one to continue her journey. The weather was also good along the way, with no wind or rain, so it didn't take much time. Even so, it took them 3 days to travel over 400 kilometers. Sang Kankan was a novice driver, and relying on her invincibility, she drove recklessly, practically flying the car. Her dog, who was in the car with her, suffered terribly. Being large, it didn't want to sit alone in the back and insisted on squeezing into the passenger seat. After 3 days, it was curled up in the seat, too tired to move, and would rush out and vomit violently every time the car stopped. Ah! You two-legged beast, do you even know how to drive? If not, let the dog drive next time. Sang Kankan looked at its paws, and silently swallowed her disgusted words. Never mind, it suffered too, I shouldn't hurt its pride. She didn't know the exact location of the Jiangcheng safe zone, so she found an exit with few zombies on the highway and drove towards the place with the strongest human scent. A level 4 zombie's ability to sniff out prey was still reliable. After driving only 3 or 4 kilometers, just after turning an intersection, they saw a roadblock. Several people stood beside the roadblock waving red flags, seemingly signaling them to stop. Jiangcheng security seemed stricter than other places. The other party had already seen their car, turning back now would be even more suspicious. Fortunately, Sang Kankan had been disguised the whole way, so nothing could be seen from a distance. She quickly took out her rabbit costume, put it on, and continuously activated her supernatural abilities. The car stopped in front of the roadblock. The man holding the flag walked to the window and knocked. Sang Kankan opened the window. You are? The man knocked on the passenger side window. As soon as the window opened, the first thing he saw was a large dog filling the entire passenger seat, strapped in with a seatbelt and looking at him innocently. The man was startled. Looking into the driver's seat, he saw Sang Kankan wearing a rabbit headgear. The man was startled again. There are quite a few people in this car. Ahem, the man looked at Sang Kankan. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Identity verification is required to enter the Jiangcheng safe zone. Please answer truthfully. Sang Kankan immediately started making up a story. I came from Langzhou, here to do some business. It was actually a woman, and her voice sounded quite young. The man's expression shifted slightly. What kind of business? Do you know there's a Sang family in Langzhou? I bought some goods from the inn, and came here to sell, just to earn a little money. Sang family inn? The man frowned. He hadn't heard of the inn, but he could clearly see that there was only one person and one dog in the car, and the trunk was small. It probably couldn't hold much. Are you a space age ability user? Sang Kankan nodded, took a pack of cigarettes from the system's inventory, and handed it out the car window. These were cigarettes she collected before. The pack was a little wrinkled, so she hadn't entered them, and they'd been sitting with a bunch of odds and ends. Brother, could you do me a favor? The man's face lit up instinctively at the sight of the cigarettes, but he didn't take them, still looking at her seriously. Take off your hood. Couldn't she fool him? Sang Kankan pressed the hood tightly, and shook her head vigorously. The hood can't be taken off. I'm sick. I have a disease that prevents me from being exposed to light. I die if I'm exposed to light. What nonsense! Are you taking it off yourself, or should I? Really, you can't take it off. The man's face darkened. He walked to the driver's side, and reached out to remove Sang Kankan's hood. His throat was directly in front of Sang Kankan's eyes. Sang Kankan resisted the urge to bite down, pressing the hood down hard. You can't take it off. You really can't take it off. Seeing Sang Kankan being bullied, the dog barked and pounced, forcefully throwing the man out of the car. Sang Kankan seized the opportunity to close the window, quickly started the car, and drove back. A nearby person noticed the situation and approached. What happened? The man got up from the ground, slapping his sore backside in embarrassment and anger, and pointed at the rear of Sang Kankan's car, shouting, Captain Fong, the person in the car refuses to be inspected, very suspicious. Captain Fong's expression hardened. Chase them. 3 cars pursued them. Sang Kankan floored the accelerator, speeding away like a blur, then turned a corner, letting the dog out of the car and telling it to find a place to hide on its own before continuing her reckless speed. The pursuers weren't as fearless as her, and the distance slowly widened. But being chased indefinitely wasn't sustainable. Sang Kankan drove around several corners, pulled into an abandoned residential complex, looked around, then quickly parked the car, gathered all her clothes, and jumped into the complex's murky swimming pool. She sank without even a bubble forming. 3 cars followed her, stopping outside the complex. By the time Captain Fong and his men rushed in, the ripples in the swimming pool had subsided. The group searched the entire complex. It was a gated community with fences all around, and the entrances to most of the residential buildings were locked. There were no signs of forced entry. They were only less than 2 minutes late. That shouldn't have been enough time for her to unlock the doors. The group checked every corner of the complex, even stirring the swimming pool with bamboo poles. They also dealt with 3 zombies and discovered several skeletal corpses, but they couldn't find Sang Kankan anywhere. Where's the car? Where's she? We clearly saw her drive in broad daylight. Could it be a ghost? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Captain Fong called over the man who had interacted with Sang Kankan. Who exactly is she? What did you find out? She said she came from Langzhou, bought some things from some post station, and brought them here to resell. Sang Family Post Station? Yes, that's it, Sang Family Post Station. Captain Fong held a high position in the Jiangcheng safe zone and had heard of the post station. He frowned upon hearing this. What does she look like? I don't even know what she looks like. She was wearing a rabbit headgear, and she wouldn't take it off when I asked her to, the man said, a little aggrieved, seeing the doubt in Captain Fong's eyes. She also had a dog, a big, fierce one. I was attacked by the dog and fell down, which is how she managed to escape. Langzhou, Captain Fong narrowed his eyes. Keep searching. I refused to believe she grew wings and flew away. But they searched until almost dark without finding her. They had rushed out and weren't prepared to spend the night outside, so Captain Fong had to order everyone to retreat. The man still didn't want to give up. Should we stop looking for her? Captain Fong said expressionlessly, we don't know what she looks like, we don't know her identity, and we lost her right under our noses. How are we supposed to find her? Hearing this, the man didn't dare say a word. It was his fault. Sang Kankan lay at the bottom of the swimming pool, pretending to be dead. Even after hearing the car start and sensing that all human presence had left, she still didn't leave immediately. After a while, until it was pitch black, she carefully climbed out of the pool. This was the first time Sang Kankan had been chased so closely by humans. But she didn't feel nervous. In fact, she was a little excited. Anyway, she had plenty of ways to escape. If all else failed, she could play dead. However, this Jiangcheng safe zone didn't seem easy to breach. Should she still keep her open? Sang Kankan pondered this while wiping the water off her bones. Suddenly, 2 points of light flashed in the corner of her vision. The 2 firefly-like points of light appeared for only a moment before disappearing. If Sang Kankan hadn't had excellent night vision, she wouldn't have noticed them at all. Could it be that humans had installed cameras here to monitor her? She hadn't sensed any movement before. Sang Kankan walked slowly towards the location where the lights had appeared. She didn't find any cameras, but she vaguely heard breathing sounds, fainter and shorter than human voices, probably the sounds of some small animal. Following the direction of the breathing sounds, she moved silently in the darkness. The surroundings were completely silent, and the breathing sounds grew clearer. Suddenly, the 2 points of light reappeared before her eyes. This time, Sang Kankan finally saw clearly what the lights were. Eyes, cat eyes. A cat crouched on the wall a few meters away, watching her warily. Sang Kankan took out her flashlight and shone it. After seeing the cat clearly, she was stunned. She had seen black cats, white cats, and even black and white mixed breed cats, but she had never seen a cat like this. Even in the dim light of night, she could clearly see that this cat was unusual. The left half of the cat's body and its 2 left legs were pure black, blending seamlessly into the darkness. The right half of its body and its 2 right legs were pure white, incongruous with the darkness. Strangely, the boundary between the black and white was a perfectly straight line, as if measured with a ruler, without the slightest deviation. The cat's face was evenly divided into 2 parts, black on the left and white on the right. If you were to call it a black cat or a white cat, this would simply be a black and white cat. The cat's pupils were also different colors. Its left eye was light blue, and its right eye was orange-yellow. This cat didn't have a tail. Stimulated by the flashlight, and noticing Sang Kankan approaching, the black and white cat raised its front legs, its throat trembling slightly, and let out a low growl. Meow. This meow reached Sang Kankan's ears, but the translator rendered it into 2 sounds. Get away. Ah, don't come any closer. Sang Kankan paused. How could this cat not only look schizophrenic, but also meow in a schizophrenic way? She stopped, continuing to unleash her supernatural power on the cat, and meowed at it. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. Whether it was the supernatural power or her words that worked, the black and white cat did seem less wary, and meowed at her again. This meow, too, was translated into two sounds. What are you? You can meow. Although Sang Kankan didn't know the exact workings of the translator, she knew it differentiated sounds based on the speaker's consciousness. In other words, this cat possessed two different consciousnesses simultaneously. Abnormal development? Mutation? Or something else? Sang Kankan couldn't guess. Seeing her silence, the black and white cat meowed again. Get lost if you're not going to talk. Meow again. I am? I used to be human, now I'm a zombie, Sang Kankan meowed back. And what's going on with you two? How did two cats grow together? Her words made the black and white cat jump up, meowing loudly. How did you know? Are you in cahoots with those bad guys? You're amazing. You even figured that out. Those bad guys? Could the black and white cat's condition be artificially created? Sang Kankan wondered. I don't know who those bad guys are, but I can understand what you're saying. I'm hearing two cats' voices. Meow meow meow. You better not be, or I never let you off the hook. Which voice do you think sounds better? Mine is definitely better. One voice was calmer and more composed, the other more innocent and carefree. They were focused on different things, and their conversations became increasingly nonsensical. Sang Kankan didn't know who to reply to first, and the black and white cat obviously realized this as well, even arguing with itself. Meow. Don't speak yet, let me ask him a few questions. Meow. Why should you ask first? I have so many questions to ask too. Meow. I'm asking about important matters. Put your random questions aside for now. Meow. This is serious business too. Why are you being so domineering? Meow. You're the one being unreasonable. Meow. I'm unreasonable? You ugly monster, do you want to fight? Meow. Then let's fight. Whoever wins gets to say what they want. Meow. Fine, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? What Sang Kankan saw was the black and white cat meowing incoherently for a while. Then suddenly its left and right side started fighting. Its left front paws were scratching at its right cheek. Its right hind paws were kicking at its left belly. It was fighting so fiercely and obliviously that it even accidentally fell off the fence. Sang Kankan, which madman tied two perfectly good cats together? They must be crazy. She rushed over to catch the cat, forgetting that she was just a skeleton. When the cat bumped into her, it instinctively hooked its ribs, and suddenly its eyes lit up. Meow. This is fun. So fun. The black and white cat released her ribs, jumped onto her pelvis, slid down her leg bones to the ground, then jumped again, hooked onto her ribs, and slid down again, climbing up and down, having a great time. Sang Kankan, is she being used as a cat tree by the cat now? Maybe you two should just keep arguing. Chapter 59. The black and white cats climbed all over Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan wanted to chase them away, but was afraid of hurting them, so she stood there stunned for a moment. Fortunately, the cat's interest in her came and went quickly. It soon got bored and jumped onto Sang Kankan's head, no longer moving around. This cat looked quite large, but it was mostly fluffy fur, making it feel light and airy on her head, like wearing a hat. It didn't feel heavy at all. Sang Kankan tried to talk to the cat casually. The calm and collected voice mostly responded. The innocent and playful one seemed to have gone to rest after playing, and didn't make much of a sound. Sang Kankan learned that they used to be two cats owned by the same person, one black and one white. The black cat was named Cola, the calm and collected one, and the white cat was named Rice Cake, the innocent and playful one. After the apocalypse, their owner died, and the two little ones became stray cats. Both cats had undergone some degree of mutation, becoming much more intelligent than ordinary cats. They could not only answer Sang Kankan's questions, but also asked her many questions, their intelligence almost comparable to a 5- or 6-year-old human child. Meow. I told you our names, what's yours? My name is Sang Kankan, you can call me Kankan. Meow. Kankan, you said you used to be human, why did you become like this? Were you also harmed by those bad guys? I was bitten by a zombie, and turned into a zombie. Meow. Zombies? Are those smelly, two-legged creatures that run around biting everywhere? That's right. Meow. But you're different from them. You don't smell bad, and you don't bite us. I took a shower, Sang Kankan said, not wanting to continue the conversation. You had some bad guys who hurt you. Who are they? Meow. There were so many bad guys in the safe zone. They captured me and Yin Gao, slashed us a lot, and even sewed us back together. Why did they do that? Meow. How should I know? They're just bad. They captured many people and animals. Is the whole safe zone full of bad guys? How did you escape? Meow. I don't know. We were released by Xiaoba. Xiaoba. Meow. Xiaoba is a mynah bird, our friend. It was also captured by those bad guys. By the way, Can, aren't you amazing? Can you help us rescue Xiaoba? The safe zone that Kaylay mentioned should be the nearest Jiangcheng safe zone. According to it, there seem to be people conducting brutal human and animal modification experiments in the safe zone, and quite a few people are participating in the experiments. She just didn't know if this modification experiment was being conducted covertly by some force within the safe zone, or openly and legitimately with official support. Sang Kankan thought of the group that had chased her during the day. That intersection wasn't far from the safe zone. The apocalypse was different from before. Logically, just guarding the safe zone would require a large number of people. The fact that they had people checking people so far outside the safe zone could only mean the Jiangcheng safe zone was extremely wary of outsiders. Could this be related to their modification experiment? As a zombie, she couldn't possibly accept the check openly. Even entering the safe zone would be difficult. Naturally, she wouldn't easily agree to help the cat rescue the mynah bird, so she simply changed the subject. How long have you been wandering outside? Meow. It got dark 4 times. That's 4 days. What have you been eating these past few days? Meow. Mainly wood. Huh? Sang Kankan was taken aback. You can eat wood? Meow. Yes, you can. All the modified cats in the safe zone eat wood, including Xiaoba, who eats sawdust. Cola jumped from Sang Kankan's head to the ground, wanting to demonstrate how to eat wood, but it forgot that Yen Gao was asleep. Its right side was completely out of its control, and with a thud, the whole cat crashed to the ground, turning into a cat pancake. Sang Kankan, the person who modified them is truly heartless. Cola seemed used to this loss of control. It didn't even feel pain after the fall. It adjusted its position, laid down, and meowed at Sang Kankan. Kankan, find me a piece of wood, I eat it for you. Sang Kankan wanted to feed it some normal food, but since the dog wasn't around, she couldn't break the system rules to feed it directly. So she took a piece of pine wood from the table she chopped off for firewood, and placed it near the black and white cat's mouth. Cola solemnly sniffed it. Meow. This wood is nice clean. The cheap wooden table wasn't even coated with varnish. It was indeed clean. Cola opened its mouth and bit into the pine wood. Because it could only control the left side, its mouth couldn't open very wide, and it only managed to bite off a small piece less than a centimeter long. It chewed a dozen times and swallowed the wood. Sang Kankan stared in disbelief. Wouldn't eating like that cause any problems? However, Cola seemed completely unaffected. It finished it in 1 bite, and even continued eating, continuing for about 10 bites before finally letting out a satisfied burp. Meow. I'm full. This piece of wood tastes better than anything I ever eaten before. Sang Kankan, She didn't know what constituted good or bad taste for wood. She really wanted to find those researchers in the safe zone and ask them what was wrong with them, what they had done to the cats. Moreover, Cola had said that many people in the safe zone ate like this, so one of their modification experiments was to modify the digestive system so that people could digest wood. The system explained, wood's main component is cellulose, a polysaccharide. If it can be digested and absorbed, it can indeed provide the energy needed for survival. This experimental idea is good. What's good about it? Don't you think it's inhumane? Humanity or inhumanity is just a set of rules set by humans. Humans can set new rules at any time. Rather, in order to survive in this constantly evolving plane, humans need to constantly break limitations and create new rules. It sounded like the system actually supported human modification experiments in the safe zone. Sang Kankan couldn't reason with it. Honestly, if she were still human, she would never want to undergo such modifications. Now that she was a zombie, perhaps she shouldn't worry too much. She picked up the black and white cat from the ground, placed it on her head, and slowly walked out of the neighborhood. Meow. Where are you going? To find my dog. We got separated. Previously, she hadn't known the situation, which was why she let the dog run off and hide. Now that she knew the Jiangcheng safe zone was experimenting on animals, Sang Kankan was a little worried. The dog was silly and didn't know to hide from people. If it were captured and used for experiments, it would suffer terribly. Meow. I hate dogs. They're smelly, wild, and stupid. My dog doesn't smell, it takes baths often, it's not wild, and lots of cats like it. The cat didn't respond. Sang Kankan felt a slight tremor above her head, the cat was purring. Cola and Yen Gao were asleep. When they parted, Sang Kankan told the dog not to wander too far. She went back to where the dog had gotten out of the car and called twice, but the dog didn't appear. She knew it wouldn't be so obedient. She should have put a tracking device on it. But Sang Kankan always felt that the dog and she were equals, friends, not owner and pet, so she didn't want to restrict its freedom, and hadn't even given it a name. Now it was a bit inconvenient. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. The dog was probably asleep. Sang Kankan found a shabby newsstand nearby, and took the black and white cat inside to rest for half the night. When she rested, her consciousness would sink into a void, as if the whole world, including herself, no longer existed. When she woke up, everything would return to normal. The next day, Sang Kankan was awakened by a loud argument right next to her ear. Meow. You stinky dog, stay away from Kankan. Meow. Ugly monster, how dare you show your face when you're so ugly? Woof woof woof. You're the ones who should stay away from two-legged creatures, the dog is her friend. Meow. You're talking nonsense, Kankan said her dog is very clean, you're filthy. Meow. Aw, don't come any closer. You stink. Woof woof woof. Get out of the way, I need to wake up the two-legged creatures. Logically, she shouldn't have a headache now, but Sang Kankan's head was throbbing from the noise. She suddenly sat up from the ground. Quiet down, all of you. The cat and dog did quiet down for a moment, but then started barking again in the blink of an eye. Woof woof woof. You two-legged creature, you're finally awake. The dog's hungry, it wants canned food, meow. Kankan, this stinky dog is a liar, claiming it's your dog. Get it out of here, meow. Your name is Kankan? Do you have any wood? I'm hungry too. Stop arguing, one at a time. Sang Kankan looked at the big dog in front of her. You tell me first, what happened to you? She remembered letting out a majestic white dog. What was this dark, murky thing? The dog, touched on a sore spot, whimpered twice beside her legs, looking pitiful. What? The dog encountered a tree monster, and was pulled into a mud pit. You two-legged creature, watched the dog. A tree monster? Is it a mutated plant? Sang Kankan lifted one of the dog's front legs. Are you hurt? Ah. You're not hurt. The dog won and even brought you a gift. The dog stood up and shook itself vigorously, about a dozen times, before finally managing to shake something out of its clump of fur on its back and pushing it towards Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan rinsed it with water. It was a level 2 crystal core. The dog was now level 3, so dealing with level 2 mutated plants should be a piece of cake. Washing the dog was a big undertaking. Sang Kankan put away the crystal core, first taking out a can of meat, opening it, and handing it to the dog. After thinking for a moment, she took out a can of fish, let the dog lick it, opened it, and placed it in front of the black and white cat. The dog wasn't possessive of its food, as long as it had something to eat. It didn't care who Sang Kankan gave it food to. The black and white cat approached the can of food and meowed at her in confusion. What's this? It smells nice. Is it fish? Canned fish, you two try some. The two cats have been raised by humans for a while, so they should have eaten fish before. It's just unknown whether, after being experimentally modified to digest wood, they could still eat normal food. Cola is wary of unfamiliar things. This time, it was the right-hand cat, Rice Cake, who started eating first. It buried its face in the can, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, quickly chewing and swallowing several pieces of fish before Cola could stop it. Meow. You're eating random things again. You give me diarrhea again. Meow. Diarrhea is diarrhea. This fish is so delicious. Can you eat anything other than wood? Sang Kankan asked. Cola answered her while Rice Cake stopped eating. Some things are okay, some aren't. It's hard to say. However, they quickly learned that canned fish was unsafe food. Yen Gao wolfed down most of a can of fish, and had barely stopped to rest when her stomach rumbled. Meow. I told you shouldn't eat like that. You're going to get diarrhea again. Meow. So what if it's delicious? I eat it again next time. Seeing the black and white cat stumble out of the newsstand to relieve itself under a tree, Sang Kankan was speechless. The thoughts of cats were truly beyond her comprehension as a zombie. Chapter 60. After the black and white cats returned from their diarrhea, Sang Kankan gave them the pine logs they hadn't finished with yesterday's cola. This time, they didn't have any problems. After the dog and cats were full, Sang Kankan took out a large bucket of water and a large brush and scrubbed the dog clean. By this time, it was already bright outside. After the recent torrential rain, every day was sunny. The dog jumped and skipped around in the sun, and its fur quickly dried, making it a majestic dog again. Afraid that someone would hear the noise and come looking for them, Sang Kankan packed up her things and left the newsstand with the cat and dog. It's said that cats and dogs are natural enemies, and it seems to be true after the mutation. However, the dog was carefree. After eating and washing its fill, it had no worries. Even when the cat bared its teeth at it, it didn't get angry and would occasionally go up to play with the cat, nudging it with its nose. The cat really disliked the dog. Even after Sang Kankan washed it clean, it still looked down on it. If the dog tried to get close, the cat would unleash its furious paws, giving it a merciless beating. However, the cat was small and not very strong, so its paws were like tickles to the dog, making the dog even happier. The dog and the cat, or perhaps two, seemed to be playfully fighting, yet there was a strange harmony between them. Sang Kankan didn't force the cat to come with her, but as she set off, the cat jumped onto her head, cleverly disguising itself as a hat. It seemed that Kola and Yen Gao had reached an agreement and decided to follow her. This time, Sang Kankan didn't drive. It was too conspicuous, and she didn't want to be chased again. After hearing about the human modification lab in Jiangqing safe zone from the black and white cats, and witnessing their ability to devour wood, Sang Kankan's curiosity was piqued. She wanted to gather more information about the modification experiments, partly to conduct market research for her in. Because Sang Kankan belatedly realized that these modification experiments were, in a sense, cutting off her source of income. Food was the most in-demand resource in the apocalypse, and it was also the best-selling item at the various inns. Therefore, if the people in Jiangqing safe zone had undergone the experiments and could survive on wood, or even be unable to eat normal food, then her in business here would likely be poor. So first, she needed to figure out the scale of these modification experiments, whether the public in the safe zone was aware of them, and whether they supported them. The bunny suit had already been spotted, so this time Sang Kankan wore two oversized hooded sweatshirts, covering her head with the hoods, and then a mask and large sunglasses, almost completely obscuring her face. She wore 2 layers of gloves, and 2 layers of loose sweatpants, to avoid revealing her bone structure. This way, unless someone got very close, they shouldn't realize she wasn't human. Sang Kankan bypassed the previous intersection, but she sensed through her aura that there were patrols at more than just that one intersection around the Jiangqing safe zone. Almost all the major intersections leading to the safe zone by car were guarded by patrol teams. Only a few overgrown paths were unguarded. Sang Kankan avoided the checks and slowly approached the safe zone. In other safe zones, she would always see groups of survivors clearing zombies or gathering supplies, but she didn't see any in Jiangqing. She did encounter some zombies, and although there were few animals, she could occasionally see them. But apart from the patrol teams, she didn't see anyone else. Did the survivors in the Jiangqing safe zone not need to go out? This was another unusual thing. The security outside was already so tight, the checks to enter the safe zone would only be stricter. She couldn't possibly pass through the checks and enter the safe zone. In the past, she relied on eavesdropping on conversations or reviewing the inn surveillance footage to gather information, but now there were hardly any people outside, making it very inconvenient for her. Finally, Sang Kankan decided to target a patrol team. She hid in a spot where she could hear them, but wouldn't be detected, leaning against a dog, petting a cat, and lying down to openly eavesdrop. It was lunchtime, and the patrol team members gathered to eat. What are we having today? More salted vegetable pancakes. I'm sick of them. It's good to have pancakes. Many people can't even get porridge. You're being picky. You don't know how lucky you are. I just wanted a change. Never mind, never mind. The patrol team members chatted for a few moments before going to eat their pancakes, with only the sounds of swallowing filling the air. Sang Kankan also took out food for the dog and cat. The dog ate sausages, the cat gnawed on wood, and she herself took out a few crystal cores and began to absorb them. Someone asked again, "Hey, where's the captain? Why didn't he come for lunch? Are you forgetful? The captain doesn't eat the same food as us." Huh? The person who asked the question paused for a moment before realizing, "Oh right, I almost forgot. The captain is one of the chosen ones. He doesn't need to eat these ordinary foods anymore. You have such a bad memory. You get into trouble sooner or later." There was another sound of swallowing and drinking water. Another person spoke again. So many people lined up, only 20 were chosen, and the captain just happened to be selected. His luck is unbelievable. I just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. If it were a bad thing, would so many people be lining up? The others aren't stupid. I'd like to join the line too, but I'm not eligible. But it's turned out like that. The person lowered their voice. Not eating, just eating wood. Is that really a good thing? They're not even human anymore. Food is already scarce, and it will only get scarcer. Those of us with regular jobs might run out of food at any time, not to mention the rest of us. Modifying our bodies to adapt to the environment, like the captain did, is the inevitable trend. This is just the first step. Whether we look human or not isn't that important. It's better than starving to death. But I heard a rumor. The person lowered their voice even further. Do you know what that modification is all about? It's transplanting a pig's stomach into a human's. How about a pig's stomach? What? Mutant pigs have a much stronger digestive system than humans. Unfortunately, the experiment isn't mature yet, and it might even cause people to reject normal food. I heard the research lab is still improving it, and in the future, it might even be able to digest mud, coal, and plastic. That would be amazing. Ugh, I can't explain it to you clearly, but just thinking about that scene makes me. A stern voice interrupted their conversation. What are you talking about? Let me hear it too. Aw, Captain, nothing. Nothing, just chatting. What brings you here? Have you eaten? Mind your own business, the captain sneered. Once you've eaten, go keep watch on the road. Don't say things you shouldn't say, don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in, and do your job. Yes, yes. The patrol members responded meekly, quickly finishing the remaining flatbread and dispersing. Sang Kankan hid a short distance away, intently eavesdropping on their conversation. Transplanting a pig's stomach into a human to enhance digestion. The person who came up with this idea is quite something. And judging from their attitude, such modification experiments are at least semi-public in Jiangqing's safe zone, with many people even vying to volunteer and participate. They said the stomach modification was just the first step. What kind of humans do they want to modify? Sang Kankan stroked her black and white cat. These two cats were probably victims of the earlier animal experiments. Not only were their stomachs modified, but they were also Frankenstein's monsters. The person who performed the surgery on them must have been highly skilled. She became interested in the laboratory, in the safe zone. Eavesdropping like this was too inefficient. Was there any way to go in and see for herself? Sang Kankan tried to use her not-so-bright brain. There was a way, but it was a bit scary. The system had said that her consciousness was concentrated in her brain. As long as her head wasn't damaged, injuries to her other limbs could be healed. This seemed like something she could use. Sang Kankan verified her guess, and found her method reliable. She sat up, put down the black and white cats she was holding, and let them sit facing the dog. I have to leave for a few days. You three stay outside and look after each other, okay? Woof woof. Where are you going? The dog wants to come too. Meow. With this stinky dog? I don't want to. Meow. Me neither. Sang Kankan tugged at the dog's arm. I'm going into the safe zone. I can't take you with me. Stay outside by yourself. I leave you some food. Hide it well, and eat it slowly. Don't go out during the day. Be careful not to get caught. And don't go near anyone. Meow. Are you going to the safe zone? Meow. Really? The cat responded before the dog, and surprisingly, they said the same thing. Can you rescue Xiao Ba? Xiao Ba is their Mina bird friend, and the two little ones are quite loyal. If I see it, I try my best to rescue it. Woof woof. How many days are you going to be gone, you two-legged creature? Leave me plenty of canned food. Okay, I leave you plenty. Sang Kankan didn't know how many days she'd be gone. This time it was all about the thrill. She took out about 10 days worth of food for the dog, bread, canned food, sausages, packed in a large bag, and hung it around the dog's neck. Anyway, the dog can tear open packaging by itself now. She also left a lot of water, the kind of bagged water specifically for animals, which you can just puncture and drink. Find a place to hide this stuff. Don't eat it all in one day, you choke. She felt the dog was very likely to do something like that, and still a little worried after giving the instructions, she brought out a small pile of firewood for the cat. This is for you too. Please keep an eye on it for me. Don't let it do anything stupid. The black and white cat's gaze swept over the dog, her, and the firewood on the ground several times before finally nodding reluctantly in agreement. Meow. Okay, I watched the stinky dog for you. Go, and come back quickly. Meow. We must rescue Xiao Ba. After settling the dog and cat, Sang Kankan went out alone and quietly made her way to where the patrol team's cars were parked. They had driven out in 2 cars, and the doors weren't fully closed, so she could get in at any time in case of an emergency. Sang Kankan used her corpse-controlling technique to make several low-level zombies wandering nearby approach, distracting the patrol team, and then slipped into one of the cars. After getting into the car, she quickly stripped off all her clothes and stored them in the system's inventory. She then crawled into the trunk using both hands and feet and began disassembling her body parts. Her legs could be removed, as could her pelvis and spine, and her arms and shoulder blades. She had tested this before. She could easily reattach them after removing them. The removed limbs were all inanimate parts, which she stored in the system's inventory, leaving only her head. Sang Kankan controlled her head to roll it under a plastic rainproof sheet in the trunk, hiding herself completely. Chapter 61. The patrol team was completely unaware that someone was there. A zombie was hiding in their car. After dealing with the few zombies that Sang Kankan had attracted, they continued to stake out the intersection for several more hours before driving away when their shift changed at night. Sang Kankan, now just a skull, obediently stayed in the trunk of the car, following them into the Jiancheng safe zone. Clang, clang, clang. The road was uneven, and Sang Kankan, with only her head, had difficulty maintaining her balance, bumping into things every now and then in the trunk. Fortunately, the car was old and inherently noisy, so the people inside didn't notice anything amiss. "What are you hiding in your chest?" "It's bulging," the two people in the back seat said. "Shh, keep your voice down." The person being questioned covered the mouth of the person asking the question. "I found something good, but if the captain finds out, it'd be confiscated." "The captain's in the car up ahead, he can't hear us." "Don't worry, everyone in the car is a good brother, they keep it a secret." The person in the front seat chimed in. "What good stuff?" "Everyone gets a share." "I found a bottle of wine, a good old brand." "Really? Let me see." "Wow, it's Fakian, a type of Chinese liquor, I wonder if it's spoiled." "Let me taste it for you first." "You can't drink it now. The captain has a sharp nose, he smell it." "I won't drink it, I just smell it through the bottle." "You're lucky, kid, you found out." "Why don't you sell it to me?" "You're not addicted to alcohol." "Even if I'm not addicted, I want a few sips." "I haven't had any for months." "All the brothers are coming over to my house tonight, let's have a go." "Anyway, it'd be confiscated if we were found out, so let's just drink it all." "True brothers, loyal indeed." The man who had spoken earlier turned around, half his body reaching into the trunk, and stuffed a bottle of liquor under the tarpaulin covering Sang Kankan, right in front of her eyes. "Why did you hide it?" another man asked. "We need to search you to enter the safe zone." "Oh, I almost forgot, you have to hide it well." Sang Kankan was heartless right now, otherwise her heart would definitely be pounding with nervousness. That man had almost found her head. As they approached the safe zone, the car slowed down, and someone ahead shouted for them to get out. "Get out and be searched. Anyone with contraband, hand it over now. If we find anything, we won't let you off easily." The patrol team was checking others outside, and they would be checked again upon returning to the safe zone. Just as Sang Kankan had expected, the Jiancheng safe zone was heavily guarded. Upon entering the safe zone, wave after wave of human presence flooded Sang Kankan's consciousness, some bland, some foul-smelling, and others mouth-watering. This was probably the first time, since becoming a zombie, that she had ventured so deep into a crowd of people. Several footsteps approached her car, then someone roughly pulled open the door, apparently to search it. Just as the trunk was opened, the man who had hidden the liquor earlier came out to stop them. "Brother son? You're on guard duty today, huh? Thanks for your hard work." "Oh, it's your car." Brother son glanced at the trunk. "What's in there?" "Nothing much, just some junk I picked up outside, trying to tidy up the house." "No contraband, is there?" No, I promise there's nothing." Brother son reached for a corner of the tarpaulin, about to lift it to look, when the person next to him suddenly yelled, "Ah!" "What are you yelling about?" Brother son looked at him suspiciously. "I think I just saw a mouse run by, but I must have been mistaken, haha, my eyes are tired and playing tricks on me." "Brother son, have you looked carefully? There's really nothing in our car." Unfortunately, Brother son hadn't forgotten what he was supposed to do, and reached for the tarpaulin again, the person next to him so anxious he almost shoved him aside. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared at the entrance to the safe zone. "Warning! An important experimental subject has escaped from the laboratory. All security personnel, immediately take your positions, and strictly seal off the safe zone. The experimental subject must not be allowed to escape. Warning!" The alarm sounded 3 times in a row. Brother son still couldn't lift the tarpaulin, spitting on the ground. Who knows what escaped this time? They're just causing trouble every day. While he was putting his hand away, the person next to him quickly closed the trunk. "Brother son, you worked hard. Go ahead and get busy." We probably have to work overtime on a mission when we get back. Okay, you guys go in quickly, don't block the way outside. Understood. As soon as the alarm sounded, everyone at the safe zone entrance sprang into action, and Sang Kankan's car started moving again. The people in the car started talking about the experimental subject escape. I wonder what kind of experimental subject escape this time. Probably some cat or dog again. It happens every few days, I'm used to it. But this time it seems like a bigger operation. They said they completely seal off the safe zone. It's not like we haven't sealed them before. Luckily, one of the test subjects escaped, otherwise my hidden liquor would have been discovered. That Sun Chow is really hard to fool. He's very shrewd, he probably just wants to get something out of you. I can see that, but I'm not going to let him have his way. It was indeed a bit dangerous just now. Sang Kankan looked at the liquor bottles hidden under the tarpaulin and, taking advantage of the sudden stop of the car, knocked the bottles out of the tarpaulin. Seemingly afraid of being discovered by the other teammates, the man didn't immediately come to get the liquor after parking. He went back with the others first, and only returned to the parking lot a while later, opening the trunk. How did the alcohol spill out? I remember covering it with a cloth. A person who had come with her said, it probably slid out due to inertia. Lao Sen's driving isn't very steady. Probably. Never mind, let's go back and drink. Sang Kankan hid in the car trunk for a while longer. When it was late, and she could no longer sense anyone around, she took out her other limbs, reassembled them in order, and put on the hoodie, sweatpants, hat, mask, gloves, and sunglasses she had worn during the day. After climbing out of the trunk, she stretched and loosened her limbs. Her reassembled limbs were as flexible as before, without any discomfort. She was finally experiencing the benefits of this new body. Looking at the system display, it was already past 11 p.m. There was hardly anyone moving around in the safe zone. There were hardly any lights, as there wasn't much electricity available. Sang Kankan walked out of the parking lot in the dark, heading towards the light. From the people in the car, she indirectly learned that the experimental building was the most important and best equipped place in Jiangqing safe zone. While other areas might lack electricity, the experimental building would definitely have lights at night. She didn't even need to ask for directions. After dark, the brightest spot was undoubtedly the experimental building. The parking lot was on the outermost edge of the safe zone, some distance from the experimental building. Sang Kankan carefully made her way there. Jiangqing safe zone seemed to have been built around a pre-apocalyptic university campus. A section of the road she walked along had once been a sports field, now replaced by rows of simple, low-lying shacks, densely packed together, looking as if a gust of wind could topple them over. Many doors bore traces of mud, likely from being soaked in muddy water during a previous heavy rain. The environment here was extremely poor. The cramped rooms reeked of survivors, the air thick with a suffocating stench, a mixture of rotting fish and shrimp with human vomit and excrement. The smells were directly transmitted to Sang Kankan's consciousness. She couldn't even cover her nose, so she could only hurry through the area. There were no electric lights available at night, and most of the people in the shacks were asleep, with only occasional groans of pain escaping their lips. No one noticed her presence. After passing the sports field, she reached the former university dormitories and teaching buildings. These buildings had now been converted into housing, and a sense of countless survivors mingled within them. The environment here was much better than in the shack area. Every 2 or 3 buildings had a street lamp lit, and people patrolled under the streetlights. Sang Kankan lowered her footsteps, deliberately heading towards areas without lights, but she was still detected. Stop! A woman's voice came from behind. Sang Kankan heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. The person had a gun. Not wanting to cause a scene, she stopped. The woman quickly approached. Hands up! Sang Kankan raised her hands, hiding one side of her face in the darkness, while simultaneously unleashing her supernatural power to its maximum. The woman shone a flashlight on her, then tried to shine it on her face. Sang Kankan pretended to be blinded by the light, and turned her face away. The supernatural power must have worked. The woman didn't notice anything amiss with her face. Who are you? What are you doing out so late at night? I live over there. Sang Kankan pointed to the building they had just passed diagonally behind her. I didn't eat enough tonight. I'm hungry and can't sleep. So I came out for a walk, planning to go back to sleep when I'm tired. This reason. The woman paused for a moment. Won't walking make you even hungrier? I am indeed hungrier, so I was just about to go back. The woman noticed Sang Kankan's empty sleeves and trouser legs, seemingly imagining many things, and her tone softened slightly. You're going to that place, aren't you? That place? Sang Kankan didn't know what she was thinking, and subconsciously repeated her words. Alright, Seeing how thin you are, you must be starving. Hurry up and come back. Don't let anyone see you. Huh? Sang Kankan didn't understand the woman's words at all. Why was she suddenly being let go? A beam of light flashed from the right, indicating that someone else was coming. The woman even pushed Sang Kankan. Hurry up. You won't be able to leave if others see you. The woman paused slightly when she pushed Sang Kankan's back. How starving must this girl be? She was practically skin and bones. Since someone was willing to turn a blind eye to her, Sang Kankan naturally wouldn't be ungrateful. She quickly ran away, disappearing into the darkness. A man's voice came from behind her. Who else was here just now? No one, just me. Then who were you talking to? I was talking to myself. Watch your eyes. You can't afford to take responsibility if something happens. Oh! Sang Kankan continued walking towards the experimental building. When she reached a dilapidated building that looked like a cafeteria, Sang Kankan sensed the presence of many people inside. The cafeteria was dark, yet many people were moving around and talking. This was clearly not a place of honor. Could it be some secret organization? Sang Kankan had intended to secretly gather information, but she was immediately discovered by the people inside. In the blink of an eye, someone was standing in front of her. Judging from his speed, this must be a speed-type ability user. He was wearing a large black cloak, but his build also indicated he was a man. Like Sang Kankan, he wore a mask and an eye patch, completely obscuring his face. The man stopped in front of Sang Kankan. First time here? What first time? This man didn't seem surprised by her appearance at all. Sang Kankan nodded in agreement. Come in, there are quite a few people here today. The man gestured for Sang Kankan to follow him into the cafeteria, then asked, what did you bring? Sang Kankan felt like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time tonight, completely bewildered. She only vaguely understood what the woman had said earlier, and now she didn't know how to answer the man's question. When she didn't know how to answer, she simply asked the man, and you, what did you bring? I brought a dagger, a finely crafted piece by an old blacksmith, the man said, brandishing the dagger. I was wondering if I could exchange it for some medicine. Hearing this, Sang Kankan seemed to understand. Was this evening's canteen a clandestine marketplace, and the man mistaking her for someone he was trading with? The previous woman seemed to have had the same misunderstanding. She asked again, what kind of medicine do you want? Anti-inflammatory drugs, amoxicillin or cephalosporins are fine. The man seemed eager for medication, his voice becoming even more fervent when Sang Kankan asked, do you have any medicine? Sang Kankan did indeed have both, but not yet understanding the situation, she naturally wouldn't readily offer them. I was just asking. Can I buy them anywhere else? The man sighed. You know, where can you buy medicine these days? They're all contraband. Even a packet of cold medicine goes to the lab first. Ordinary people just have to tough it out when they're sick. I really can't take it anymore, so I had to resort to this. Let's try our luck in the city. This really is a black market. Sang Kankan looked the man up and down. You run very fast. You don't seem like you need medicine. No, it's my good brother. He caught a cold after being caught in the rain, and it's gotten into severe pneumonia. The man led Sang Kankan into the cafeteria. Girl, do you have any medicine? If not, I go ask someone else. Sang Kankan looked around and nodded. You go first. The cafeteria was large, with about 100 people gathered there. Everyone, like the speed-based ability users, wore cloaks or loose clothing to cover their entire bodies, and masks to cover their faces. Sang Kankan blended in perfectly. Although it was called a black market, the canteen didn't have any proper stalls. Only a few people displayed their goods, while most others wandered around casually, asking others what they were buying or privately trying to sell their own items. As soon as the speed gainer left, another person approached Sang Kankan. Judging from his build and voice, he was an older man. Want a gold necklace and bracelet? Pure gold? Sang Kankan wasn't particularly interested in gold jewelry, but she feigned interest. Can I see the goods first? Sure, the man said, reaching into his breast pocket and pulling out a cloth bag, which he slowly opened in front of Sang Kankan. Inside the bag was a women's gold necklace, a large women's gold bracelet, and 2 pairs of gold earrings. The style looked quite trendy, but the color was rather dull, indicating they had been worn. Sang Kankan casually asked how much. Here, it's all yours, 20 caddies of grain in total. Sang Kankan didn't know the market price, nor whether it was expensive. Since she didn't intend to buy, she remained silent. Another person nearby couldn't stand it anymore. You old geezer, you're out here swindling people again. Those things you got, who knows which dead person you ripped them off, And you dare ask for 20 caddies of grain? Judging from the voice, it was an old woman. After scolding the old man, she looked at Sang Kankan. Sister, you mustn't fall for his tricks. His stuff is of dubious origin, wearing it is unlucky, and it's ridiculously expensive. It's not worth it. If you want to buy gold jewelry, I know a goldsmith. I can take you to see him make some on the spot. You can choose whatever style you want. The first part of her words sounded quite generous, but the latter part sounded more and more like she was trying to steal her business. Sang Kankan didn't reply. The old man spat at the old woman. My things aren't legitimate? You're the one lying. All talk and no action, only a fool would fall for your tricks. Seeing them arguing, Sang Kankan silently walked away. She had no intention of buying gold jewelry anyway. However, this black market seemed a bit murky. Chapter 62. The black market was dark. Everyone had to bring their own flashlight. Those without had to rely on the light from others. Most people were hiding their heads, only a few openly showing their faces. Sang Kankan could tell from their auras that they were all level 3 or close to level 3 ability users, probably feeling confident. Sang Kankan, with her all-hearing ears, gathered a lot of information from the black market. The items brought to the black market were mostly various contraband. Contraband wasn't necessarily something dangerous. Jiangqing Safe Zone had very strict control over supplies. Many ordinary daily necessities from before the apocalypse were classified as contraband and prohibited from public sale. For example, various medicines were the most basic contraband, strictly controlled by the Safe Zone authorities. Ordinary people couldn't even openly possess them. Unauthorized trading could result in fines or even imprisonment. Items like tobacco and alcohol, which have a numbing effect on the body and mind, are also prohibited. Weapons go without saying. Even non-controlled knives, like fruit knives and kitchen knives, are prohibited. Gold and jade artifacts, valuable items from before the apocalypse, while not strictly prohibited, are subject to official recycling through designated channels in the safe zone, and private transactions are forbidden. Many other items are prohibited, even some books. And the prohibited items list is not fixed. Things that were once commonplace might become prohibited for a seemingly inexplicable reason, while previously prohibited items might be removed from the list for various reasons. This is why most people in the Jiangqing Safe Zone are reluctant to go out and collect supplies. Even if they manage to gather some, the supplies are often confiscated during inspections upon entering the safe zone, sometimes even all of them, rendering their day's work meaningless. Correspondingly, many new supervisory jobs have been added within the safe zone, and ordinary people are encouraged to monitor each other. However, where there's a will, there's a way. The market demand for these contraband items is considerable. What to do when the authorities forbid open trading? They can only trade secretly, and thus the black market was born. This black market is practically an open secret in the Jiangqing Safe Zone. Initially, the black market was spontaneously formed. To avoid detection, it almost always changed locations, but it was still repeatedly raided by the safe zone, and some people were arrested and severely punished. Later, a group of civilian superhumans united and pressured the safe zone authorities. After nearly half a month, they finally got the higher-ups to agree to turn a blind eye to the black market. After that, the black market became a regular location at this abandoned canteen, with people coming to buy and sell goods every night. Turning a blind eye meant that as long as the black market didn't go too far or cause any major threats to the safe zone wouldn't hold those involved accountable. They would simply pretend they didn't see anything. However, the interpretation of what constitutes not too far-fetched and causing major threats rests with the safe zone authorities, and their stance could change at any time. Therefore, even if the chances of being caught were slim, most people entering the black market would disguise themselves and conceal their identities. Looking around, Sang Kankan felt everyone was acting suspiciously, including herself. Next, she encountered people selling jade and diamonds. Before the apocalypse, these items were incredibly expensive, but now they could be easily exchanged for a few kilograms of grain, and nobody wanted to trade. Even as a zombie, she had no interest in wearing jewelry, so she just looked and didn't buy, just like when she went shopping with Linyu in college. As she walked past a large pillar in the cafeteria lobby, someone called out to her. Hey friend, want a zombie trap? A zombie trap? Well, this zombie wanted to see how it worked. Sang Kankan pretended to be very interested and leaned closer. Let me see it first. The person who called her was carrying a large snakeskin bag. Seeing her interest, they quickly and deftly took out a cloth bag from the snakeskin bag, untied it, and inside was a large animal trap. Zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Put something bloody under the trap, and the zombies will be attracted. As soon as they put their hands or feet in, they be caught immediately. The man then pulled a tightly sealed plastic box from his snakeskin bag. Today, it's buy one get one free. Buy a trap and get free bait. Freshly killed mutated flower snakes. Sang Can. They say anything to sell something. Don't go too far. And what happens after they catch the zombie? Many zombies these days have superpowers. I'm just an ordinary person. I probably won't be able to kill it instantly, and I might even get myself caught. The salesman earnestly suggested you could find a few teammates to stand nearby and kill the zombies together after they're caught. If I could find such reliable teammates, why wouldn't I just go fight zombies? The seller's lie finally broke down, and Sang Can turned and left. However, this person gave Sang Can a bit of inspiration. She discussed it with the system, took out several bags of bottled water, placed them on the ground in front of her, sat down against the wall, and waited for customers. Not long after, someone came and asked, "Friend, what are you selling here? Is it just ordinary water?" Sang Can replied seriously, "Zombie repellent potion." That's right, the bags contained zombie repellent potion, which was the bathwater she had kept following the system's advice. It was mostly from the last 10 days or so, and its aura wouldn't dissipate while stored in the system's warehouse. She was now a level 4 zombie. Level 3 zombies would avoid her at the mere sight of her, and the bathwater had a noticeable repellent effect on ordinary level 1 and 2 zombies. Sang Can hadn't listed this water at the inn before, mainly because she felt it didn't fit the inn's mysterious and unpredictable style. It was a bit embarrassing. Since nobody recognized her, she openly presented her information, assuming few would believe her. However, while Sang Can dared to speak, others didn't. The first few people who asked shook their heads and left after hearing her answer. Sang Can even overheard a middle-aged man badmouthing her as he walked away. She sounds quite young, and she doesn't even bother to think before she lies. The world is going to the dogs. Sigh, she tells the truth, but nobody believes her. Isn't that a sign of the world going to the dogs? Then someone stopped in front of her. "Friend, what are you selling?" Sang Can recognized his voice immediately. This was the speed-generating ability user who had led her into the cafeteria earlier, so she added a comment. "Zombie-repelling potion, it can repel level 1 and 2 zombies." "It's you, girl." The man recognized her voice, a mix of surprise and skepticism in his voice. "Repel zombies? Where did you get this stuff? Does it really work?" Sang Can replied matter-of-factly, "I have my own channels. The effect is immediate." The man grunted, "We talk about that later. I was just looking for you, girl. Do you have any antibiotics? Name your price. As long as I can get them, I won't haggle." Sang Can hadn't completely ruled out the possibility when he asked about the medicine earlier, so she wasn't surprised he thought the same way. "You haven't bought the medicine yet? Don't even mention it. I asked around, and there aren't many sellers. Those who do are ridiculously overcharging, trying to rip me off. I rather let you make the money, we're more compatible." Sang Can knew she didn't have much of a relationship with this man, and they weren't exactly compatible either. Of course, she didn't believe him. She guessed he was just comparing prices and choosing the best deal. She didn't expect to get rich by selling medicine once. Since everything was priced according to the market price, Sang Can took out a box of amoxicillin capsules, the best-selling item at the post station. 15 level 1 crystal cores in a box. "You really do have medicine." The man's eyes, hidden under his cloak, lit up. Hearing Sang Can's words, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Girl, are you sure you didn't misunderstand? 15 crystal cores in a box? Not one. And you only want crystal cores? You can't eat those. You should ask for some food. It's 15 crystal cores in a box. If you don't want it, forget it." Sang Can pretended to take the medicine back, but the man quickly pounced on her and pressed down on the medicine box. "I want it! I want it!" Superpowered individuals usually carry crystal cores with them for cultivation and replenishing their abilities. The man took out 1 level 2 crystal core and 5 level 1 crystal cores and handed them to Sang Can, then asked, "Do you have any other medicine?" She had many kinds of medicine, but taking them all out would be too conspicuous, so Sang Can shook her head. "I don't have any now." "Then could you sell them to me next time you have them?" The man asked casually, realizing his mistake when Sang Can didn't answer. Inquiring about someone's identity violated the rules of the black market, so the man quickly explained, "I didn't mean to inquire about your identity." "Never mind, I come to the black market more often in the future. I hope to see you again next time." Sang Can nodded. The man opened the box of amoxicillin capsules and looked at it. Finding it to be the common kind, he carefully stuffed the box and all into his inner pocket. He had just stood up when he remembered something and squatted down again, picking up a packet of water from in front of Sang Kankan. This? How much is the zombie repelling potion? Special price today, only 5 level 1 crystal cores per packet. The system suggested retail price was actually 10 crystal cores per packet, but since the bathwater was produced and sold by Sang Kankan herself, she could adjust the price herself, hence the 50% discount. Give me a bag. The man didn't really believe the water could repel zombies. He just wanted to make a good impression on Sang Kankan. After all, a box of medicine cost 15 crystal cores. He was already making a huge profit. He never even dreamed of such a cheap price before. After the speed-based ability user left, several more people stopped in front of Sang Kankan to ask questions, but most just asked a question and left. The research lab hadn't even developed anything effective at repelling zombies yet. They were probably all scammers. Only a fool would fall for it. Only one female ability user asked a few more questions, and finally bought a bag of water. Besides the 5 crystal cores, she also gave Sang Kankan half a sesame seed cake, telling her to eat something good. She probably didn't actually believe the potion worked. She was simply doing a good deed, taking care of Sang Kankan, this poor soul, who was skin and bones from hunger. Sang Kankan also encountered several people trying to sell her things, one of whom was quite unusual. He wasn't selling any tangible items. Friend, want a spot for a modification? Sang Kankan didn't immediately understand. What spot? The man leaned closer and whispered, a spot for a stomach modification surgery performed by Dr. Chen at the experimental center. You probably heard of it, right? This surgery is very mature. After the modification, you won't need to eat anymore. You can survive just by gnawing on wood. You never have to worry about food again. Many important people want to get modified. They can't even get on the waiting list. I have a good friend who works in the experimental building. With Dr. Chen's permission, he got me a batch of special spots. There's only one left. Do you want it, girl? Sang Kankan pretended to be very interested and readily agreed. He asked, are you sure Dr. Chen will be performing the surgery himself? There won't be any danger, will there? Absolutely sure, no danger. We already modified a batch in our safe zone before, and now they're all much more energetic. How will I get the spot? I take you directly in, deliver you to Dr. Chen, and then pick you up after the modification is complete. Don't worry, girl. How much is the spot? Very cheap, only 100 gene of grain per spot. Even if he wasn't a fraud, having someone send her into a lab to perform surgery, and then paying 100 gene of grain for it, Sang Kankan certainly didn't have that kind of masochistic spirit. She hummed in agreement, and didn't say anything more. The man urged again, what's wrong, girl? Have you thought it over? There's only one spot left, it'd be gone if you're late. Sang Kankan shook her head. I can't come up with 100 caddies of grain, forget it. If you can't come up with that, we can negotiate the price. I can give you a 10% discount. Even with a 10% discount, I still can't come up with that. Then how much can you come up with? Sang Kankan held up the half-eaten sesame seed cake the female ability user had given her earlier. I didn't make any business today. This is my last bit of grain. The man selling the spot was stunned for a moment, then cursed poor wretch, and turned and left. He did provide Sang Kankan with another piece of information. The modification experiments in Jiancheng Safe Zone seemed to be related to that person named Dr. Chen. Although the black market didn't have a fixed opening and closing time, most people left around 1 or 2 in the morning. Sang Kankan saw that the few people who stayed had taken betting roles, seemingly planning to spend the night there, so she didn't move and rested in the canteen for the night. Because there were other people nearby, Sang Kankan didn't fully relax. She hadn't rested for long when she suddenly sensed the commotion outside and sat bolt upright. Looking at the system time, it was only a little past 4 in the morning. It was still dark outside. Looking through the cafeteria window, the direction leading to the experimental building was ablaze with red. It was the color of flames. There was a fire over there. The others resting in the cafeteria also heard the commotion and gathered around the window, watching the raging fire in the distance. Is the lab building on fire? No way. It shouldn't be the lab building. It looks like the power station next to it. What time is it? How could it catch fire at this hour? Could it be arson? 100% arson. Hopefully no one is injured. The fire isn't in a residential area, so there's probably no one around at this hour. There shouldn't be any casualties. Setting a fire so early in the morning, deliberately trying to ruin everyone's sleep. Let's catch the culprit quickly. The time before dawn is often when people are most confused and least vigilant. Everyone else, seeing the fire wouldn't reach them, went back to sleep. But Sang Kankan packed her things and quietly left the cafeteria. The fire was causing chaos there. She wanted to see if there was a chance to sneak into the lab building. Chapter 63. Although it was still dark, the safe zone was already bustling with activity, except for Sang Kankan. Many people were also running towards the fire. A small portion of these people were on missions, but most were simply there to watch the spectacle. Even in the apocalypse, there were still many people who enjoyed watching excitement, and with them as cover, Sang Kankan's behavior wasn't strange. There was a risk of revealing her true identity, but the dim light and the large crowd made it easy for her to hide, so Sang Kankan wasn't afraid. She walked quickly towards the experimental building. The surrounding crowd had gathered at the foot of a 5-story building next door, which was the burning power plant. The fire had spread from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor, but no one seemed injured. The arsonist's intention didn't appear to be to harm anyone. However, the main power switch for the safe zone was located in the power supply station. The fire damaged the switch circuit, leaving most of the safe zone without power. Only the experimental building had a backup generator providing temporary power to a few key laboratories, preventing a major disaster. Electricians were already downstairs at the power supply station, waiting to extinguish the fire and begin repairs. The safe zone also dispatched a group of water-based ability users, who, under the cover of other ability users, climbed ladders to extinguish the fire with water. The fire wasn't too intense, and with the cooperation of over a dozen water-based ability users, it seemed about to be put out. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out from the crowd. "Up there! Look up! The top floor! The arsonist is on the top floor!" Sang Kankan looked in the direction they were pointing. Indeed, a person was standing on the roof of the power supply station, looking down against the flames. The person was shrouded in a large black cloak, obscuring their figure, but they were short and likely female. "She has horns on her head. She's a monster." "What monster?" "She's a cyborg." "Yes, a cyborg. She must be the experimental subject who escaped during the day." "A cyborg?" Sang Kankan stared intently. The person did indeed have a blue horn protruding from their head, resembling a bull's horn. Their face was covered in lizard skin-like markings, completely unrecognizable. A pair of jet-black eyes reflected the firelight, standing out starkly. Sang Kankan sensed a deep malice emanating from them. "She's the arsonist?" Sang Kankan searched for the stairs, wanting to get a closer look, when suddenly, the crowd gasped again. "She's jumping! The arsonist's jumping!" Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the cloaked woman on the rooftop slowly walked to the edge, stepping over the railing with both feet. She then spread her arms, leaned forward, and plummeted straight from the 5th floor. Ah, she really jumped. The crowd instinctively stepped back to avoid being hit. But then, something astonishing happened. The cloaked woman had fallen less than 3 meters when suddenly, like a butterfly flapping its wings, she forcefully flapped her arms. Strangely, her arms actually transformed into wings, suspending her in midair. Sang Kankan seemed to see a mocking smile on the woman's face. Then, continuing to wave her arms, she flew into the dense cluster of buildings ahead, disappearing from sight before everyone's eyes. "She can fly! Batman? Superman? Are cyborgs this powerful?" The patrol team that rushed over was stunned. They didn't react in time to fire, watching helplessly as the woman disappeared into the darkness before quickly giving chase. Sang Kankan was also momentarily stunned. Not only did that person have horns on her head and markings on her face, but she could also fly. Add to that the modifications to her stomach. What kind of outlandish experiments was the Jiancheng Safe Zone conducting? Could people created like this even be considered human? Hopefully, the cloaked woman was just an isolated case, otherwise, chaos would ensue. A large group of Safe Zone patrol personnel arrived, all chasing in the direction the cloaked woman had disappeared. Even 2 teams of guards ran out from the experimental building to give chase. The security inside should be much lax now. Sang Kankan used the crowd as cover to sneak in. Unfortunately, entering the building required swiping an employee card. Sang Kankan circled the building but couldn't find any other entrances or exits, so she had to return to the vicinity of the main entrance, waiting for someone to come out before looking for an opportunity. She crouched beside an abandoned vending machine outside the building, pressing her ear against the wall to listen to the sounds inside the experimental building. At this time, many people were still moving around inside the building, their footsteps increasingly hurried, as if they were busy dealing with some urgent matter. Almost no one stopped to speak. Ding! An elevator stopped on the 1st floor, and several people stepped out, walking towards the main entrance. Still haven't found her? Are the patrol team useless? Someone shouted angrily, and the others quickly explained to him. Zero knows the safe zone too well. She appears and disappears like a ghost. If she hides, no one can find her. Humph, she even went out and set fires. And what did she do? We still lost her. Uncle is just wasting food by keeping you guys around. We could have caught her right away, but who knew she could fly? Our men didn't react in time. Dr. Chen, please calm down. All the patrol teams are out now. Finding her is only a matter of time. Fly? The man called Dr. Chen seemed somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the implanted mutated Mina cells took effect? But there was no such reaction before. He paused, then his voice turned angry. Damn Feng Rui, I was fooled by her too. Don't worry, the mutated cells in her body aren't fully integrated. Even if she can fly, she can't fly for long. Get her back right now. Yes, Dr. Chen. Have Uncle send another batch of guards. Next time an experimental subject escapes, you all be pig-feed. Yes. This time, the answer was tinged with horror. The doors of the experimental building opened from the inside, and the first person to emerge was a man in a white lab coat, addressed as Dr. Chen. He didn't sound very old, but his voice carried a heavy weight. The others watched respectfully as he got into his car and drove away before turning back into the building. Was this the Dr. Chen mentioned by the people selling modification slots on the black market? He seemed to wield considerable authority in this building, and his tone was arrogant. Sang Kankan disliked such a person. Unfortunately, there were too many people earlier, preventing her from seizing the opportunity to break in. She waited outside the building for a while longer, watching as dawn approached, but no one else came out. She could clearly hear many people in the noise. Did they not need rest after staying up all night? Or had she missed another exit? Sang Kankan circled the experimental building again, finding no other exits, but she did hear some strange sounds. Chirp, 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 chirp. It was bird chirping, the translator automatically interpreting its meaning for Sang Kankan. Are you stupid? Your wings haven't even grown properly, and you're already trying to fly like a bird? How come you didn't fall to your death? Then came a human voice, sounding very weak. Don't you understand deterrence? The stronger I am, the more afraid they are. Stop yelling like that. It's giving me a headache. Chirp, chirp. I think you're just trying to show off. So what if I show off? Is it illegal? I'm going to let Chen Haowen know that I, Feng Rui, am not someone to be bullied. With me here, he won't have a single day of peace from now on. Chirp, chirp. I think you die before him, always so reckless. You stinky bird, shut up if you can't talk, or I pluck all your feathers. Chirp. Go ahead and pluck them. Go ahead and try if you can stand up. You can't reach them. Sang Kankan, guessing, walked towards the direction of the sound and found the person and bird under a low wall on the right rear side of the building. Sure enough, the speaker was the cloaked woman who had flown away in full view of everyone. However, she wasn't as imposing as before. The woman was half sitting, half lying against the low wall, her arms dragging weakly on the ground, looking like they were broken. Her right leg, which was exposed under the cloak, was also limp, probably broken as well. The bird noticed Sang Kankan's arrival before the woman and suddenly flew up from the wall. Chirp. Someone's coming. I cover you, you run. Sang Kankan recognized it as a Mina bird. She hadn't expected it to be so merciless in its mockery of the woman. It was quite loyal though. However, its good intentions were likely to be wasted. The woman struggled to stand, but her broken leg prevented her from doing so, so she simply sat back down. Fine, being caught is fine. Chen Haowen won't kill me anyway, he just torture me more, she said, adopting a posture of giving up resistance. Little Mina, don't worry about me, just go, fly as far away as you can. Little Mina? Sang Kankan blocked the Mina's sharp beak as it pecked at her. You're Little Mina? Do you know cola and rice cake? The Mina, startled, landed on a half-built pillar in front of Sang Kankan. Chirp? You can speak bird language? You even know cola and rice cake? I met them outside the safe zone. They sent me to rescue you. Chirp. They're still alive? They're pretty tough. I don't need your help. I just don't want to leave. I can leave anytime I want. The cloaked woman's mouth dropped open slightly when she saw Sang Kankan talking to the Mina bird. You didn't come to arrest me? Sang Kankan shook her head. No, I don't know you. Why would I arrest you? I just heard the noise and came to check. The woman's lips twitched, then she gave a contemptuous smile. I knew it. Chen Haowen's men probably don't have the brains for this. I went outside, circled around, and then came back. He couldn't find me. This was the second time she had mentioned the name Chen Haowen. Sang Kankan tentatively asked, "You mean Dr. Chen? Who else could it be but him? I just saw Dr. Chen leave in his car. He wouldn't have guessed you were here." The woman's gaze swept over Sang Kankan, but fortunately, the light in the corner was dim, and she didn't notice anything amiss with Sang Kankan's face. "You're from the lab too? I don't think I've seen you before. Which project group are you in?" "No, I'm just a passerby. I only entered the safe zone yesterday." Sang Kankan poked the mynah bird still flying in front of her. "Kola and Nian Gao asked me to rescue Xiao Ba, so I came to the lab building to take a look, but unfortunately I couldn't get in." "You have no connection with Chen Haowen?" "No connection." "Then you don't recognize me either?" the woman asked again. "No." The woman breathed a sigh of relief, her tone softening. "My name is Feng Rui. I'm the Zeroth test subject in this lab building." "Nice to meet you." Feng Rui wanted to raise her right hand to shake hands with Sang Kankan, but her hand was broken, and she couldn't lift it, so she withdrew it in frustration. Sang Kankan was speechless. It was rare to see such a restless, injured person. "Is your injury serious? Do you need medicine?" Sang Kankan had developed a good habit of selling her wares whenever she had the chance. "No need, it'd be fine soon," Feng Rui sighed. "Why do you think I'm test subject 0? "Because I have strong regenerative abilities. It's just a broken arm and leg, a minor injury. It'd heal in an hour or two." "I see." Sang Kankan wanted to get more information from Feng Rui, but was afraid of arousing her suspicion. Just as she was wondering how to start, Feng Rui pointed to the empty space beside her with her only remaining leg, her left leg. "Don't stand there, sit down first, talk to me for a while. I'm bored by myself, and this bird is such a sharp-tongued jerk, she only makes me angry." Sang Kankan, Isn't this person a little too easygoing? Does she even remember she's hiding from pursuers?" However, she herself was rather unrefined and actually sat down not far from Feng Rui. "It seems like a lot of people are looking for you outside. Aren't you afraid of getting arrested?" "So what if I get arrested? I'm still useful to Chen Haowen. He definitely won't kill me. I just run away again when I get the chance, and I can even cause him some more trouble." Feng Rui said nonchalantly, "But if someone really comes later, just grab me and send me over. You can even claim credit and ask Chen Haowen for some benefits." Sang Kankan, "I just arrived in Jiancheng and don't know much about the situation here. Who exactly is Dr. Chen? Everyone seems quite afraid of him. What kind of person could he be?" "A greedy, scheming little man." Feng Rui sneered again. "To be honest, he is quite capable in research, perhaps more so than me. He's a bit stronger, but unfortunately, he's impatient for quick success and has an unscrupulous mind, and ironically, he has the means to be so. Why do you think others listen to him so much? It's all because he has a powerful uncle." Sang Kankan had heard Dr. Chen mention his uncle several times earlier. "Who is his uncle?" "Qin Yongjia, the head of the Jiangcheng security zone, is his uncle," Feng Rui said, her eyes filled with obvious disgust. "Otherwise, how could a PhD like him bypass so many professors and even academicians to become the head of the entire laboratory building? Because anyone stronger than him has been suppressed by his uncle. Those who knew what was good for them became his subordinates, and those who didn't lost their lives." Sang Kankan understood a little now that there was such a relationship. She asked, "You know so much about this. Are you close to Dr. Chen?" "He and I were classmates, under the same doctoral advisor." "So he's also a PhD student. Since you're a classmate, why would he use you as a test subject? And even as test subject 0. "It's my own fault for being stupid. I awakened my restorative abilities, and didn't even try to hide them. I even wanted my mentor to study the trigger for the awakening from my body." Feng Rui narrowed her eyes, looking at the void in front of her. "And look what happened. My mentor had just found a clue when he killed me, and I was captured and used as a test subject, turning into the monster I am now. Do you know how many animals have fused into my body now?" Seeing Sang Kankan looking at her, Feng Rui turned her face away again. "Don't look, it might scare you. Let me tell you, I have bull horns on my head, a pig's stomach, my arms are fused with cells from Xiao Ba's wings, my legs are fused with cells from a cat's hind legs, and this face is fused with gecko cells." Chen Haowen wanted to see if my restorative abilities could be further enhanced, but unfortunately, his experiment failed. "Sometimes I don't even know if I'm still considered a person." Sang Kankan could empathize with this. "If you think you are, then you are. Aren't you afraid of me?" Feng Rui asked in surprise. "Of course I'm not afraid. After all, her own appearance is even more frightening." Sang Kankan shook her head. "You didn't choose to become like this, but after telling me all this, Aren't you afraid I might harm you? What harm can you do to me? At worst, you can send me back to Shinhawen, or kill me. But I'm warning you, when you kill me, you have to be quick enough, preferably a fatal blow. Otherwise, before I'm even dead, my wounds will start healing themselves. Feng Rui's voice grew softer and softer. Sang Kankan looked over, and saw that she had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. This person really has a big heart. Chapter 64. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning sunlight slanted through the gaps in the building, illuminating their feet. Sang Kankan, hiding in the shadows, took out a rabbit headgear and put it on. Chirp chirp. The Mina bird chirped in confusion. Why are you wearing that? It doesn't look good. To block the sun, Sang Kankan said casually, glancing at Feng Rui, who was fast asleep on the ground. It's already daylight. Why isn't she awake yet? Chirp chirp. She looks like this when she's recovering from her injury. She'd probably sleep for another 2 or 3 hours. What if someone comes while she's asleep, and they discover her? Chirp chirp. So what if they discover her? Even if she's caught, she'd find another chance to escape. Chirp chirp. If someone really comes, we better run first, so we don't get caught as her accomplices. When you saw me earlier, didn't you say you cover our retreat so she could run first? Chirp chirp. I know you're not in danger. I was just pretending to show her. If something really happened, I would have run away long ago. Sang Kankan, like bird, like person. She can talk about betrayal so confidently. I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. Anyway, it's not convenient for her to be outside during the day, so Sang Kankan simply sat down next to Feng Rui and played with the birds to pass the time. How did you meet Cola Rice Cake and the others? Chirp. We used to be locked in the same lab. They wanted to escape, but they were clumsy and couldn't even open the cage, so I helped them open it. Why didn't you escape with them? Chirp. Why would I escape? If I escaped, I have to find food myself. It's better to stay in the lab and have someone take care of me. Then why did you come out with Feng Rui again? Is she your master? Asterisk chirp. Shaw, you're the one with a master. Asterisk. She transplanted my cells, so she could understand me. She's more fun than the others, so I came out with her. She promised to serve me. Chirp. But you can understand me too. If you want me to follow you, it's not impossible. Feng Rui promised to feed me once a day. If you feed me twice a day, I follow you from now on. Sang Kankan, no need, you just follow her. She felt she might be jinxing someone. She had only been chatting with the Mina for a while, when she suddenly heard barking approaching, followed by shouts. The dog is reacting. The person is hiding nearby. Quick, follow them. Someone had actually come looking for them. It must be the group that was tracking Feng Rui. Wake up, someone's here. Sang Kankan pushed Feng Rui hard, but Feng Rui didn't even flinch, let alone wake up. Chirp. It's no use. She's asleep like a log after she was injured, you can't wake her. What do we do? The pursuers are coming soon. Chirp chirp. How about we run? They're not looking for us anyway. This bird really wants to run away on its own. Sang Kankan dragged Feng Rui up from the ground. Feng Rui is small, so she's not heavy. Chirp chirp. Or we could dig a hole and bury her first, then come back for her after they're gone. What kind of stupid idea is this bird? The pursuers have dogs with them. They can dig her out no matter how deep you bury her. Sang Kankan hoisted Feng Rui onto her back and ran off in another direction. Chirp chirp. You're going to take her with you. Wait for me. Sang Kankan couldn't explain why she had taken Feng Rui with her. Perhaps it was because they were both in the same boat, both possessing human consciousness yet transformed into beings unlike humans, and a sense of kinship arose between them. The barking of dogs grew closer behind them. Sang Kankan wasn't familiar with this safe zone, and didn't know which side was safe. Feng Rui was fast asleep and unreliable, so she ran while pleading with Xiao Ba, "Is there anywhere I can hide? Take me there." Xiao Ba paused, then barked twice. Over here, over here. The Mina flew forward to lead the way. Sang Kankan ran faster and faster, gradually leaving the people and dogs behind. However, the dogs were likely following Feng Rui's scent. At this rate, they would be discovered sooner or later. Sang Kankan took out a bottle of perfume she had collected before and poured it over Feng Rui's head, simultaneously releasing the scent she had been suppressing. The aura of a level 4 zombie not only intimidated other zombies, but also had a certain deterrent effect on sensitive mutated animals. Even Xiao Ba, flying above Sang Kankan's head, trembled. Chirp. What's wrong? You suddenly seem terrifying. It's your imagination. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. The dog chasing behind reached a fork in the road and suddenly realized it couldn't track Feng Rui's aura. At the same time, another terrifying aura emanated from ahead, as if some horrifying monster was lurking there. Woof. The dog lay down at the intersection, unwilling to go any further. The person who had caught up kicked it. Why aren't you running? Hurry up and chase after her, or you lose her. Woof. The dog whimpered pitifully. Unfortunately, the person didn't understand its meaning, and didn't have the patience to think about why it had stopped. They simply whipped the dog on the back. Will you run or not? If you don't run, I kill you. After nearly 10 slaps, the dog finally started running again, but it could no longer smell Feng Rui's scent, and the terrifying monster's aura had vanished as well. In the end, it returned empty-handed. Sang Kankan had released her aura purely to scare the dog. She quickly withdrew it. As a zombie hiding in a human safe zone, she naturally couldn't be too conspicuous. Xiaoba led her around the dense buildings for a while, avoiding patrolled areas, and then circled to the edge of the shack area, stopping in front of the innermost house. Chirp. It should be safe here. Where is this? Sang Kankan noticed that no one was inside. She went in and placed Feng Rui against the wall. Not only was no one there, but the house didn't even have decent furniture. In the middle of the room was a set of dilapidated table and chairs, and a wad of moldy, colorless blankets stuffed in the corner, clearly unused for many days. Chirp. This is where I used to live. I lived here before I was taken to the experimental building. Sang Kankan was surprised. You, Amina, have a place to live? Chirp chirp. I live with someone. The person who used to raise me sold me to the lab people in exchange for 5 sesame cakes. That must have been its former owner, but the little Mina seems to dislike the word owner. Where's that person? I haven't seen him. Chirp chirp. He's probably dead. When I was taken away, I chirped a few times in your language, saying he had sesame cakes. He was so useless, he must have been beaten to death by the person who stole the cakes. Sang Kankan. This Mina really takes revenge on the spot, without hesitation. Feng Rui was still unconscious, so Sang Kankan simply sat down in the corner, resting and listening to the sounds around her. The houses here were very densely packed, and many people lived there. You could hear people talking all the time, but most of it was trivial family matters. A family could argue fiercely over who drank more water. Xiao Ba was a restless bird. Sang Kankan stopped talking to it, and it flew around the house a few times, pried out some plastic flowers it had hidden in a hole in the wall, played with them for a while, and then flew out to get some fresh air. Sang Kankan listened to the various sounds around her, then suddenly her spirits lifted. She seemed to have heard something extraordinary. So, any news on Subject Zero? No, but Shen Haowen's people haven't found her either. No news is good news too. We need to find her as soon as possible, and get her to come forward and expose Chen Haowen and Chen Yongji's true colors in front of everyone. What if she doesn't want to cooperate with us? She's been wronged so badly by Chen Haowen. She should be willing. It's hard to say. You didn't see what she looked like. She's not even human anymore. She's a monster. You can't judge her by common sense. We really need to be careful cooperating with her, lest we get harmed by her. Subject Zero is none other than Feng Rui, who's sleeping soundly next to her. Those people want to use her to cause trouble. They want to use her, yet they despise her for being a monster. Their faces are truly ugly. Sang Kankan's hearing is now extremely sharp. The source of the voice was still several hundred meters away. Those people probably thought their conversation was undetectable, never imagining they'd be overheard through several walls. Feng Rui was the one who had been tricked. She should know about this. Why wasn't she awake yet? Sang Kankan nudged Feng Rui, and then met her slightly open eyes. Feng Rui had just woken up when she saw an enlarged rabbit head pressed against her face. Startled, she shrank back into the corner. What the hell? You're finally awake. It's you. Feng Rui recognized Sang Kankan's voice immediately, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she noticed the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? Xiao Ba's old home, Sang Kankan explained simply. After you fell asleep, someone caught up with you. I had Xiao Ba lead the way, and carried you here. They still found me. Feng Rui sat up and stretched her limbs. Her broken legs and arms had healed, and were as flexible as before. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. Even if they take me back, they won't do anything to me. At most, I suffer for a few more days. I can still escape if I get the chance. Sang Kankan didn't speak. Sure enough, Xiao Ba learned that from her. She figured she'd just been meddling. Feng Rui seemed to realize her words were a bit heartless and added, but thank you anyway. Sang Kankan remained silent. By the way, what's your name? I don't know your name yet. Sang Kankan. Oh, then I call you Old Sang, or you can call me Old Fong. Sang Kankan. That was quite a unique way of addressing her, but she didn't care, whatever. Fong Rui got up, looked around the room, then squatted back down next to Sang Kankan, staring intently at her rabbit headgear. Your headgear looks nice. Do you have any more? I can wear one too. She didn't ask Sang Kankan why she wanted a headgear. After all, she couldn't openly show her face. Sang Kankan took out a brand new rabbit costume and handed it to her. Never worn before. 10 level 1 crystal cores for a set. You want crystal cores? Fong Rui was stunned. I don't have any crystal cores. Sang Kankan put away the new rabbit costume and took out another one she had worn before. Then you can wear this. Fong Rui took the rabbit costume and put the headgear on her head. Luckily, the rabbit headgear was loose, and her horns fit. After trying it on, she took off the hood, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sang Kankan. You have spatial abilities? Yes. Fong Rui sat down next to Sang Kankan. How big is your space? What's inside? I escaped from the lab building all alone, without anything, lacking everything. Even this cloak is from someone else I stole last night. Could you? I think I have everything you need, Sang Kankan added, seeing Fong Rui's expectant look, but you need crystal cores to buy it. What do you need so many crystal cores for? For leveling up. Oh right, but I don't have any crystal cores right now. Fong Rui cupped her hands in a gesture of respect and whispered, Can I buy it on credit? Animals can't buy on credit from Sang Kankan because they're unpredictable and have no credibility. The system doesn't allow credit. However, Sang Kankan can make the decision to grant credit. I can give you up to 10 level 1 crystal cores on credit, no more than that. What can 10 level 1 crystal cores buy? Sang Kankan rattled off some of the best-selling food and daily necessities at the post station: water, bread, sausages. Give me a bottle of water first, I'm dying of thirst. Sang Kankan handed her a bottle of water, 1 crystal core on credit. No problem, I pay you back double later. Fong Rui took the water, then broke off a chair leg from a broken chair in the room and started gnawing on it with the water. Sang Kankan. She couldn't stand the scene no matter how many times she saw it. Couldn't they eat something better? Distracted by Fong Rui, she hadn't been paying attention to the people she'd been plotting with. Now, when she tried to listen carefully, she could no longer hear their voices. Sang Kankan then said to Fong Rui, It seems like a lot of people are looking for you outside. Fong Rui crunched on a table leg. I know. It's not Dr. Chen's people, there's another group. I know that too. Fong Rui chewed a mouthful of wood chips, swallowing them with water. They just want to use me against Chen Haowen and Chen Yongjie. They're no good, just a bunch of clowns. I can't be bothered with them. She was quite clear-headed about her situation. Sang Kankan then asked, What are your plans for the future? The future? Fong Rui stretched her neck. I don't even know if I have a future. Being transformed into this monster, I don't know how many more days I have left to live. Then why did you escape from the lab? To cause trouble for Chen Haowen. As long as I live, I will never let Chen Haowen get away with it. Even if it means killing him. If not him, I make sure he can't eat or sleep in peace every day. Sang Kankan, are you planning to set fire tonight again? No, I'm not. They'd be on guard after I'd done it once. It'd be pointless to do it again. I have another plan tonight. What plan? I'm going to steal Chen Haowen's house. Fong Rui stared intently at Sang Kankan, making her uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? How much space do you have? Fong Rui smiled and leaned closer. Can you put anything in it? I can put a little in. Then you come with me. Fong Rui slapped her thigh. Chen Haowen's recent experimental project is at a crucial stage. He doesn't come home much. Let's go and empty his house. That Chen guy knows how to enjoy life. He has a lot of good stuff at home. Just give me some, and the rest is yours. Chapter 65. Sang Kankan, for reasons unknown, actually agreed to Fong Rui's suggestion to steal from Dr. Chen's house. She was probably just looking for some excitement, because life after the apocalypse had been too smooth and monotonous. However, she hadn't forgotten her purpose in breaking into the Jiancheng safe zone. Are Dr. Chen's modification experiment-related materials also at his house? I'm not sure. Dr. Chen is very calculating and doesn't easily trust others. He keeps important materials very secure. They're probably not at home, they're more likely in the lab, Fong Rui said, taking a sip of water. You want his materials? What for? Do you want to release them? Before Sang Kankan could answer, Fong Rui continued, I advise you not to waste your time. Releasing them probably won't do any good. The Jiangcheng safe zone is completely controlled by Chen Yongjie now. Key positions are all controlled by his people. He strongly supports Chen Haowen's experiments. His subordinates have been brainwashing people, spreading the benefits of modification everywhere. Many fools actually believe it, and some even actively support him. Even if you release the materials, they might still praise Dr. Chen, saying he's really amazing. It's easy for Chen Yongjie to suppress information unfavorable to them. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, they can only do it secretly. They won't amount to anything, Feng Rui scoffed. Unless you can transmit the experimental data and their misdeeds to other safe zones, preferably directly to the central safe zone, so that higher-ups can send someone to deal with it, then it might be somewhat useful. But that's unlikely. Jiangcheng safe zone is difficult to enter and exit now, strict checks are in place, and patrols keep watch on the roads. Nothing can be transmitted at all. Sang Kankan hadn't thought that far ahead. She was simply conducting market research to open the post station. However, if she really wanted to transmit her experimental data, the post station would be convenient and quick. I was just asking casually, I didn't intend to do anything. That's for the best, otherwise you're just asking for trouble. There was still some time before dark, and since they were both unseen species, Sang Kankan asked Feng Rui a few more questions that interested her. Does Dr. Chen have any other human test subjects like you? Of course, Feng Rui sat to the side, fiddling with her newly acquired rabbit headgear, trying to figure out how to avoid getting poked by the horns. It was quite uncomfortable. But basically, each of them only participated in one type of modification, unlike me, who was like a garbage can. Chen Haowen would try out all his new ideas on me, doing the work of a dozen people. Sang Kankan asked again, were they all forced? Some were forced, some were voluntary, but if I had to say, the majority were voluntary. Chen Haowen inherited Chen Yongjie's skills. He still knows how to put on a show. Feng Rui took off her hood and exhaled through her nose. But voluntary, you know, it's just adding another step in the process. There's a lot going on inside. There are plenty of cases like that. Voluntary doesn't necessarily mean the person is willing. Parents sell their children, husbands sell their wives, and there's even trafficking of strangers. These kinds of things are everywhere in the apocalypse, as long as no one is held accountable. Feng Rui spoke calmly about these things. Sang Kankan asked curiously, when you escaped, didn't you think about taking them with you? Why would I take them? They only hold me back. Feng Rui rolled her eyes. I'm already in such a miserable state, I don't have any extra sympathy for others. If they want to escape, they figure it out themselves. If they can't, then they can stay here. This person didn't hide her true thoughts at all. Just bringing a bird out is a headache, Feng Rui muttered. I wonder where that stinky bird flew off to. I hope someone catches it, plucks its feathers, roasts it, and eats it soon. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Ba flew in from outside, its timing so precise that Sang Kankan couldn't help but wonder if it had been waiting outside for Feng Rui to say those words. Chirp. Does it sound like someone is talking bad about me? Feng Rui, without a trace of shame, said, are you deaf? You must have misheard. Chirp. Even if you die, I won't go deaf. Where's my breakfast? Gone. Who told you to stay away? I ate it all. Chirp. How come you didn't choke to death? I'm still not full. How about you sacrifice yourself and let me roast it? Xiao Ba suddenly charged towards Feng Rui. Chirp. I knew you were up to no good. The girl and the bird started playfully fighting, but nothing serious, just for fun. Sang Kankan watched, exasperated, unsure whether to call their relationship good or bad. After patiently waiting until dark, Feng Rui called Sang Kankan, and they went outside. They both wore rabbit headgear, but didn't change their clothes. Feng Rui was still wearing her cloak, saying it better accentuated her elegance. However, the cloak and headgear looked a bit comical. Thankfully it was dark. Feng Rui wasn't used to the headgear at first and fell twice, receiving merciless teasing from Xiao Ba. She practiced walking around inside for over half an hour before getting used to it. The shed area was crowded and noisy at night, so they had Xiao Ba lead the way, trying to take secluded paths and avoid other people. Dr. Chen lived in the best part of the safe zone, in a detached house surrounded by a nearly 2-meter-high wall. It took quite a while to walk there from the shantytown, and once there, the house was heavily guarded, with about a dozen guards watching over it, showing no signs of letting up even after 10 p.m. Feng Rui gritted her teeth in frustration, wasting so many security resources on one person. Chen Haowen really thinks he's some big shot. Haven't you been here before? Sang Kankan asked. He came here right at the beginning of the apocalypse. He was quite the actor then, saying he was staying at his uncle's house and invited our professor and a few of his classmates over. Feng Rui stared at the dark intersection ahead. That day, our professor had a few drinks at his house, accidentally got drunk, and revealed the upcoming experimental plan. A few days later, he got himself killed, and none of his classmates fared well either. Could it be that Dr. Chen's current modification experiments are also based on plans stolen from your professor? Half and half, I guess. He's a PhD, after all, he has some brains. It's just that his methods are too despicable. Xiaoba flew out for a while, and returned to report. Chirp. There are guards all around, no blind spots. I can fly in. You guys are too big, you probably can't get in. Sang Cancan looked at Feng Rui. This time, she was just there to collect things, and didn't want to use her brain. Feng Rui narrowed her eyes, an idea forming in her mind. Old saying, do you have any food that looks particularly delicious and tempting? What do you want? The food entered into the system was mostly portable, long-lasting foods like steamed buns, bread, biscuits, and canned goods. To say they were tempting wasn't really an understatement, they were only appealing to people who had nothing else to eat. She showed Feng Rui several items, and Feng Rui picked out a steamed bun and a canned meat, making a makeshift Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. She then huddled in a corner, took out the lighter she used to start the fire, and slowly toasted the surface of the bun until it was charred and fragrant. That should be enough. Let's leave it like this for now. The stuff is on credit, and the crystal cores will be deducted from the supplies you collect later. This was the first time Sang Cancan had ever encountered someone buying on credit like this. What are you doing? She asked. Feng Rui, holding the makeshift Rujiamo, walked around Dr. Chen's house, finally choosing a spot. She placed the Rujiamo on the ground, deliberately making a noise, and then quickly pulled Sang Cancan away. Sang Cancan seemed to understand what she was planning. Soon, a guard heard the commotion and ran over. He didn't see anyone, but he did see the steaming Rujiamo Feng Rui had placed down. Then he fell into Feng Rui's trap, picked up the Rujiamo, and started eating it. The man had undergone stomach modification surgery. He wolfed down the Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, but his stomach immediately reacted, and he quickly ran to the nearby makeshift toilet to relieve himself. This left the section of the wall he was responsible for guarding exposed. Leaving Xiao Ba on lookout outside, Feng Rui and Sang Cancan took the opportunity to sneak into Dr. Chen's house. Sang Cancan was quite curious and asked in a low voice, how do you know he had stomach modification surgery? I happened to be in the lab next door when he had the surgery. I caught a glimpse of his face and vaguely remember him. Then how can you be sure he ate what you put there? He's a guard, after all. Knowing there would be problems if he ate it, wouldn't he at least have that much precaution? What if he doesn't eat it? If he doesn't eat it, we just find someone else. We have all night. We always find an opportunity. Besides, I think he's very likely to eat it. Eating pickled vegetables, flatbread, and cornbread every day, who could resist meat, especially when it's grilled so fragrant? Dr. Chen's door had a combination lock. Feng Rui thought for a moment, pressed a few numbers, and it opened on the first try. A woman in a bathrobe greeted her with a look of surprise. Without hesitation, Feng Rui knocked her unconscious with a single blow, stripped her of all her belongings, and stuffed her into the shoe cabinet. Judging by her fluid movements, she must have done this at least 3 to 5 times, if not 10 times. Feng Rui glanced around the room, making sure no one else was there, and continued explaining to Sang Cancan, as for his wariness, it's mainly because the modified stomach gave him confidence. Do you know what Chen Haowen's purpose was in pushing this stomach modification surgery? After the modification, he can eat wood and doesn't have to worry about food sources. That was just an unexpected bonus, not the key, Feng Rui said casually, sitting down on the sofa after confirming there was no one else in the room. The original purpose of the stomach modification experiment was to make people immune to poisoning. Sang Cancan confirmed with the system that there were no surveillance devices in the room, then sat down next to her, letting her continue. You should know, after the apocalypse, toxins appeared in the bodies of animals. Even common chickens, ducks, and pigs can cause poisoning if eaten, so people are afraid to eat meat now. Sang Cancan nodded, she already knew this. Stomach modification was originally the teacher's idea. He planned to eliminate the effects of these toxins by transplanting stronger stomachs into humans, allowing them to continue eating meat normally. After initial screening, he selected a group of mutated pigs as the source of transplant organs. Later, he had an accident, and the entire experimental plan was taken over by Chen Haowen. This experiment still has many problems. The mutated pig's stomach cannot perfectly integrate with the human body. After the modification, it can only gnaw on wood or eat other cellulose-based foods. Eating anything else will cause diarrhea. However, on the other hand, the modification has indeed greatly increased the digestive system's resistance to poison. Even if it directly ingests poison, as long as it's not too much at once, it will at most cause diarrhea, the same reaction as eating anything other than wood. Chin Haowen is quite cunning. He probably doesn't want people to know his true plan until it's completely successful. He only tells people that the modification will solve the food supply problem. But those who have undergone the modification basically know that most poisons are now ineffective against them. That's why the guard ate what I gave him without hesitation, even if it meant getting diarrhea, just to satisfy his craving. It wouldn't cause any major problems anyway. So that's the hidden story? Sang Kankan asked again. How did you know the password to Dr. Chin's front door? It's the same as his phone's unlock password. I saw it before. It was the day he published his first paper in an A-level journal, Feng Rui said, taking off her hood and taking a few deep breaths. She wasn't used to wearing a hood and always felt suffocated. But he only published that one paper, so that was probably the highlight of his life, which is why he's always remembered it. Feng Rui then stood up again. That person should be calling for help soon after he finishes his diarrhea. Let's hurry and move our things. How much storage space do you have left? We can't waste space. We need to choose some good stuff. Before she finished speaking, Sang Kankan stood up, waved her hand, and took away the sofa they had been sitting on. With another wave, the tables and chairs in the living room also disappeared. Wow, that's amazing. Just how big is your storage space? Emptying everything out of this house shouldn't be a problem. Sang Kankan's system storage was always more than enough. As a zombie, she didn't have many important items that needed to be stored separately. Most items were entered into the system, making it easier to buy them when needed. Any excess was simply recycled by the system. The storage space was currently more than half empty. So big? Feng Rui exclaimed, her mouth agape. That's great. Let's empty it all in one go. Since the goal was to empty it, there was no need to waste time picking and choosing. Sang Kankan walked around each room, waving her hands a few times, and the rooms were completely empty. This included the furniture in the living room, the kitchen utensils and tableware, the desk, chairs, cabinets, and books in the study, the bed and wardrobe in the bedroom, and even a small safe hidden behind the wardrobe. All were collected by Sang Kankan. Seeing that the storage was almost full, she had the system recycle the less useful furniture and daily necessities, freeing up space to continue filling. Just as Feng Rui said, Chin Haowen certainly knew how to enjoy life. His kitchen cabinets were filled with several bottles of fine wine, and his refrigerator was brimming with rare and precious ingredients, honey, deer antler, bird's nest, and many other things that Sang Kankan's system hadn't even registered yet. Under his bed was a suitcase, stuffed almost halfway with large gold bars. It was unclear what he was keeping them for. Perhaps he counted them for fun at night. He even had 2 boxes of crystal cores hidden there. Sang Kankan accepted them all with a smile. The study also contained many books and documents that seemed related to the modification experiments. Sang Kankan didn't look at them closely, and simply put them away. Looking at the empty room, Feng Rui gave Sang Kankan a thumbs up. Goodness, even a locust plague wouldn't have been as clean as you cleaned it up. Well done. Chirp. Little Ba flew upstairs to warn her. Someone's coming. Run. Sang Kankan also sensed a group of people rapidly approaching. The building had 4 floors. They were on the 3rd floor. Feng Rui glanced downstairs. You reacted pretty quickly. Everything's collected now, let's go. The guards surrounded the building. Sang Kankan was about to ask how to get there when Feng Rui grabbed her and ran upstairs quickly. You wouldn't be. Sang Kankan had a bad feeling. Upon reaching the top floor, Feng Rui told Sang Kankan to hug her from behind. Hold on tight, I carry you. Sang Kankan, She felt this was unlikely. Feng Rui had broken both arms and a leg just from flying that morning. How could she possibly fly with her? While she wasn't afraid of falling, as long as her head was okay, Feng Rui didn't seem to know that. Seeing her hesitation, Feng Rui added, It's okay, just use me as a cushion when you land. I'm not easily killed by falls anyway, and I recover quickly as long as I'm still breathing. Sang Kankan, what has this person been through to talk about courting death so casually? Chapter 66. Even if she doesn't die from the fall, she suffered terribly. This person is too careless with their life. Sang Kankan was speechless. Feng Rui, however, took the silence as agreement. She grabbed Sang Kankan and rushed across the rooftop, exclaiming as she ran, How come you're so thin and light? By this time, They had begun freefall. The feeling of weightlessness made Sang Kankan tense up, tightening her grip on Feng Rui. Stop talking nonsense, fly. Okay. Feng Rui then began to flap her arms, but she couldn't actually fly. She was just trying to cushion the fall and adjust her direction, crashing into an open area between a few buildings a little further away. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out in the darkness. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, so it didn't attract attention. Sang Kankan landed on top of Feng Rui due to gravity, quickly shifting to one side. Although she tried to shift her center of gravity, the impact of falling from a height was still considerable. She felt as if her leg bones had shifted, but quickly put them back in place. Hey, are you still alive? I'm still alive, Feng Rui let out a muffled groan. Sang Kankan noticed the blood emanating from her. I think both my legs are broken, and I can't lift my arms. Old Sang, I'm in your hands now. Whether you save me or not is up to you. I'm passing out. After saying that, she really did tilt her head to the side and lost consciousness. Sang Kankan, this person is simply insane. Now that she's here, she naturally can't just stand by and watch Feng Rui die. Sang Kankan squatted down to check Feng Rui's injuries. This was even worse than in the morning. Her arms and legs were broken, and 2 ribs were fractured. Sang Kankan wasn't a professional doctor and couldn't determine the internal injuries, but it looked quite serious. The pursuers had returned some time earlier, and she couldn't just leave her lying on the ground. Sang Kankan carefully carried Feng Rui on her back and groped her way back to the shack area in the dark. Soon, Xiaoba caught up. It seemed to have a special bond with Feng Rui, always able to find her. However, what it said was a bit unpleasant. Chirp. What happened to her? Is she dead? She's not dead, but she's barely clinging to life. Let's see if she can pull through. Although Sang Kankan had various medications, she didn't dare give them to Feng Rui. Firstly, she lacked professional medical knowledge. Secondly, Feng Rui had undergone extensive modifications and was no longer a normal human, and she was afraid of causing problems. Xiao Ba, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. Sure. She's not dead, so there's no problem. She's tough, she's escaped death several times in the lab and repaired herself in no time. I hope so. Little Ba flew above Sang Kankan's head. Chirp chirp. Never mind her for now. Let me tell you something funny. I was laughing so hard just now. What's so funny? Sang Kankan couldn't understand either the person or the bird. Their thought processes were so different from hers that it made her wonder if they were the abnormal ones, or if she was the abnormal one. Chirp chirp. Those people chasing you, you didn't see their expressions after they chased you into Chen Haowen's house. They were all like idiots. Sang Kankan imagined it. If it were her, seeing that empty house would probably leave her dumbfounded too. You didn't follow us just to stay there and watch the show? Chirp chirp. You guys are having so much fun, I have to find some fun for myself too. Sang Kankan tugged at Feng Rui, who was sliding down her back. She wasn't happy at all. Have they caught up yet? They should be here by now, but she didn't seem to sense anyone chasing her. Chirp chirp. No, they were stunned for a long time before they realized what was happening. By then, you were long gone, and they had no idea who did it. Chen Haowen was probably furious. Just like Xiao Ba said, Chen Haowen was recording the day's experimental data and was about to rest in the lab when he suddenly received a call from the security guard, telling him that his house had been emptied. He didn't even have time to process it. Emptied? What do you mean? Well, there's nothing left. Who did it? I didn't see anyone. Chen Haowen instantly flew into a rage and berated the person who called him. Are you blind or stupid? A dozen people were guarding this place, and someone still managed to sneak in. Slip through? I see you're riddled with loopholes. Want me to add a few more? Find them. If you can't find them, you pay with your life. At this point, Chen Haowen hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. When he rushed home and saw the empty house, he realized what emptied out meant. The entire house was now just an empty shell. Not even a chair was left for him. Oh wait, there was a shoe cabinet, and inside it was a naked woman. This woman had been sent over a couple of days ago. She was quite attractive, and Chen Haowen had taken a liking to her, even making an exception and letting her stay in his house during the day. His house was completely emptied, but she was unharmed. Chen Haowen disliked being monitored and hadn't installed any security cameras in his home. He thought that having more people guarding the outside would be enough, but someone still managed to break in. He poured a large bucket of cold water over the unconscious woman's face to wake her. As soon as the woman opened her eyes, She saw Chen Haowen staring coldly at her. Who did this? Still dazed, the woman realized she was lying naked on the floor and screamed, trying to grab Chen Haowen. Dr. Chen, there's a thief! Enough nonsense, Chen Haowen impatiently pushed her away. Who did this? The woman fell back to the floor, seeing the empty house, and noticing Chen Haowen's cold expression, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. Now was not the time to whine. She might get herself into trouble. A rabbit. I saw a rabbit's head. A rabbit? Chen Haowen was taken aback. What kind of rabbit? Could it be the work of a mutated animal? It's like those fluffy rabbit headgear you often see in supermarkets. That's still a person. Chen Haowen lowered his eyes, daring not to show their face. It must be that damned woman, Feng Rui. Didn't you see anything else? Now, the only one who would dare to come looking for trouble with him is probably that mad woman, Feng Rui. The woman, afraid of incurring his wrath, just wanted to quickly distance herself. Look, judging by the body shape, it does seem to be a woman. Actually, she hadn't seen clearly. She was just going along with Chen Haowen's words. Chen Haowen nodded, not asking her any further questions. Get lost? The women, ignoring their lack of clothing, scrambled to their feet and ran outside. Chen Haowen entered his master bedroom. The bed was gone, the boxes under it were gone, the wardrobe was gone, and the safe hidden inside was gone. Those were all treasures he had painstakingly collected. And the books and materials in his study, all crucial to his ongoing experiments, were now completely gone. You bastard, Feng Rui. To move everything so thoroughly without attracting the guard's attention, there must be a spatial ability user involved. In other words, Feng Rui had accomplices. He had originally planned to deal with her slowly, but this Feng Rui was far too reckless. Chen Haowen clenched his fists tightly. Find Feng Rui at all costs. Chen Haowen not only dispatched all the men he could, but also had his uncle, Qin Yongjie, issue an official order for a thorough search of the entire safe zone for Feng Rui. Meanwhile, Sang Kankan had already brought the severely injured Feng Rui back to the previous shack. Feng Rui's self-healing ability was truly terrifying. In just the short time she'd been on the road, her breathing had become much more stable, and her arms and legs didn't seem so weak anymore. Xiao Ba chirped at Sang Kankan. I told you she was alright. She'd be lively and energetic again tomorrow. No wonder Dr. Chen wanted to use her as test subject 0. Sang Kankan even began to understand Chen Haowen a little. Of course, no matter how suitable Feng Rui was, Chen Haowen couldn't disregard her wishes and force her into experiments. Now, whatever revenge Feng Rui wanted was his due. Sang Kankan couldn't help Feng Rui recover from her injuries. Letting her rest was the best course of action. Sang Kankan then began sorting through the things she'd taken from Chen Haowen's house. Cabinets, chairs, furniture, and appliances weren't very useful, so she already thrown them away to the system for recycling as she collected them. Now, what remained were items that needed to be sorted out one by one. Honey, bird's nest, deer antler, and other ingredients were entered into the system. Looking at the purchase prices, they were all quite expensive. One serving of bird's nest cost 20 level 1 crystal cores, which not many people could afford right now, so there was no rush to put them on the shelves. As for the large box of gold bars, the pre-apocalyptic economic system had completely collapsed. Gold was now worth less than food. Chen Haowen was probably collecting so much hoping to make a fortune after things returned to normal, but it was uncertain whether such an opportunity would still exist. Sang Kankan didn't keep it all for herself. She divided the gold bars equally in two, one for herself and one for Feng Rui. The 2 boxes of crystal cores were done the same. Sang Kankan took 1 box for herself and left 1 for Feng Rui. Xiao Ba was exchanging items nearby. Chirp chirp. Nothing for me. Share is shared, and I even kept watch for you. Sang Kankan offered Xiao Ba a gold bar, but Xiao Ba showed no interest. She then offered it a crystal core, but still no interest. Then what do you want? Chirp. I want to eat. Feng Rui hasn't fed me today. Sang Kankan remembered that it also ate wood, so she offered it a piece of pine wood, but Xiao Ba still refused. Chirp. I'm tired of this. Is there anything else? I want to change. Won't eating something else upset your stomach? Chirp. Fine, let it upset. I satisfy my craving first. In this respect, humans, birds, and cats seem to react the same way. This is probably the basic quality of a foodie. Sang Kankan can't eat right now, so she doesn't understand this feeling. Sang Kankan took out a steamed bun and a sausage, broke them into pieces, and placed them in front of Xiao Ba. She also poured it a dish of water, a dish she had just received from Chen Haowen's house. After putting away her things, She took a few more crystal cores from the box she'd given to Feng Rui, just enough to buy these other things, to avoid the system accusing her of violating the rules. Want some? Asterisk chirp. Eat. Asterisk Xiaoba pounced on her and wolfed him down. Who cares what happens afterward? She satisfy her craving first. Sang Kankan continued organizing the things she'd taken from Chenhaowen. She almost finished dealing with everything else. All that remained were the books and documents in the study, and a safe. The safe had a 6-digit combination. Sang Kankan knew nothing about Chenhaowen and didn't dare try anything, so she started by looking at the documents. Structural characteristics of the pig digestive system. Causes and prevention of pig diarrhea. Case study of pig farming in multi-story buildings. Analysis of the reasons for cattle attacks on humans. Research on regenerative cells in geckos. Sang Kankan didn't understand the academic papers very well, but the information was mostly related to Chenhaowen's modification experiments, and it was clear that it was academic material gathered from various sources, so it couldn't be used as evidence of Chenhaowen's evil deeds. Then Sang Kankan saw another article sandwiched in the middle, titled Reverse Engineering Research on Zombification. Chapter 67. This folder about zombie research was hidden among a thick stack of papers on pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep. If Sang Kankan hadn't been so attentive and focused, she would have almost missed it. The other papers came from a wide variety of sources: printed papers, book excerpts, and compilations of online articles. They were likely collected by Chenhaowen from various places before and after the apocalypse, and many pages contained his notes. However, this zombie-related document was different. It was entirely handwritten, the handwriting identical to the other papers. Judging from the color and density of the ink, the writing on this document was recorded at different times. Date: Month X, Day X. Attempt to inject zombie tissue extract into experimental subjects, turning everyone except 0 into zombies. Chenhaowen circled 0 several times and left a note: enhancing cell repairability may prevent zombification. Date: Month X, Day X. Attempt to separate the components of zombie tissue extract, failed. Date: Month X, Day X. On date, an attempt was made to inject 0's blood into other test subjects to alleviate zombification, but this failed. Subsequent experiments primarily revolved around 0, also known as Feng Rui. Her healing abilities could not only repair bodily injuries, but also resist zombification to some extent. Chenhaowen attempted to find a method for reverse repair from zombification using her. Feng Rui never mentioned this. Post-apocalyptic research on zombification was widespread. From the perspective of all humanity, Chenhaowen's use of Feng Rui for research wasn't necessarily a heinous crime. Even if the experimental process was slightly out of line, if he actually achieved results, he might be hailed as a hero by everyone. However, success seemed far from easy. The document also mentioned that several times, the concentration of the injected zombie tissue extract was too high, exceeding Feng Rui's regenerative capacity, and nearly turning her into a zombie herself. Chenhaowen was the one who timely removed the infected flesh and blood vessels, saving Feng Rui. Anyway, given Feng Rui's regenerative abilities, the severed parts would quickly regrow. This process was recorded in just one line, but the pain Feng Rui endured was unimaginable. Even Sang Kankan couldn't help but grit her teeth just reading about it. No wonder she spoke of her fall and broken bones so casually. Feng Rui, lying on the ground, suddenly moved. Sang Kankan turned her head. Awake? Feng Rui coughed twice, trying to sit up against the wall. She failed twice, finally succeeding on the third attempt. She weakly propped herself up. Is there any water? Sang Kankan unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. How are you feeling? Feng Rui took the water, drank a sip, rinsed it in her mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood. I won't die. She still had the strength to say that. It seemed she really was all right. Feng Rui drank 2 more sips of water, then turned to look at Sang Kankan. What are you looking at? Things found at Chenhaowen's house. Sang Kankan handed her the documents. Is he still using you to research zombies? What wouldn't he do? Even if you said he was researching how humans and zombies have children, I wouldn't doubt it. Feng Rui glanced at the documents, then threw them on the ground angrily. That bastard. If I had known he'd done this kind of thing, I should have burned his house down. Sang Kankan was surprised. The experiments he did on you, and you didn't even know? I was only conscious in the lab for less than a quarter of the time. The rest of the time I was either asleep while repairing my body or drugged. Who knows what he did to me? Every time I woke up, I was covered in injuries. After finally recovering, I was pushed back into the lab. If she had a choice, Feng Rui would rather not have this damn repairability. It brought her no benefit whatsoever, only pain. Didn't anyone in the lab mention any related experiments? Sang Kankan asked again. No, Feng Rui realized something was wrong. They only treated me as a test subject, like those cats and dogs in cages. They didn't really avoid me when they talked or did things. I only heard them conducting modification experiments on various mutated animals. No one mentioned zombies. However, the experimental building has 10 floors. I remember mainly spending time on floors 3 to 6. I don't know much about the other floors. The zombie experiments might have been conducted on other floors. But regardless, Feng Rui had spent a considerable amount of time in the experimental building. Normally, if there were zombie experiments, she would have heard about them, unless Chen Haowen had deliberately kept it a secret. Sang Kankan thought of the safe she'd taken from Chen Haowen's bedroom. I didn't open it because I didn't know the combination. There should still be something inside. How many digits is the combination? 6 digits. Feng Rui didn't think much of it. Try 211,011. The day Chen Haowen published his paper? That's right. Sang Kankan entered the 6 digits, but the safe displayed an error message. Incorrect. Only 2 attempts left. This safe is specially made, according to the instructions. It will automatically destroy itself after 3 incorrect password attempts. Try 23xxxx. Sang Kankan knew the origin of this number, the day the apocalypse occurred. Still wrong. Try 23xxxx. This time it worked. The safe door gently popped open. What kind of number is this? Feng Rui gritted her teeth. The day our mentor was killed by Chen Haowen, he actually dared to use this number as a password. What's in the safe? Sang Kankan took out the contents of the safe. A small pistol with an extra magazine, a box of crystal cores, and several old notebooks. This is my supervisor's lab notes? Feng Rui took the notebook and flipped through it faster and faster, growing increasingly angry. I knew it. Why did that Chen guy suddenly become so energetic, launching one experiment after another? I thought he had some real talent, but it turns out he's just stealing my supervisor's inspiration and claiming it as his own. He has no shame whatsoever. Sang Kankan, however, stared at the box of crystal cores in the safe. The 2 boxes of crystal cores outside were all level 1 or 2, while the box in the safe was mostly level 3, about 10 pieces, and even 1 level 4 crystal core. Sang Kankan was currently level 4 herself, and she could sense that the original owner of this level 4 crystal core was only slightly weaker than her. However, she had never seen a level 4 zombie outside, and even level 3 zombies were rare. Most were level 1 or 2. Her level 4 was only achieved by the continuous supply of crystal cores from the post station, allowing her to constantly absorb their energy. Outside, zombies not only have natural enemies, like humans and mutated animals, but they also fight and devour each other, and there are environmental disasters to deal with. It is extremely difficult to naturally reach level 4. Chen Haowen, a researcher who spends all his time holed up in the lab building, might not even have killed a zombie with his own hands. How did he get his level 4 crystal core? Sang Kankan's mind raced with unpleasant thoughts. Xiao Ba, who had gone outside for some fresh air, hurriedly flew back into the room. Chirp! Something's wrong. They're looking for Feng Rui everywhere outside, and they're about to arrive. The shantytown was indeed much noisier than usual tonight. The area where they were resting was already quite secluded. If people were coming here, there was probably nowhere else to hide. Sang Kankan looked at Feng Rui. Can you still run? I can run, I won't die. Feng Rui leaned against the wall to stand up, handed her mentor's notebook to Sang Kankan, and then noticed the gold bars and crystal cores Sang Kankan had left her in the room. Are these all for me? Yes, half for each of us. Keep them for now. I can't easily carry these things around. Give them to me when you have the chance. What do you plan to do? What else can I do? If I can escape, I will. If I can't escape, I get caught. Feng Rui's eyes burned with rage. As long as I don't die, I won't let Chen Haowen get away with this. I want to see if his life is tougher, or mine. You go first. This is my feud with him. It's none of your business, Feng Rui said, then beckoned to Xiao Ba. You come with Lao Sang too. You won't get away with this if you follow me. Sang Kankan was silent for a moment. I'd rather escape with you. Feng Rui rolled her eyes at her. I'm going to walk right into a trap. Why are you coming with me? To die? It's inconvenient for 2 people to run. It's better to split up. This isn't the time for loyalty. You run quickly. If something happens to me, I have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Ba. That box of crystal cores is for its living expenses. Xiao Ba chirped in dissatisfaction from the side. Chirp. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Sang Kankan wasn't exactly being loyal. It was mainly because she was less likely to be investigated than Feng Rui. If her true colors were discovered, it would cause a huge commotion. However, Feng Rui's words made sense. Feng Rui could act recklessly using her healing abilities. Even breaking bones was no big deal, and Sang Kankan also had many ways to escape. But if they acted together, they would hinder each other, making things more difficult. 1 + 1 = less than 2, it was better to act separately. But Sang Kankan couldn't let Feng Rui be captured in vain. After thinking for a moment, she instructed, if you're taken back to the lab, try to find out the specifics of Chenhaowen's zombie experiments. Feng Rui didn't understand. What's the use of finding out? Qin Yongjie calls the shots in the entire Jiangcheng safe zone. Even if everyone knows, he can still brainwash people and portray Chenhaowen as a hero. Sang Kankan had a different idea. The crystal core in the safe still bothered her. Other animal experiments could be argued as modifications made for humans to better adapt to the post-apocalyptic environment, and the initial intention of the zombie experiments might have been the same. However, Sang Kankan strongly suspected that Chenhaowen's behavior was more than just out of line. It might have even reached a point of madness. What's been exposed now is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Even if no one in the Jiangcheng safe zone cares, as long as she finds concrete evidence, she can pass it on to other safe zones through the relay station, letting other humans make the decision. Go ahead and ask around, but it would be best if you didn't get caught. If you do get caught, behave yourself and don't keep courting death. Although her body's regenerative abilities were quite strong, she would still die if fatally stabbed. Feng Rui herself wasn't clinging to hope, but she wasn't afraid either. With so many people deployed now, we're bound to be caught sooner or later. We hold out as long as we can. But even if I find out something useful, I can't tell you. Chenhaowen will definitely be on high alert this time, and escaping will be even harder. Chirp chirp. Little Ba chirped beside her. I can deliver a message to you. Sang Kankan and Feng Rui both looked at Little Ba. Although not very reliable, it's better than nothing. We talk about it later. After agreeing, Sang Kankan packed away all the other useful items in the room, leaving the gun from Chenhaowen safe with Feng Rui. You know how to use a gun, right? Never used one. Just shoot at the enemy. Sang Kankan. Okay, actually she didn't know either. I go first, take care. Xiao Ba followed Feng Rui. It could fly, making it easier to hide, and less likely to be caught. It had agreed with Sang Kankan that it would come back to the room to find her after Feng Rui was captured, and if Feng Rui wasn't captured, it would continue to follow. After separating from the person and the bird, Sang Kankan didn't hide anywhere. She quietly walked to a rubble area in the safe zone where garbage was being buried, took off her rabbit mascot costume, removed her limbs and other parts of her body, storing them all in the system's inventory. Once again, only her head remained, and she rolled under a broken wall. This ruin was a mixture of household garbage and building debris. No one would come here unless absolutely necessary. Occasionally, discarded corpses would appear on the garbage heaps, but an extra skull wouldn't attract any attention. Although the smell wasn't pleasant, it was a perfect hiding place. Chapter 68. Sang Kankan hid in the ruins for 2 days and 1 night. During these 2 days and 1 night, the entire Jiangcheng safe zone was under complete martial law. Chenhaowen and Qin Yongjie dispatched a large number of people to search for Feng Rui's whereabouts, leaving no corner unchecked. The Jiangcheng safe zone was filled with a tense atmosphere and fear. Ordinary people dared not walk outside for the past 2 days. If they were suspected, the searchers would show no mercy. Whether it was the free shacks or the rented residential buildings, including the ruins where Sang Kankan was hiding, everything had been searched. A man found her skull, and even kicked it in a cheeky manner. Fortunately, Sang Kankan was tough enough that the kick didn't hurt her. Sang Kankan also heard a series of gunshots, mixed with the sound of fighting and screams from many people. The location of the gunshots was not far from the shack where they had previously rested, and it was very likely related to Feng Rui. However, Feng Rui was already prepared to be captured again, so there was no need for her to get involved in rescuing anyone. After the gunfire stopped, the searchers didn't disperse, they continued searching. Sang Kankan vaguely heard that they were looking for Feng Rui's accomplices. To empty Chenhaowen's house in such a short time clearly required the involvement of someone with spatial abilities, and since Feng Rui didn't have spatial abilities, it was natural for them to assume she had accomplices. However, those people probably never imagined what her accomplices looked like now, and of course, they couldn't find them. 2 days and 1 night later, the searchers finally withdrew, shifting from a full-scale search to small-scale, targeted searches, and the atmosphere in the safe zone eased slightly. Sang Kankan waited until dark. 3 or 4 groups of searchers left before finally stopping, and only then did she move again. She donned the torso and limbs, put on 2 layers of hoodies and sweatpants, and donned gloves, a hat, a mask, and sunglasses. This time, Sang Kankan didn't wear the bunny mascot costume. She had already been chased while wearing it outside the safe zone, and she had vaguely heard the searchers mention a bunny headgear, probably seen when she went to Chen Haowen's house with Feng Rui. Wearing it now would be revealing her identity. While dressing, Sang Kankan casually complained to the system, "When can I get a human-shaped mask or fake skin? Having to be fully disguised every day is too troublesome." The system immediately replied, "If the host has less contact with humans, there's naturally no need for disguise." That made sense, but Sang Kankan couldn't quite manage it. Humans were her main customer base, and also her former comrades. Even now, as a zombie, her mindset hadn't fully adjusted. She couldn't ignore things in human society that concerned her. It wasn't that she couldn't remain detached. Sang Kankan had imagined an easy path. Simply leave the remaining dozen or so stations unused, letting humans use them if they wanted, or not. The daily sales from the stations were more than enough to meet her needs, and keeping a group of cats and dogs wasn't a problem. Even if the rest of the stations remained empty, it wouldn't be an issue for her. But if she really did that, Sang Kankan wouldn't understand how she was any different from those zombies outside, who had completely lost their minds, and only knew how to hunt. So what if it's troublesome? As long as I can live with myself, it's fine. I'm not going to die easily anyway. Sang Kankan seemed to understand Feng Rui's mentality a little better. The kind of mentality where you know you can't beat Chen Haowen and his nephew, but you still want to risk your life to cause them trouble. You always need to find something to do while you're alive, right? She quickly shook her head vigorously, clearing her mind of the jumbled thoughts. 2 days after the curfew, there were many more pedestrians at night than before. Some were just strolling around, some were acting suspiciously, and many were wearing cloaks that covered their faces, seemingly heading towards the black market. Their cloaks must have been bought from the same place. They were the same color and style. The one Feng Rui had worn before was also the same style she had stolen from someone else. Sang Kankan hid in a secluded alley, waiting for an opportunity to knock unconscious a cloaked man passing by. She stripped his cloak and entered it into the system, then bought a new cloak and covered him with it. She bought another one for herself, put it on, and disappeared into the darkness. This way, she would attract even less attention. The system silently observed all this, seemingly having something to say. "Host, what's wrong?" Sang Kankan suddenly remembered that the system had mentioned before that what she entered into the system could only be things that belonged to her. The cloak from earlier didn't seem to fit, so she quickly tried to justify herself. "I took it with my own abilities, so it should count as mine, right? You didn't say I couldn't take it. Besides, I already replaced it with a new one for him, and it was my crystal core that was deducted, so he didn't lose out. It's not against the rules, is it? System, never mind, it's fine." Although it was a bit opportunistic, strictly speaking, it didn't really violate the rules. In fact, these rules weren't immutable, the system would adjust them as needed. Every time the system saw Sang Kankan trying to outsmart everyone, it felt a strange mix of emotions. Sang Kankan, wearing her cloak, walked towards the shack where she had rested earlier, but upon reaching it, she saw only devastation. Where were the shacks? All those densely packed shacks? It seemed a large-scale battle had taken place nearby. The shacks had all collapsed, bloodstains on the ground hadn't been cleaned up, and even remnants of limbs and flesh were visible, making Sang Kankan feel very uncomfortable. She didn't want to be tempted by these things. 2 people were cleaning up the scene, covering the bloodstains with dirt while complaining, "Subject Zero is a complete madwoman. Why did Dr. Chen have to capture her alive? So many people have died because of this." "Alright, just shut up." Dr. Chen said all these lives combined aren't as important as Zero's. What abilities does she have that Dr. Chen values her so much? Who knows? That's not something we can ask. Let's get back to work. Was this mess all from the capture of Feng Rui? Thinking of Feng Rui's fearless demeanor, Sang Kankan thought it was very likely. When they parted, Feng Rui said she'd hold on as long as she could. It seemed this was the price she paid for holding on. Judging from the bloodstains on the ground, many people must have died, including innocents, whom Feng Rui completely disregarded. Sang Kankan inexplicably felt that Feng Rui seemed less human than herself. Feng Rui had no sympathy for the weak, no compassion for ordinary people, and utterly ruthless towards her enemies. Sang Kankan could understand it. After all, Feng Rui had suffered too much at the hands of humans. In fact, it could be said that all her pain was brought about by humans. If it were Sang Kankan herself, she probably wouldn't be able to maintain her current indifferent attitude and would become hostile to humans. But Feng Rui's desperate act of going all in would likely only lead to more torture in the lab. After the two people cleaning up the scene left, Sang Kankan chirped a few times, mimicking Xiao Ba's call. "Xiao Ba, are you there?" "Xiao Ba." Xiao Ba said it would come to the shed to meet Feng Rui after she was captured, but now the shed is gone, and she doesn't know where it went. Could it have been captured too? Sang Kankan chirped for a while, before hearing a faint bird call coming from under a collapsed roof. Chirp chirp. "I'm here." Sang Kankan lifted the eaves, and found Xiao Ba under a few broken bricks. This sharp-tongued bird was now almost too weak to chirp, lying listlessly on the ground, both wings broken, the right wing reduced to just the wingtip, and one leg missing. "What happened to you? Where's Feng Rui?" Sang Kankan picked up Xiao Ba and held it in her hands, a little helpless. Unlike Feng Rui, Xiao Ba didn't have healing abilities, and she was afraid that human medicine would be too irritating to a bird. Chirp chirp. There were too many ability users, and she hadn't had time to escape. She was accidentally injured, and Feng Rui was captured. "Is your injury serious? What can I do?" Chirp chirp. "Take me away from here. I need to sleep for a while." Xiao Ba stopped chirping and nestled in her palm, but its chest was still slightly heaving. Sang Kankan held it, trying to find a place to rest, but because of the curfew of the past 2 days, and the fear caused by Feng Rui, everyone in this shantytown was very wary. She had just found an empty shack, and was about to go in when she felt several hostile gazes from all around. She had no choice but to pretend to be nonchalant and leave. She was afraid that Xiao Ba wouldn't be able to hold on any longer, so Sang Kankan finally avoided others, and rested in a dilapidated pavilion on the outermost construction site of the safe zone. This must have been a temporary resting place for construction workers tired during the day. It was dilapidated and bare, and no one came here at night. Sang Kankan sat down in the pavilion, washing away the dust and bloodstains from Xiao Ba's broken leg and wing with water. She carefully applied human-wound medicine, and finally bandaged the severed parts. Xiao Ba remained unconscious throughout, only twitching reflexively when she moved it too roughly. Xiao Ba was a mutant animal. Based on the previously injured Samoyed and Greyhound, mutant animals had strong vitality. It should be able to survive. Sure enough, the next day Xiao Ba became arrogant. Although its wings and leg were still injured, it could still make noise, chirping and begging Sang Kankan for water and food, showing no politeness whatsoever. "Chirp." Feng Rui said, "She paid for your living expenses. From now on, you take care of me." When Feng Rui said those things earlier, it was unclear which bird insisted it didn't need care, but Sang Kankan was too lazy to argue with it. She gave it water when it wanted water, and fed it finely chopped pine wood when it wanted food. She dared not feed it anything else, fearing it would get diarrhea and worsen its injuries. During the day, there were people at the construction site, so Sang Kankan would get fully equipped as soon as it was light, take the bird away, hide here and there, managing to avoid the daytime. But constantly hiding wasn't a long-term solution. Xiao Ba's injuries needed rest. Feng Rui had been captured and taken back to the lab, her fate unknown, and Sang Kankan didn't plan to leave the safe zone yet. She had to stay here a while longer, eventually finding a reliable place to stay. As another night fell, Sang Kankan, carrying Xiao Ba, once again entered the black market of the abandoned canteen. This time, she entered wearing a cloak, attracting little attention. Sang Kankan walked to a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, placed a small flashlight at her feet, and laid out a 1-pound bag of white rice in front of her. Sang Kankan didn't continue selling her bathwater. Last time it was just for fun. This time, she genuinely wanted to make a sale, so naturally she chose something that could be sold. She had heard from people in the Jiangcheng safe zone that the food was mostly flatbread, steamed buns, and other wheat-based foods. The rice reserves here seemed limited, so many people should be willing to buy rice. Sure enough, she hadn't been sitting down long when someone came up to ask the price. "Friend, is your rice fresh?" Sang Kankan replied with her head down, "I compensate you if there's a problem. Can I inspect the goods first?" Sang Kankan didn't hesitate, directly tearing open the rice bag and letting the person hold out their hand, pouring a small handful of rice into their palm. These rice samples were replicated from vacuum-packed Thai jasmine rice. The quality was quite good. The person asking the price was knowledgeable. He rubbed some between his fingers, smelled it, and his voice became excited. "How much do you have?" "I want it all." "You probably couldn't afford it even if you sold everything you owned." Sang Kankan scrutinized the man a few more times. He was completely shrouded in a cloak, his face obscured in the darkness, but she could sense his aura. He was a superhuman, but at most level 2, not her target. I can only sell you 3 gene at most. Of course, she wasn't unable to afford more, she just didn't want to attract too much attention. 3 gene isn't enough. I have several mouths to feed, and it's not even enough for myself. Then 2 gene. No, why are you saying less and less? Or 1 gene. Fine, 3 gene it is, how much? The rice was of such high quality that the customer didn't even bother to ask the price first. Sang Kankan announced the station's price. 3 level 1 crystal cores per gene. Level 1 crystal cores? The customer was stunned. Only 3? Sang Kankan slightly raised her head. Don't you have any? Yes, of course. The customer quickly took out 9 level 1 crystal cores and handed them to Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan then took out 3 bags of 1 gene rice and gave them to him. He wanted to buy more, but Sang Kankan ignored him. Several other people came up to inquire, but none of them were the person Sang Kankan was looking for. Just like the first person, Sang Kankan only sold 3 gene of rice to each person. Some of them were clearly in cahoots, and others had others buy on their behalf, but Sang Kankan didn't care. She only cared about the cash on delivery. As midnight approached and the crowd in the black market thinned out, Sang Kankan finally met the person she was waiting for. A level 3 ability user, whose face wasn't covered, stopped in front of her. The level 3 ability user didn't speak, but his subordinate spoke for him. I heard you have a large quantity of white rice, selling it for only 3 crystal cores per pound. Sang Kankan nodded. Yes, you want to buy some too? Friend, you're probably new here and don't know the rules of our black market. Sang Kankan replied calmly. What rules? White rice isn't contraband. It's sold outside. The white market has its prices, and the black market has its prices. You're selling it cheaper in the black market than in the white market, which breaks the rules. Oh, Sang Kankan nodded, seemingly understanding. Then how about I pack up and stop selling? She then began packing her things. Who told you not to sell? Her subordinate said anxiously. Rules are rules, but they're not inflexible as long as you. Sang Kankan interrupted him, getting up to leave. Never mind, I don't like breaking the rules. If I don't want to sell, I don't want to. You? Her subordinate glared, while the level 3 ability user beside him remained calm. Friend, don't mind him. My brother was just kindly reminding you, he's not good with words. Sang Kankan stopped. So what exactly are you trying to say? The level 3 ability user smiled slightly. I heard you have a lot of good rice, and I'd like to ask you to buy a batch. Sang Kankan's tone remained unchanged. Sure, 3 gene per person, 3 level 1 crystal cores per gene. The level 3 ability user narrowed his eyes. 3 gene per person. I have over 300 brothers under my command, each with a wife, children, and elderly parents, totaling about 1,000 people, which is 3,000 gene. I'd like to take charge and buy it for them all. I wonder if you'd be willing to make an exception. After he finished speaking, his subordinate immediately tensed up, staring at Sang Kankan as if he would attack if she dared to refuse. Sang Kankan nodded, sure. The subordinate relaxed. You're on the right track. Sang Kankan added, but I have conditions. What conditions? Besides the crystal cores, I also need the right to live in a house for a month, in a secluded location, in a safe area. Chapter 69. Sang Kankan deliberately lured this level 3 ability user out. Of course, it didn't have to be him. Anyone with stronger abilities would do. She wanted to find temporary accommodation in Jiangqing's safe zone that wouldn't be easily discovered. Searching house by house would be time-consuming and laborious, and there was no guarantee of finding a reliable place. Renting from the safe zone's official authorities would be like walking into a trap. After careful consideration, the most reliable method was the black market. However, she couldn't just ask to rent a place from anyone she met on the black market. It was a mixed bag, and there were too many variables. Ideally, she would find a powerful ability user with considerable influence and have him arrange a good place for her. Of course, Sang Kankan hadn't ruled out the possibility of betrayal. The large amount of rice she had given away might have already attracted the attention of others, and Qin Yongjia's men were still searching for Feng Rui's accomplices, targeting spatial ability users. Revealing her spatial ability might also arouse suspicion. However, perhaps influenced by Feng Rui, Sang Kankan suddenly realized that she had been overly cautious before. She had been hesitant and worried about everything before taking any action, but what did she really have to be afraid of? She was already at level 4, with considerable strength, backed by the post station, and could even control zombies with her corpse manipulation techniques. Let alone a single level 3 ability user, even a whole group of them wouldn't necessarily defeat her. Even if she did lose, she was much tougher than Feng Rui. Even if her skeleton was shattered, as long as her consciousness wasn't damaged, she could recover at any time. Compared to Feng Rui, her life seemed a bit stifling. Meanwhile, Sang Kankan realized that the reason she had been so carefully maintaining her facade in front of humans was ultimately because she didn't want to disrupt the existing peace. Even knowing she was no longer human, she subconsciously didn't want to be enemies with humans, and tried to avoid situations that would turn humans against her. She had been cultivating an illusion of harmony for herself. In reality, she knew very well that even if not now, that illusion would eventually shatter. Witnessing Feng Rui's desperate struggle, Sang Kankan was now going all out. She wouldn't actively reveal her identity, nor would she provoke trouble. She would only act according to her own will, no longer hesitant or afraid of others causing trouble. Hopefully, the level 3 ability user she had chosen wouldn't betray her. If he did, she would only be trying to protect herself. Sang Kankan's words drew a few more glances from the level 3 ability user, who extended his right hand. I'm Dong Qingping. What's your name? That's not important, Sang Kankan replied without introducing herself or shaking his hand. Mr. Dong, do you agree to my conditions? Dong Qingping smiled faintly. There's no reason for the wholesale price to be higher than the retail price. His tone suggested displeasure and a desire to bargain, but Sang Kankan couldn't tell he wasn't interested in discussing price, so she didn't bother to continue. Since Mr. Dong is unwilling, this deal is probably off. I take my leave. She turned to leave. Dong Qingping's subordinate quickly blocked her way. Brother Dong is still talking. Don't be ungrateful, woman. Shut up. You have no right to speak here, Dong Qingping snapped at his subordinate, but remained gentle with Sang Kankan. He has a bit of a temper, don't mind him. One was playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Sang Kankan, a student before the apocalypse, hated this kind of cryptic, manipulative behavior. Mr. Dong, if you have any other requests, just say so. Stop beating around the bush. I like talking to straightforward people, Dong Qingping held up 3 fingers. I do have safe housing options. Even Qin Yongjia's men wouldn't dare break in. But 3,000 caddies of rice isn't enough, I need 30,000 caddies. He increased the price tenfold in one go, clearly trying to probe Sang Kankan's financial situation. But Sang Kankan's reaction left him disappointed. She wasn't surprised at all, simply nodding and saying, okay. Anyway, it's just selling rice, it doesn't matter who you sell to. Dong Qingping's movements froze for a moment, probably surprised that she agreed so readily, or perhaps regretting not asking for more. However, 30,000 Gene was already his limit, he didn't have any more crystal cores on hand. He wondered why this person wouldn't use goods for exchange, insisting on crystal cores instead. Then it's settled, Dong Qingping's expression quickly returned to normal. How do we trade? Take me to see a house first. If the house is fine, we can trade anytime. Okay, when is convenient for you? Ideally, it should be settled tonight. I hope to move in immediately. This really was a rush. Dong Qingping whispered a few words to his subordinate, who quickly left. He smiled at Sang Kankan. I had him make the arrangements. I take you to see a house now. Arrange what? Clear out a house, prepare crystal cores, or tip off someone. Sang Kankan was eagerly anticipating his performance. Dong Qingping led Sang Kankan into a small van. There was no one else in the van, and he drove himself. Locals and outsiders are definitely different. Being able to drive in the safe zone late at night is a symbol of status. Dong Qingping knew exactly where the patrols were, where there were roadblocks, and where it was safe to pass. Many patrol personnel, upon seeing his car, didn't ask him anything, didn't even let him out, and respectfully saw him off. Dong Qingping made small talk along the way, trying to extract information from Sang Kankan. If you still have rice to sell and need to introduce clients, you can come to us. I know many people with special abilities, and I have a whole group of people to feed. We can never have too much food. Sang Kankan coldly replied, no need. You're a space-age ability user, right? Do you have anything else besides rice? Rice is all I have right now. Oh, Dong Qingping drove the car up a slope. There are places in the safe zone that buy back rice, and the buyback price is higher than what you sold it for. Why didn't you sell your rice there? Sang Kankan paused. I don't trust them. You been burned before? This question ignited Dong Qingping's anger. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel. Qin Yongjie is a real scoundrel. He's always trying to suppress us ability users. Just because we didn't follow him, He thinks he's some kind of local tyrant, that everyone has to revolve around him. Sang Kankan didn't agree, and Dong Qingping continued on his own. It still makes me furious. Last time, a few of my brothers risked their lives to bring back 2 cartons of cigarettes from outside, but unfortunately, we didn't bring any space-age ability users. And guess what? When we entered the safe zone, his thugs confiscated them all, leaving us not a single one. If I hadn't been injured back then, I would have definitely given him a piece of my mind. Was he indicating that he was on the same side as her? Sang Kankan casually replied, cigarettes are contraband, so it's not surprising they were confiscated. Contraband? They just say whatever they want, Dong Qingping scoffed. I figured it out now. Qin Yongjie is insatiable. Anything profitable is contraband. If rice weren't a necessity, and banning it would cause chaos, he probably would have banned it too, keeping it all under his control. But even if it weren't banned, it would be almost the same. All the nearby granaries have been emptied by Qin Yongjie's men, so there won't be any large-scale grain outflows. People like us who need to feed a large group of people still have to exchange other things for grain from him. At this point, Dong Qingping steered the conversation back to Sang Kankan. It takes skill for you to get such a large quantity of grain. Not small. Just lucky, Sang Kankan retorted, not going along with his words. Isn't the safe zone promoting stomach modification surgery? After the modification, you won't need to eat food anymore. Food is so scarce, why don't you just go and have the surgery? Dong Qingping clicked his tongue dismissively. I'm not stupid. If the modification experiment were really that good, Qin Yongjie would have had his own people do it long ago. Would there be any extra slots? Qin Haowen is Qin Yongjie's nephew. He's probably just like him. I really don't believe he can produce anything good. But there are indeed quite a few idiots in the safe zone. These days, the sober ones are always lonely. Dong Qingping sighed, ran his hand through his hair, and adopted a lonely, aloof expression, as if trying to show off his charm to Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan silently looked away, too affected. The car navigated several turns, and climbed several slopes, before finally stopping in front of a 2-story building. This area seemed to be in the same neighborhood as Qin Haowen's house, but the environment wasn't as good, and the house looked worse. This house appeared to be a self-built structure from before the apocalypse, with a small courtyard of about 10 square meters. It resembled a vegetable garden, but nothing was there. It had probably been cleared out after the mutation. Dong Qingping, holding a flashlight, unlocked the gate outside the courtyard wall, and led Sang Kankan inside. This is a house under my name. I already bought it outright from Qin Yongjie. His people won't dare come here easily, so you can stay here without worry. Sang Kankan looked around. The house had good security. There were 2 large locks inside and outside, and it was separated from the surrounding houses by a courtyard wall. This area is arguably the best accommodation in the entire safe zone. Water and electricity are specially supplied. As long as you have the supplies, you can use them as you please. But don't worry about the cost. The water and electricity will be on my tab. Dong Qingping opened the door and casually turned on the living room light, which Sang Kankan immediately turned off, switching to a small wall lamp. What's wrong? To save electricity. It's alright. I pay the water and electricity bills. You don't need to save. But I still need to save. Things aren't like they used to be. Okay. Dong Qingping didn't dwell on it anymore and enthusiastically introduced the house to Sang Kankan. How many people are living here? This house isn't small. Downstairs is a 2-bedroom apartment, and upstairs there are 3 bedrooms. I don't know if that's enough. Only Sang Kankan and a bird were moving in, so Sang Kankan nodded. It's enough. It's been almost half a month since anyone lived here. Should I hire a few more people to clean it for you? Sang Kankan hesitated for a moment before replying, no need, this is fine. Her silence was due to a system reminder. There's a hidden camera in the yard, and 3 inside the house. Finding a comfortable place to stay was proving difficult. Dong Qingping led her through the house, upstairs and downstairs, before suddenly clapping his hands. Oh no, I almost forgot, there's that thing installed in this house. What is it? Cameras, Dong Qingping explained honestly. This house used to be occupied by some of my men. Young people, their private lives are all over the place. I was worried they'd do something wrong, so I installed a few cameras as a precaution, to make them behave. Wait a minute, I have someone remove them right away. He had actually revealed the existence of the cameras himself. Sang Kankan was a little unsure of Dong Qingping's intentions. After the tour, the 2 sat in the living room on the first floor for about 10 minutes. The man who had been there earlier arrived in his car, and after getting out, he took a large box from the trunk. Dong Qingping opened the box in front of Sang Kankan. It was filled with crystal cores, levels 1, 2, and 3. It's a bit messy. Converting to level 1 crystal cores, there are a total of 90,000. Take your time counting, no rush. After saying that, Dong Qingping instructed his subordinate, go and dismantle those cameras. The subordinate looked surprised and whispered in his ear, Brother Dong, dismantle them all? If not all, then half? Dong Qingping kicked his subordinate in the butt. Be smart. The subordinate said okay, and went back to the car to get tools to dismantle the cameras. Sang Kankan counted the crystal cores in the blink of an eye. She didn't need to count them herself. The system would store them and know how many levels 1, 2, and 3 there were. After converting them, Sang Kankan took out 4 level 1 crystal cores and put them back in the box, 4 extra. Dong Qingping stared in disbelief. You consider that all? Pretty much. But she had clearly only touched the crystal core before putting it into her spatial storage. Even the 1,000-hand guanin couldn't count that fast. Dong Qingping never imagined a system was helping Sang Kankan count, and could only remain puzzled. Where should we put the rice? Sang Kankan asked. 30,000 jin of rice is 15 tons. Neither of their 2 vehicles could hold it all. They would need at least a large truck, or even a spatial ability user. That's why Sang Kankan asked. Dong Qingping replied, wait a little longer, they'd be here soon. He didn't seem worried at all that Sang Kankan would renege on her debt after accepting the crystal core. Of course, this was his territory, so he didn't need to worry. It was also because Sang Kankan had rushed things that Dong Qingping hadn't been fully prepared before coming. The people arrived in groups, lacking the imposing presence of a powerful force. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, another medium-sized truck arrived. Dong Qingping gestured for Sang Kankan to load the 30,000 jin, 15,000 kilograms, of rice onto the truck. It's okay if it's a little overweight. If it doesn't fit, a van or a car will do. Don't you have any space-age ability users? Sang Kankan asked casually. The space-age ability user is busy and can't come over, so just load it up like this for now. After Sang Kankan loaded the 30,000 jin of rice, Dong Qingping's men removed the 4 security cameras and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. Dong Qingping pressed, did you miss any? No, there were 4 cameras in total, and they all been removed. That's good. Dong Qingping looked at Sang Kankan, the cameras are all removed. You can stay here without worry this month. If you have any problems, you can contact us anytime. He gave Sang Kankan a handwritten business card with an address on it, which Sang Kankan put away. Dong Qingping gave his men a wink, and one of them produced a large bunch of keys. He hung up the keys he used that day as well, handing them to Sang Kankan. The keys are all here. I only kept spare keys for the 2 main doors, but don't worry, I won't use them without your permission. Whether he had the keys or not was irrelevant if he really wanted to break in, so Sang Kankan didn't say much, nodding to indicate she understood. Then we be leaving. You rest. Sang Kankan watched the 3 cars leave, locked the gate outside the yard, and then went inside to lock the main gate. System, are there any more cameras in this house? No. They really were all removed. Did Dong Qingping not plan to cause any trouble? Or did he want to observe for a few days first? Whatever, she'd deal with whatever came her way. Sang Kankan took out the sleeping Xiao Ba from her cloak pocket, made a nest for it on the coffee table using clothes, and then laid down on the sofa in the living room without going into the bedroom. Chapter 70. The house Dong Qingping arranged for Sang Kankan was indeed quite nice. There weren't many people living nearby, so it was quiet all day long. With the door locked, no one would come to visit, and none of Dong Qingping's people had come either. Sang Kankan and Xiao Ba were quite comfortable. Sang Kankan stayed home for 3 days straight, absorbing crystal cores to upgrade, reviewing the operations of several inns, and handling daily tasks like order fulfillment and restocking. While checking the newly entered goods from suppliers, Sang Kankan discovered something good. For some reason, a supplier from Yahudian had entered a silicone mask. This silicone mask was rather crudely made, and its color was closer to pink than skin tone. It didn't hold up to close scrutiny, but it was certainly more presentable than her skull-like face. With the mask, hat, face mask, and sunglasses on, it was difficult to spot unless you were specifically looking for it. It would come in handy later. Sang Kankan usually doesn't list items with low demand, entering them is purely for her own convenience. During these 3 days of staying home, Sang Kankan kept the doors and windows closed, too lazy to wear cumbersome clothes. She didn't hide it from Xiao Ba, openly exposing her skeletal frame, which initially startled Xiao Ba so much it almost fell out of its nest. Chirp! What the hell? You're not human. I never said I was human. Chirp. You can clearly speak human language. How can you not be human? Then what the hell are you? I can also speak bird language, and I'm not a bird either. Whatever you think I am, that's what I am. Chirp. How would I know what you are? I only ever seen stationary skeletons, never something that can move and talk like you. That's perfect, I learned something new. Chirp chirp, I'm going to tell Feng Rui. Go ahead, say whatever you want. Chirp chirp. Damn it, are you deliberately trying to annoy me? You know I can't fly. The fact that it's throwing a tantrum means Xiaoba isn't afraid of her anymore. Animals aren't that calculating, they're always easy to accept her presence. Xiaoba's injuries have been healing quite quickly these past few days. Its broken leg is gradually moving again, but the feathers torn from its wings aren't growing back as fast. So even after it heals, it still can't fly. At best, it's like a chicken with clipped wings, flying a little over half a meter before crashing to the ground. This makes the already temperamental bird even more irritable, chirping at Sang Kankan all day long. It even planned to fly into the lab to check on Feng Rui after it heals, but how can it go if it can't even fly? However, Sang Kankan can't help it either. It can't even eat the nutritious food she tries to feed it. It's quite pitiful. Sang Kankan had been waiting for Dong Qingping to come looking for trouble with his men, or for him to report her whereabouts to the authorities in the safe zone. However, 3 days passed, and everything seemed normal. Dong Qingping genuinely had no such intention. On the morning of the 4th day, finally, someone knocked on the door, outside the courtyard for the first time. It was still light. Sang Kankan didn't go out, but sat inside and answered, "Who is it?" "It's me, Dong Qingping." "What is it? Could I come in and talk to you?" Sang Kankan paused. "Wait a moment." She dressed, put on her cloak, donned her newly acquired silicone mask, gloves, hood, sunglasses, and face mask, fully armed, before slowly going out to open the door. Dong Qingping was taken aback by her attire. "It's broad daylight, and you're dressed so warmly. Aren't you hot?" Sang Kankan didn't engage in small talk. "What is it?" "It's important. Let's go inside and talk." Sang Kankan ushered him into the living room. Dong Qingping sat on the sofa, his gaze unconsciously sweeping towards the bedroom next door, seemingly curious about who was sharing the room with her. Sang Kankan subtly blocked his view. He coughed and looked away. "I need your help." Sang Kankan refused without hesitation. "I'm busy." "Don't refuse so quickly, listen to it first. I promise you won't suffer any losses." Dong Qingping persisted. "It's like this. Yesterday Qin Yongjie invited me to his office, along with several other level 3 ability users. He invited us and several of his ability teams to go on a mission to a pharmaceutical factory north of the river to transport a batch of medicines back. There's also a food factory, and several small food workshops near the pharmaceutical factory. Qin Yongjie promised that as long as we're willing to go together, the authorities only need the medicine from the pharmaceutical factory. The rest of us can take whatever we want. Jiancheng is called Jiancheng because a river runs through the entire city. The safe zone is located south of the river, while the factory is north of the river. Although there's a bridge across the river, crossing it in the post-apocalyptic world is quite difficult, which is why Qin Yongjie brought along several other level 3 ability users for the mission. Sang Kankan had absolutely no interest in the mission. What does this have to do with me? It's just a coincidence. One of my spatial ability users was injured a couple of days ago, and is still bedridden, unable to come along. So I was thinking of inviting you to come along and borrow your space. Before Sang Kankan could speak, Dong Qingping assured her, "You just need to go and help collect some supplies. We protect you if you encounter any danger. Also, you can take half of the supplies stored in your space. Qin Yongjie is being unusually generous, so we should get quite a bit." Sang Kankan wasn't short of supplies, and she had no reason to take the risk, so she still refused. "No." "Why? You haven't had anything to do these past few days, haven't you? You haven't even gone out." Dong Qingping realized his words had given him away, and quickly explained, "I haven't been spying on you. I live in this area too, and I haven't seen you outside these past few days." Sang Kankan wasn't surprised he was watching her. As long as he didn't offend her, she didn't bother to pursue it. "Don't you dislike Qin Yongjie? Why are you still willing to go on missions with his people?" "I don't like him. He's one thing, but I can't just turn down a profitable task. Besides, everyone else has agreed. If I'm the only one who disagrees, I'd probably be in big trouble." Seeing that Sang Kankan remained unmoved, Dong Qingping started playing the victim. "Think about it. I have to feed so many people under me. It's really tough for me. I just bought some rice from you a few days ago, and after dividing it among everyone, it was gone in the blink of an eye. If I offend Chen Yongjie again, and he cuts off my food supply, I have nowhere to cry. Big sister, please help me with this. Everyone else brings space ability users, and I'm the only one not. How much of a loss am I going to suffer? He wasn't anyone to her. What did it matter to her whether he suffered a loss or not? Sang Kankan wasn't moved at all. She was more curious about something else. How many level 3 ability users are there in the Jiancheng safe zone right now? Dong Qingping thought for a moment. Unofficially, there are 5, including myself. There might be others I don't know. As for the official ones, it's hard to say. For have been publicly announced, including Qin Yongjie himself, but Qin Yongjie is cunning and won't easily reveal his secrets. This number is definitely suspicious. It turns out that Qin Yongjie, the head of the Jiancheng safe zone, is also a level 3 ability user. Sang Kankan had never heard of this before. No wonder he wields so much power. The Jiancheng safe zone is a large safe zone with a total population of nearly 3 million. The proportion of level 3 ability users isn't high. Is there always only this many level 3 ability users? Definitely not. Like me, I only reached level 3 2 months ago. There are others who reached it later, and one even reached it this month. Have any died? Of course, there have been. Last month, 2 level 3 ability users died outside. One of them apparently encountered a zombie horde while on a mission with Qin Yongjie's people and got into an accident. Dong Qingping's voice suddenly stopped. Sang Kankan then said, "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble yourself?" "I don't think so." Dong Qingping chuckled awkwardly. "You mean, Qin Yongjie is using the excuse of a mission to eliminate us level 3 ability users? What's he after?" "Well, there's a lot he could be after. Qin Yongjie wants absolute control in the Jiancheng safe zone, so naturally he can't allow the power of unofficial ability users to grow stronger. He needs to win over some, suppress others, and eliminate still others to solidify his position." Dong Qingping couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Moreover, considering the box of level 3 and 4 crystal cores found in Shen Haowen's house, Sang Kankan felt that his purpose wasn't as simple as just eliminating level 3 ability users. Sang Kankan didn't add anything unnecessary. "I didn't say that. You just guessed. Anyway, go if you want, don't come looking for me." Dong Qingping scratched his head. "I think about it some more." "Finished? Please leave." Sang Kankan stood up and gestured for him to leave. Dong Qingping frowned helplessly. "Little sister, can you not be so heartless? You're free anyway, why don't you chat with me a little longer? If you have something to say, say it. If not, go back." "I have something to say." Dong Qingping raised his hand. "Do you still have any rice? I wanted to ask you to buy another batch." Sang Kankan casually asked, "You already collected the crystal cores so quickly?" "Yes," Dong Qingping answered, paused, hesitated for a moment, then changed his tune. "Fine, I tell you the truth. I'm buying it for someone else. Someone saw I bought rice and asked me to buy a batch for them. The price you gave me was 3 crystal cores per gene, 500 G, but I told them it was 4 crystal cores per gene, making a small commission. Since I'm being so honest, could you sell me a little more?" Sang Kankan herself was just making a profit, so she didn't see anything wrong with her approach. "How much do you want?" Dong Qingping tentatively asked. 100,000 gene? "Sure. Prepare the crystal cores. We trade tonight." "I'm only trading with you." Seeing Sang Kankan agree so readily again, Dong Qingping quickly corrected himself. No, I misspoke. I want 200,000 gene." Sang Kankan said coldly, "Either 100,000 gene, or none at all." "Oh, then 100,000 gene it is." After agreeing on the time and place for the evening's transaction, Sang Kankan once again urged Dong Qingping to leave, and he had no choice but to go back. This time, Sang Kankan didn't choose to conduct the transaction at her residence. 50 tons of rice wasn't something that could be easily transported. Dong Qingping currently had no space-age ability users available, and even with his extensive connections, it was impossible to transport the grain completely without causing a disturbance. Sang Kankan had finally enjoyed a few peaceful days, and didn't want to attract attention to this house. While she wasn't afraid of trouble, she didn't want to invite it upon herself. Sang Kankan chose an intersection outside her residential area as the transaction location. Dong Qingping's men first lured away the nearby patrols, then parked their truck at the intersection. Sang Kankan quickly went over, collected the crystal cores, dropped off the rice, and left immediately. After the transaction, Sang Kankan enjoyed a peaceful day, leveling up and playing with her birds. A day later, Dong Qingping came knocking again. This time, Dong Qingping's face was serious. After Sang Kankan let him in, he sat silently on the sofa for a long time. Sang Kankan was almost impatient and wanted to kick him out when he finally spoke. "You guessed right." "What did I guess right?" Sang Kankan asked, puzzled. "Sure enough, someone had an accident," Dong Qingping said, pursing his lips. "A level 3 ability user died." Was he referring to the mission? How did he die? The mission was yesterday. It went smoothly at first, but on the return trip, a section of the bridge collapsed, and the car and its occupants plunged into the river. There were 3 people in the car, including the level 3 ability user. They were bitten by zombies in the water, and none of them survived. You saw it with your own eyes? I didn't go, nor did I send anyone. I heard it from others. Dong Qingping frowned. The car behind him was full of his men. They saw it with their own eyes, so it shouldn't be false. Sang Kankan said calmly, "It sounds like an accident." It's precisely because it looks like an accident that it's so terrifying. That ability user reached level 3 even before me. It's impossible for them to be so careless. Dong Qingping straightened his back, his face grim. This might be Qin Yongjie's doing. That's just your guess. Dong Qingping's back slumped again, and he sighed helplessly. That's right, just my guess. He had only heard the news last night, and hadn't slept well all night. Qin Yongjie could fake an accident this time and kill a level 3 ability user without anyone noticing. Next time, he might be able to kill him just as quietly. He had already offended Qin Yongjie by refusing to participate in the mission this time. Even if he suspected something, he couldn't do anything unnecessary and invite trouble for himself. Dong Qingping rubbed his face vigorously. Maybe next time it be me. Sang Kankan asked again, what happened to that level 3 ability user after he was bitten by a zombie? What else could happen? Of course, he turned into a zombie too. And then, how was it dealt with? Level 3 ability users become level 3 zombies after infection. Ordinary people can't handle them. I heard it was Qin Yongjie's men who killed him. Are you sure they killed him? Yes. Dong Qingping suddenly looked up. Wait, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Sang Kankan's tone remained calm. I'm just worried that if a level 3 zombie isn't dead, it might cause trouble. Dong Qingping sensed a deeper meaning in her words, but Sang Kankan refused to elaborate. Seeing that he was asking too many questions, and even seemed about to see him off, he changed the subject. I have important business with you today. Just get to the point. Dong Qingping forced a fawning smile. Sister, you're so capable, managing to get so much rice. You must have your own special channels. Could you help me find some other supplies? After these few encounters, Sang Kankan didn't have any ill feelings towards Dong Qingping. Although he had his own ulterior motives, he was at least much better than Chen Haowen, whom she had only met once before. She didn't mind doing business with him a few more times. What supplies do you need? Dong Qingping looked directly at her. Firearms and ammunition. Do you have any? Chapter 71. After speaking, Dong Qingping stared intently at Sang Kankan, trying to discern her true thoughts from her expression. Unfortunately, Sang Kankan wore a mask, her entire face hidden under the hood of her cloak, and completely concealed by a face mask and sunglasses. He couldn't see anything. He wanted guns and ammunition, and Sang Kankan actually had them. The supplier at the second post station had previously entered a complete set of firearms into their inventory, and even left a message requesting that she stock them as official special supplies, but Sang Kankan ignored it. Dong Qingping had no official status. Aside from possessing a level 3 superpower, he was just an ordinary human. Sang Kankan naturally wouldn't easily sell him a gun, categorically refusing, no. Just because you didn't have one before doesn't mean you won't now, or in the future. Why don't you ask your superiors? Maybe they will. Sang Kankan stated righteously, no means no, and selling firearms privately is illegal. Dong Qingping clicked his tongue. He couldn't see how this woman, who never even showed her face, resembled a law-abiding citizen. The apocalypse has its laws. Superpowers can be used freely. What are firearms? Sang Kankan leaned back on the sofa. What do you need firearms for? Want to rebel? I don't have that ability. It's just for self-defense. A gun might not even be as powerful as your level 3 superpower. I have a level 3 superpower, but my subordinates don't. Most of them don't even have superpowers, and their families are just ordinary people. If something happens to me, their lives are going to be tough, and I just wanted to get them some self-defense equipment. It was surprising that he was such a considerate boss. Sang Kankan still flatly refused. Anyway, I don't have any guns. You go find someone who can buy some. Dong Qingping, ever the pragmatist, said. Everyone in the safe zone with a bit of ability knows each other's backgrounds. We're all competitors. Even if someone has guns, they won't sell them to me. That's your problem. I only came to you because I had no other choice. Dong Qingping started playing the victim again. Big sister, please have pity on my useless underlings and help me ask your suppliers. They may be useless, but they're still my brothers. They all have families to support. How can I, as their older brother, not think about them? I know you're kind-hearted, big sister. I don't need your promises. Just ask around for me. Sang Can. Sorry, playing the victim and flattering her won't work on her. I really don't have any. Otherwise, you can try contacting my procurement channels yourself. Dong Qingping's eyes lit up, brighter than a 100-watt light bulb. You're willing to introduce me to your channels? Contacting the suppliers directly would be even better. Sang Can nodded. Do you know about the Sang family inn? What inn? Dong Qingping looked confused. It seemed he never heard of it. Information was very limited in the Jiancheng safe zone. Even if news of the inn got through, it would likely only be known to the authorities, and wouldn't be leaked to ordinary people. Sang Can began to promote herself. The Sang family inn is an inn where you can exchange crystal cores for all sorts of supplies. The rice I sell you is all sourced from there. So much rice from there? Dong Qingping was astonished. Where would you find an inn like that? I never even heard of it. I know of 3, one in City C and one in Langzhou. That's so far. Dong Qingping rubbed his eyes. So you came from Langzhou City? That's right. No wonder, I never heard of you before. Sang Can lied through her teeth. I've been away for a while now. The post station might be selling guns now. You could go check it out? Dong Qingping deflated. How can I go that far? It's not safe for others to go. I have to go myself. By the time I get back, it'd be too late. Even if I buy a gun, I might not be able to bring it back safely. Sang Can shrugged, suggesting that since she already brought it up, he could do whatever he wanted afterward and just stop bothering her. Tell me more about that post station, Dong Qingping said, showing interest. Can you buy anything with just crystal cores? Can everyone go in and buy things without having to fight? Sang Can briefly explained the post station's current size and customer rules. The post station is only so big, so of course you can't buy everything, but it has basic daily necessities, food, medicine, and the like. There's no need to fight, but if there are a lot of people, you have to wait in line. Dong Qingping listened with great interest, but the more he heard, the more resentful he felt. According to her description, his life as a level 3 ability user was probably less comfortable than that of ordinary people in the safe zones near the post station. He felt so envious. Why are the post stations in those places not here? Is there any pattern to their locations? Sang Can shook her head, feigning ignorance. They seem to appear randomly. I haven't heard of anyone discovering a pattern. I just do some reselling business in the middle, so I don't know the specifics. If only Jiancheng had a post station, Dong Qingping sighed. Then Qin Yongjie definitely couldn't control everything anymore. Sang Can disagreed. Even if we had a post station, Qin Yongjie's men might seize it and make it their exclusive property, preventing others from buying anything. He might seize it at first, but it certainly won't last long. Dong Qingping shook his head disapprovingly. Think about it. Qin Yongjie controls the entire safe zone now because he has people under his command, and he can control them. What does he rely on? Although he's a level 3 ability user, to be honest, I might not be able to beat him one-on-one. Force can't solve the fundamental problem. Most people are willing to follow him because he controls the key resources. Only by obeying him can they get supplies. Things are different now than before the apocalypse. Forget about responsibility, honor, and mission. Even starving is meaningless. If there were a relay station where supplies could be obtained more easily, who would want to continue risking their life for him? Being someone else's slave is definitely not as satisfying as supporting yourself. And what about us unofficial superhumans? Aren't we also forced to be controlled by him because of the lack of supplies? With a relay station, we'd be fearless. If he dares to seize it, I risk my life to fight him. Sang Can thought about it and realized it made sense. Before entering the Jiancheng safe zone, she had intended to open a relay station there, but after learning that Chen Haowen was conducting human modification and zombie experiments, and that the entire safe zone was practically Qin Yongjie's personal fiefdom, she temporarily abandoned the idea. She didn't want her post station to become a stepping stone for others, that would only create trouble for herself. However, Dong Qingping's words opened up another avenue of thought. While the post station might be controlled by Qin Yongjie, if it opened here, it could also become a breakthrough point for the safe zone to break free from Qin Yongjie's control. If the existence of the post station could change the mindset of the people in the safe zone, showing them an alternative path besides obediently following Qin Yongjia, then resistance would be inevitable. And prevention is worse than cure is a well-known principle. As the resistance grows stronger, Qin Yongjia will eventually bring about his own destruction. It seems she can start considering opening a fifth post station. But not now. She had just finished discussing the post station with Dong Qingping. If it appeared immediately, it would be too coincidental. She had to wait a few more days for a suitable opportunity. But thinking about it here won't help, Dong Qingping said, looking up at the living room ceiling. Even if the post station is good, we don't have one here. It's too far to help us in our immediate situation. We still need to think of a way to prevent Qin Yongjia from causing trouble. He then looked intently at Sang Kankan. You come all this way. You must have brought more than just rice, right? What else did you bring? It doesn't matter who you sell it to. We're already so familiar. Let's take a look. Who says we're familiar? Don't try to get too close. However, after several transactions, Dong Qingping's reputation was indeed quite good. This was also an opportunity to earn crystal cores, so he could sell him some normal goods. There's also flour, some canned ham sausages, but not much, and some common medicines. Oh, Dong Qingping perked up again. These are all good stuff. How much do you have? I take it all. You still have crystal cores? It seemed the last rice purchase had nearly emptied his savings. Not many crystal cores left, Dong Qingping said, covering his face. Most of the supplies in that box were from previous collections. Qin Yongjia's men have basically emptied the surrounding area. Going out wouldn't bring any benefit. My men haven't left the safe zone lately, so they haven't accumulated many crystal cores. Keep the stuff for me. I sent people out to fight zombies yesterday. We have crystal cores soon. Dong Qingping seemed to have found his motivation. He told Sang Kankan and hurriedly left. Not long after he left, a series of urgent bird calls came from the next bedroom. Sang Kankan went in and brought out Xiao Ba and its nest. Xiao Ba was asleep when Dong Qingping arrived. Sang Kankan didn't bother explaining and simply hid it in the bedroom. Xiao Ba's call sounded very panicked. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Who just came? Someone I know. What's wrong? Why are you chirping so urgently? Asterisk chirp. Oh no, something terrible has happened. I can't sense Feng Rui anymore. Asterisk. What do you mean? Asterisk chirp, chirp, chirp. Feng Rui told me before that she had my cells transplanted into her body. I used to sense those cells to locate her. I could feel her before I went to sleep, but I can't feel her when I wake up. Asterisk Xiao Ba frantically flapped its still undeveloped wings, only managing a few flights before falling to the ground. Asterisk chirp, chirp, chirp. What should I do? Could she be dead? I have to find her. Asterisk. This bird, though sharp-tongued, was actually quite affectionate. Sang Kankan gently pressed it back into its nest. Don't panic. You can only sense her because she has your cells. Not being able to sense her now doesn't necessarily mean something happened to her. Maybe those cells were removed. Chirp, chirp. Really? Are you sure? Sang Kankan wasn't sure, but she was trying to think positively. Whether I'm sure or not isn't important. If she's alright, going there now will only cause her trouble. Even if she is, it'd be too late. Think about it, doesn't that make sense? Although her zombie brain wasn't very sharp, it was still a bit better than Little 8's. Little 8 was actually fooled by her. Chirp, chirp. You're right. But shouldn't we just ignore her? We still need to take care of her. I go to the experimental building tonight. Several days had passed since Feng Rui was captured, and Sang Kankan had enjoyed a few days of peace. Regardless of her current state, regardless of whether she had found out any information related to the zombie experiments, it was time to begin the next step. Chapter 72. After dark, Sang Kankan donned her mask and protective clothing and left her residence alone, quietly heading towards the experimental building. Xiao Ba initially insisted on going with her, and Sang Kankan didn't directly refuse. She promised to take it if it could fly continuously for 10 minutes at a height of 1 meter without landing. However, the outcome was harsh. Xiao Ba couldn't even fly for a minute and had to give up. Sang Kankan's neighborhood and the experimental building were both in the center of the safe zone, not far apart, only a 20-minute walk. However, once she reached the building, she discovered that the security around the experimental building was even tighter than before. There were 4 guards at the main entrance alone. 2 of them were level 2 ability users, and the other 2, although without abilities, were armed and not easy to deal with. 3 guards each stood watch on the side and back of the building. It was practically impenetrable. It's so late at night, can't you relax a little? It's going to be so hard for me to get in like this, Sang Kankan thought, hiding in the shadows of another building a short distance away, pondering what other loopholes she could exploit. Although she could shrink herself into a skull couldn't run or jump, it had no mobility. Without someone to act as a transport, she still wouldn't be able to get in. Sang Kankan carefully observed from the shadows for a while. People were gradually entering and leaving the experimental building, many carrying bags and boxes, but the guards always opened their luggage and carefully inspected it before letting them pass. With such strict checks, even if she turned into a skull, she probably wouldn't be able to sneak in. Sang Kankan still hadn't found a loophole she could exploit. Around midnight, a small truck pulled up and stopped directly in front of the laboratory building. 4 people got out, all of them superhumans. The leader was a level 3 superhuman. He flashed his badge in front of the guards, who immediately became respectful. "So you're the district chief's men. The doctor has been waiting for you. Please come in." It seemed Chen Haowen had given prior notice to the guards. The 4 of them worked together to unload a large box from the truck. The box was nearly 2 meters long, and about 1 meter high and wide. It looked like a makeshift coffin. Unlike the previous people, this time the guards didn't open the box to check it, they let them in directly. The box seemed quite heavy. Even the 4 superhumans, who appeared strong and robust, struggled to lift it. One guard, quick to curry favor, offered to help them lift the box, but the leader rudely pushed him away. "Stand back, don't touch it." Sang Kankan, who was hiding nearby, suddenly became agitated. Her corpse control technique reacted to the contents of the box. It contained corpses. There were 2 corpses, and not ordinary corpses, but zombies. Sang Kankan could sense that one was a level 3 zombie, and the other was level 2. To dare to openly allow someone to bring zombies into the experimental building, Chen Haowen's zombie experiments were confirmed. Moreover, just as level 3 ability users are rare, level 3 zombies aren't common either. This level 3 zombie made it hard for Sang Kankan not think of the level 3 ability user, who had unfortunately died on a mission yesterday. Although Dong Qingping said the superhuman was killed after being infected, Qin Yongjia likely still had a backup plan. Sang Kankan subconsciously rubbed her hands together. If these 2 zombies broke out of the box now, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, and she might be able to sneak into the experimental building. She immediately tried to remotely control the zombies using her corpse control technique. Sang Kankan was already at level 4, and could generally control zombies below level 4 using corpse control technique. However, the distance was still a bit far, and with the box blocking her way, she kept failing when trying to control the level 3 zombie. She quickly managed to control the other level 2 zombie, though. After controlling the level 2 zombie, Sang Kankan tried to make it move inside the box. However, the zombie's limb seemed to be broken, and it was bound with several thick ropes, rendering it unable to move normally. Even its teeth seemed to have been knocked out. Even if Sang Kankan wanted it to break out of the box, it couldn't. These people dared to bring zombies into the safe zone. They must have made ample preparations. Seeing the 4 people carrying the box into the building and getting further and further away, Sang Kankan grew anxious. Was she really going to let such a good opportunity slip away? Without further ado, Sang Kankan gave the level 2 zombie another command, instructing it to break free of the ropes and devour the level 3 zombie beside it. If its teeth were knocked out, it would just have to use its missing teeth to gnaw. Zombies have an instinct to devour each other, but this instinct usually only occurs between zombies of the same level, or between a higher level zombie and a lower level one. Lower level zombies facing higher level zombies are mostly driven by instinctual fear and dare not approach. Now, the level 3 zombie was immobilized, and the level 2 zombie, under Sang Kankan's control, was instead trying to devour it. It was a comical sight, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Sang Kankan's goal wasn't actually to make the zombies devour each other. She didn't care how comical it was, as long as it created a commotion, preferably enraging the level 3 zombies and causing them to fight. And the result was exactly as she expected. The level 3 zombie, already exhausted of its powers and severely injured, with most of its bones broken, was bound and unable to move. Even though a level 2 zombie was lying in the same coffin as it, it lacked the strength to fight back. But now, a mere level 2 zombie had attacked it. How could it tolerate this? The level 3 zombie began to struggle violently, trying to break free from its bonds and devour the oblivious level 2 zombie. The zombies struggled together, which also jolted the large, heavy box. The force of the struggle nearly caused the people carrying it to lose their balance. The shrewd guard, who had been standing nearby, hoping to continue his ingratiating manner, was startled by the sound coming from the box. What's going on? What was that sound? Did the thing in the box move? The level 3 ability user pressed down on the box, glaring fiercely at him. None of your business. Get out of the way. The guard timidly took a few steps back, muttering to himself, why are they being so aggressive? So what if they gain the district chief's favor? Who knows when they fall out of favor? The more arrogant they are now, the worse they be later. Besides, he wasn't mistaken, the thing in the box was definitely moving. What on earth had they brought in? Two toothless zombies were locked in a struggle, biting and nibbling at each other. While no real damage was done, the noise they were making grew louder and louder. The impact could be clearly heard from outside, and they even managed to push up the box lid, though it was immediately pushed back down. The guard, who happened to be nearby, witnessed this scene and gasped, what's inside? Could it be a person? He thought he just seen something that looked like a head pop out of the box, but it was only for a moment, and he wasn't sure if he imagined it. The leader of the group swung his hand, sending a golden blade flying that grazed the guard's right cheek, cutting a gash and severing a lock of his hair. Shut up if you don't want to die, and get out. The guard clutched his wound, paralyzed in terror against the wall, finally too afraid to say another word. He clearly misjudged the situation. I won't say, I absolutely won't say, I'd rather die than say a word. The four superhumans carried the large box toward the elevator, their own confusion growing as the commotion inside grew louder. What's going on? Why is it moving? It's moving more and more violently. Could that thing escape? Should we open it and check? We can't afford to take responsibility if something happens. Don't cause trouble, the leader pressed down hard on the lid, just carry it in. They were going to use Dr. Chin's private elevator, but the space inside wasn't enough, so the box had to be placed at an angle. As the four men carried the box into the elevator, the public elevator next to it stopped on the first floor, and two researchers stepped out. They glanced at the private elevator as they passed by, initially casually, but then, with a loud bang, both of them screamed in terror. Zombies! Zombies! The two zombies inside the box had finally broken free of their ropes, and began to devour each other. All their strength was directed at the box, and the instant the four superhumans tilted it, the lid burst open, and they collapsed entangled at the elevator door, witnessed by the two researchers. The two researchers, clearly unaware of the zombie experiment, scrambled out in terror, screaming as they ran. Help! Zombies are in! The four men carrying the crate panicked, quickly shoving the zombie back into the crate. The leader, acting reflexively, fired several golden blades, all aimed at the researchers' necks, silencing them and taking their lives. After they put the zombie back into the crate and closed the lid, the three guards outside, hearing the commotion, finally rushed in. Seeing the two corpses lying in a pool of blood in the lobby, they were at a loss. The guards exchanged glances. This murder? Are they going to be arrested? But they're the district chief's men, and Dr. Chen specifically gave them instructions. They thought they heard someone shout about zombies, but where are the zombies? The level 3 ability user in the elevator gestured to the guards. Handle it. Handle. Does that mean they have to dispose of the corpses? The guards' expressions grew even more terrified. The guard who had been rebuffed earlier witnessed the entire murder. He huddled in a corner, clutching himself tightly, crying, "Don't look for me. I know nothing. I know nothing." Even Sang Kankan hadn't anticipated this turn of events, but she wouldn't blame herself for the deaths of the two researchers. She was even thinking that with two more corpses, she could continue her antics. The corpse control technique could control not only zombies, but also ordinary corpses, and ordinary corpses wouldn't resist, making them easier to control. The three guards stared at the two corpses lying in the hall, contemplating how to quickly destroy the evidence, when suddenly, the two corpses simultaneously rose from the pool of blood, stretched out their arms, and slowly walked towards them. Aya! The corpse moved. It's a zombie! It's zombified. The four superhumans, who were about to bring the real zombie upstairs, paused briefly upon hearing their screams. This pause allowed several more people on the second floor to come down from the noise. Meanwhile, the two zombies inside the box, still biting each other, broke open the box again, exposing themselves to the others. Now, the existence of zombies in the experimental building could no longer be kept a secret. Chapter 73. Those who continue research after the apocalypse are not only unscrupulous opportunists like Shin Haowen, but also many others with devout beliefs, genuinely wanting to achieve results and dedicate their efforts to improving humanity's living conditions. Although in the Jiancheng safe zone, they cannot resist Qin Yongzhe's power, and are forced to submit to Shin Haowen, they choose to remain in the laboratory and focus on their research rather than compromise their principles or engage in infighting. The experimental environment in the apocalypse is far worse than before. Not only are various instruments, materials, and reagents in short supply, but even electricity is unreliable. The experimental building is one of the few places in the Jiangcheng safe zone with continuous power supply around the clock. Many researchers stay in the laboratory even at night, some even treating it as their home. Even in the middle of the night, many researchers are still awake in the experimental building. The commotion on the first floor quickly attracts the attention of those on the second floor, and then, like a chain reaction, it also draws the attention of other floors. More and more people arrived on the first floor. Seeing the glaring bloodstains in the lobby and the two recently zombified corpses, panic quickly spread. Meanwhile, the two real zombies inside the elevator, under Sang Kankan's control, broke free again, witnessed by many. At this point, even if the four superhumans wanted to kill again to cover their tracks, they couldn't possibly handle so many people. They had no choice but to capture the zombies again, hastily start the elevator, and head to find Chen Haowen with the box. They arrived a little later than expected. Chen Haowen, waiting anxiously on the 9th floor, said, "Why are you so slow today?" For people carried the box into a sealed laboratory. There was a slight mishap. The entire 9th floor was Chen Haowen's private experimental area. He had completely separated the 9th floor from the other floors, citing a classified research project. The regular elevators didn't stop on the 9th floor, and the emergency staircase leading to the 9th floor was sealed off. Only his private elevator could go up. Even using Chen Yongjie as a cover, the fact that a PhD student would monopolize an entire floor and not allow others in naturally aroused suspicion among the other researchers. Several had already protested, and Chen Haowen had no choice but to let them in for a tour. More than half of the 9th floor was used for animal experiments. Although the methods might be somewhat brutal, they weren't entirely unacceptable, and the other researchers had no choice but to leave after seeing it. However, they didn't know that there was a hidden laboratory on the 9th floor, which Chen Haowen dared not show them. This laboratory was cleverly hidden among the other public laboratories. Chen Haowen would only allow others in when he needed to receive experimental materials. Normally, he didn't even need assistance. Along one wall of the room stood a long row of sturdy iron shelves, filled with various glass bottles of different sizes. These bottles were filled with formalin solution, preserving limbs and organs severed from zombies or humans. On the other wall were several bulletproof glass cabinets, each containing a zombie. However, all of these zombies were crippled. Some had their legs or arms severed, and one zombie had even been cut off at the waist, leaving only its upper body with its head attached. 3 operating tables stood side by side in the middle of the laboratory, one of which had someone lying on it. If Sang Kankan were there, she would likely recognize her as Feng Rui. In the corner of the room stood a nearly 3-meter-tall black iron cabinet. Its contents were unclear, but heavy breathing could be faintly heard, suggesting some large creature lurking inside. The 4 ability users were new to this laboratory, and each time they entered, they gasped in shock. Dr. Chen was too ruthless. Even zombies had been reduced to this grotesque state by him. They absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Chen Haowen opened the box containing the zombies. What happened? His hand suddenly stopped after seeing the 2 zombies clearly. The 9th floor was too far, and Sang Kankan had stopped controlling the zombies, but the 2 were still gnawing at each other with their toothless mouths, their faces covered in sticky grime. Chen Haowen frowned. Why is the rope loose? What were you doing? The leading level 3 ability user explained what had happened downstairs. There were more and more people, and we were afraid of causing delays, so we had to bring the item up to you first. Hearing this, Chen Haowen's face turned ashen. You mean you killed 2 people in front of everyone, and then rode my elevator up to the 9th floor in front of everyone? The level 3 ability user knew things hadn't been handled well, and didn't dare raise his head. The situation was urgent, so I had no choice but to bring the item up first. Why don't you just die of stupidity? Do you even have a brain? Chen Haowen suddenly kicked at the level 3 ability user, but this person was a metal type ability user, while Chen Haowen was just a weak, ordinary person. He didn't manage to kick the other person. Instead, he almost fell over himself. The leader silently took a few steps back to avoid further angering him, while the other 3 ability users hid even further away, not daring to utter a sound. Chen Haowen took several deep breaths, finally managing to catch his breath. Weren't the zombies' legs broken? How can they still move? This isn't the first time you've done this. Why didn't this happen before? Were you slacking off? No, it was the same procedure as before. The leader tried to downplay his presence. We also found it strange. Nothing happened along the way, but once we entered the experimental building, the zombies suddenly started struggling. Did anything else happen at the time? Probably not. We did what we always do, putting the boxes. They carried the boxes out of the car and into the building. Oh right, a guard tried to help carry the boxes, but I chased him away. Chen Haowen frowned and looked over. Where is that guard now? Still on the first floor. I taught him a lesson, he should be terrified by now. Not dead? No. Chen Haowen grabbed a box of scalpel blades and hurled them at the leader. You didn't kill when you should have, and you kill indiscriminately when you shouldn't. How come my men are all such idiots? The leader suppressed his anger, silently letting the blades fall on his head. He couldn't lay a hand on him, or his entire family would be doomed. Chen Haowen shouted again, What are you all standing there for? Move the zombies out. Are you waiting for me to do it? Oh, okay. The leader quickly gave the others a look. The 4 ability users worked together to separate the 2 intertwined zombies, lifted them onto the operating table, and secured their heads, limbs, and feet to the table with shackles. Chen Haowen stared at the level 3 zombie for a while. What kind of ability does he have? Earth-type ability. Chen Haowen took out a medical bone saw and severed both of the zombies' already broken hands at the wrists. Based on his experience, ability users and zombies generally release their abilities through their hands. Other parts aren't impossible, but it takes time to adapt. Sawing off the zombie's hands first meant he wouldn't be able to use his abilities to attack for a while. The zombie's black hands fell to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Chen Haowen didn't even flinch. The 4 ability users couldn't help but lower their heads. They certainly didn't feel sorry for the zombie, they just thought this man was like a demon. Dr. Chen, the item has been handed over to you. Can we leave now? Leave? Chen Haowen gave a strange, cold laugh. Before he could continue, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded outside. Researchers often become completely absorbed in their experiments, so to facilitate emergency evacuation in case of an accident, each floor of the experimental building has an alarm system. The alarms are shrill and piercing, enough to wake even the most soundly asleep. Now, the alarms are sounding on several floors simultaneously, likely reaching outside. It seems this situation won't be easily resolved. Chen Haowen put away the tools he had just used, checked that the zombies' restraints weren't loose, and glanced at the 4 ability users. Come with me. They had used his card to take his elevator. Even if he wanted to deny any involvement, he couldn't. A tough battle was brewing. Chen Haowen led the 4 back to the 5th floor in the elevator. A large group of people had gathered outside his usual office, several of them directors from other research departments, banging on his door. Seeing Chen Haowen emerge from the elevator, the group quickly surrounded him, also noticing the 4 superhumans behind him. It's them. It was them just now. Dr. Chen, who exactly are those 4? Someone witnessed them bringing zombies into the experimental building and even killing 2 researchers. We demand an explanation. While the crowd was gathered in the lobby of the experimental building, Sang Kankan activated her superhuman abilities and quietly blended into the crowd. She quickly released her control over the 2 human corpses, which collapsed to the ground. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't turned into zombies. But regardless of whether the corpses had turned into zombies, the fact remained that their researchers had been killed. The crowd clamored among themselves, trying to gather information and figure out what had happened. The 3 guards who entered later were interrogated, sweating profusely. Although they knew who the murderer was, considering the district chief and Dr. Chen's involvement, they couldn't tell the truth and could only give evasive answers. I don't know, it was already like this when we came in. We were too late, we didn't see who did it. The guard who had been threatened with a golden blade by the level 3 ability user earlier, seeing the growing crowd, became flustered. He mingled in the crowd and, taking advantage of the chaos, shouted a few words in a high-pitched voice. The murderer took Dr. Chen's elevator upstairs. He's a very powerful metal-type ability user. There were 4 of them, and they brought 2 zombies with them. It seems they killed because the zombies exposed them. What do we do? Zombies have entered our building. Everyone must be careful. What does Dr. Chen want? Is he trying to kill us all? There were too many people, and they couldn't tell who was saying what, but they believed it all and panicked. As Sang Kankan turned her head, she saw the guard, after fanning the flames, sneak out of the lab building while no one else was paying attention, as if to inform someone. Judging by his nimble steps, he was a far cry from his previous trembling figure huddled in the corner. It seemed she wasn't the only one plotting something. Chapter 74. While everyone was gathered on the first floor, Sang Kankan slipped into an empty office, grabbed a white lab coat worn by the researchers, and put it on. Taking advantage of the distraction, she began searching the experimental building. She had 2 main purposes for entering the building. One was to find Feng Rui, ideally, and get her away. The other was to find out what experiments Chen Haowen was conducting with the zombies, and if possible, expose it. Sang Kankan had heard Feng Rui mention that Chen Haowen's personal office was on the 5th floor, but he had the highest authority in the building, with research projects on other floors. In fact, there was practically no place in the building he couldn't go. Locating Feng Rui's location wouldn't be easy. It was already late at night. Those still awake in the building were either engrossed in experiments or had been drawn to the 1st floor. Sang Kankan started searching from the 2nd floor upwards. Compared to ordinary people, Sang Kankan has a significant advantage when searching for people. She is extremely sensitive to scents, able to clearly detect the scent of zombies and distinguish the scents of different people. The entire building houses all the experimental projects in Jiancheng Safe Zone, plant and animal related, pharmaceutical and chemical related, and communications related. However, there are more animal related laboratories, likely because Chen Haowen used his uncle's influence. After the apocalypse, the experts' research focuses primarily on improving human living conditions. Other projects are put on hold, and limited resources are used wisely. Inside the animal-related laboratories, Sang Kankan discovered numerous animals confined in cages, ranging from small creatures like frogs and white mice to larger ones like pigs and cows. These were all mutated animals, most bearing injuries or having been injected with drugs, appearing to have suffered greatly. With "if I'm going to cause trouble, I go all the way" mentality, sneaking into any unlocked or unattended laboratory I found, unlocking cages, and releasing any animals I encountered. However, these animals had suffered greatly in the lab, their condition worsening with each passing day. Many smaller animals even showed signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. Even with their cages open, they remained huddled inside, motionless, rarely responding to Sang Kankan's attempts to speak to them. It seemed that animals, like the black and white cat and the mynah bird, remaining so lively after such experimental torment, were extremely rare. Sang Kankan didn't force them out. The outside world wasn't chaotic enough yet. If they escaped, they would likely be immediately caught and brought back. It was better to let them recover gradually, waiting until things became completely chaotic. Many people in the labs were working through the night, and hadn't noticed what was happening on the 1st floor. Sang Kankan simply passed by quietly, not bothering them. She couldn't sense Feng Rui's presence on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floors, nor could she detect any zombies. It seemed she needed to go upstairs. As Sang Kankan walked down the corridor, preparing to continue up the emergency staircase, a female researcher emerged from a nearby lab and called out to her. "Which group are you from? What are you doing here at this hour?" Sang Kankan, facing the wall with her back to the researcher, began her charade. "Something happened downstairs, so I came up to warn you. I didn't call you because your room door was closed." "Something happened? What happened?" The female researcher had been focused on data in the lab and hadn't noticed the commotion on the 1st floor. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be related to zombies." "Zombies? I heard someone brought zombies into the building, and apparently killed 2 people. Brought zombies into the building? And killed people? How is that possible? There are so many people guarding downstairs." The female researcher was skeptical, and walked towards Sang Kankan. "Don't joke like that. Which department and group are you in? I don't think I've seen you before." Sang Kankan casually gave a lab number on the 2nd floor she had just entered, still keeping her face hidden in the shadows. "I rarely come to this floor. You might not remember me. You can ask other people if you don't believe me." "No, are you serious? Someone really died." The female researcher reflexively reached into her pocket for her phone, wanting to ask someone else, but immediately realized that this was the apocalypse. Electricity was precious, and her phone had no internet access. She hadn't brought it with her. "Never mind, I just go check the 1st floor myself." Just then, the elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and a woman in her 50s wearing a white coat stepped out. Seeing the female researcher, she called out, "Xiao Lu, are you free now? If so, come with me to the 5th floor." "Director Zhou? I thought you were in the lab. When did you leave?" Researcher Xiao Lu's gaze shifted from Sang Kankan's outstretched hand. "What are we going to the 5th floor for? I just heard something happened on the 1st floor." "You heard about it too? Your information network is quite good." Researcher Xiao Lu pointed at Sang Kankan. "I heard it from her." Director Zhou gave an "oh," but she was in a hurry, and didn't pay much attention to Sang Kankan. Director Zhou went into her office, and dialed an internal phone. The Jiangcheng Security Zone also had several experts in the field of communications. Although they weren't capable of restoring the security zone's external communications, They had managed to barely restore the internal telephone network. However, due to power supply limitations, not many people had the authority to use the phones. Currently, only a few important units could still make calls internally. Director Zhou dialed 3 numbers in a row. The first 2 went unanswered, but the third one finally connected. The person on the other end of the line was the director of another department in the laboratory building. He had been asleep at his office and hadn't noticed the commotion downstairs, so Director Zhou explained the situation to him. Chen Haowen brought this person in, and the things were given to him. He definitely needs to explain himself. Get up quickly, and wake up the others who are sleeping too. We go and confront him together. After making the call and giving instructions, Director Zhou continued talking to researcher Liu. The incident happened on the first floor, but the responsibility lies with Chen Haowen. We don't know what he's up to, letting someone bring in zombies. We're going to the 5th floor to find him now. I already spoken with the heads of the other departments. We must make him give us an explanation today. Even if we call District Chief Chen, he won't be able to protect him anymore. Director Zhou also noticed Sang Kankan standing to the side. Which group are you in? Come along if you're free, many hands make light work. Sang Kankan didn't really want to join in the commotion. She still needed to find people. But leaving now seemed too conspicuous. Sneaking in and observing would be fine. Sang Kankan nodded. Okay, Director Zhou. The director who received Director Zhou's call arrived quickly with several people. More people followed, arriving on the 4th floor and joining Director Zhou. The large group then marched up to the 5th floor. The 3 guards also came up, unsure whether to stop the large group. What should we do? Should we stop them? Stop them? If someone gets hurt, we have no way to explain. Why don't we just pretend we didn't see anything? Our job is just to guard the main entrance and prevent outsiders from getting in. What happens inside isn't our responsibility. That's right. Let's get out of here. It seemed Chen Haowen wasn't going to have an easy time this time. Sang Kankan trailed at the back of the group, somewhat anticipating the upcoming drama. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, they discovered Chen Haowen wasn't in his office at all. They practically knocked the door until it broke, but no one answered. Chen Haowen didn't go home today, did he? Did he run away? I saw him around 10 o'clock. He shouldn't be home yet. Did he go upstairs to the 9th floor? What a coward. He's hiding and afraid to come out, so let's force him out. The directors put their heads together and came up with a desperate plan. They arranged for several people to simultaneously activate the alarms on each floor. Chen Haowen wanted to hide like a coward, huh? Then they make a big fuss, announce his good deed to the whole world, let everyone in the security zone judge, and see if he could still keep his cool. However, Chen Haowen clearly couldn't keep his cool. Sure enough, after hearing the alarm, he came down from the 9th floor not long after. Looking at the directors who had come to his door, and the large group of researchers following behind them, Chen Haowen frowned deeply. What are these people doing here in the middle of the night, coming to cause trouble for me? He winked at the level 3 metal type ability user behind him, signaling him to go find his uncle, Qin Yongjia, for help. The metal type ability user hesitated for a moment before reacting, trying to rush towards the elevator, but was blocked by a wall of people surrounding him. Leading the way was Director Zhou, who looked sharply at Chen Haowen. They can't leave. They committed murder. Dr. Chen, are you going to protect the murderer? Murderer? Chen Haowen was still feigning ignorance. Director Zhou, what are you talking about? Who's the murderer? The directors who dared to come looking for trouble had obviously come prepared. Director Zhou waved her hand behind her, and immediately someone carried 2 corpses from the 1st floor forward. These 2 researchers were from Director Sun's department, both promising young men. It's unbelievable that they met such an unjust end in the laboratory building. They'd probably die with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Director Sun unfortunately went home tonight, but even if he weren't here, we must seek justice for them. They both died at the hands of a metal-type ability user. Director Zhou pointed to the wounds on the 2 corpses, then took out a thin golden blade left nearby and looked at the metal-type ability user beside Chen Haowen. We have witnesses and physical evidence. You're the murderer, aren't you? What do you have to say? The metal-type ability user was surrounded by the surging crowd on both sides, pursed his lips irritably, and remained silent. He could kill these people with a wave of his hand, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Chen Haowen was still feigning ignorance. Director Zhou, isn't there some misunderstanding? He was sent by my uncle to deliver something to me. How could he kill someone? Send something? You mean send zombies? Director Zhou's expression grew even colder. Dr. Chen, this laboratory building isn't your private residence, and you're not a 3-year-old anymore. You should know what you can and can't bring in, right? Bringing in zombies, If it causes a disaster, can you take responsibility? No, something's already happened. 2 lives have been lost. How are you going to take responsibility? This old man was really annoying. Chen Haowen was furious inside, but he still pretended to be clueless. Director Zhou, where did you hear this rumor? Bringing in zombies? That's outrageous. At the same time, Chen Haowen gave the metal elemental ability user a wink, glancing over the corridor railing. The metal elemental ability user understood. The corridor was blocked off. There were too many people. He couldn't attack the researchers here. However, he had another way out. Pushing aside the 2 researchers in front of him, the metal elemental ability user leaped over the stairwell railing and jumped directly from the 5th floor. An ordinary person might die from jumping from the 5th floor, but he was a level 3 ability user with a naturally good physique. He could use his ability to cushion the fall, suffering only minor injuries at most. These people couldn't hold him back at all. During his fall, the metal elemental ability user conjured several golden blades with his ability, embedding them in the wall beneath his feet. He used these blades to slow his descent, easily landing on the 1st floor. After landing, the metal elemental ability user quickly ran back to the building's main entrance, climbed into the truck they had driven up, and started the engine. He was now considered a murderer by a large group of people in the experimental building. He had to find the district chief immediately. Only the district chief could save him now. Chapter 75. Sang Kankan followed behind the crowd, watching the metal-type ability user jump from the 5th floor and escape successfully using his ability. She sighed inwardly. The lab was mostly filled with ordinary people, primarily experts with rigorous scientific thinking. They weren't quite used to the extraordinary abilities of an ability user, and trying to stop him with sheer numbers was naive. The researchers were indeed caught off guard. Why did this person suddenly jump? Was he courting death? Looking over the railing, they realized, oh, he had his ability protecting him. Jumping from the 5th floor was easy. They had been reckless. Director Zhou withdrew his gaze from the railing, his face growing even more grim. Dr. Chen, the murderer has escaped. How are you going to explain this? What do I need to explain? Chen Haowen looked blank, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Seriously? Is he really the murderer? I don't know him. I never met him before. Sigh, how could he have gotten away? Dr. Chen. Director Zhou's face turned ashen. Stop playing dumb. What exactly did they send you? We need to go up to the 9th floor and conduct a thorough search. You should have heard the alarm just now, and the people outside might have heard it too. Once the others arrive, this matter won't be so easily resolved. We don't want the experimental building to bear the brunt of the blame. Seeing the metal-type ability user escape successfully, Chen Haowen wasn't nervous at all. Even with Director Zhou's aggressive questioning, he just smiled indifferently. If you're worried, feel free to check. But what if you can't find anything? I can't just be wrongly accused, can I? What do you say, Director Zhou? Director Zhou said, word by word, if we can't find the answer, I leave the lab immediately, resign, and apologize to you. Is that all right? That won't do. Director Zhou, you're a senior expert. We can't let you go, otherwise people will say I'm ostracizing my seniors. Chen Haowen waved his hand. No need for that. Just apologize to me in front of everyone. Director Zhou didn't hesitate. Okay. If I wronged you, I apologize publicly immediately. Chen Haowen smiled with satisfaction. I believe you keep your word. One metal-type ability user had escaped, leaving 3 others. Another director added, the 3 of them are accomplices, and need to be investigated as well. At Chen Haowen's signal, the 3 ability users didn't resist, allowing several researchers to tie them up with ropes and lock them in a small, dark room for closed experiments. Chen Haowen led everyone to his private elevator, swiped the key to start it, and said, oh right, I almost forgot the elevator has a capacity limit. So many people can't all go together. Director Zhou, please go first, then 10 more people can come up. Because he was handling the zombie transfer, Chen Haowen hadn't brought any bodyguards tonight. He faced a large group of directors and researchers who were quite hostile towards him, yet he wasn't flustered at all, clearly confident. Director Zhou started this. Besides the other directors, she also selected several of her researchers to enter the elevator, some of whom brought DV cameras, presumably to record evidence. Seeing that the group was almost 10, Sang Kankan followed researcher Xiao Lu and stepped into the elevator. Who is she? A director asked casually. Sang Kankan kept her head down and didn't speak. The researcher next to her, Xiao Lu, answered for her. She's from the chemistry project team on the 2nd floor. She seems to have seen the scene. She's the one who tipped me off. Director Zhou added, It's good to have people from other departments witness this, so someone doesn't try to renege on their promise and accuse us of colluding to frame them. Hearing this, the others didn't ask any more questions. The elevator stopped on the 9th floor. Chin Haowen stepped out first, calmly waving to the others. I don't know where the zombie rumors came from. Feel free to check everything, just tell me which door you need. When the 9th floor first opened, Director Zhou and several other directors had visited. Now, compared to then, each room had many more pieces of equipment, medicine shelves, filing cabinets, and other supplies. Director Zhou's research projects overlapped with Chin Haowen's. She had submitted reports to her superior several times a year ago regarding certain machines, but hadn't been able to secure them, supposedly due to insufficient resources. Chin Haowen, however, clearly possessed them, and they appeared brand new and unused. Having a good uncle is truly remarkable, Director Zhou thought through gritted teeth. However, she wasn't here to discuss the machines, the key was finding the zombies. But then Director Zhou remembered something else. I heard a few days ago that Subject Zero was captured. Why haven't I seen her? I have a research plan that I like to use for clinical trials. Sang Kankan, following at the back with her head down, paused slightly. Director Zhou's words made it seem as if Feng Rui's body was a public experimental subject, available to anyone who wanted to use it, completely disregarding her as a human being. Just moments ago, I thought Director Zhou was very righteous for standing up for the two dead, but now it seems human nature is indeed very complex. Chin Haowen explained, Subject Zero was indeed captured, but not with me. Her mental state is currently on the verge of madness. She could attack at any moment, making experiments impossible. She's being held by the safe zone, and will be sent over once she recovers a bit. Although he had her in his hands, he had no intention of handing her over again. He could just keep up the pretense. Is that so? Director Zhou responded, his words unreadable. Sang Kankan, who had remained silent, wanted to shout. He's lying! He's lying! Feng Rui is clearly here. Sang Kankan had already sensed Feng Rui's presence on the 9th floor, but it was very weak, and with several walls separating them, she couldn't pinpoint her exact location. A dozen or so people followed Chin Haowen, checking every laboratory on the 9th floor, including locked drawers and cabinets, but they didn't even see a trace of a zombie. They did see cadavers preserved in formalin solution, but such cadavers in a lab were hardly surprising and couldn't be used to indict Chin Haowen. The further they walked, the uglier Director Zhou's expression became, while Chin Haowen's smile grew wider. Meanwhile, on the other side, the metal elemental supernatural vehicle that had escaped from the experimental building arrived at District Chief Chin Yongjia's residence. He wasn't simply going to get help for Chin Haowen, he was also trying to save himself. As a level 3 supernatural being with a bright future, he didn't want to live as a murderer forever. Therefore, he needed the District Chief's intervention to completely resolve this crisis. However, upon arriving at Chin Yongjia's residence, the metal-type ability user couldn't enter directly. Several people had come to visit the District Chief's house, including 2 well-known level 3 ability users in the safe zone. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Are these ability users just bored and have nothing better to do than come to the District Chief's house? Although the metal-type ability user was also level 3, he was Chin Yongjia's secret weapon, not publicly known. Even if he wanted to call for reinforcements for Chin Haowen, he couldn't just barge in. He had no choice but to turn off the car and wait outside. District Chief Chin Yongjia, inside, was also very puzzled. He kept this on his mind all night, waiting for the ability users to report to him after handing over the zombies to his nephew. But instead of the reporter, several other uninvited guests arrived. There aren't many unofficial level 3 ability users in Jiancheng's safe zone, and Chin Yongjia knows them all well. He keeps a clear picture of who's worth recruiting, who's a fence-sitter to be used when needed, and who's a tough nut to crack when the opportunity arises. 2 level 3 ability users arrived tonight. One of them, Dong Qingping, was a troublemaker. He never really obeyed Chin Yongjia's orders, and had even conspired with several other level 3 ability users to run a black market, forcing Chin Yongjia to back down. Chin Yongjia already disliked Dong Qingping. Just a couple of days ago, Dong Qingping had openly rejected his mission invitation, and Chin Yongjia was planning to deal with him when he had some free time. But then Dong Qingping showed up in the middle of the night. The other level 3 ability user was a woman. She only recently reached level 3, and had previously kept a low profile. Chin Yongjia had only done a brief investigation into her identity, and hadn't had time to delve deeper. However, since she came with Dong Qingping, she was probably just as tough. Chin Yongjia sat on the sofa, glancing at Dong Qingping, who was leisurely sipping tea opposite him. This man was quite composed. He hadn't said what he wanted since he came in. Surely he hadn't come just to freeload off Chin Yongjie's tea? Captain Dong, let's not beat around the bush. What brings you all to my humble abode in the middle of the night? He better have some life or death matter to warrant this hour. Dong Qingping slowly swallowed his tea, placed the cup back on the coffee table, and then said slowly, "We're here to ask about something for Lao Xing's brothers." Lao Xing was the level 3 ability user who died during a mission a couple of days ago. His 2 level 2 ability users had come along, but they weren't seated, they were standing at the back. Chin Yongjie's face showed sorrow. "I'm truly sorry about Captain Xing's situation. We misjudged the situation and didn't have a comprehensive plan, causing his death. We will definitely provide the full compensation." His posture was very humble. After speaking, he stood up and bowed to the 2 level 2 ability users. "Please convey my apologies to the others. In addition to the compensation from the safe zone, I will personally provide some supplies as compensation. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me." "It's not about compensation now," one of the level 2 ability users said. "We came to ask where the bodies of our leader and the other brothers who were in the same vehicle are. We don't care about anything else. We just want them to be buried peacefully." "Body?" Chin Yongjie paused slightly, then lowered his head again. "I'm sorry, the situation was urgent at the time. We could only prioritize the safety of the other survivors, and were unable to bring back the deceased's remains." "So you mean he died without a complete corpse? My brother believed you and risked his life on a mission for the safe zone, and the result is a complete death?" Chin Yongjie couldn't refute them, and said sorry again. Sorry is useless. A level 2 ability user angrily raised his right arm, seemingly wanting to attack Chin Yongjie, but Dong Qingping stood up and stopped him. "Xiao Ding, don't be impulsive. Old Xing wasn't killed by the district chief. What's the use of taking your anger out on him? Besides, the district chief is already a level 3, you can't beat him." Chin Yongjie's forehead veins bulged. This Dong Qingping, if he couldn't speak properly, he shouldn't have. He seemed to be trying to mediate, but he was clearly fanning the flames. The level 2 ability user was actually swayed by him. So what if he's level 3? Does that give him the right to kill people at will? If he didn't act like a district chief all the time, who would listen to him? "Watch your words." Dong Qingping covered the level 2 ability user's mouth, handed him to his companion, and then turned to Chin Yongjie. Xiao Ding was just in a hurry and misspoke. "District chief, you're magnanimous, don't take it to heart." Chin Yongjie smirked. "Of course not." That's good, that's good." Dong Qingping finished speaking, sat down again, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. "Wait, aren't you leaving yet? If it weren't for the fact that you're so unbecoming of a district chief, Chin Yongjie would have kicked you out immediately. Captain Dong, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, then get out of here." Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot about something else when I got distracted." Dong Qingping put down his teacup and pointed to the female level 3 ability user who hadn't spoken yet. "I talk about my business later. Zheng, you go first." The female superhuman Zheng Xiyu spoke for the first time tonight. "District Chief, I came today to offer you a few suggestions. Is that all right?" This was just one of a series of endless questions, but Chin Yongjie maintained his smile. "Of course, go ahead." "District Chief, you should have investigated me and know my family background, right?" Chen Yongjie couldn't answer this, but Zheng Xiyu didn't wait for him to reply and continued on her own. "My parents died after the apocalypse. I'm not married and have no other relatives. I've been living in the safe zone with a few sisters I met on the street. Lately, we encountered many unreasonable and even illegal things. I hope you, District Chief, will take this seriously. We live in the safe zone's public housing, paying rent with supplies every month. Shouldn't that be our private space? But strange men often barge in, acting crazy and demanding to live with us, claiming they protect us. Who needs their protection? They're all weaklings. We asked the safe zone's patrol teams for help multiple times, but they blame us for being nosy. I'm a superhuman, and many of my sisters are superhumans too. Since reasoning won't work, we had no choice but to fight back. We accidentally injured someone, and now they want us to pay compensation. District Chief, tell me, is this reasonable? Isn't this just pure bullying of us women?" Zheng Shi was getting agitated when a sharp alarm blared outside, seemingly coming from the direction of the laboratory building. Chin Yongjie had a bad feeling, but Zheng Xiyu acted as if she hadn't heard the alarm and continued speaking. "District Chief, you've been married. You should know that we women have those few days every month. We're not asking for special treatment, but we can't buy sanitary napkins in the entire safe zone. I even asked around, and they said they're contraband and can't be sold openly. Do you think that's reasonable? I can't buy medicine for menstrual cramps, so I have to brew it myself, which is bad enough. But what's worse is that once, one of my friends came back from the safe zone and unfortunately got her period. Blood stained her pants, and the guards treated it as a wound, without even asking what happened, and took her to quarantine for 24 hours. During quarantine, they didn't give her food or water, and in the dead of winter, they didn't even give her a blanket. She almost died in the quarantine room. District Chief, you have so many men under you. Couldn't you have arranged for more women to guard the gates? Even if you're afraid women will steal the spotlight from you men, and don't want to use women, is it so hard to arrange for more normal men with common sense? What kind of people are you all? Zhang Shi became more and more agitated and unrestrained in her speech. Chen Yongjie coughed uncomfortably. Captain Zhang, I understand your suggestion, and I will seriously consider it. I haven't finished yet. Zhang Shi started talking and couldn't stop. One of my sisters got pregnant before the apocalypse, her husband died, and she barely made it this far on her own. Last month, she had a difficult labor and couldn't find a doctor in the entire safe zone. Finally, she found 2 doctors, but they both said there were regulations in the safe zone that required going through a process before they would see her. Do you know how ridiculous that process is? It required 5 people to sign off on everything. 2 of them were negligent and couldn't be found at all. How could a pregnant woman wait that long? Luckily, she made it through on her own. What's so strange is that when we went to the doctor, he said we had to go through the process. Then a subordinate of a high-ranking official went over and told the doctor that someone had a stomachache. The doctor didn't say a word and rushed over. What? A pregnant woman's and her child's lives aren't important. Are they less important than the lives of you officials? District Chief, is this reasonable? We female superhumans have so much suffering with nowhere to turn, and we don't even know what kind of lives ordinary women live. If I hadn't been promoted to level 3, District Chief, you probably wouldn't have given me a chance to speak to you. Today, you give me an explanation. How do you plan to handle these matters? Don't tell me you consider it later. Everyone knows your bureaucratic rhetoric. Consider later means no consideration. Zhang Shi's words made Qin Yongjie's face turn pale, and then red. Where did Dong Qingping bring this woman from? Calling her tough is an understatement. She's just a hothead. Qin Yongjie subconsciously glanced at Dong Qingping and found him sitting to the side, leisurely drinking tea. He was so angry he almost cursed, while Zhang Shi continued to aggressively demand an explanation. Captain Zhang, don't get agitated, calm down. I give you an explanation for these matters, but as you know, there are so many people in the safe zone. Everyone has their own thoughts, and things have priorities. I need to handle them in order to ensure a smooth process, right? This only made Zhang Shi more agitated. You mean, our women's affairs are trivial matters, not worth your priority? That's not what I meant. I was just giving an example. Besides, the policies of the safe zone aren't decided by me alone. I need to ask for other people's opinions, and gather everyone's wisdom to make the best decision. Other people's opinions? Whose opinions? How many of them are women? A bunch of officials like you. Even if you discussed it until you died, you never make a decision that benefits us women. It seemed unlikely that Qin Yongjie could reason with her today. Avoiding Zhang Shi's questioning, he tried to shift the blame to Dong Qingping. Captain Dong, what do you think about these matters? Let's see what this man can say to satisfy this woman. Dong Qingping innocently put down his teacup. I have no opinion. I'm just an ordinary person, without any official position. What opinion could I possibly have? This is none of my business. Chen Yongjie smiled gently. It's alright, there's no one else here. Just say what you think. District Chief, you don't need to make things difficult for Captain Dong. Zhang Shi saw through his intentions. Although Captain Dong is a man, he at least helped us sisters buy food and provided sanitary napkins. He didn't take advantage of our situation. Today, I don't care about his opinion. I just want to know, what do you think after hearing what I say? This man was truly impervious to reason. He must have come specifically to cause trouble tonight. Qin Yongjie was pondering how to deal with him, when he heard a car stop outside. The people who went to the experimental building must have returned with news. We must get rid of these 2 as soon as possible. Qin Yongjie's face darkened. Captain Zhang, I will seriously consider your request, and try to give you a reply within 3 days. No 2 days. There are more urgent matters that require my immediate attention, and I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Mine is also urgent. Qin Yongjie narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, this matter concerns the safety of the entire safe zone. If it's delayed, I'm afraid Captain Zheng won't be able to bear the responsibility. Zhang Shi fell silent, but Dong Qingping, who had been drinking tea beside her, spoke up. Oh, I also have something concerning the safety of the entire safe zone. I wonder if it's the same thing the district chief mentioned. Dong Qingping had also heard the truck stop outside. This was the sound he'd been waiting for. Just a short while ago, one of Dong Qingping's underlings, planted among the safe zone's guards, rushed to his house in the middle of the night, telling him that something had happened at the experimental building. Several superhumans had brought zombies into the building, and after being seen, they were killed to cover their tracks. 2 people died on the spot. Dong Qingping had always disliked Qin Yongjie, a despicable and shameless dictator. If it weren't for the apocalypse, his actions would surely have earned him severe punishment from the state, possibly even execution. But now, the higher-ups couldn't control him, allowing him to gain power. And his nephew was just as bad, even transplanting pig stomachs into people. Who knows what kind of weird stuff he's up to all day? He certainly wasn't some diligent research expert. However, Dong Qingping had always thought Qin Yongjie was a heartless politician who only used political tactics to suppress others. If the rice-selling girl hadn't just warned him, and then the level 3 ability user Lao Xing had met with an accident, he wouldn't have suspected Qin Yongjie. The rice-selling girl had also asked him where Lao Xing had gone after turning into a zombie, a question Dong Qingping was also concerned about. Now, hearing that someone had transported zombies into the experimental building, he immediately connected the dots. So, after killing Lao Xing, Qin Yongjie wanted to use his zombie form for his nephew's research? Wasn't that incredibly ruthless? His underlings said that the deaths at the experimental building had been exposed, and Chen Haowen couldn't handle it alone. He would definitely seek help from Qin Yongjie. This time, he couldn't let them suppress the matter again. Dong Qingping immediately went out, gathered a few ability users he knew, and went to Qin Yongjie's house. He had no other purpose than to hinder Qin Yongjie, preventing him from having the opportunity to help Chen Haowen suppress the matter. Once the affair at the experimental building could no longer be hidden, their other shady dealings would gradually surface. Now, the person who called for reinforcements had indeed arrived. Dong Qingping's words made Qin Yongjie frown. Oh! Captain Dong, what's the matter? Didn't the alarm just go off outside? It sounded like it was coming from the experimental building. District Chief, didn't you hear it? Dong Qingping asked knowingly. I'm going to handle things over there. That's perfect. I heard some inside information too, and I'm worried about it. Let us go with you, District Chief. More people means more power. Let you go? Qin Yongjie smirked. It's too late now. No need to trouble you all. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. The safety zone's affairs are everyone's affairs. Besides, even if you let me go back now, I won't be able to sleep because I'm worried. I might even wake up the others to help. This was a blatant threat. Qin Yongjie looked at the others in the room. You too? The others, including Zhang Xiyu, answered in unison. We came with Captain Dong, so naturally we go with him. Good, very good. Qin Yongjie suddenly sat up from the sofa, gritting his teeth. Then thank you all for your righteousness. He strode out of the house, gesturing to his men waiting outside to gather more people. The metal-type ability user, who had been waiting outside for a while, immediately got out of the car. He was about to speak when he saw Dong Qingping and the others following behind Qin Yongjie, so he swallowed back all his words. District Chief, Dr. Chen has something important to discuss with you. Dong Qingping chuckled. District Chief and Dr. Chen are truly a devoted uncle and nephew. Discussing matters in the middle of the night, I wonder if it's convenient for us to listen in too. Everyone had heard the alarm. Pretending not to hear was a waste of time. Qin Yongjie glared at the metal elemental ability user. Stop beating around the bush. What exactly happened to Haowen? Tell me the truth. With so many outsiders present, how could he tell the truth? The metal elemental ability user was at a loss for words. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. District Chief, you should go and see for yourself. Dr. Chen said it involves classified research. This was a reminder to Qin Yongjie not to let outsiders follow, but Dong Qingping and his group had already latched onto him, and Qin Yongjie couldn't force them to leave without a valid reason. Following Qin Yongjie's instructions, his subordinates quickly assembled 2 10-man teams, all of whom were Qin Yongjie's capable henchmen. Even if unexpected situations arose, these men were more than enough to detain Dong Qingping and the others. Qin Yongjie was too lazy to argue with them any longer. Let's go! As he led his men towards the experimental building, the search on the 9th floor was nearing its end. Chen Haowen looked at Director Zhou's ashen face, shrugged, and seemed quite regretful. I'm sorry, Director Zhou, I don't have the zombies you're looking for here. I've been wrong this time. Director Zhou's lips trembled slightly. How could that be? Someone clearly saw it with their own eyes. The lighting was bad at night. They must have been mistaken. And someone clearly saw those two corpses turn into zombies. Those two corpses don't look like zombies at all. Chin Haowen's smile was extremely piercing. Director Zhou isn't a child anymore. She should have some common sense. How can zombie-turned corpses return to normal? Isn't this a joke? This was a direct return of the sarcastic remarks Director Zhou had made to her earlier. Director Zhou clutched her chest in anger. Then tell me, what exactly did those people bring you in the middle of the night? And why did they try to kill you after being discovered? I know nothing about the murder. They just delivered a batch of experimental supplies that I applied for in my personal capacity. There shouldn't be any need to explain it to Director Zhou. Seeing Director Zhou's angry expression, Chin Haowen, like a cat toying with a mouse, changed his story abruptly. However, to convince you, Director Zhou, telling you isn't out of the question. He led Director Zhou and the others back to a room they had previously inspected, pointing to the cadaver soaking in formalin solution. This is what they brought in. I wanted to use it for dissection practice. It's not surprising that they were mistaken for zombies. Now that no one could testify, he could say whatever he wanted. Director Zhou looked at the other directors, who all shook their heads and sighed. Unless they could capture the metal-type ability user and force him to talk, or extract concrete evidence from the other three ability users, Director Zhou would have no choice but to yield to Chin Haowen this time. Meanwhile, Sang Kankan, following behind the crowd, was silently exerting her strength. She clearly sensed Feng Rui's presence on the 9th floor, and also sensed the presence of several zombies. However, after searching every room, she saw neither Feng Rui nor any zombies. Sang Kankan was certain her senses were correct, so there was only one possibility. Feng Rui and the zombies were hidden by Chin Haowen in another concealed space. After carefully observing the structure of each room, and combining this with the presence she sensed, Sang Kankan roughly pinpointed the location of this concealed space, hidden in the dark corners of the archives and warehouse on the 9th floor, and in a dead end of the passage leading to the sealed-off emergency staircase. But simply finding the location wasn't enough. She couldn't relay the information to others without revealing herself. Sang Kankan tried using her corpse-controlling technique to subdue the hidden zombies, but unfortunately, these zombies were all crippled and unable to move normally, so even with her control, they couldn't move. Feng Rui seemed to have completely passed out, remaining completely still. What other methods did she have? Seeing the cadaver in the formalin solution, Sang Kankan started causing trouble again. Chin Haowen, with his back to the glass tank containing the cadaver, looked smugly at Director Zhou. I already had you check the 9th floor. Since you found nothing, shouldn't Director Zhou keep your promise? Director Zhou bit his lower lip, about to speak, when suddenly, the cadaver in the formalin solution abruptly sat up in the glass tank, stretching out its two wet hands, and placing them on Chin Haowen's back. It's a zombie! Several people screamed and rushed out of the room. Chin Haowen was stunned. This was clearly a corpse that had died of natural causes. He had even stabbed it a couple of days ago. How could it have turned into a zombie? But the dripping water behind him wasn't a hallucination. The shadow cast on the ground clearly told Chin Haowen that the cadaver had really moved, and two hands had already climbed up his back, reaching for his neck. Everyone else fled. Chin Haowen quickly dodged, avoiding the cadaver's hands, while trying to figure out what was happening. Could it be that the experimental equipment had been contaminated with the zombie virus, accidentally transferring the virus to the cadaver and infecting it? But he had never heard of corpses being infected. Chin Haowen couldn't understand it at all, but the cadaver's feet had already stepped out of the glass tank, its arms outstretched, and it slowly walked towards him again. Everyone else had run away in fright. If he appeared too calm, it wouldn't make sense, so Chin Haowen pretended to be extremely frightened and ran out of the room. The others had gathered in the elevator area, but scattered again when they saw him approaching, as if he were a virus. Chin Haowen tried to explain himself, but no one was willing to listen. The cadaver seemed to have locked onto him, dragging its wet trail, as it relentlessly walked towards him. Director Zhou cursed viciously, "You almost fooled me. How do you explain this now? You really did bring a zombie in." The others echoed his sentiments. "So many people saw it, don't even think about denying it now. Open the elevator now, don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Let's see how the district chief can protect you this time." The researcher with the DV camera recorded everything that happened on the 9th floor. Now, he was half paralyzed by the wall, still filming Chin Haowen and the moving cadaver. Chin Haowen was extremely annoyed. As he was being insulted, he gritted his teeth and laughed. "Even if I really did it, what can you do to me? Open the elevator? Why would I open the elevator? If you all die, then no one can frame me, right? He snatched the DV camera from him, smashed it against the wall, and even found the memory card, breaking it in two with his hands. Then, he gave everyone a malicious smile, and turned to walk into a corner room. The others were completely baffled. He was still uttering threats at this point. What was he planning? Was he really going to kill them to cover his tracks? He might actually dare to do it. It was best to escape quickly. There were still zombies here. Although they didn't know why this zombie was only targeting Chen Haowen, it followed him inside after he entered the room. However, the passageway leading to the emergency staircase on the 9th floor was completely blocked. The regular elevators didn't stop on this floor either. The only way to leave was to use Chen Haowen's private elevator, and the elevator card was still in Chen Haowen's possession. The others couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The 9th floor was completely enclosed. They couldn't jump like the metal elemental ability user from before. Besides, they were all ordinary people. Jumping from the 9th floor would be certain death. Everyone crowded around Director Zhou. What do we do, Director Zhou? Is he really going to kill us? Don't panic. Even if he wants to, there are so many of us, can't we handle one? But there are still zombies. These zombies are strange too. They don't seem interested in us. Anyway, don't panic. Let's see what he's up to and deal with it accordingly. They quickly figured out what Chen Haowen was going to do. Chen Haowen entered the room, pushed open a metal cabinet against the wall, revealing a combination lock. He entered the code and unlocked it, revealing a protruding section in the white wall, shaped like a door. It's a hidden door. There's a secret room inside. He actually hid something like this. The hidden door was a side-sliding type. Chen Haowen opened the door and went in. Several people followed, but before they could see what was inside, Chen Haowen walked to a large wheeled metal cabinet against the wall, unlocked the door, turned and gave them a contemptuous smile, forcefully pushed the cabinet out of the secret room, and then closed the door from the inside. What on earth was he up to? Before anyone outside could react, a violent crash came from the large metal cabinet, and a colossal object burst out. Upon seeing this enormous creature, everyone was speechless with horror, unable to even move. But Chen Haowen, hiding in the secret room, wore a knowing smile. His uncle had received word, and should be arriving soon with his men. Once he arrived, there wouldn't be a single person left outside, and all the evidence against him would be gone. His uncle could clean up the mess. However, many people downstairs had seen Director Zhou, and the others follow him up to the 9th floor. Someone was gone. A plausible explanation was needed. How about staging an accident? An explosion or a gas leak? Who cares if people believe it or not? With his uncle around, they have no choice but to believe it. Faintly hearing the screams outside, Chen Haowen crossed his arms and leisurely hummed a song. Chapter 76. Before them stood a horrifying monster, or perhaps one was the right word, given its 3 heads. The 2 heads on either side resembled large tumors growing from its shoulders, vaguely resembling human faces, but with severely distorted features, eyes and nose blurred together, only a mouth occupying most of its face standing out clearly. The middle head was slightly more normal, but only relatively. All 3 heads were a bluish-gray, decaying state, clearly already zombified. The 3 heads were already terrifying. Looking down the neck, the body was even more chilling. It was roughly recognizable as a human body, but completely devoid of human appearance. All its skin had been peeled away, exposing all its bones and organs. Only its chest and abdomen were simply covered by a thin, transparent membrane. Its intestines, kidneys, and stomach were already rotting, and when the monster moved, putrid fluid could be seen dripping from its chest and abdomen. The monster had 6 hands, 3 on each side. Only 1 pair were normal, the other 2 pairs were underdeveloped, with web fingers connected by membranes resembling duck feet. These hands had clearly been operated on, with obvious stitches. One hand, seemingly from excessive struggle, had its wrist bent at a 90-degree angle, drooping limply on its arm. Its legs were normal, except for a large iron ball, about the size of a weight, hanging from each foot, presumably to restrict its movement. After Chen Haowen opened the large iron cabinet and pushed it out of the secret room, the zombie, propelled by inertia, rushed out. Before the people outside could even escape in time, the zombie, having smelled human presence, staggered towards them. Even with the iron ball hindering its movement, the zombie was still quite fast. As it ran, the 3 mouths on its 3 heads simultaneously emitted crunching sounds, and its 6 hands waved wildly, making everyone's limbs weak even more. Run! The zombies are coming! Help! These researchers were all intellectual workers. Their physical abilities and combat experience were generally average. Faced with such a monstrous zombie, they couldn't think of any other way to deal with it except to run. Unfortunately, researcher Xiao Lu was not far from the sealed room and became the zombie's first target. While fleeing, she misfortune kicked a protruding piece of paving stone and fell right in front of the zombie. Ah! She's going to die. Xiao Lu was filled with regret. If she had known she would die like this, she would have preferred to stay in the lab for a few more all-nighters and die from overwork. At least her death would be more pleasing. Xiao Lu clearly felt the putrid liquid dripping from the zombie onto her back, the touch extremely cold. She knew she was about to be bitten, but she didn't know which of the three heads would bite her. Resigned, Xiao Lu closed her eyes. The expected near-death pain didn't occur. She heard Director Zhou's voice. Xiao Lu, what are you standing there for? The zombie isn't moving, run. The zombie hadn't bitten her? Or had some brave soul taken the bite for her? Xiao Lu turned her head blankly, almost fainting from fright. The zombie's three heads were less than half a meter behind her, but for some reason, they were frozen in place. She quickly crawled forward on all fours, only standing up and running after reaching 5 or 6 meters away to join the others, who then hid in a large laboratory. Not long after she escaped, the zombies started moving again, chasing the crowd to the laboratory entrance and pacing back and forth outside. Researcher Xiao Lu was still shaken. What happened? Why didn't the zombie bite me? You're lucky, Director Zhou said, squinting at the zombie lurking in the corridor through the window. Chen Haowen must have done a lot of modifications to this zombie. Its reaction speed is a bit slow. Another researcher beside him reminded Xiao Lu, you smell terrible, like a zombie. Xiao Lu then remembered that he had been splashed with putrid liquid by the zombie, and quickly took off his white coat. Luckily, I wasn't injured on my back, or I would have been infected. Director Zhou stared at the zombie for a while, then suddenly asked, don't you guys think this zombie looks familiar? Most people shook their heads, only another director chimed in, now that you mention it, it does seem familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Weren't there a test subject before, number 2 or 3? Before the apocalypse, he was mentally challenged, but after the apocalypse, he underwent a deformed mutation, growing 2 heads on his shoulders and 4 extra arms. His family brought him in. Have you forgotten? The others slowly began to recall. Oh yes, that's true. It was subject 3, but he died, didn't he? He had an unexpected drug allergy during the experiment. We saw him breathe his last. Who was in charge of that experiment? It seems to have been Chen Haowen. The directors exchanged glances, their expressions revealing seriousness. What should we do now? Recovering from their initial terror, they began discussing countermeasures. Actually, this zombie is just scary looking. It's not that fast, and sometimes it gets stuck. If we work together, we might be able to handle it. Chen Haowen released the zombie, clearly intending to wipe us all out. I'm afraid he has other tricks up his sleeve, perhaps even more than just zombies as weapons. Besides, the elevator is stuck in his hands. Even if we kill the zombie, we probably won't be able to escape. That's definitely a problem. Several of the more resourceful individuals huddled together to devise a solution. The zombie outside could smell human scent but couldn't eat them, and its actions became increasingly agitated. 3 heads simultaneously reached for the window and began banging on it. Sang Kankan only released her aura to scare the zombie when it was about to bite researcher Lu. She didn't intervene much. After hiding with the others, she withdrew her aura and didn't use any zombie controlling techniques on it. Now, the zombie was acting entirely on instinct. The cadaver that had been moving earlier was now motionless, lying not far from the outside of the sealed room. Director Zhou and the others quickly made a decision. Chen Haowen's goal is simply to kill us all here, leaving no evidence against us. So we put on a show, making him walk out of the sealed room satisfied. As long as we get his elevator card and leave the 9th floor, we'd be safe. To ensure safety, they needed to control the zombies before staging the scene, assigning tasks to everyone. After leaving the lab, 2 of the fastest researchers were to distract the zombies, leading them to a completely sealed laboratory and locking them up. The zombies couldn't be killed yet. Killing them would eliminate the evidence against Chen Haowen. The others were tasked with running around the 9th floor, screaming and trying to distract the zombies, while also misleading Chen Haowen inside the secret room. Just as they were about to begin their operation, Sang Kankan, standing alone in a corner, suddenly said timidly, "Look at that zombie, isn't there something inside its stomach?" The zombie's rotting organs were on full display, looking utterly disgusting. Almost no one dared to stare at its stomach for long, including Sang Kankan. It was only after the system warned her, "Host, be careful, there's a foreign object inside the zombie's stomach, possibly a bomb." After she spoke, Everyone else pressed their faces against the window, staring intently at the zombie's stomach. Several younger researchers with weaker mental fortitude vomited, while the older ones, with more experience, managed to maintain their composure. There does seem to be something there. I saw something blue. Is it an electrical wire? An electrical wire? How could a zombie have that inside its stomach? Could it be a bomb? This guess was shared by the others. If Chen Haowen had planned to kill everyone who knew after the zombies were exposed, it wouldn't be surprising if he had made such preparations beforehand. Chen Haowen is very cunning and treacherous. He might have other traps. We need to be more careful. The plan needs to be changed. We absolutely cannot let him have his way. Inside the secret room, Chen Haowen calmly calculated the time. The 10 people outside were basically weaklings. The zombies should be able to completely eliminate them within an hour. He would wait an hour before going out. Ah! Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, pull yourself together. Damn zombies, I make you pay with your life. One died. Chen Haowen's lips curled into a slight smile. Old Joe, what are you doing? Run! Ah! How could you be so stupid? Another one died. Chen Haowen licked his lips. When Chen Haowen counted to the 7th, the noise outside finally subsided. It seemed the remaining 3 had either died silently, or were hiding, too afraid to even breathe. But it didn't matter, even if they managed to hide now, they wouldn't be able to escape later. Chen Haowen hesitated for a moment between using a bomb and releasing poison gas, finally deciding on the latter. The experimental building had already caused quite a stir today. Another explosion would draw too much attention. He smiled and pressed a red button on the wall of the secret room. This button controlled a valve on the 9th floor exhaust pipe. Once pressed, pre-stored toxic gas would be released through the exhaust pipe, so potent that it could knock out even a strong bull. The people hiding there certainly wouldn't escape either. After estimating about 20 minutes, Chen Haowen turned off the control button, pressed another button to ventilate for 10 minutes, then took a full set of protective clothing and a gas mask from the locker in the secret room, put them on, and grabbed a pistol before opening the locker and stepping out. The 9th floor was splattered with blood, and every few steps, there was a motionless corpse lying on the ground. Fortunately, they hadn't been dead long enough to turn into zombies. These corpses would have been excellent experimental subjects, but now it was too late. Although Chen Haowen didn't care whether others believed him or not, the formalities still had to be completed. 1, 2, where's the missing one? Chen Haowen counted the corpses on the ground, but only found 10, one of which was the cadaver from the previous zombified experiment. This number was off. Chen Haowen thought everything was under control, but a sense of foreboding slowly crept in. Besides him, 10 other people had gone up to the 9th floor. One was missing by any measure, and the zombie he had released was gone too. Suddenly, a dark shadow pounced on him, a zombie. Chen Haowen reflexively fired a shot, but the zombie nimbly dodged and attacked again. Chen Haowen dodged hastily, the zombie growing increasingly ferocious. Why did this zombie seem to be moving faster? The metal balls on its feet seemed to have been removed. In the past, when conducting zombie experiments, Chen Haowen always acted only after the zombies were completely under his control. This time, however, he was forced to confront the zombie head-on. Unfortunately, he wasn't a superhuman, and today he had no superhuman bodyguards with him, leaving him increasingly vulnerable. He fired another feint, and as the zombie dodged, Chen Haowen tumbled into a storage locker in the lab, finally able to catch his breath. Where did that last guy go? He couldn't let him cause trouble at the last minute. But his uncle should be here soon. Nothing too serious should happen. As Chen Haowen was thinking this, he suddenly heard someone speaking loudly through a megaphone downstairs. Security has received a report of an unknown incident in the laboratory building. Everyone is to evacuate the building immediately and follow the instructions of the safe zone for an orderly evacuation. I'm repeating this. Everyone is to evacuate the building immediately and follow the instructions of the safe zone for an orderly evacuation. It was his uncle's voice. His uncle was here. His uncle had come to help him. Chen Haowen finally relaxed and slumped into the locker. While he wasn't paying attention, a figure quietly slipped into the secret room. Chapter 77. Although Director Zhou and the others hadn't precisely anticipated Chen Haowen releasing poison gas, they knew he definitely had other underhanded tricks up his sleeve. They screamed and pretended to be attacked by zombies, smearing blood from the lab everywhere to complete the act, all while remaining vigilant against another attack. Sang Kankan also secretly contributed. She didn't interfere much with the zombies chasing people, but if she sensed someone was about to be attacked, she would release her aura to intervene, just like researcher Lu had done, trying to prevent the zombies from harming anyone in front of her. The dozen or so people running around outside, making a racket, all assumed the zombies were confused by their antics, and no one noticed anything amiss. When Chen Haowen opened the gas valve, they immediately noticed. They also realized that the gas, being denser than air, would sink, so they all tried to lie flat on their stomachs, covering their mouths and noses with their clothes to avoid inhaling too much gas. However, the gas quickly filled the entire 9th floor, and they couldn't find any protective gear. Ultimately, they couldn't completely escape, and everyone passed out. Only Sang Kankan remained conscious. Sang Kankan patiently waited for Chen Haowen to emerge from the secret room, manipulating the monster zombies to fight him, before sneaking into the secret room herself. The secret room was dimly lit by only a few wall lamps. The first thing she saw was Feng Rui lying on the operating table. Feng Rui's hands and feet were handcuffed to the operating table, and she was in a deep sleep. If Sang Kankan hadn't remembered her scent, or even recognized her, she wouldn't have recognized her at all. In just a few days, Feng Rui had been completely transformed, unrecognizable. She was completely naked, her skin almost entirely covered in tiny, dense wounds. Earlier wounds had healed, leaving only faint pink marks, but countless new ones had appeared, as if she had been repeatedly and brutally tortured with a scalpel. Even more gruesome were her arms and legs. The flesh had been gouged out, leaving only a bloody, skeletal frame. Her bull horns had been severed, leaving a small, dark hole the size of a child's palm, through which her skull was visible. Sang Kankan couldn't bear to look any longer. Although she herself also ran around with a skeleton, often casually detaching her torso and limbs as if it were child's play, that was because she was no longer human and felt no pain. Feng Rui, however, was still made of flesh and blood. Even with a regenerative ability far exceeding that of ordinary people, she would still feel pain when necessary. She gently called Feng Rui's name twice, but Feng Rui didn't respond. Thankfully, she was still breathing, albeit very weakly. Feng Rui was recovering from severe injuries, and couldn't be woken up no matter how much she was called. Sang Kankan found the keys to the handcuffs and shackles on the nearby table, unlocked her restraints, and then bought a thin blanket from the mall to wrap around her. The zombies outside continued to attack Chen Haowen under her control. Sang Kankan wasn't in a hurry to go out, and began to carefully search the secret room. On each of the remaining 2 beds, there was a zombie tied to it. Sang Kankan recognized them by their scent. They were the 2 that the 4 superhumans had carried in the boxes. Unfortunately, their limbs were crippled, otherwise she would have wanted to release them both to give Chen Haowen a good beating. The zombies inside the sealed room weren't limited to just those few. Several other zombies were in a glass cabinet against one wall, but they were much more mutilated, some only half dead. On another wall, glass jars contained numerous zombie organs and limbs preserved in their contents. Sang Kankan wondered what kind of shady research Chen Haowen was conducting with the zombies. She flipped through the documents piled on the table. Chen Haowen, being a PhD, had a good habit of meticulously recording his experiments, even those that were clandestine. Perhaps it was because he was overconfident and didn't believe anyone would break into the sealed room. The documents clearly recorded the processes of several experiments. For example, regarding the topic of conditions affecting the speed of human zombification, Chen Haowen conducted several comparative experiments. By injecting subjects with zombie tissue extracts and comparing the time it took for them to fully zombify under different conditions, Chen Haowen discovered that the speed of human zombification is related to both the infected person's metabolic rate and their self-repair ability. Roughly speaking, it's inversely proportional to the former and directly proportional to the latter. In other words, if one wants to slow down the zombification process after being infected with the zombie virus, one can focus on slowing down metabolism and enhancing self-repair ability. However, a human metabolism that slows down to a certain extent can be life-threatening, and the self-repair ability of ordinary people is also very limited. Unless someone like Feng Rui awakens a regenerative ability, they simply cannot resist zombification. This discovery wasn't very significant. Afterwards, Chen Haowen began trying various methods to enhance the human self-repair ability, even attempting to transplant skin or organs from Feng Rui to others, but this research also failed to yield any substantial results. Chen Haowen had also tried to research methods to awaken supernatural abilities in ordinary people, but with little progress. He was even cultivating zombies, leveling them up by feeding them crystal cores and other zombies. Some of the crystal cores were obtained from Qin Yongjia, while others were extracted from the heads of his zombified experimental subjects, making the most of everything. Chen Haowen's original intention seemed to be to cultivate a super zombie as his secret weapon, but unfortunately, zombies have no reason and would not obey his commands. To ensure his own safety, he had to completely sever the zombies' limbs during the experiments to restrict their movement. Even if he managed to create a high-level zombie, it would only be a killing machine that indiscriminately attacked everyone. He dared not use it. Sang Kankan saw a record in Chen Haowen's log that greatly concerned her. Just over half a month ago, Chen Haowen successfully cultivated a level 4 zombie in this secret room by continuously feeding it crystal cores. He was relatively cautious, fearing he might cause a major disaster. When training it, he chose an ordinary zombie without any special abilities, severing its hands and legs, leaving only its head and torso. Based on past experience, he figured such a zombie, even if it leveled up, wouldn't be able to move and wouldn't pose any threat. However, after the zombie reached level 4, an unexpected change occurred. New flesh sprouted from the severed surfaces of its hands and feet. Although the flesh sprouts were also the bluish-gray color of a corpse, they grew at an extremely rapid pace, growing to half the size of normal hands and feet in just one day. Chen Haowen immediately panicked. While he could still manage, he quickly killed the level 4 zombie and extracted its core. However, Chen Haowen quickly realized another problem. Why did the level 4 zombie grow new limbs? Was it because it awakened the ability to regenerate severed limbs after reaching level 4? Or did all level 4 zombies begin to possess self-repair capabilities? This question was crucial. To find out as quickly as possible, Chen Haowen had his uncle, Chen Yongjie, send people to search for information related to level 4 zombies. At the same time, he began a new zombie breeding program, wanting to cultivate another level 4 zombie. Cultivating a level 4 zombie was not easy. Even though Chen Haowen already had a level 4 crystal core, it was useless. He had experience with this. When feeding a zombie crystal cores, you couldn't feed it a crystal core higher than its own level, otherwise it would explode and die. For example, a level 3 zombie could only be fed a level 3 crystal core at most, and after feeding one, it would take 2 to 3 days for the zombie to digest it before you could feed it another. However, another frustrating thing happened. Chen Haowen had accumulated several level 3 crystal cores, locked in a safe, intending to slowly feed them to the zombies. But Feng Rui broke in and took them all. Feng Rui is now captured, but she refuses to reveal any information about the spatial ability user who helped her, even under Chen Haowen's grueling interrogation. The lost crystal cores have yet to be recovered. Furthermore, Chen Haowen had fed all the level 3 zombies he had to the level 4 zombie. The only remaining level 3 zombie was the 3-headed, 6-armed monster. He was afraid of making a mistake and dared not continue cultivating it. Cultivating it from level 2 was too slow. Chen Haowen had no choice but to ask his uncle to find him new level 3 zombies and collect more level 3 crystal cores. Outside, level 3 zombies are generally highly aggressive and virtually impossible to capture alive. Capture is only possible during the zombification process. This explains Chen Yongjie's scheme to kill the level 3 ability user, Lao Xing, and then have his infected zombie brought into the experimental building for Chen Haowen. Sang Kankan clenched her hands unconsciously as she looked at the records on the document regarding the limb regeneration of level 4 zombies. She was also very interested in the question Chen Haowen was concerned about. Did level 4 zombies really possess the ability to repair their own bodies? If so, this apocalypse would likely become increasingly chaotic. Sang Kankan hadn't encountered any other level 4 zombies yet. Although she herself was level 4 and could freely disassemble her limbs, she was an anomaly and couldn't be judged by the standards of a zombie. When she asked the system, it only replied, insufficient information to determine. Outside, the zombies were still chasing Chen Haowen, who, despite having a gun, wasn't skilled at using it and was clearly at a disadvantage. Thinking of Chen Haowen's actions, Sang Kankan felt a surge of murderous intent. She decided to let the zombies bite him a few times. So many experimental subjects had been harmed by him, turned into zombies, and some hadn't even been properly cared for. Being bitten to death, and then infected by zombies was his own fault. However, before Sang Kankan could give the zombies any orders, someone outside suddenly shouted through a megaphone, "Everyone, please leave the building immediately and follow the instructions of the safe zone for an orderly evacuation." It seemed Chen Yongjie had arrived with reinforcements. Although Director Zhou and the others were lying motionless and unconscious on the ground, they were still breathing and alive. It was uncertain whether they would survive when Chen Yongjie's men arrived. Although Sang Kankan had no real connection with them, she decided to help them out since they hadn't suspected her and treated her as one of their own. After hearing the commotion downstairs, Chen Haowen hid in a laboratory, comfortably awaiting rescue. Sang Kankan managed to quiet the monstrous zombies that were still eyeing him. Before anyone came upstairs, Sang Kankan moved all the severed limbs of the zombies from the secret room, neatly arranging them in the corridor. Then, she carried Feng Rui out of the secret room, mimicking the others by smearing some lab-obtained blood on her clothes and lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Upon hearing the announcement, the people downstairs, whether willingly or not, left the building under the organization of Chen Yongjie and his men, seeking refuge downstairs. "Brothers, zombies have entered our building. They were brought in by someone, and 2 people were killed immediately after discovering them. You absolutely must help us catch the zombies." A researcher habitually reported the news to the reinforcements, but upon seeing Chen Yongjie standing before them, he swallowed his words. They all knew about the uncle-nephew relationship between District Chief Chen Yongjie and Chen Haowen, and they knew how much the District Chief usually favored Chen Haowen. Accusing Chen Haowen in front of the District Chief would only invite trouble, especially since several directors were not present. They couldn't afford to offend anyone. So when Chen Yongjie asked about the whereabouts of the others, they only said that Dr. Chen had taken Director Zhou and others to the 9th floor to investigate the zombies, daring not to elaborate further. With Dong Qingping and several others keeping a close watch, Chen Yongjie had no chance to pull the metal-type ability user who reported the news aside for detailed questioning and could only deal with the immediate matter. "Captain Dong, Captain Zheng, please help evacuate the crowd and ensure everyone retreats in an orderly manner. I take some men to check the 9th floor." At this point, trying to distract him was out of the question. Dong Qingping naturally wouldn't allow it. "There's no sound from the 9th floor at all. Has something happened? District Chief, you should come with us. We're quite capable." Chen Yongjie smiled somewhat reluctantly. "Captain Dong is joking. Even if something unexpected has happened, I can't let you risk yourselves with us. District Chief, you're being so formal. Are all the rumors outside true?" Dong Qingping exaggeratedly covered his mouth. Did the District Chief really allow Dr. Chen to raise zombies in the laboratory building? And even cause the old Xing and the others were also infected, and you brought them into the experimental building? Chen Yongjie's face darkened. "Who told you these things? Many people are saying it. All my underlings have heard it. They're all big mouths. If I don't investigate tonight and clear things up for them, they'd probably have the whole safe zone talking about it by tomorrow." This was another subtle attack on him. Chen Yongjie gritted his teeth. "Since Captain Dong is so enthusiastic, I trouble you to come along." There were too many outsiders here, and he couldn't confront Dong Qingping directly. He hoped Haowen had handled things properly, and that Dong hadn't found any leverage against him. At this moment, Chen Haowen also pinned his hopes for resolving the problem on Chen Yongjie. Tragedy often happens like this. Chapter 78. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed downstairs. A large group of people took the elevator to the 8th floor, but only Chen Haowen had the elevator card to the 9th floor, so they couldn't get up immediately. Zhang Kankan lay on the ground, feigning death. Beside her lay the unconscious Feng Rui, while the several zombies that Chen Haowen had maimed lay nearby, writhing and struggling. Zhang Kankan didn't want them to attract Chen Haowen's attention right now. She used her corpse-controlling technique to quiet the zombies, then covered them with blood-stained clothes, disguising them as ordinary corpses. When the others reached the 9th floor and saw these zombies, their expressions would be quite interesting, provided, of course, that Chen Haowen and his nephew Chen Yongjie didn't have a chance to conceal these things. Chen Yongjie also arrived on the 8th floor and picked up the megaphone again, shouting loudly, "Those on the 9th floor, please answer. Those on the 9th floor, please answer." After shouting several times without response, he changed his tune, "Attention, those on the 9th floor. The Safety Zone Rescue Team has arrived downstairs. If you have any objections, please give a signal immediately. If there is no signal within 10 minutes, we will take action and force our way in." This sounded high-sounding, as if he was worried about the people upstairs being unable to respond to outside information due to an accident. It was clearly a reminder to Chen Haowen that they were preparing to force their way in 10 minutes, and he should quickly hide anything he shouldn't be seen. Hidden in the lab, Chen Haowen immediately understood his meaning. His uncle's words sounded off. It seemed like he was saying that someone he needed to be wary of had arrived, and he should be careful. Speaking of things he shouldn't be seen, there were plenty on the 9th floor, but first and foremost was that 3-headed, 6-armed zombie. He had to hide it before the forced breakthrough. But where did that zombie go? It was just pestering him, and now it's suddenly silent. Chen Haowen left the room, searching actively while remaining wary of zombie attacks. He searched the entire 9th floor, looking everywhere he could think of, but couldn't find it. He should be the only living person on the 9th floor. Zombies always chase people, so why was it gone? Could it have gone into the secret room? Chen Haowen couldn't remember if he had closed the secret room door when he came out. He went to check, and the door was closed. The zombie shouldn't be able to get in. Besides, was his senses playing tricks on him? It seemed like there were more corpses on the ground. His uncle only gave him 10 minutes, and Chen Haowen didn't have time to count them one by one. Before he could find any zombies, the rumbling sound of a demolition machine came from the emergency stairwell exit. Damn it, 10 minutes hadn't even been up yet. Why was his uncle in such a hurry today? Chen Haowen cursed under his breath, looking at the corpses on the ground, clenching his teeth. Never mind, there's no way to prove anything now, and zombies can't talk. Let his uncle clean up the mess. He just needs to clear his name first. He suddenly threw himself to the ground, deliberately getting covered in dust and blood, making himself look disheveled. He even picked up shards of glass from the fight and slashed himself several times, creating the appearance of being covered in wounds. Then, like the other corpses, he lay prone on the ground, pretending to be dead. Sang Kankan, lying not far away, witnessed his entire act and clicked her tongue in admiration. He's quite the actor, she thought. Since Chen Haowen was playing dead, she helped him make it even more convincing. Sang Kankan ordered the hiding monster zombie to stay near where Chen Haowen lay, waiting for its chance to strike. Qin Yongjia's men used a combination of machinery and supernatural abilities to violently breach the wall, quickly breaking through the completely sealed emergency exit. A group of people surged into the 9th floor, with Qin Yongjia at the forefront. Sensing the approaching crowd, Sang Kankan gave the monster zombie another command. The zombie leaped out of the darkness and ferociously pounced on Chen Haowen, who was lying on the ground. Ah! The zombie's 6 arms pressed firmly against Chen Haowen's back, and he couldn't dodge. Chen Haowen let out a piercing scream. Those who had just entered the 9th floor witnessed the zombie's attack and were terrified, retreating sharply. There really are zombies. Is it not just a rumor? Dr. Chen really brought zombies in. District Chief, do you know anything about this? At this moment, only Dong Qingping was still thinking about causing trouble for Qin Yongjia, but Qin Yongjia had no time to deal with him. Qin Yongjia recognized his nephew as the man pinned beneath the zombie and rushed over, yelling at his men, "Save him!" But it was too late. The zombie, having pinned Chen Haowen down, immediately began to bite him. Just as Qin Yongjia reached him, he heard the sound of its 3 massive jaws simultaneously biting into Chen Haowen's back. Ah! The zombie's 3 sharp teeth snapped down, tearing a large chunk of flesh from Chen Haowen's nape and shoulder, severing his carotid artery. Blood spurted out, and Chen Haowen let out his final scream. Qin Yongjia frantically tore the zombie off him, using his supernatural abilities to beat it mercilessly. Once all 3 of the zombies' heads had exploded, Chen Haowen finally died. Haowen! Wake up! Wake up! Qin Yongjia abandoned the zombie and shoved Chen Haowen forcefully, but a dead man cannot be brought back to life. His subordinate, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up, "District Chief, Dr. Chen is gone. Please accept our condolences." Dong Qingping added insult to injury. Dr. Chen was bitten to death by a zombie. He will likely turn into a zombie soon. District Chief, if you can't bring yourself to do it, please hand the body over to us. Qin Yongjia turned and glared at him, his eyes filled with deep anger and hatred, which he managed to suppress. "No need," he said. "I do it myself." He stood up, drew a military dagger from one of his subordinates' waists, and personally severed Chen Haowen's head. It was already reduced to a mere sliver of flesh by the zombie bites. Severing it was effortless. Qin Yongjia's face was splattered with Chen Haowen's blood. This suppressed rage gave Dong Qingping a strange sense of foreboding. A sudden exclamation rang out from the side. A level 2 ability user who had come upstairs with Dong Qingping exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, that's Big brother." Looking in the direction of his voice, they discovered that there were several other zombies on the 9th floor. They hadn't noticed them before because they were covered by clothes, but now the zombies were crawling out of the clothes, dragging their mangled bodies towards them. The person who exclaimed was the henchman of Old Xing, the level 3 ability user who had died earlier. He recognized one of the zombies as his big brother. Dong Qingping immediately grabbed Qin Yongjia. "District Chief Qin, didn't you say that Old Xing was killed after turning into a zombie? How did he get here? What exactly happened?" Qin Yongjia's face was mostly covered by blood, making his expression unreadable. He didn't answer Dong Qingping's question, but instead gave his men a deep, cold order, "Leave no one alive." His purpose in coming here was to save his nephew. Now that Chen Haowen was dead, there was no reason for the others to live, especially since they knew things they shouldn't have known. The men who had been wary of the zombies immediately turned their attention to Dong Qingping and Zheng Xiyu. Both sides were equally strong, and a fierce fight ensued. Qin Yongjia seemed confident in his men, not joining the fight. Instead, he found a clean blanket in the lab and wrapped Chen Haowen's body and head in it. He only had one daughter, and had always treated Chen Haowen like his own son, hoping he would achieve something through his professional skills, and one day jointly manage the Jiancheng safe zone with him. Who knew Chen Haowen would die before his eyes? Even if Chen Haowen himself brought the zombies in, Qin Yongjie was still filled with resentment and anger. He wanted everyone here to die with Haowen. After all, everything that happened on the 9th floor couldn't be revealed. At this moment, Sang Kankan was still lying on the ground, torn between continuing to interfere or finding an opportunity to escape with Feng Rui as soon as possible. Just now, she controlled a zombie to kill someone, the first time Sang Kankan had actively killed someone since becoming a zombie. Although Chen Haowen's death was insignificant, and although even without her control, the zombies would instinctively attack humans, Sang Kankan still sensed that something within her consciousness had changed. She gave the zombies orders without hesitation, and seeing Chen Haowen completely dead, she felt no guilt whatsoever. She recognized Dong Qingping's voice and aura, so she deliberately made Lao Xing's zombies move, letting them realize it was someone she knew. Now that Qin Yongjie wanted to kill to silence them, a battle that was bound to result in death was unfolding before her, yet she felt no emotion, merely observing coldly. Dong Qingping and his group of 4, 2 at level 3 and 2 at level 2, were quite strong, but they were outnumbered. Sang Kankan clearly sensed that they were gradually losing ground, and would likely be defeated. The ability users fought without restraint, even affecting Director Zhou and the others who had been drugged and lying on the ground. Already poisoned, they now suffered new injuries. If Qin Yongjie discovered they were still alive, he would probably eliminate them completely. If Dong Qingping and his group were indeed silenced here by Qin Yongjie, it would seem to do her more harm than good, Sang Kankan thought to herself. She didn't want Qin Yongjie to take control of the post station after it opened. She couldn't allow him to eliminate a powerful opponent now. Although she had collected Chen Haowen's experimental records from the secret room, now that Chen Haowen was dead, even if those records reached the central safe zone, Qin Yongjie would have ample excuses to deny them, preventing any fatal blow. Even just to preserve witnesses, she couldn't stand by and watch Dong Qingping and his group die here. However, now that Qin Yongjie had already smashed the monster zombies, rescuing people wasn't Sang Kankan's responsibility. It wasn't enough for her to proactively expose herself. A simple rescue would suffice. Sang Kankan browsed through the various items registered at the inn, and found something useful. A supplier had previously registered a batch of firearms at the inn, including several types of bombs, including a smoke grenade. The smoke grenade emitted a slightly toxic fumes that could also obscure vision. Although not as potent as the poison gas released by Chen Haowen, its power in a confined space, like the 9th floor, would certainly be considerable. Sang Kankan didn't intend to rescue anyone herself. She just wanted to create an easy escape route for Dong Qingping and his group. Whether they could leave, and how they did so would depend on their own abilities. As for those already unconscious, they could only hope for the best. Diverting Qin Yongjie's men's attention would increase their chances of survival. The fighting on the 9th floor intensified, and no one noticed Sang Kankan lying on the ground. She purchased 10 smoke grenades from the system store, and quickly threw them in various directions. The pink smoke from the grenades instantly obscured all vision. Sang Kankan carried Feng Rui on her back, quickly passed through the breached emergency stairwell exit, and ran down the stairs. Qin Yongjie's men were also guarding the lower floors. Sang Kankan didn't let anyone see her, continuing to throw smoke grenades as she ran, eventually reaching the first floor. The bottom of the experimental building had already been sealed off by Qin Yongjie's men, completely surrounded, and a large crowd had gathered nearby. Deploying more smoke screens wouldn't be very effective, so Sang Kankan unleashed a bigger bomb. The big bomb here is just a metaphor. Taking advantage of the large crowd, Sang Kankan selected an open space not far from the building, and had the system build in number 5 on it. The blue building rose from the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sang Kankan carried Feng Rui back to their residence. Chapter 79. It was still dark outside, the early hours of the morning. The repeated commotion from the experimental building had awakened many people nearby. The sudden appearance of the post station caused a sensation, drawing even more onlookers. Qin Yongjie had originally intended to eliminate Dong Qingping and his group, but Sang Kankan's smoke bomb threw him into disarray, allowing them to escape from the 9th floor. Just as he was about to give chase, his subordinates reported the appearance of the post station to him. As the head of the Jiancheng safe zone, Qin Yongjie naturally possessed far more information than the average person, and had long been aware of the Sang family's post station. Although the post station seemed somewhat mystical, it had been confirmed by multiple sources, and the central safe zone had also sent people to investigate. Qin Yongjie didn't believe the post station was fabricated, but even if it did exist, he didn't want such a mysterious post station to appear in the Jiancheng safe zone. Regardless of what happened before the apocalypse, Qin Yongjie's ambition swelled with his growing strength after the apocalypse. He now considered the Jiancheng safe zone his own possession, and naturally didn't want any variables that might threaten his unique position. The post station was undoubtedly a huge variable. Even if the post station could improve the survivors' lives, Qin Yongjie would never welcome its presence in his safe zone if he couldn't fully control it. And now, the post station had actually appeared in the Jiancheng safe zone. Upon hearing the news, Qin Yongjie's first reaction was surprise, followed by a surge of suspicion. Too many things had happened that night. First, the zombies, which had been tightly bound during transport, suddenly moved, leading to the deaths of 2 researchers. Then, Haowen was suspected and, facing danger, sought Qin Yongjie's help. Coincidentally, Dong Qingping and his group also approached him that night, forcefully following him to the experimental building to rescue people. Upon reaching the 9th floor, the unforeseen events unfolded even more rapidly, leaving everyone bewildered. Haowen was bitten to death by zombies right before his eyes. Lao Xing, a zombie who should have been locked in a secret room, inexplicably appeared outside and was recognized by Dong Qingping and his companions. Qin Yongjie could have easily silenced them, but someone threw a smoke bomb to create chaos, giving Dong Qingping several opportunities to escape. Simultaneously, the Yin appeared in the safe zone. These events all happened too coincidentally, leading Qin Yongjie to suspect that an unseen hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes, including the Yin's appearance as part of a plan. As far as Qin Yongjie knew, the Sang family Yin had already revealed a clear route, gradually appearing from south to north along the highway, from within City C to its suburbs, then to Tao County and Langzhou City. It was as if someone was traveling from south to north, leaving Yins as their footprints, and Jiancheng was also located in the vicinity of the section north of Langzhou City. Qin Yongjie suspected that if such a person truly existed, he was likely the mastermind behind tonight's series of events, including Haowen's death, and he was certainly still within the Jiancheng safe zone. Compared to Dong Qingping and his group, the Yin and the person behind it posed a greater threat. Qin Yongjie delegated the tasks of cleaning up the scene and silencing witnesses to his subordinates, while he personally went to investigate the Yin. Meanwhile, Sang Kankan, taking advantage of the Yin drawing everyone's attention, quietly returned to her residence. Xiao Ba was already asleep. Sang Kankan put Feng Rui to bed, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and began to investigate the newly appeared Yin, number 5. Opening store number 5 meant she had completed the system's advanced upgrade task, and could further elevate the station to a higher level. Sang Kankan immediately made store number 5 appear as a high-level station to see what changes it brought. The high-level station was significantly larger than the intermediate station. The display cabinets for goods increased from 6 rows to 10, with each row containing 5 by 20 squares, totaling 100 squares, a total of 1,000 squares. This allowed for a wider variety of goods and more customers to shop simultaneously. At the same time, the high-level station's daily operating hours increased from 6 hours to 12 hours, operating for half the day. Previously, many people complained about the short operating hours. This now satisfied their needs. What Sang Kankan was most looking forward to was the recycling function, unique to high-level stations. If calculated solely based on crystal core energy, the system's production cost was actually very low, and Sang Kankan could obtain a low purchase price. By purchasing from the system, and then reselling through the station, she could earn a high profit margin. However, the system cannot create something from nothing. It cannot manufacture material elements on its own. If Sang Kankan cannot provide enough material elements as raw materials, it will have to find other ways to obtain them, which will greatly increase production costs. At the same time, the purchase price Sang Kankan receives will also increase dramatically. Previously, when she was outside, it was convenient for Sang Kankan to provide raw materials. She could simply pick up some trash discarded on the roadside and give it to the system for recycling, which would probably be enough. But these days, she has been living in the safe zone, where people come and go. Even if a large pile of trash disappeared into thin air, it would easily arouse suspicion, so she can't just recycle things casually. Besides shop number 3, the other 3 stations were selling very well every day. The system had been reminding Sang Kankan that several rare elements were running low, urging her to replenish them promptly, otherwise the prices of many goods might increase at any time. Now that the stations had been upgraded to advanced level, A channel for recycling waste had been opened. Although Sang Kankan would need to spend some crystal cores as a recycling fee, it would save her a lot of trouble, making it worthwhile. However, upgrading each station from intermediate to advanced level required 50,000 crystal cores, 10 times the price of upgrading from basic to intermediate. Considering the benefits of advanced stations, Sang Kankan upgraded all the stations except shop number 3 to advanced level in one go. After upgrading the stations, Sang Kankan listed new goods on the extra 500 inventory slots across the 4 stations. Although she had to leave a few slots empty as a precaution, over 900 kinds of goods were already quite a lot. Fortunately, the suppliers had already added over 1,000 new goods in recent days, so there was no worry about running out of things to sell. However, selecting items was quite a hassle. If it weren't for the convenient and quick operation of the system's online store, where you could simply think about it, she would definitely be overwhelmed by the choices. After stocking the shelves, Sang Kankan revised the customer notice, explaining the use of the recycling window, and setting the business hours to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The recycling window's appearance was simple and straightforward. An oversized, horizontally placed trash can embedded in the outer wall of the station. The trash can was nearly 4 meters wide and almost 2 meters high, easily accommodating even large pieces of trash. An electronic display screen was located on the outside of the trash can. After placing the items to be recycled into the trash can and closing the lid, the screen would display the recycling price. Once the recycling was confirmed, the station would collect the items and leave behind the crystal cores. Opening the trash can lid would then reveal the crystal cores. The recycling window at the service station is independent and not restricted by business hours. Recycling can be done 24 hours a day. After handling the other service stations, Sang Kankan replicated the same setup at the newly opened number 5 station, including putting up a message board and notice board. Now she just had to wait for the service station to open after a certain time. The customers at the other service stations were undoubtedly delighted by the new changes. As for how the Jiangcheng safe zone would react, Sang Kankan was exhausted both physically and mentally that night, and didn't have the energy to be curious. After setting everything up, she laid down and cleared her mind to rest. Not long after resting, before dawn, Sang Kankan sensed someone had broken into her residence. She quickly got up and donned her full equipment. Judging from the aura, the visitor was Dong Qingping. This time, he didn't greet her, he simply used a spare key he had saved to open the outer gate, quietly entered the courtyard, and then gently knocked on the door. "Hey little sister, are you there? Open the door for me." Dong Qingping called out in a low voice, his breathing rapid and his voice weak. Sang Kankan deliberately delayed for a minute or two before opening the door. Dong Qingping outside was in a terrible state. His clothes were torn to shreds, his face was covered in bruises and wounds, and one hand hung limply, seemingly broken. He had clearly struggled to escape from Qinyongjia. Despite this, his face was full of excitement, showing no sign of frustration. Dong Qingping slumped onto the sofa, then sat up straight, his eyes flashing with an alarming light. "Little sister, have you heard?" Sang Kankan feigned ignorance. "Heard what?" "The end, the Sang family and you mentioned, it's appeared in our safe zone too." Dong Qingping's right cheek was severely swollen and red, making his speech a little unclear, but that didn't dampen his excitement at all. "It appeared tonight. Lots of people went to see the spectacle, didn't you hear?" Sang Kankan shook her head. "Didn't hear, I was asleep." "It doesn't matter if you didn't hear, by tomorrow it'd be all over the safe zone. Even if you don't want to know, you have to find out." Sang Kankan glanced at the injury on Dong Qingping's face. "We talk about the end later. How did you get like this?" "Oh, Qin Yongjia's men beat me up," Dong Qingping said, seemingly unconcerned. "I caught him red-handed. He wanted to kill me to cover it up. I barely managed to escape, and there are still people chasing me outside." "People chasing you outside? You actually came here?" Sang Kankan stood up, opened the door, and gestured for him to leave. "Don't cause me any trouble." "Oh, little sister, don't be so heartless. I just heard some great news, and rushed over to share it with you." "It's alright, I shook them off. They can't find this place right now." Dong Qingping remained on the sofa, not moving. "Besides, you should be very interested in knowing what happened tonight." Sang Kankan probably knew more about what happened tonight than Dong Qingping, but she didn't need to reveal her identity, so she sat back down opposite Dong Qingping. "Tell me." Dong Qingping didn't hide anything and told Sang Kankan in detail how he planted his underlings in the guard team, how he got the underlings' intelligence tonight, and how he went to find Chen Yongjia and got him to come into the experimental building with him. "You were absolutely right. Old Xing wasn't disposed of after turning into a zombie. Qin Yongjie actually had him brought into the safe zone and handed over to his nephew. I wonder what kind of shady experiments he's planning. But Qin Haowen got what he deserved. He was bitten to death by a zombie. He screamed so horribly. Sang Kankan interrupted him. When did I say anything like that? Yes, you didn't say anything. Dong Qingping didn't insist she admit it. It was all just my guess, okay? Sang Kankan was curious about the fate of the others on the 9th floor and asked, when you went up to the 9th floor, did you only see Qin Haowen? No one else? There were quite a few people lying on the ground, covered in blood. They're probably all dead, Dong said. Qingping changed his mind. Oh no, there should be one more person alive, though I'm not sure who it is. Sang Kankan pressed. How do you know? It's just my guess, Dong Qingping explained. Qin Yongjie wanted to kill me to silence me. Although I'm not weak, there were so many of them, several level 3 ability users. Even I almost couldn't beat them. Someone threw a bunch of smoke grenades, filling the entire 9th floor with smoke, which gave me and a few companions a chance to escape. We didn't have any smoke grenades, and Qin Yongjie's men wouldn't have helped us. The person who threw the smoke grenades must have been on the 9th floor from the beginning. Dong Qingping looked up at Sang Kankan, little sister. That person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Chapter 80. Although Sang Kankan did indeed throw the smoke grenades, Dong Qingping couldn't possibly have concrete evidence, and she couldn't admit it here. Sang Kankan asked calmly, why do you think it was me? Dong Qingping stared at her intently. Because of the smoke grenades. In Jiangqing safe zone, almost all firearms are controlled by Qin Yongjie, used only by those he trusts. It's practically impossible for them to leak out. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who could produce so many smoke grenades all at once. It's because you have so many supplies. My supplies are all purchased from the post station. Now there's a post station in Jiangcheng. Go check it out, and you see if they sell smoke grenades. Besides, why should I meddle in such things? Dong Qingping shrugged. I'd like to go into the post station too, but I'm afraid I won't be able to for the next few days. Qin Yongjie has had it surrounded. No one except his men can get close. I'm still running for my life. I'm not stupid. Why would I willingly walk into his clutches? They witnessed the zombie-like level 3 ability user, Lao Xing, appear in the experimental building, which meant they had Qin Yongjie's Achilles heel. How could someone as cunning and treacherous as Qin Yongjie let him go so easily? Who knew how long the hunt would last? Sang Kankan asked. Didn't you say there were others who escaped with you? Where are they? When we were running for our lives, we couldn't even take care of ourselves, let alone others. We all got separated. I don't know if they've been caught. I hope they're still alive. Sang Kankan didn't say anything more. She wasn't sure why Dong Qingping had come to find her during his escape. Less said, less chance of making a mistake. Dong Qingping used his unbroken left hand to lift his clothes and hastily wiped the blood from his face. Little sister, do you have any medicine to reduce swelling and pain? Just give me some. My face is so swollen I can barely open my eyes. I settle the crystal cores with you later. The ones I had on me all fell off during the fight. After the previous 2 transactions, Dong Qingping had established a good reputation with Sang Kankan, so paying on credit once wasn't a problem. Sang Kankan took out disinfectant, liniment, bandages, and several useful medicines, placing them on the coffee table in front of him. 48 level 1 crystal cores in total. Okay, I pay you back next time, Dong Qingping said, pinching a cotton swab, adding, I definitely pay you back as long as I'm not dead. Sang Kankan didn't speak, and Dong Qingping also fell silent, applying the medicine to himself. He was right-handed, and now only his left hand was usable, making his movements awkward. He leaned to one side, using a bandage to secure his broken right hand to his chest. He then applied liniment to the swollen and red areas of his face to reduce bruising. After applying it, he drank the remaining liniment directly. He didn't need the other medicine now, so he didn't waste it, stuffing it all into his pocket before standing up. Really not you? Dong Qingping asked again. I've been sleeping the whole time. I don't have time for that. Fine, if it's not you, it's not. But little sister, Qin Yongjie's men might come looking for you in the next few days. If they ask about my whereabouts, just say you don't know. If they ask what our relationship is, or why I'm staying here, just say someone introduced me, that you're not familiar with me, and that you shouldn't talk about selling grain. Getting involved with me now is never a good thing. I already spoken to my subordinates. They won't reveal anything about you. Sang Kankan nodded. I understand. Whether she would stay until someone came to question her was another matter, but she appreciated Dong Qingping's kindness. Then I'm going to run for my life, Dong Qingping said with a self-deprecating laugh. Just as he was about to walk out the door, he turned back and said, I return the crystal core to you after this is resolved. Could it be that he ran over in the dark just to remind her to sever ties with him? Sang Kankan inexplicably felt that Dong Qingping's back looked somewhat weary. She hoped he would have good luck. Not long after Dong Qingping left, Xiao Ba suddenly cried out sharply in the room. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Help, Kankan, help! Feng Rui has gone mad. Sang Kankan quickly entered the room. Feng Rui was awake, but seemed not to have regained her senses. Although her eyes were open, there was no light in her dark pupils. Xiao Ba was being roughly grabbed by the neck and held in her hand, flapping its bare wings and struggling desperately. Chirp. Help, help! Xiao Ba cried out for help with difficulty. Sang Kankan quickly pulled it from Feng Rui's grasp, but Feng Rui wouldn't let go, wrapping her arms around Sang Kankan's neck again. Sang Kankan grabbed her and pressed her down. Feng Rui, wake up! However, Feng Rui didn't respond to her words, like a moving doll. Sang Kankan had no choice but to wrap her in a blanket and tie her up with rope. After binding Feng Rui, Sang Kankan looked at Xiao Ba in her arms. A large clump of its fur had been pulled out, making it even balder. What happened? Feng Rui hadn't held back at all. If Sang Kankan had been a minute or two later, Xiao Ba might have been strangled to death. It took Xiao Ba a long time to recover from its death throes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I don't know either. I saw Feng Rui wake up, so I went over to ask her how she was. Who knew she suddenly grabbed my neck? That heartless woman, she really wanted to kill me. Wrapped in the blanket, Feng Rui struggled incessantly, like a wriggling caterpillar. Sang Kankan called her several times, but she didn't respond. As she struggled, the wounds on Feng Rui's body, which had begun to heal, were torn open again. The blanket was stained with blood. At this rate, who knew when her injuries would heal? Sang Kankan simply struck her on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Chirp. She must have been driven mad by Chen Haowen. Let her heal her external injuries first. Maybe she returned to normal after they heal. Chirp. I should have gone with you. I pecked that Chen guy to death. Chen Haowen is dead. Bitten to death by a zombie. Chirp? Really? Really? Chirp. Well, it's alright then. Good riddance. Feng Rui woke up again before dawn, struggling frantically as before. Xiao Ba didn't approach her again, and Sang Kankan knocked her unconscious once more. This patient was quite troublesome, so Sang Kankan simply stayed in her room to watch over her, reviewing the surveillance footage from near station number 5. Dong Qingping said that Qin Yongjie had already surrounded the station, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Hundreds of uniformed people surrounded the station completely. It wasn't yet opening time for the station, and Qin Yongjie himself was also stationed at the entrance, studying the customer instructions and recycling window, and then carefully reviewing the various messages posted by people from other safe zones on the bulletin board. All bystanders were driven away. Qin Yongjie held absolute authority in the Jiancheng safe zone. His word was enough to deter even onlookers. Although she hadn't entirely underestimated his control of the inn, Sang Kankan still felt infuriated. She opened the inn hoping for mutual benefit with humanity, not to condone anyone's ambition. Sang Kankan rarely expressed her likes or dislikes through the inn. Although it had a blacklist function, aside from using it to intimidate people when the inn first opened, she hadn't actively added anyone to the blacklist. She let the system add people automatically according to the rules in the customer notice. She was too busy to pay attention to any particular customer. But this time, Sang Kankan was genuinely angry. As a result, she added Qin Yongjie and all his subordinates surrounding the inn to the blacklist, and planned to add them as they came across. The blacklist function at the service station is global. Once blacklisted, not only are customers unable to shop at the station, but external functions like the message board, bulletin board, and recycling window also become unusable. Qin Yongjie was browsing useful information from other safe zones on the bulletin board when suddenly the screen went completely black, displaying the message, "A blacklisted user has been detected nearby." The bulletin board is temporarily suspended. It will resume normal operation after the user leaves. The bulletin board content is publicly displayed. Anyone nearby can see it. Punishing blacklisted users also carries a sense of collective responsibility. If a blacklisted user is nearby, others cannot use the bulletin board. To use it normally, the blacklisted user must be identified and removed. This rule, devised by Sang Kankan, was quite insidious, its purpose being to ensure that everyone would condemn those on the blacklist. Qin Yongjie frowned at the message, waved for a subordinate, and retreated a dozen steps away. Is the bulletin board back to normal? No, it says there are blacklisted users. Qin Yongjie continued to retreat, until he was over 100 meters away, but the bulletin board still showed blacklisted users. He called others over to try, and everyone had the same result. The bulletin board was unusable. Could the inn have blacklisted him and his men? This suspicion was confirmed at 8 o'clock the next morning. At 8 o'clock sharp, the words "open for business" appeared on the inn's gate, but none of Qin Yongjie or his men could enter smoothly. They were all blocked outside by an invisible barrier. Qin Yongjie temporarily brought in another group of people from outside. This time, some managed to enter the inn, but before they could buy anything, they were all driven out and added to the blacklisted user ranks. Although the post stations couldn't speak, their actions clearly demonstrated their rejection of him. This was unprecedented in reports from other post stations, further convincing Qin Yongjie that the people behind the post stations were now within their safe zone, targeting him at every turn. Completely seal off the safe zone. No one is allowed to enter or leave, Qin Yongjie ordered his men. Send men to search every corner of the safe zone. Anyone found with unidentified or suspicious behavior is to be arrested immediately. I want to interrogate them personally. Chief, isn't this area too large? His subordinate cautioned, our safe zone has over 3 million people. Even if we arrest everyone suspicious, you can't interrogate them all by yourself. Qin Yongjie's face was grim. A complete search is necessary. Nothing can be missed. You don't need to worry about anything else. Yes. Unbeknownst to him, at 8 o'clock that morning, a stack of documents closely related to the Jiancheng safe zone had quietly appeared in a cabinet at another post station. By adding Qin Yongjie to the blacklist, Sang Kankan clearly demonstrated the inn's rejection of her. She naturally anticipated this might arouse his suspicion, but now that the inn was settled and would be managed remotely, Sang Kankan thought it over. She seemed to have no reason to stay in the safe zone any longer. If he suspected her, so be it, she could leave. Qin Yongjie couldn't stop her. The current problem was that Sang Kankan had gone to great lengths to rescue Feng Rui, and leaving alone seemed irresponsible. Taking her along would be too troublesome. She needed to wait for Feng Rui to wake up, ascertain her thoughts, before taking further action. Chapter 81. Feng Rui was knocked unconscious twice, but finally managed to calm down and rest for a while before waking up again near noon. This time she was truly awake, her mind had recovered somewhat, and she could speak normally, though her voice was very hoarse. Xiao Bao Lao sang, "What are you doing here? Were you also captured by that Chen guy?" Xiao Bao, who had been grooming its tangled fur, immediately pounced on Feng Rui when it heard her speak, slapping her twice across the face with its wing. Chirp chirp. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. We weren't captured, you were rescued. Feng Rui, whose hands and feet were bound, was startled by the slaps. Xiao Bao, why did you hit me? What did you just say? I couldn't understand a word. Chirp chirp chirp. You almost strangled me this morning. Can't I slap you a couple of times? No, Xiao Bao, don't yell like that. I can't understand a word. Chirp chirp chirp. Can't understand? What's wrong with you? 1 minute you're acting crazy, the next you're acting stupid. Stop yelling, I can't understand you. This person and bird are really making a ruckus. Sang Kankan, through the station surveillance, added all the new batch of people Qin Yongjie had called to her blacklist, closed the system shop interface, and then got up to ask Feng Rui, how are you feeling now? It hurts? It feels like my whole body is being cut with knives. Feng Rui hissed dramatically, you saved me again this time, right? Thanks. You're welcome, it was just a favor. As they chatted, Xiao Bao flapped its wings impatiently beside them. Chirp chirp chirp. Stop talking nonsense, what's going on? Feng Rui can't understand me. Feng Rui pointed at Xiao Bao, looking equally frustrated. I can't understand a word this bald bird is yelling about. Old Sang, can you understand it? Translate it for me. Sang Kankan, having seen the experimental equipment and records in Chen Haowen's secret room, guessed the reason for this. Before, it was because you had a portion of Xiao Bao's cells transplanted into you that it could sense you at all times, and you could understand its calls. Now that portion of the cells has been removed by Chen Haowen, the link between you has disappeared. So I can't fly anymore? That's hardly flying. It's more like a free fall with a built-in buffer. Seeing Feng Rui's regretful expression, Sang Kankan swallowed her complaints. She untied the ropes and blankets binding Feng Rui. You can try going out. Feng Rui's recovery seemed to have improved compared to last time. Some of the flesh that had been cut off her arms and legs had grown back, and most of her wounds had begun to heal. However, the spot where her horns had been cut off was still a dark hole. After all, the horns weren't her own, and once cut off, They wouldn't grow back. Forget it, too lazy to try. Xiao Ba was still upset about Feng Rui pinching it. Chirp chirp chirp. Can quickly ask her why she went crazy and tried to strangle me. Sang Can translated its words to Feng Rui truthfully. Feng Rui looked blank. I pinched you? When did I pinch you? Haven't I been unconscious and recovering? Xiao Ba pounced and slapped her again. Squeak. You still won't admit it? You're driving me crazy. There was no time for them to fight now. Sang Can pulled Xiao Ba away and explained to Feng Rui, you woke up twice before, but it seems only your body woke up. Your consciousness didn't return. You attacked everyone you saw, and you almost strangled Xiao Ba to death. Is that so? I don't remember it all, Feng Rui frowned. But I think I had a dream where Chen Haowen was sitting next to me, and we started fighting. By the way, how did you rescue me? Didn't Chen Haowen send anyone after us? Chen Haowen is dead. Dead? How did he die? We talk about that later. Qin Yongjie has been blacklisted by the post station, and they should be taking action soon. Besides, this house belongs to Dong Qingping, so his pursuers will probably be here soon. There's no time to waste. Someone will be searching soon. What do you plan to do? Continue hiding in the safe zone, or leave with me. Feng Rui stood up, supporting herself on the bed. Leave? You have a way to get me out of here? Chirp, Feng Rui doesn't understand me. She's useless. I'm going with you. The checks at the Jiangcheng safe zone are already very strict, and they only get stricter in the next few days. Sang Can take a shortcut, but taking Feng Rui with her is a real problem. But it's not like there's no way. She took out the atlas she had collected earlier, flipped to the page about Jiangcheng, and asked Feng Rui, do you know where the wall in the Jiangcheng safe zone is the thinnest? The thinnest part of the wall? Feng Rui held the atlas for a while, then held out her hand. Do you have a pen? Sang Can handed her a pen. Feng Rui pondered for a moment, then roughly drew the area of the Jiangcheng safe zone on the map, circling several key sections. You should also know that the Jiangcheng safe zone is built around several universities. To defend against zombies, it's surrounded by walls on all sides. Some walls are newly built, while others are old walls that have been reused. Older walls are generally thinner than newer ones. Sang Can took the map and studied it intently. Feng Rui asked in surprise, you're not thinking of just crashing into a wall to get out, are you? Even an old wall isn't easy to break through. Of course, she wasn't the one planning to crash into the wall. Sang Can looked at Feng Rui, her tone very serious. Can I trust you? If she weren't wearing a mask and sunglasses, and could make eye contact directly, it would be more convincing, but unfortunately she couldn't. Feng Rui shrugged. Believe it or not, anyway, in this state, there's not much point in me living. You saved me twice, you can take my life back if you want. Before Sang Can could speak, Feng Rui continued, let's put it this way. I have no family or friends, I'm all alone, with no attachments and no weaknesses. I already experienced the pain of losing an arm or cutting off flesh. I don't even care about life or death, and I have no interest in anything else. So tell me, what reason would I have to betray you? That's not necessarily true. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts is the biggest reason. Sang Can hesitated for a moment, then removed her right glove and rolled up her right sleeve, revealing smooth, white bones. What if I look like this? Since becoming a zombie, she had always been secretive in front of everyone, unable to reveal her identity even to old friends. Sometimes the thought of it bothered her, so this time she decided to take a gamble. If Feng Rui betrayed her, she believed she could handle it. If Feng Rui didn't betray her, she might gain a companion she could be completely honest with. Wow, Feng Rui exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Old saying, your arm is amazing. You've been modified too? Having made her decision, Sang Can simply removed her left glove, then took off her cloak, mask, sunglasses, and silicone mask, and stripped off her clothes, revealing a complete skeleton. Feng Rui was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, and it took her a minute or two to find her voice, stammering, old saying, what's going on with you? Special abilities? A skeleton? Are you even human? Xiao Ba chirped disdainfully from the side. Chirp chirp. You're so ignorant, I've seen this before. Sang Can shrugged. I don't know what I am now, probably a zombie. A zombie? Feng Rui was even more surprised. A zombie as clever as you? Then what hope is there for humanity? Sang Can pointed her two empty eye sockets at her. Zombies are evolving too. Maybe they all be as clever as me in the future. If you're worried about humanity's future, you can report me. But if she even had that thought, they would be enemies. What's there to worry about? Feng Rui slumped back onto the bed, exhausted. Report me? That's like handing myself over to them. Humans don't even treat me like a human being. Why should I care about their future? They'd be better off all destroyed. Feng Rui had suffered a lot in the lab. All the pain was inflicted by humans. It was already a miracle she hadn't become an extreme anti-humanist. What community of shared destiny? What morality and responsibility? She had long since thrown them to the winds. Even if Sang Cancan is a zombie, she saved herself from humans twice. So she is still a zombie, much better than those with ulterior motives, or even most people. Feng Rui quickly decided on her side. But you look really cool, kind of like that, right, Ghost Rider from the movies. Feng Rui recovered from her shock and became interested in Sang Cancan's skeletal form. Do you still need to eat or drink? No eyes, no ears, how do you see and hear? No vocal cords, how can you talk? Feng Rui, a former researcher, was now intrigued by Sang Cancan's behavior, bombarding her with questions. Some of these questions Sang Cancan herself only half understood, and was too lazy to explain. We talk about that later. Do you want to leave the safe zone? Yes, of course I do, Feng Rui continued, her gaze fixed intently on Sang Cancan. Tell me, how do you plan to get out? I won't say, you can't pass security looking like that. By the way, how did you even get into the safe zone? Are the security personnel blind? Then Sang Cancan did something that left everyone speechless. In front of Feng Rui, she disassembled her limbs and torso, storing them in the system's inventory, leaving only her head. Then, she moved her jaw and said, you try to get my head out of the safe zone, and I create an opportunity for you to leave. Even Xiao Ba was stunned this time. Feng Rui pointed at Sang Cancan, stammering you. For a long time before finally managing to say, you can do this? Can you even put it back together? Sang Cancan then demonstrated how to reassemble her limbs. Feng Rui was speechless and gave her a thumbs up, you're amazing. Having explained everything clearly, Sang Cancan didn't want to waste any more time. If there's nothing else, let's go now, before anyone else comes. Can you still walk? Feng Rui vigorously shook her arms and legs. I can walk, run, and jump, but you scared me a little, my legs are a bit weak. It's okay, I'd be fine soon. Sang Cancan put on her full gear again, and put everything in the room that was related to them into the system warehouse. It had only been her and Xiao Ba staying there for the past few days, so there wasn't much to pack, and she finished quickly. Feng Rui's face was covered in freckles, and she was also wearing a hat and mask. They were both people who couldn't be seen in the light. Walking outside in broad daylight would attract too much attention. After leaving the yard, Sang Cancan took out a car and asked Feng Rui, can you drive? I passed my driving test, but haven't had a chance to drive on the road yet. Just know how to operate it. It's okay if you crash the car. You drive. No problem. The two of them, and the bird got into the car and drove towards the closest weak point in the wall that Feng Rui had circled. The house was located in the center of the safe zone, where ordinary people weren't allowed to drive. Not long after, someone stopped the car shouting, who are you? Get out of the car. You can't drive here. Feng Rui ignored them, flooring the accelerator and swerving to avoid pedestrians. After about 20 minutes, she reached a weak point in the wall, with at least 3 cars following behind. Sang Cancan sat in the passenger seat, having already removed her clothes and concealed her body, leaving only a skull. Throw my head over the wall. Hold on a little longer, don't get caught again. At most half a day. I create an opportunity for you to escape. Chapter 82. The car sped towards the safety zone's perimeter wall. Sang Cancan instructed Feng Rui to throw her head out, while Xiao Ba chirped beside her. What about me? What am I doing? Who are you going with? Sang Cancan asked it. Chirp. With you. It doesn't understand, so there's no point. Sang Cancan then instructed Feng Rui, throw Xiao Ba out too later, I catch it outside. Xiao Ba's wing feathers hadn't fully grown in yet, so it couldn't fly, and throwing it out without someone to catch it was dangerous. Seeing the cars behind catching up and other people gathering around, Feng Rui stopped the car, opened the window, and quickly threw Sang Cancan's head out like a shot put. After waiting a minute or two, hearing Sang Cancan calling for Xiao Ba from outside the perimeter wall, she threw the curled up Xiao Ba out as well. Unfortunately, the wall was over 2 meters high, too high for her to climb over. Before being caught, Feng Rui jumped back into the car, floored the accelerator, and began speeding through the safe zone. Sang Cancan had told her to wait half a day, the car's fuel wouldn't last that long. Once it ran out, she'd have to get out and escape. Hopefully, old Sang would act quickly. She wondered what method she was using. The patrol team in the safe zone chased after her, loudspeakers blaring. "Listen up, you in front. Stop immediately for inspection, or don't blame us for being impolite." Feng Rui sneered and sped off like a blur. When had these people ever been polite to her? She had enough when she was caught last time, and this time she wouldn't surrender willingly. The car wasn't fully fueled to begin with, and speeding meant fast fuel consumption. After circling the safe zone and speeding like crazy, Feng Rui had barely run out of fuel in less than an hour, issuing a refuel now warning. What puzzled Feng Rui was that the number of people chasing her didn't increase. Initially, there were 3 cars following her, but 2 drove off, and eventually only 1 remained, as if something more important than chasing her had happened. She accelerated one last time, shaking off the cars behind her, and drove into the largest parking lot in Jiangqing safe zone. She quickly got out and crawled under another nearby car. Her pursuers soon arrived at the parking lot, searched her car thoroughly, and, finding that she had abandoned it and fled, cursed in frustration. "I thought she was a big fish, but she got away. Did you see her clearly? Was there anything in the car that could identify her?" "Nothing, just an empty car, and it's wrecked. Nobody would even want it for scrap." "Damn it, what a waste of my time. Should we search the parking lot? She might still be hiding around here." "Forget it, driving illegally isn't a big deal. Let's call it a day. We have other tasks waiting, and they're all urging us on." The patrol team left the parking lot. Feng Rui, hiding under the car, vaguely overheard their conversation. "What do you think about the inn? Didn't the district chief say that things' origin is unknown, and we must be wary of traps? But the rumors outside are so convincing, saying you can buy anything there. Don't you want to go in and check it out? A brother of mine went in today, but he didn't buy anything and was kicked out. That inn is really weird." The patrol team gradually drove away, and Feng Rui, looking confused, crawled out from under the car. "A relay station? What's that?" She'd only been locked up in the lab for a few days, and it seemed she was already falling behind the trends in the safe zone. She wondered when old Sang would make his move. She could use the remaining time to learn more. Feng Rui put on a mask to cover her face, and walked into the nearby shantytown. The diverse population there made it more suitable for gathering information or hiding than other parts of the safe zone. Of course, it was also unavoidable in the event of a full-scale search like last time. However, the atmosphere in the shantytown was strange today. Patrols walked back and forth, seemingly monitoring people's movements. Whenever they saw a group of people gathering, they would immediately force them to disperse. The people in the shantytown were also very wary of the patrols. Their eyes no longer held the numbness of before, but rather a hint of hostility. The 2 sides were locked in a tacit stalemate. Feng Rui, head down and face hidden, walked alone on the road, attracting little attention. What happened? Feng Rui found an empty house to rest in. Not long after, someone threw a crumpled piece of paper in from outside, seemingly from the house on the left. By the time she chased after them, they were gone. Unfolding the paper, she found several lines of handwritten text. It looked like it had been crumpled and passed around many times. The handwriting was somewhat blurred. Regarding the Sang family inn, here are some things you need to know. 1. The inn provides all the necessities for survival, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These can be purchased with crystal cores at low prices. 2. The inn has ample supplies to meet the needs of everyone in the safe zone. 3. The inn is open to everyone, regardless of whether they have superpowers or are ordinary people. 4. Qin Yongjie is attempting to seize the inn as his private property, cutting off the livelihoods of others. We must stop his evil plan. 5. After reading this, please pass this message on to others. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Even if we are in a lower position, as long as we unite, we will surely defeat the evil rulers. Feng Rui stared, stunned. To be honest, these paragraphs weren't particularly well written, but they hit the nail on the head regarding people's pain points. The biggest worry for survivors in the post-apocalyptic safe zone was the lack of supplies. Whether it was exorbitant prices, insufficient supply, or supplies being exclusively for those with superpowers, and not available to ordinary people, these were all real-life situations they had encountered. These paragraphs directly eliminated these problems, effectively promoting the post-station. Then it pointed the finger at Qin Yongjie, even using inflammatory language like evil plan, cutting off a path to survival, and a single spark can start a prairie fire, directly placing Qin Yongjie in opposition to all the survivors. It was certainly daring. The patrol team was so vigilant, probably to prevent this message from spreading widely, but even the best laid plans can have loopholes. Who knows how many more such slips of paper were circulating outside. Feng Rui crumpled the slip of paper back into a ball and, when no one was around, tossed it into another house on the right. She knew nothing about post stations or anything like that, and didn't know if what was on the note was true or false. But since it was causing trouble for Qin Yongjie, she naturally had to lend a hand. Besides, the post station's name was Sang Family Post Station. Feng Rui naturally connected it to Sang Cancan. Of course, she was just thinking about it casually. Old Sang's existence was already legendary. Even if the post station was hers, it would only add a vibrant touch to her legend, nothing to be surprised about. She could be considered knowledgeable and unflappable. Feng Rui squatted by the wall, quietly waiting for the opportunity Sang Cancan had created. Meanwhile, Qin Yongjie was lashing out at his secretary in his office. Too many things had been bothering him these past 2 days. Even if he wanted to maintain his composure as district head, it was difficult to remain calm. Leaving aside the matter of his nephew dying before his eyes last night, Qin Yongjie had encountered 2 major problems today alone. First, he discovered that he and his men had all been blacklisted by the post station, useless despite being seen. Not long after, another incident occurred. News of the Sang family post station was slowly spreading throughout the safe zone. Just recently, Qin Yongjie had also seen the written description of the post station, which directly referred to him as an evil ruler, quite audacious. Qin Yongjie had heard rumors about him before, but he would simply send people to arrest and eliminate those spreading the rumors. It wasn't anything to worry about. Sometimes, the rumors wouldn't even reach his ears before others would take care of the instigators. But this time the news spread too fast. By the time he found out, it had already spread to almost half of the safe zone, and it was still spreading secretly, completely unstoppable. Qin Yongjie sternly questioned his secretary, "Haven't you found the source yet? Who leaked this news?" The secretary lowered his head, not daring to look at him. "The news spread too quickly and too widely. We can't find the source at all." At first, it seemed to be related to Dong Qingping's people, but without evidence, it's difficult to arrest anyone. Dong Qingping? How would he know about the post station? Qin Yongjie frowned. "Didn't we say we should eliminate him as soon as possible? Why haven't we caught him yet? What are you all doing? Eliminating him completely requires manpower. Dong Qingping is a level 3 ability user, and he has accomplices providing backup. He's not so easy to deal with." The secretary inwardly grumbled. Moreover, the district chief kept switching between demanding a full search of the safe zone and investigating the source of the rumors, practically using one person as 2. The tasks came one after another without regard to order, creating widespread panic and making everyone feel like headless flies. Finding anyone was a miracle. However, the secretary only dared to complain internally, not daring to raise his voice when Qin Yongjie questioned him. "It's my subordinate's incompetence. We're searching for his whereabouts with all our might, and we'll definitely deal with him as soon as possible. I give you 1 more day." Qin Yongjie waved him out, then thought of something else. "Come back. Who was in charge of cleaning up the experimental building last night? What happened to the corpses on the 9th floor? Corpses? You mean those zombies? The people cleaning the building reported it to me. You were busy with the post station at the time, so I had them secretly take them away and burn them." "Only zombies?" Qin Yongjie asked again. "Yes, is there a problem? Everything happened too fast last night." Qin Yongjie and his group had just gone upstairs when they stumbled upon Howen being bitten by a zombie. Shortly after, smoke bombs appeared, and they didn't even have time to properly search the 9th floor. He only vaguely remembered many people lying on the ground, probably all bitten by the same zombie that killed Howen, and had turned into zombies as well. Qin Yongjie didn't think much more about it. "That's all. Go back to your work. Deal with Dong Qingping as soon as possible. If anyone is found spreading rumors again, deal with them severely." "Yes." The secretary acknowledged the order and left the office, feeling quite bitter. It's easy for the district head to sit in his office and issue orders, completely oblivious to the difficulties his subordinates face in carrying them out. Leaving aside the matter of resolving Dong Qingping's issue, the idea of severely punishing everyone spreading rumors is simply an impossible task. At least half the people in the safe zone are directly or indirectly involved in spreading rumors. How can everyone be severely punished? If things really escalate, it's unclear who will be dealt with. Besides, are those messages really rumors? The secretary had already read the customer notices posted outside the inn, and had even entered the Sang family in this morning, but was kicked out shortly after entering. However, before leaving, he glanced at the cabinets inside, They were indeed, as the rumors described, a motley collection of all sorts. Besides what the rumors mentioned, the inn actually had many more functions, such as a message board, a bulletin board, and that prominent recycling window. Unfortunately, they were all blacklisted and unusable. The secretary gathered several of Qin Yongjie's key subordinates, relaying Qin Yongjie's instructions to them while they began to ponder. Speaking of which, why were all these people blacklisted by the post station? The reason seems to be only one. They were the district chief's subordinates, acting on his orders. So, if they stopped obeying the district chief, would they have a chance to get off the blacklist? Forget it. Let's not think about that too much for now. Let's just take it one step at a time. After the secretary relayed the instructions, the others were about to leave when someone rushed into the office building. It's terrible. Zombies are besieging us. Chapter 83. Feng Rui hid alone in the shack, waiting for Sang Kankan to create an opportunity for her to escape the safe zone. She waited from afternoon until dark, almost falling asleep, when suddenly a piercing scream jolted her awake. Then, it was as if fireworks exploded everywhere. Screams echoed throughout the safe zone. The zombies are here. The zombies are besieging the city. The patrol teams, who had been patrolling back and forth, received orders and converged in the same direction. The survivors around them panicked, and the area became noisy and chaotic. The shack area was in complete disarray. Many people hurriedly began packing their belongings, preparing to flee at any moment, even though those living there generally didn't have much to pack. A middle-aged woman, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed a megaphone she had picked up from someone and shouted with great force. Calm down. There are zombies surrounding the city, but they're on the southwest side of the wall, in the opposite direction from us. Unless the safe zone is breached, they definitely can't reach us. Someone asked her, how do you know that? My second aunt's husband's cousin's son is on patrol. He's already gone over there to fight the zombies. He just sent a message home, and he said that there aren't many zombies this time, and they definitely can't break through the safe zone. There's nothing to worry about. She repeated this statement over and over, her tone confident, which calmed many of the panicked people down. They really can't fight them. Maybe we should pack our things and prepare, so that if we need to escape, we can be at the forefront. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately launched into a tirade. Clean up my ass. Do you have gold or silver in your house? It's all junk. Nobody would even pick it up if you threw it on the street. Running for your life? If the zombies really break in, where can you run to? The first one to run will die the fastest. Her words were harsh but true. After being scolded, the others quieted down and stopped their pointless efforts. Feng Rui poked her head out of the shed and asked loudly, Sister, you said the zombies are attacking the southwest section of the wall. Is it the old section? That's right, the old section of the wall, the middle-aged woman muttered. Don't be fooled, those zombies have some brains. They know that section of the wall is the most dilapidated and easiest to breach. Hearing her confirmation, Feng Rui's heart churned with dread. The old wall in the southwest direction was the place where she had thrown Sang Kankan. No way, could this zombie siege be the opportunity old Sang was talking about, creating for her? Is it really going to be this big? My heart can't take it. Feng Rui quickly got up and ran frantically southwest. It was already dark. Besides the official forces from the safe zone, many civilians with special abilities, and even ordinary people were also rushing southwest, all wanting to contribute to the fight against the zombies. Although many of these people had already seen the notes about the Sang family's post station and harbored considerable resentment towards Qin Yongjie, they all knew that even if they wanted to resist Qin Yongjie, they had to protect their safe zone first. Otherwise, if the safe zone fell to the zombies, everyone would be doomed, and everything would be in vain. Feng Rui moved with the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. The zombie horde was indeed at the spot where she had thrown Sang Kankan. A dense swarm of about 100 zombies had arrived, including 2 level 3 zombies, with the majority being level 1, and level 2 zombies being relatively few. The number of zombies wasn't large, but because of the 2 level 3 zombies, no one dared to underestimate them. Moreover, these 2 zombies were quite strange. One was fire elemental, and the other earth elemental. For some unknown reason, neither actively attacked humans, instead focusing on sweeping through the safe zone's walls. It was as if they had agreed to work together, one demolishing to the left and the other to the right, avoiding interference. In a short time, they had already destroyed nearly 20 meters of the wall. With the wall down, the other low-level zombies, attracted by the scent of humans, rushed into the safe zone, engaging the defending survivors in combat. On the safe zone side, several hundred superhumans and numerous armed archers had arrived from both official and civilian sources. They could easily handle the horde of zombies, but the zombies' behavior was so bizarre that they dared not use their full strength. Normally, the higher the level of a zombie, the more mutually repelling they are. At level 3, they are practically irreconcilable enemies. Yet, 2 level 3 zombies are acting together and even cooperating. This is unheard of. The only explanation they can think of is that a higher level zombie is controlling these 2 level 3 zombies in some way, forcing them to cooperate. Above level 3 is level 4. No level 4 zombies have yet appeared near the Jiangcheng safe zone, and no one knows how powerful they are. If a level 4 zombie is indeed commanding its minions to attack the safe zone, it's likely waiting for an opportunity to act, and further anomalies are expected. Therefore, the few clear-headed survivors immediately judge that they shouldn't waste their strength and weapons on a fierce attack on the level 3 zombies. They should focus on defense, conserving their strength to guard against the potential attacks of the level 4 zombies. Feng Rui, squeezed in the back of the crowd, watched the Earth-type level 3 zombies sweeping across the wall, secretly wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. What did she see? What was that lump perched on the Earth-type zombie's shoulder? Wasn't that heartless Xiao Ba? It was comfortably perched on the zombie's shoulder, occasionally tilting its head to preen its fur, looking incredibly content. And the zombie hadn't attacked Xiao Ba at all. When it pushed the wall too hard earlier, Xiao Ba almost fell off its shoulder, and it pecked at it twice in anger, but Xiao Ba didn't react angrily at all, just kept demolishing the wall. Xiao Ba herself didn't have the ability to tame zombies, but now it was certain that these zombies surrounding the city were indeed lured here by Sang Kankan to create an escape opportunity for her. Feng Rui's heart pounded. Such a method. Old Sang's setup was a bit too exaggerated. However, with several layers of people inside the safe zone and several layers of zombies outside, how was she supposed to escape? Feng Rui squeezed forward in the crowd, to the diagonal front of a level 3 Earth-type zombie. Taking advantage of the chaos, she picked up a small pebble and threw it forcefully at Xiao Ba. Unfortunately, her aim was poor. She missed Xiao Ba, but hit another level 1 zombie nearby. That zombie immediately locked onto her, but luckily, just as she crossed the wall, she was blown to the head by a quick reacting ability user nearby. After Feng Rui closed the distance with the Earth-type zombie, Xiao Ba finally noticed her and chirped at her several times. Although the chirping was not very clear in the melee, it still attracted the attention of others. What's that bird? How can there be a bird on a zombie? It looks like a myna. It's not a zombie bird. Why isn't the zombie attacking it? Quick, grab it. Feng Rui didn't understand a word of Xiao Ba's cries. Several ability users rushed over to grab it, but thankfully, a level 3 Earth-type zombie held them off, preventing them from getting close to Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba quickly realized that Feng Rui couldn't understand its cries anymore, so it imitated a human voice, uttering 2 words as instructed by Sang Kankan. Come here. Come here? Did it mean she had to run to the Earth-type zombie? Feng Rui was getting frustrated. Couldn't it be clearer? She couldn't understand those 2 words at all. Others nearby also heard Xiao Ba imitating a human voice, but fortunately, there were many people around, and no one realized it was being spoken to Feng Rui. Did that bird just speak? Did you hear it clearly? It seemed to say come here. What does that mean? Is it telling us to go and die? This bird is a bit eerie. Seeing that Feng Rui didn't react, Xiao Ba shouted come here again. This time, the people nearby heard it even more clearly, and after hearing it, they all took a few steps back, trying to stay as far away from the level 3 Earth-type zombie as possible. It seemed that it really meant for her to come over. Feng Rui quickly thought about it. Everyone else was retreating, and it seemed a bit too deliberate for her to rush over alone. She still needed to conceal it. Feng Rui squeezed to the side, placing herself directly opposite the level 3 Earth-type zombie, and then deliberately tripped on the uneven ground, stumbling forward and staggering towards the Earth-type zombie. Watch out! By the time the others reacted and warned her, Feng Rui had already been captured by an Earth-type zombie. In that instant, all the zombies surrounding the safe zone became agitated and began indiscriminately attacking everyone. The survivors had to concentrate on fighting off the zombies, and no one noticed that the level 3 Earth-type zombie, carrying Feng Rui, had quietly left the safe zone. After they worked together to kill all the zombies, although they found only 1 level 3 crystal core, they simply assumed that the other level 3 zombie had taken advantage of the chaos to retreat, and didn't suspect anything further. After all, no one could have imagined that the purpose of this zombie siege was just to rescue one person. When Feng Rui was captured by the level 3 zombie, her hands and feet were stiff. She had experienced many hardships in her life, but she had never been so close to a zombie before. Although Xiao Ba was comfortably perched on its shoulder, who knew if it would suddenly go berserk and bite her? However, the zombie didn't bite her. Instead, it picked her up in a princess carry and, taking advantage of the other zombies' rampage, ran with her, quickly moving away from the safe zone. This Earth-type zombie was tall and muscular, moving quickly yet steadily. Holding it in both arms, Feng Rui even felt a strange sense of security. She quickly shook her head a few times to shake off this confused thought. Little 8, could these zombies all be arranged by old Sang? Little 8 chirped twice, but Feng Rui couldn't understand it, so she simply stopped talking to it. The Earth-type zombie carried the person and the bird for nearly 2 kilometers before slowing down, winding its way around several corners, finally stopping in front of a dilapidated house. Hearing the commotion, a large, black dog ran out of the house, barking wildly at the zombie. Then, Sang Kankan emerged from the house. This time she was wearing clothes, but her face wasn't covered, it was still a skeletal face. Sang Kankan calmed the dog, took Xiao Ba off the zombie's shoulder, and gestured to the earth elemental zombie, put her down. The zombie gently set Feng Rui down and, like a robot, obediently shrank back into the back of the house. Feng Rui stared in disbelief, as if looking at an alien. What are you looking at? Sang Kankan waved her hand in front of her. Scared out? Come inside and rest, it should be safe here for now. Feng Rui swallowed hard, finally managing to say, Old Sang, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Sang Kankan ignored such nonsense, and turned to go inside. She carried Xiao Ba in her arms, a large dog tucked at her feet, and entered the house. As she went in, a black and white cat peeked out from a corner, meowing sweetly at her twice. Feng Rui, following behind, was stunned again. The scene was far too harmonious. For a skeleton zombie, wasn't Old Sang's affinity with animals a little too much? She would never admit that she was jealous. Chapter 84. The house was located quite far from the safe zone. In the dim night, zombies could be vaguely seen wandering around, but they were all afraid of something inside the house. Except for the Earth-type zombie that had carried Feng Rui there, which was still huddled in a corner trembling, no other zombies approached. Feng Rui looked at Sang Kankan, who was leisurely petting the cat and dog, and felt a complex mix of emotions. She had been constantly bombarded with stress that day, and she was too weak to speak. Her stomach was already growling loudly. She hadn't eaten anything all day. The house had clearly been abandoned for days. Besides a few pieces of broken, moldy furniture, there was nothing inside. Although Feng Rui wasn't a picky eater, she really didn't want to eat such filthy food. She held out her hand to Sang Kankan. Old Sang, do you have anything to eat? Give me some. She still had a box of crystal cores, and a box of gold bars in Sang Kankan's hands. Sang Kankan readily agreed. What do you want to eat? Just tell me your menu. Just some clean wood will do. Sang Kankan, She almost forgot, this was someone who wouldn't have the chance to eat. The dog hadn't seen Sang Kankan for days, and happily rubbed against her, begging for food. Previously, Sang Kankan had been busy searching for zombies to rescue Feng Rui from the safe zone, and hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that they were rescued, she decided to feed them both. These past few days, a supplier had added several new flavors of canned meat and meat snacks. She gave the dog some of those. Kola and Yen Gao, the black and white cats, have been looking after the dog for so many days, so we give them some dried fish to satisfy their cravings. Xiao Ba eats breadcrumbs, he loves those too. As for Feng Rui, Sang Kankan took a pine wood table leg from the firewood used for heating and handed it to her. Feng Rui, She felt that Sang Kankan was targeting her. Why am I the only one eating wood? Xiao Ba also had its stomach modified, so why can't it eat steamed buns? Sang Kankan glanced at Xiao Ba, who was pecking at its steamed bun. It asked for it itself, saying it would rather have diarrhea than not eat good food. The black and white cat was the same, happily eating dried fish, without hesitation even though it was about to have diarrhea afterward. Feng Rui, Then I want some too. Give me a portion of everything they eat. Since she had crystal cores, she could ask for anything she wanted, so Sang Kankan took out a large portion of food for her. After the 3 animals finished their dinner, Feng Rui and the other 2 animals went to the toilet to relieve their diarrhea. Sang Kankan pulled up the dog, who was sleeping nonchalantly behind her, took out a bucket and a brush, and began to wash its fur. During Sang Kankan's days in the safe zone, the dog was having a great time outside. The black and white cat, entrusted by her to keep an eye on the dog, simply carried the cat on its back, frolicking everywhere together. Outside the safe zone were empty houses everywhere, some with broken locks, easy to enter. The dog would chew on sofas in one house one day, dig up mouse holes in another, and even single-handedly take down several zombies. It was as carefree as could be. According to Cola Rice Cake's complaint, it initially ate without any restraint, consuming 2 days' worth of food in one sitting. It was only because the cat hid the food while it slept and later gave it to it in portions that it didn't either overeat or starve. However, while the cat could supervise the food, it couldn't handle the cleaning. The price of the dog's constant frolicking outside was that it quickly transformed from a majestic white dog into a filthy black one. And once its fur got dirty, it couldn't use its supernatural abilities, and it lacked confidence when facing zombies. So, in the following days, the dog actually became well-behaved again, returning with the cat to the place where it had separated from Sang Kankan, staying indoors and rarely going out. Luckily, it behaved itself, otherwise, Sang Kankan wouldn't have been able to find it so quickly after it came out. Sang Kankan changed the water 4 times in a large bathtub, even wearing out a brush, before finally getting the dog clean again. She also gave the cat and the mynah bird, who had just returned from diarrhea, a bath as well. Feng Rui, standing nearby, was stunned again. So it's a Samoyed. I thought it was always a black dog. You own this dog? It's so affectionate with you. It was obvious that the dog was very close to Sang Kankan, and Sang Kankan treated the dog much better than she treated the cat and birds. They're not mine, I just happened to run into them on the road, so they keep each other company. After washing the 3 animals, Sang Kankan poured another bucket of clean water and stepped in for a bath. Feng Rui watched from the side, feeling itchy herself. Are there any more buckets or water? Can I take a bath too? Sang Kankan then took out a new tub and filled it with clean water for her. If you want to heat it, figure it out yourself. I can provide the fuel. The temperature was already rising, and Feng Rui waved her hand. No need, I'm not that fussy. For her, being able to leisurely take a cold bath was a happy life she had never dared to dream of before. After all, just 2 days ago, she had been treated as a test subject in the laboratory, living a life worse than death every day. There was no one else in the room, in fact, no one else at all, so Feng Rui had nothing to be shy about. She took off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub. While washing herself, Feng Rui casually asked, "Did you know about the Sang family and that appeared in the safe zone?" Sang Kankan readily admitted, "Yes, I own Yin." Having chosen to trust Feng Rui, she might as well carry that trust through to the end, until the day she discovered her betrayal. "It really was you," Feng Rui said, submerging herself in the water for a few seconds before popping half her head back up. "Big boss, please protect me. Aren't you going to ask me how the inn was built?" Sang Kankan countered. When she first discovered she was a skeleton, Feng Rui had bombarded her with questions like a curious child. Feng Rui poked half her head out of the water, blowing bubbles. "I'm not asking anymore. The more you know, the sooner you die." Whether it was the origins of the Sang family's inn or Sang Kankan's methods of controlling zombies, it was clearly beyond the realm of common sense. Feng Rui didn't intend to delve any deeper, nor did she want to know the truth behind it. Because once she knew too much, even if she didn't subjectively intend to betray Sang Kankan, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't accidentally reveal the information to others. And Feng Rui knew very well that Sang Kankan would absolutely not tolerate any form of betrayal from her. However, it seems the inn in Jiangqing safe zone isn't operating very smoothly. I heard it's all been taken over by Chen Yongjie. What do you plan to do? Feng Rui told Sang Kankan the contents of the note she had seen during the day. Who wrote the note? Sang Kankan asked. I don't know, but it's spreading throughout the entire safe zone. I reckon it won't be able to be suppressed for long. Even if Chen Yongjie is domineering, he can't be an enemy of everyone in the safe zone. He'd definitely have to give everyone an explanation. Then the inn should be able to operate normally again. Sang Kankan nodded, got up from the bathtub, dried herself off, and collected the remaining bathwater. Chen Yongjie probably wouldn't leak the inn's specific information. After all, that would only become an excuse for others to attack him, which would be very detrimental to him. Besides him and his men, no one else in the safe zone should have a deep understanding of the inn's operating model. Only Dong Qingping is an exception. Sang Kankan told him a lot of key information about the inn. That widely circulated note must be related to Dong Qingping. It seems he hasn't been silenced, and can even cause trouble for Chen Yongjie. He's obviously doing quite well. I need to find some time to get those 48 crystal cores he owed back, Sang Kankan thought. Putting away the bathtub, Sang Kankan took out 2 new quilts and placed them on the clean floor of the main room. She said to Feng Rui, "You can sleep on these quilts tonight. We change the beds tomorrow." Feng Rui finished her bath, washed the tub, and returned it to Sang Kankan. "What about you?" "I sleep here," Sang Kankan said, immediately collapsing onto the dog. The dog had run around for a while after its bath, and now its fur was dry, soft, and fluffy, much more comfortable than the quilts. Feng Rui, envious. Although she didn't even have a bed, Feng Rui still managed a rare, sound sleep. She even dreamed of her deceased teacher, her classmates and colleagues, and Chen Haowen. In her dream, they seemed to be discussing the feasibility of a new research project when the teacher suddenly asked, "If sacrificing one person could save all of humanity, would you be willing to be that person?" Everyone else, including Chen Haowen, answered affirmatively. The teacher smiled and looked at her. "Feng Rui, what about you?" The teacher had indeed asked this question jokingly before, and Feng Rui's answer then was the same as theirs. She was willing, even very willing. But this time in the dream, Feng Rui answered very firmly, no. She even questioned the question itself. Who made this promise that sacrificing herself could save all of humanity? Could he provide sufficient evidence to prove his ability to fulfill the promise? And could he provide concrete proof that he would keep his word? If he couldn't, why should she entrust her fate to someone who made empty promises? Even if he could, what responsibility did she have to save all of humanity, who didn't include her? The teacher simply chuckled after hearing her answer, offering no comment, and disappeared from her dream along with the others. Feng Rui stopped dreaming, and slept even more soundly. While they rested peacefully outside the Jiancheng safe zone, another major event occurred within it. Although the zombie siege during the day wasn't large-scale, it caused considerable commotion. Casualties even occurred during the final zombie riot. 2 members of the patrol team died at the hands of level 3 fire-type zombies. Although Qin Yongjie had a considerable number of men, everyone had been extremely busy dealing with the repeated emergencies over the past 2 days. Some were already somewhat dissatisfied, and the casualties from the zombie attacks further dampened their enthusiasm. The secretary reported the problem to Qin Yongjie, who had no choice but to grant a day off to those working the busiest shifts. This significantly reduced the nighttime patrol force in the safe zone. Now that the weather was getting warmer, the body couldn't be left unattended for long, so Qin Yongjie scheduled Chen Haowen's funeral for that evening. His elder brother and sister-in-law were both gone, and he had no son of his own. The last male heir of the Chen family had ended with Chen Haowen, and as his uncle, he was naturally devastated. Even if they couldn't afford it after the apocalypse, he was determined to give Chen Haowen a grand funeral. Many prominent figures from the safe zone attended the funeral, and many others voluntarily stayed to keep vigil for Chen Haowen. Of course, their focus wasn't on Chen Haowen. While some were curious about the next steps in the animal modification experiments, most were subtly inquiring about the Sang family's post station from Qin Yongjie. Most of them had seen the striking blue light when the post station appeared, and the notes circulating in the safe zone that day. Now, they were all incredibly eager. "District Chief, what's the deal with that Sang family in? When can we go in and take a look?" After one person asked, the others strained their ears, waiting for Qin Yongjie's reply. Qin Yongjie, however, had no intention of discussing the inn, only replying sternly, "The specifics are still under investigation. We notify you once the results are confirmed." Previously, he controlled most of the safe zone supplies and armed forces, and was used to his absolute authority. But now, because of the inn's existence, many people's selfishness had begun to swell. Qin Yongjie was completely unaware that such a perfunctory answer would only exacerbate their discontent. However, the others didn't intend to confront him now. Despite the perfunctory answer, they still smiled and said, "Oh, I see. Thank you for your hard work, District Chief." The curt reply suggested that what was written on the note was likely true. Chen Haowen's vigil proceeded in this seemingly calm atmosphere. In the latter half of the night, a squad leader leading the inn's garrison suddenly rushed into the funeral scene, looking disheveled. "It's terrible, District Chief. The rest stop has been taken over." Chapter 85. To appease his discontented subordinates, Qin Yongjie gave many men the night off, thus relaxing the defenses of the safe zone. At the same time, the number of men stationed at the post station was reduced by nearly half compared to the previous night. This opportune moment was immediately seized upon by those with ulterior motives. Taking advantage of the fact that most people were drowsy in the middle of the night, a large group of people suddenly appeared from all directions, quickly repelling the official guard stationed near the post station and surrounding it with their own men. It's not fair to blame the guards for being incompetent. They had tried their best to resist, but the enemy was simply too powerful and outnumbered them, even including 3 level 3 ability users, including Dong Qingping and Zheng Xiyu, whom the district chief had been tasked with finding for the past 2 days. With their combined efforts, They immediately turned the tables and took control of the post station. The squad leader, with the help of his teammates, risked his life to escape and report the news to Qin Yongjie at the funeral. You said it was Dong Qingping who brought them? Qin Yongjie slammed his hand on the table, the resulting gust of wind nearly extinguishing the candles before the funeral altar. Yes, there were 3 level 3 ability users, including him. We simply couldn't defeat them. The inn is now under their control. Without another word, Qin Yongjie immediately ordered his men to gather the others who were resting. Call everyone here, prepare your weapons. I want to see just how capable he is. Hearing the word inn, the others at the funeral perked up. District Chief, has something happened to the inn? Do you need our help? These people were mostly seasoned veterans of the safe zone. On the surface, they supported and endorsed Qin Yongjie, but Qin Yongjie knew perfectly well that they only cared about the benefits they could gain from him. They had no loyalty whatsoever. Asking them to come along now would be a mixed bag, whether it would help or cause trouble, so Qin Yongjie naturally refused. No need to trouble yourself, you should all go back and rest. However, they simply clung to Qin Yongjie, ignoring his refusals. District Chief, you don't need to be so polite. Even if we can't help, we can at least give you some support. It's the middle of the night. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner everyone can have peace of mind. The scene before him gave Qin Yongjie a vague sense of déjà vu. Last night, Dong Qingping had clung to him in the same way, and since then, everything had turned into a nightmare. Qin Yongjie had a bad feeling. But these people didn't give him a chance to refuse again. After saying that, they went straight out the door and headed towards the post station. Qin Yongjie's eyes hardened, and he immediately led his men to follow. It was already past midnight, yet the area around the inn was a scene of bustling activity. Hundreds of people formed a large circle around the inn, each holding a torch, illuminating the surroundings. Dong Qingping and 2 other level 3 ability users stood in the center of the circle, loudly proclaiming to the crowd through a megaphone. The commotion attracted many onlookers, and many echoed what was being said through the megaphone, occasionally cheering. Qin Yongjie approached and learned what Dong Qingping had been doing. First, he used the megaphone to loudly read the customer notice outside the inn several times. After the onlookers had memorized it, he demonstrated how to use the message board, bulletin board, and recycling window. The inn's daily operating hours are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We're closed now, but everyone has already seen how we use the recycling window. We put in a discarded computer and got 2 level 1 crystal cores in return. The quantity isn't much, but it's easy. Is collecting recyclables difficult? No. Is it dangerous? No. Crystal cores are the currency of the post station. When the post station opens at 8 a.m. tomorrow, we will demonstrate how to shop inside again. Once it's confirmed that we can buy the supplies we need for survival at the post station, our lives in the apocalypse will have hope. The reason we risked our lives today to expose the truth about the post station is to prevent everyone from believing Qin Yongjie's one-sided story, from being deceived by him, and from continuing to submit to him. We know we are weak and powerless, and may soon be violently suppressed by Qin Yongjie. Perhaps before tomorrow morning, the post station will be under his control again. We hope that when that time comes, everyone will remember what they saw and heard tonight, and tell everyone they know. Even if darkness surrounds us, as long as everyone yearns for light, one day the dawn of hope will break. Dong Qingping delivered a stirring speech, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Even a few people who had escaped from the funeral joined in, clapping and cheering. Meanwhile, those who had been guarding the safe zone were now bound by his men. Qin Yongjie arrived hastily with his men, his face darkening. District Chief, shall we make our move now? His subordinate asked for instructions. Qin Yongjie kicked him hard. Make my ass. Making a move now would be tantamount to confirming Dong Qingping's provocation. Even if his men, plus weapons, were enough to wipe out Dong Qingping's entire gang, Qin Yongjie could only endure it. He finally managed to suppress his anger, took his 2 most capable subordinates, and the squad leader, who had just escaped to report the incident, and pushed through the crowd towards Dong Qingping. Captain Dong, what do you mean by this? Why did you lay a hand on my subordinate? Qin Yongjie pushed the injured squad leader forward, intending to seize the moral high ground by falsely accusing him. However, Dong Qingping didn't play by the rules. Upon seeing him, he acted as if he'd seen a ghost, quickly retreating more than 10 steps. District Chief, please don't do this. Stay away from me, I'm scared. After saying this, Dong Qingping turned to the onlookers. I had something else to say earlier. Besides the issue of the post station, I have a personal grudge against our district chief. Although I have a clear conscience, the district chief might still hold a grudge against me. So, I'm telling you all in advance that if I die one day, whether it's said to be illness or an accident, it will all be a lie. I will definitely be silenced. He then smiled at Qin Yongjie. Of course, if I live a long and healthy life, it means our district chief is magnanimous, and I was just being petty. Qin Yongjie, He had experienced countless power struggles and officialdom, but Dong Qingping's blunt accusation of the murderer really caught him off guard. What could he do? Get angry, rebuke him, or pretend not to care while secretly looking for an opportunity to vent his anger? No matter what he did, it would seem like he was giving them leverage. Qin Yongjie's face darkened. Captain Dong, watch your words. Oh, I'm just an ordinary citizen, my words carry no weight. What's there to be careful about? Dong Qingping then adopted a rogue's attitude. District Chief, if you don't like what I said, just ignore it. Anyway, whether it's true or false, normal people can judge for themselves. Don't you all agree? The onlookers responded in unison, yes. He certainly knew how to stir up the atmosphere. As the crowd grew larger, Qin Yongjie naturally couldn't let Dong Qingping continue to control the situation. He had to salvage the situation. Captain Dong hasn't explained yet. You led men to injure my subordinate in the middle of the night, causing a disturbance in the safe zone. What exactly is your intention? Dong Qingping remained nonchalant. District Chief, didn't you hear me? I already explained our purpose to everyone. The district chief is hiding the post station and preventing everyone from contacting it, but everyone is too curious. What can we do? We have no choice but to risk stepping forward to reveal the truth. Qin Yongjie stood firm. No matter how much difficulty you have, causing a disturbance is a serious violation of the safe zone's management regulations. Captain Dong can't be unaware of this. As the district chief, I must give an explanation to the rest of the safe zone. He then gave his men a look, signaling them to apprehend Dong Qingping. He couldn't directly attack Dong Qingping in front of everyone, nor could he even send someone to deal with him privately. However, as long as he could come up with a plausible reason, he could openly take Dong Qingping away, and no one else could say anything. Once Dong Qingping was arrested, the others would just be a disorganized mob. Qin Yongjie had always done this when dealing with difficult targets, but this time his plan had failed. Zhang Xiyu, who had remained silent until now, along with another level 3 ability user and the others they had brought, stood firmly beside Dong Qingping. District Chief, even if you want to arrest someone, please do so after 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, otherwise we absolutely will not agree. Even some onlookers took the lead in expressing their opinions, and their call was quickly echoed by everyone. We absolutely disagree. No arrests. Since the establishment of the safe zone, Qin Yongjie had been using supplies and other methods to weaken the cohesion of these survivors, precisely to avoid such a situation. After days of indoctrination, most people in the safe zone had become numb and submissive. However, the appearance of the post station, coupled with the instigation of Dong Qingping and others, brought them together again. Several people who had flattered Chen Haowen at his funeral that evening were now joining the crowd in their appeals. They represented a force not to be underestimated in the safe zone, one that Qin Yongjie could not ignore. He had brought many people with him tonight, even guns and cannons. Dealing with these people now wouldn't be difficult, but how to clean up the mess afterward and mitigate the negative consequences were issues that required careful consideration. Now it seemed he had no choice but to back down. Qin Yongjie closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Fine, I wait until 8 a.m. tomorrow." Surrounded by the crowd, Dong Qingping gave him a triumphant smile. The district chief is wise. Zhang Cancan learned about what had happened in the Jiancheng safe zone at around 7 a.m. the next morning. The inn hadn't opened yet. Remembering the note Feng Rui had mentioned the night before, she casually checked the security footage and discovered that a different group of people had gathered around the inn. By this time, Qin Yongjie and Dong Qingping had ended their standoff and were each guarding either side of the inn's entrance, waiting for 8 a.m. for the inn to open. A crowd of at least 1,000 people had gathered, 3 layers deep. From the conversations of the onlookers, Zhang Cancan learned the whole story of the previous night and what they were waiting for. Dong Qingping wanted to demonstrate the benefits the inn could bring to the public, so that even if Qin Yongjie wanted to maintain control alone, he couldn't defy public opinion anymore. Zhang Cancan naturally supported any action that could promote the inn's development, so she would give them some extra benefits. She observed Dong Qingping and his entourage, and finally chose a female level 3 ability user. This female ability user looked somewhat familiar. Zhang Cancan remembered meeting her at the black market the night she entered the Jiancheng safe zone. The female ability user had bought a packet of bathwater from Zhang Cancan and given her half a sesame seed cake, telling her to eat well. This person seemed to have good character, and being a level 3 ability user, her strength was guaranteed. Sang Kankan extended an invitation to her to become a supplier for the inn. Zheng Qiyu, sitting next to Dong Qingping, suddenly stood up abruptly. "Brother Dong, have you seen anything strange?" Dong Qingping asked, puzzled. "What?" Zheng Qiyu pointed to the top of her head. "There are words here. Can you see them?" "What words?" "I don't see them. It's asking if I want to be a supplier. It's an invitation from the Sang family inn." "What is this?" "Never mind, I accept." Chapter 86. Would you like to accept the invitation to become a supplier for the Sang family inn? Zheng Qiyu was an impatient person. She quickly read through the relevant instructions and selected yes, confirming her acceptance of the invitation to become a supplier for the inn. "Supplier? What's that?" Dong Qingping asked from the side. "It said that they will supply the inn with new product samples. After successful registration, you can buy them at a 10% discount." Zheng Qiyu read the relevant instructions to Dong Qingping. "I already accepted the invitation." "Sounds like a good thing." "It's good that you accepted." Perhaps because he had heard about the inn from Sang Kankan beforehand, even though he hadn't actually used it, Dong Qingping had a strange trust in the inn. This supplier also reminded him of Sang Kankan. The young woman who sells rice travels a long way from other regions to Jiancheng to resell rice. She must be doing this for profit, and the profit must be quite substantial. She might also be one of the suppliers, getting a 10% discount on rice. If we manage to input any good stuff later, we could make a fortune just reselling it. Zheng Qiyu nodded. "That's what I think too." Just like that, even though Sang Kankan hadn't said anything, others had automatically filled in the blanks with her thought process. "Can we see the list of other suppliers?" Dong Qingping asked again. "No, we won't see it. We have to wait until the post station opens to find out how to input the information." They weren't deliberately keeping their voices down. Qin Yongjie, sitting on the other side, had been closely watching what was happening and naturally overheard everything. However, Qin Yongjie didn't say anything, only silently clenching his right hand. He initially thought Dong Qingping was in cahoots with the owner of the post station, which explained their relentless pressure tonight. However, their behavior suggested otherwise. Or were they just putting on an act? Qin Yongjie was unsure. There were less than 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Once 8 o'clock arrived, the fact that the post station could supply abundant resources would soon be confirmed, and perhaps even the fact that he and his men were blacklisted and unable to use the post station would be exposed. Did he still have a chance to salvage the situation? Qin Yongjie had been pondering this since dawn, but hadn't come up with a way to break the deadlock. Now he could only react to whatever came his way. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Dong Qingping immediately stood up, called Zheng Qiyu and another level 3 ability user, and selected a few of the most enthusiastic clapping and cheering people from the crowd. Together, they headed towards the post station's gate. He stopped abruptly at the door, turning to Qin Yongjie on the other side, and gesturing for him to come in. "District Chief, please go first." Qin Yongjie forced a smile, saying, "No need. I already said I don't trust this inn of dubious origin, and I don't intend to use it. I can't stop you from going in, but if anything happens, you bear all the consequences." His tone was unwavering, and Dong Qingping almost believed him, but upon closer inspection, it seemed very strange. Even if Qin Yongjie truly distrusted the inn, and didn't want to use it, given his meddlesome nature, he would at least send someone to watch over them. The fact that he hadn't even assigned anyone to watch over them seemed illogical. As Dong Qingping stepped into the inn, his gaze fell on the section about the blacklist on the customer notice sign, and a bold guess formed in his mind. Could Qin Yongjie have been blacklisted by the inn? Perhaps even his men were implicated and blacklisted, which is why none of them came along. If that's the case, things will get interesting. But that's not the priority right now. Let's check on the inn first. Upon entering the inn, Dong Qingping and his group's eyes lit up instantly. It wasn't because the inn was brighter inside than outside, but mainly because the rows of cabinets looked dazzling. They were all brand new, neatly arranged, and spotless. Dong Qingping remembered what Sang Kankan had told him about the inn size last time. 6 rows of cabinets, and 600 shelves. Now they saw 10 rows of cabinets, and 1,000 shelves, and the operating hours had increased from 6 hours to 12. It seemed the inn had expanded. Once they resolved the dispute with Qin Yongjie, they needed to report this good news to her immediately. Without needing to say much, the others excitedly rushed towards the cabinets as soon as they entered. Wow, bread and instant noodles are only 1 crystal core each. And rice and flour, only 3 crystal cores per pound, so cheap. They have all kinds of medicine, contraband that you can't buy in the safe zone, and the prices aren't expensive at all. They even have pots and pans, oh, and kitchen knives. I was just thinking of buying a new knife. You can't find reliable ones in the safe zone. They even sell cars, diesel and gasoline. What kind of magical paradise is this post station? Most of these people had decided to come in on short notice, and didn't bring many crystal cores with them. But even if they didn't buy anything, just looking around made them happy. They could always buy later if they didn't buy now. The prices of all supplies at the inn were quite reasonable, even cheaper than those sold openly outside. They even had all the contraband that wasn't sold outside, and you could buy them with crystal cores. No other supplies were needed. The thought of the garbage recycling window outside, even if they couldn't fight zombies, they could recycle trash for crystal cores, made them increasingly excited. After touring the inn's interior, some tried buying some bread and snacks with their crystal cores. The feeling of realism was even stronger once they had the items in their hands. Without Dong Qingping's prompting, they began to think deeper. The inn is so good, why doesn't the district chief want us to use it? Why else? To keep himself in control. I think he's deliberately trying to prevent us from having a good life. This was exactly the effect Dong Qingping wanted. If everyone harbored resentment towards Chen Yongjie, he wouldn't be able to stay in his position as district chief any longer. As encouragement, Dong Qingping used his crystal cores to buy several kilograms of milk candy, giving everyone a large handful. This amount of candy might not have been much before the apocalypse, but it was a rare treat afterward, and everyone grinned from ear to ear. Captain Dong, you're too kind. We can't accept this. Although they said they were embarrassed, they accepted the candy very firmly. After distributing the candy, Dong Qingping smiled warmly at everyone. It's nothing, just a small token of my appreciation. I apologize for taking up your time. Those who want to buy something, please do so quickly. The customer notice says that each person can only stay at the post station for a maximum of half an hour at a time. Exceeding this time will result in being sent out. There are still many people waiting outside for us to report the situation. Just tell them the truth. Alright, we definitely tell everyone the truth. After this group left and reported the situation at the post station, even more people flocked in. Even though Chen Yongjie wanted to stop them, he couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Standing at the entrance, Chen Yongjie watched wave after wave of people enter the post station carrying crystal cores and leave beaming with joy, their faces growing increasingly grim. He strode aggressively to Dong Qingping. Captain Dong, I allowed you into the post station as agreed. Now you should keep your promise and give my men an explanation. The regulations of the safe zone cannot be disregarded. Your actions of gathering a crowd to cause trouble and harm others are doubly serious. He had no reason to obstruct ordinary people, but he still had a chance to teach Dong Qingping, the culprit who had defied him, a lesson. Dong Qingping knew Chen Yongjie would continue to cause him trouble. His initial plan was to take full responsibility, clear everyone else, and then deal with Chen Yongjie slowly. However, after guessing that Chen Yongjie and his men might be blacklisted by the post station, he had a different idea. District Chief, I admit we gathered a crowd, but I can't admit to causing trouble and injuring people. What exactly did we do? Who did we hurt? Who else could it be? You hurt all of these people. Chen Yongjie pushed forward the squad leader who had reported the incident yesterday, along with the other guards tied up by Dong Qingping's men. With so many witnesses, Captain Dong, do you still want to deny it? Really? Did I really hurt you? Dong Qingping stared intently at the squad leader for 5 seconds, then looked at the others. Think it over carefully. Make sure you understand. Did I really hurt you last night? As he spoke, he proudly shook the remaining half bag of milk candies in his hand, then unwrapped 3 more, and stuffed them all into his mouth, chewing until his mouth was full of syrup. The group he had questioned immediately understood his subtext. Are you sure you want to continue following Chen Yongjie's orders? If you follow him, you won't be able to use the post station anymore. Things others can buy, you can't. Is it really worth it? These people had just watched others happily enter the post station to shop and happily leave with their purchases, and remembering their own heartbreaking experience of being kicked out as soon as they entered, they couldn't help but feel envious. The reason they chose to follow Chen Yongjie was to pursue a better future. Before, they were only slightly better off than ordinary people, and sometimes they weren't even sure they have 3 meals a day. Now the contrast was even more stark. Was following the district chief really a good future? Doubts began to fester in their hearts. One of the guards gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I don't know. It was too dark at the time. I didn't see anything. Outside the safe zone, Sang Kankan was watching the surveillance video of inn number 5 and quickly understood the situation. She didn't mind Dong Qingping using the inn as a pawn against Chen Yongjie. As long as it promoted the inn's development, she was even willing to provide support. The moment the guard said he didn't know, Sang Kankan removed him from the inn's blacklist. To ensure he was notified immediately, she even had the system send him a text notification. After the guard finished speaking, he immediately saw a message appear before his eyes. "Congratulations, you have been removed from the inn's blacklist." "I've been removed from the blacklist?" the guard exclaimed in surprise, then rushed into the inn. This time, he made it in successfully, jumping up and down excitedly, waving vigorously to his companions outside. "I'm in. I'm really in. I'm not on the blacklist anymore." He then tried using crystal cores to buy things, and succeeded again. No one would believe this was a coincidence. The inn was clearly telling these people that as long as they severed ties with Qin Yongjie, they would be removed from the blacklist immediately. Soon, several other guards followed suit, claiming they knew nothing and refusing to identify Dong Qingping. They were also removed from the blacklist. Qin Yongjie glared fiercely at Dong Qingping. He really did have something to do with the inn. Even Dong Qingping himself was confused. The inn had clearly sided with him this time. If he hadn't been certain he hadn't done anything wrong, he would have suspected some shady deal between him and the inn. The ordinary guards weren't particularly loyal to Qin Yongjie to begin with. A few took the lead, and the others followed suit, claiming they hadn't seen anything, didn't know anything, and had no idea what had happened last night. Finally, only the squad leader remained. "What do you say? What exactly happened last night? Who hurt you?" Qin Yongjie gritted his teeth, staring at the squad leader. Dong Qingping was remarkably calm. Someone handed him a small stool, which he leisurely sat on, waiting for the squad leader's answer. Aye. The squad leader felt like he was standing on the middle of a narrow bridge, shrouded in mist on either side, completely unsure of which way out. One wrong choice, and there might be no second chance. Being blacklisted by the post station did have significant advantages, but those advantages were for later. The district chief was already quite angry. If he continued to displease him, his life might be in danger. He knew Qin Yongjie better than the ordinary guards. He knew that those who offended him wouldn't have a good ending. "It's Captain Dong." Last night, Captain Dong led a group of men to ambush us under cover of darkness, injuring more than 20 people. The wounds on my body were inflicted by him. You can get a medical examination. The squad leader pulled open his clothes, revealing a scar on his chest. "Look, the marks are still there." After he finished speaking, Qin Yongjie sneered and immediately ordered, "Seize Dong Qingping." "Wait, District Chief, we have something to say." At this moment, another group of people arrived near the post station. Leading them was Director Zhou from the experimental building, and almost all the researchers inside the building were also present. Chapter 87. Director Zhou's lips were cracked, her face pale, and she looked extremely unwell. She could barely stand with the help of others. She mustered her strength and stood before Qin Yongjie, her eyes filled with intense anger. "District Chief, there's something you absolutely must explain to us." Although Qin Yongjie had previously helped Qin Haowen suppress many researchers in the safe zone, it was merely a side effect. He hadn't taken these people seriously, and hadn't even remembered Director Zhou. "Excuse me, who are you?" His secretary, however, was good at remembering people and quickly whispered a hint to Qin Yongjie. "You're Director Zhou from the experimental building." She didn't have a good relationship with Dr. Chen before. The secretary's reminder brought back a memory for Qin Yongjie. His pupils contracted slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, Director Zhou was among the group who went up to the 9th floor with Haowen the night before last. Shouldn't she have already turned into a zombie and been burned? How is she still alive? What is she trying to do here? Qin Yongjie felt a little uneasy, but outwardly showed confusion. "Oh, it's Director Zhou. Can you talk about what you need to do later? We're currently investigating a case." He really didn't recognize him. Director Zhou's face darkened further. "Even if I can wait, I'm afraid the dead can't." "District Chief, you probably didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? I barely escaped with my life, and I come here specifically to seek justice for my innocent comrades, who died tragically." She waved behind her, and 4 long blue bags were carried over and placed in front of Qin Yongjie. The bags were bulging and vaguely shaped like human bodies. Upon opening them, they were indeed filled with corpses, 4 bodies in total. 2 of them were researchers who died on the 1st floor of the experimental building, and the other 2 were people who had gone up to the 9th floor with Director Zhou the night before last. The body had been lying there for 2 days, and had begun to emit a foul odor. The onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. Qin Yongjie frowned in displeasure. "Director Zhou, what are you doing?" He waved his hand dismissively, signaling to his men behind him. "The body has started to decompose, and could easily spread disease. Take it away, and dispose of it immediately." However, his men, whether due to the shock or a rebellious streak fueled by Dong Qingping and the post station's earlier instigation, did not immediately follow his instructions. Director Zhou spoke again. District Chief, there's no need to rush to destroy the evidence. Even if you burn the bodies, I have other evidence. She straightened up and faced the onlookers. You must be very curious, right? How did they die? And why am I seeking justice from the District Chief? Because the District Chief and his good nephew are the murderers. What's going on? The onlookers whispered among themselves. Director Zhou then looked at Dong Qingping, who was sitting calmly watching the commotion. This must be Captain Dong. I heard so much about you. Captain Dong, you were also present when this happened. I hope you can be a witness. He's involved too? Dong Qingping raised an eyebrow, signaling Director Zhou to continue. Although Qin Yongjie didn't know exactly what Director Zhou was going to say, his intuition told him he had to stop her. I say it again, we are currently conducting a case. If Director Zhou insists on obstructing official business, I can only ask you to leave. He gave his subordinates a look, and this time someone finally responded. 2 guards quickly moved to Director Zhou's side, making a move to grab her. Before they even touched anyone, a sudden commotion erupted around Director Zhou, followed by footsteps, and then a scream. Director Zhou was carrying a voice recorder. She turned it on speaker, and the sound coming from it made her captors instinctively stop. Ah! There really are zombies. Is it not a rumor? Dr. Chen really brought zombies in. District Chief, do you know anything about this? Big Brother, that's Big Brother. District Chief, didn't you say old Xing was killed after turning into a zombie? How did he get here? What's going on? The last voice was unmistakably Qin Yongjie's, consisting of only 4 flat words. Leave no one alive. The recorder wasn't very loud, but as soon as the scream started, everyone around instinctively fell silent. Those nearby could hear the recording clearly, and those further away quickly learned the contents from others. Although the complete event cannot be reconstructed without knowing the background, just based on keywords like zombies, Dr. Chen, Old Xing, and Qin Yongjie's final phrase, leaving no one alive, those with a vivid imagination can roughly guess some things. After playing the recording, Director Zhou looked at Qin Yongjie again. District Chief, please explain the content of this recording. She had actually recorded this part of the audio. Qin Yongjie's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face. Anyone can fake a recording. I have nothing to explain. Dong Qingping immediately chimed in. That's not right. My voice was also recorded in this recording. I was there at the time. I can testify that the recording was not fabricated. Dong Qingping was also very excited. He had originally thought he could only use the post station as bait to slowly weaken Qin Yongjie's forces. This Director Zhou was amazing. She had actually obtained such explosive evidence, and judging from her determined expression, she must have even more crucial evidence. He naturally wanted to join in this excitement. Even after Dong Qingping came forward to identify her, Qin Yongjie still refused to admit it. Captain Dong's case isn't solved yet. Your testimony is unlikely to be credible. Even if the recording isn't fabricated, a recording without context isn't enough to prove anything. Director Zhou was waiting for him to say that. The district head thinks the recording is unreliable, so what about the video? What about the video with detailed context? Since the district head has a clear conscience, he shouldn't mind me playing the video in public. She even had a video. Qin Yongjie's face darkened. The safe zone is busy. I don't have time to play these pointless tricks. He secretly signaled to his men to seize Director Zhou and prevent her from speaking further. However, at this moment, Zheng Qiyu and another level 3 ability user at Dong Qingping's signal also protected Director Zhou, preventing others from approaching. District Chief, you're wrong. Director Zhou has already slandered you. How can you call it a pointless trick? Dong Qingping stood up and walked towards Qin Yongjie, her smile extremely irritating. Anyway, she can't fabricate evidence for something the District Chief didn't do. If Director Zhou wants to release the video, let her release it. Everyone's eyes are sharp. If the video is fake, we'd definitely be able to tell. We absolutely won't let the District Chief suffer the slightest injustice. Don't you all agree? Qin Yongjie wanted nothing more than to slap him to shut him up, but the onlookers loved hearing this and immediately responded enthusiastically. That's right, let her release it. Release the video. Release the video. From morning until now, the crowd surrounding the inn had grown to tens of thousands, packed tightly inside and out, blocking several nearby roads. They shouted in unison, and Qin Yongjie even felt an overwhelming momentum. His anger began to cool. Did Director Zhou really have the video? What should he do? What could he do? Chin Yongjia racked his brains, recalling everything that had happened on the 9th floor of the experimental building the night before last, and slowly regained his composure. It's alright. It's just the problem of zombies appearing in the experimental building. It's not a very serious matter. The main responsibility lies with Howin. As long as there's even the slightest ambiguity, he still has a chance to clear himself. However, Chin Yongjia misjudged the situation. Director Zhou had come prepared and didn't give him any further chance to deny it. With the support of Dong Qingping and his group, as well as the onlookers, Director Zhou, disregarding Chin Yongjia's reaction, gestured to the researchers behind her to bring out a portable laboratory monitor, complete with a spare power supply, and inserted the memory card containing the video content. Noticing Chin Yongjia staring intently at the memory card in her hand, Director Zhou added, "This video isn't the original. I made several copies. Anyone who wants one can come and copy it later." Chin Yongjia then looked away. The night before last, an alarm went off in the laboratory building. The district head covered it up, so most people probably don't know what happened. Let's start with the alarm. Director Zhou briefly explained that the night before last, Chin Haowen had instructed others to bring zombies into the experimental building, and after being discovered, he killed 2 researchers to silence them. Dr. Chen refused to admit the existence of zombies. To find out the truth, a group of 10 of us followed him into the 9th floor to search. In the end, only I and 2 others survived, the rest perished. At the time, we were too busy protecting ourselves to even retrieve all the bodies of our companions. This video records everything that happened on the 9th floor that night. Director Zhou began playing the copied video. The video was taken with a miniature camera, the field of view was narrow and dark, and the lens kept shaking, resulting in a somewhat unclear image. However, it was mostly focused on Chin Haowen, making the sequence of events easy to understand. Everyone around quieted down to watch attentively, and Sang Kankan also watched through the station's surveillance cameras. She only knew that someone had brought a DV camera, which Chin Haowen had destroyed along with the memory card. She hadn't expected that Director Zhou had made 2 preparations beforehand and arranged for others to secretly record. Fortunately, the camera was focused on Chin Haowen and didn't capture her. The first half of the video mainly showed Chin Haowen leading them on a search of the 9th floor. There wasn't anything particularly important, so Director Zhou quickly skipped through it at 3 times speed, only returning to normal speed when the cadaver in the glass tank zombified. Afterward, Chin Haowen smashed the DV camera and opened a secret room, releasing a 3-headed, 6-armed zombie. The group then began acting while dodging the zombie, causing the camera to shake wildly. Then Chin Haowen released poison gas, knocking out everyone else in the video. The person carrying the miniature camera also lost consciousness due to the gas. The camera finally stabilized and focused on the corridor. Director Zhou explained at the opportune moment. Unfortunately, researcher Liu, who was carrying the miniature camera, has passed away due to severe poisoning. One of the bodies on the ground belonged to researcher Liu. The onlookers were already furious when Chin Haowen released the monster zombies, and seeing him emerge wearing a gas mask after releasing the gas only fueled their anger. Those with short tempers began to hurl insults. What a beast! I never imagined Dr. Chen would be this kind of person. I even had my son look up to him as a role model. Ah, why doesn't he just die? Dr. Chen is dead. Director Zhou skipped a segment of the video, fast-forwarding to the point when Chin Yongjia and his team arrived at the experimental building. We can begin to examine the circumstances of his death from here. Sang Kankan, outside the safe zone, was slightly taken aback. After everyone else fainted, not only Chin Haowen, but she had also walked along the 9th floor corridor. She had been worried about being filmed, but since Director Zhou had skipped that part, it seemed she was safe. When the video showed Chin Yongjia leading his men to break down the wall, and then watching helplessly as Chin Haowen was bitten to death by a zombie, many viewers cheered loudly. Good for him. This zombie is doing a service to the people. He brought it on himself, he deserves to die. Sensing the crowd's emotions, Director Zhou added, this 3-headed, 6-armed zombie was originally one of our volunteers. To support our experiments, he volunteered to participate in several key research projects, but unfortunately, he died due to an allergic reaction to medication caused by an accident. We originally thought Dr. Chen had already sent his body home. We never imagined he had become a zombie and had been locked in a secret room on the 9th floor. His tragedy was also due to our negligence. We will personally apologize to his family after this matter is resolved. There's such a thing. Could that guy surnamed Chen be creating zombies? It's too easy for him to just be bitten to death like that. The last video clip matched the recording from earlier. After Chin Yongjia said leave no one alive, His men began attacking Dong Qingping and his companions. Then, several smoke grenades exploded simultaneously, filling the surrounding area with thick smoke, and the video ended. Everything is as you all saw. I also fainted at the time, and only woke up from the smoke. Besides me, only 2 of my companions survived. We were afraid of being discovered by the district chief's men, so in the end, we only managed to salvage 2 bodies, Director Zhou said with a somber expression. Captain Dong was also present at the time. He can testify that the video content is authentic. This video file can be subject to any form of review. There is absolutely no forgery. Dong Qingping nodded. The video is indeed real. Director Zhou stared intently at Qin Yongjie again. District Chief, how do you intend to explain this now? The onlookers echoed her, putting pressure on Qin Yongjie in unison. Explain? Explain? The evidence is overwhelming. What's there to explain? Does someone like this deserve to be our district chief? No. No. Step down. Step down. These troublemakers. Qin Yongjie clenched his fists and quietly ordered his subordinates behind him. Get ready. We break out in 10 minutes. Get back to the office first. Anyone who tries to stop us will be killed without mercy. However, few responded to his order. Even several team leaders and squad leaders showed obvious hesitation. This isn't right. They're all ordinary people outside. We can't attack them. District Chief, everyone just wants an explanation, or at least an explanation. At first, they didn't even dare to meet Qin Yongjie's eyes, but the more they spoke, the more resolute their tone became. At that moment, Qin Yongjie seemed to hear the sound of a high wall collapsing. Chapter 88. Although Qin Yongjie was a level 3 ability user, there were too many people present. Dong Qingping alone had 3 level 3 ability users, and many level 2 ability users. Outnumbered, without the cooperation of his subordinates, he alone had no chance of escaping. And his subordinates seemed to be harboring their own agendas. Qin Yongjie sneered. Perhaps some were even plotting to take advantage of his misfortune, and seize power once he lost control. The people from the safe zone continued to gather, and more people, understanding the whole story, joined the chorus of condemnation against him. Qin Yongjie clenched his fists. He had painstakingly built his power to this point. Was he really going to give up so easily? No, absolutely not. Qin Yongjie's mind raced. The video clearly captured his actions on the 9th floor. Coupled with the deliberate instigation by Dong Qingping and Director Zhou, continuing to deny it would only increase public resentment. It was better to admit his mishandling of the situation, appease these people, and then deal with them one by one later. Anyway, they were just a bunch of opportunistic rabble. They could be easily instigated by Dong and Zhou now, and they could be instigated by him later. Qin Yongjie quickly made a decision. A deeply pained expression appeared on his face. He bowed decisively to Director Zhou and Dong Qingping at a 90-degree angle each, then turned to the other people and bowed 90 degrees again. As the head of a district, Qin Yongjie had always been aloof and superior. Now, he was bowing his head in public, and the indignant crowd instinctively quieted down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yongjie began his sophistry. I am very sorry. The incident at the experimental building was indeed due to my mishandling. I am willing to take full responsibility, please rest assured. Although Dr. Chen Haowen is my nephew, and he received considerable preferential treatment because of me, I was usually too busy to strictly supervise his every word and action, and I was unaware that he had committed such a grave mistake. This is a serious oversight on my part. But I swear, I absolutely had no intention of harming Captain Dong. The situation was actually like this. Seeing zombies in the experimental building, and my own nephew being bitten to death by them, I panicked and lost my composure. My instructions were unclear. The phrase "leave no one alive" meant to exterminate the zombies, but because the situation was so critical, others misunderstood my meaning, causing unnecessary disputes and injuries. This is also my dereliction of duty. As for Director Zhou's companions, I truly regret that the safe zone lost so many outstanding talents. However, as everyone can see from the video, everything happened too quickly after we entered the 9th floor. We didn't even have a chance to check whether the people lying on the ground were dead or alive. Afterwards, I was delayed by other matters, and couldn't conduct a detailed investigation, which is also due to my mishandling. I fully understand everyone's dissatisfaction with me, and will fully cooperate with the subsequent investigation and compensation work. I will never shirk my responsibilities, and I ask everyone to supervise me. However, as the head of the Jiangcheng Safe Zone, I also hope that everyone can remain rational, and not easily believe the instigation of rumors, lest they do something irreversible. After all, as survivors of the apocalypse, we are all in the same boat, and we all hope to build the safe zone into a safer and better place, and we absolutely cannot allow it to be maliciously destroyed. Qin Yongjie's speech seemed to be full of apologies, but he used vague terms like dereliction of duty, mistake, and improper handling, never directly admitting any direct connection to the zombies appearing in the experimental building. However, his final statement, "I hope to make the safe zone safer and better," actually swayed many people, significantly reducing the protests. He's a seasoned veteran of officialdom, always knowing how to use a strategic retreat to maximally absolve himself of responsibility. Dong Qingping, standing nearby, looked at Director Zhou, urging her to present any further evidence and expose him completely. Director Zhou, however, frowned. She clearly hadn't expected Qin Yongjie to still have a way to clear himself, and she had no further evidence. The district chief means that Dr. Chen brought the zombies to the experimental building himself, and you were completely unaware? But our researchers can testify that it was clearly your men who transported the zombies into the building. Qin Yongjie's regret deepened. I didn't expect Hao Wen to use my men without authorization, persuading them to aid and abet evil. It's all my fault, I spoiled him too much. To protect himself, he had completely abandoned Chen Haowen, and naturally, he could abandon his men as well. After all, it was all Chen Haowen's doing, he knew nothing. You're lying. Director Zhou clutched her chest in anger, coughing violently. Her already ashen face grew even more pale, and the researcher supporting her quickly helped her catch her breath. Director Zhou, go and rest. Leave the rest to me. Dong Qingping smiled slightly at her, then turned to Qin Yongjie. The district chief just said that he will investigate this matter in detail. How do you plan to investigate? Before Qin Yongjie could answer, he continued, I have something to say. Since you, district chief, have made so many mistakes, neglected your duties, and handled things improperly, in order to find out the truth as soon as possible, wouldn't it be better if you didn't interfere in the subsequent investigation? Only by completely avoiding suspicion can we quickly dispel everyone's misunderstandings. Otherwise, there will always be people gossiping and spreading rumors behind our backs. Don't you think so? That Dong Qingping. Qin Yongjie secretly resented him. He had used a strategic retreat to try and regain the initiative, but Dong Qingping was determined to ruin his plans. So what does Captain Dong mean? I think it's best if you, district chief, do nothing. Enjoy good food and drink at home, and rest for a few days. Let the professionals investigate the truth of the matter. You train so many capable people in the safe zone, now it's time to let them do their own thing. Besides, we, as unrelated people, can supervise. Only by quickly finding out the truth can we avoid being manipulated. What do you all think of this arrangement? The onlookers, who had been slightly swayed by Dong Qingping's community of shared destiny argument, echoed him again. Good. That's for the best. An investigation definitely needs to avoid suspicion. Dong Qingping looked at Qin Yongjie. What does the district chief think? It was a perfectly reasonable suggestion. How could he object? Qin Yongjie gritted his teeth. I agree. Anyway, he was always cautious. When he ordered the zombies to be brought to Chen Haowen, he had already cleaned up the mess. Even if an investigation were conducted, it wouldn't uncover anything. Besides, his people were everywhere in the safe zone. Even if he didn't directly intervene, he could secretly manipulate the investigation to proceed according to his wishes. However, Qin Yongjie misjudged the situation. In the past, he could indeed control the safe zone, but after the arrival of the post station and their obvious dislike for him, his subordinates had long harbored selfish ambitions. His public humility, which he saw as a strategic retreat, was seen by his subordinates as proof of his loss of power, further fueling their ambitions. At Dong Qingping's strong suggestion, Qin Yongjie agreed to go home and recuperate for a few days, resuming work only after thoroughly investigating the zombie incident at the experimental building. Before recuperating, Qin Yongjie secretly gave instructions to several subordinates, who might be involved in the investigation, telling them to act according to the circumstances. He initially thought the investigation would end in 2 or 3 days at most, and he would regain his freedom. But let alone 2 or 3 days, on the very first day, everything slipped out of his control. The subordinates were merely working under Qin Yongjie. They weren't risking their lives for him. He already been forced into rest and recuperation, so only a fool would continue to follow his orders. Qin Yongjie hadn't been a particularly generous or kind boss before, and now, due to his influence, they'd been blacklisted by the post station. Several high-ranking officials in the safe zone met, and unanimously decided to seize this opportunity to bring Qin Yongjie down. Even if they couldn't find concrete evidence to indict him regarding the zombie incident, Qin Yongjie's misdeeds during his many days in control of the Jiangcheng safe zone were countless. These officials had personally participated in many of these events, making finding relevant evidence easy. They spent less than 2 days quickly gathering this evidence, erasing their own involvement, compiling it into a comprehensive report, publicly announcing it to everyone in the safe zone, and then reporting Chen Yongjie's crimes and the safe zone's decision to the central safe zone. After removing Chen Yongjie, whoever took his place would likely face resentment from the others. Therefore, letting the higher-ups decide was a more legitimate approach. Previously, Chen Yongjie controlled all external communication lines for the Jiangcheng security zone, preventing anyone from accessing them without his permission. Now that he's resting at home, these lines are being used by others. The Jiangcheng security zone has also attracted the attention of the central security zone in the past 2 days, all because of the experimental report by Chen Haowen that Sang Kankan put up for sale at the post station. The experimental content recorded in the report seriously violated the ethical standards of a scientific researcher. After being purchased by officials from a nearby security zone, they immediately reported the report to the central security zone. While illegal human experimentation is not to be underestimated, it's not serious enough to require special attention from the central security zone. However, the fact that this report was specifically released by the post station suggests a possible deeper meaning, making it a matter that cannot be ignored. Upon receiving the report, the central security zone immediately contacted the Jiangcheng security zone to conduct a preliminary investigation. However, Chen Yongjie was overwhelmed with work and didn't answer the phone. The higher-ups then contacted another neighboring security zone, requesting them to send personnel to investigate. Unexpectedly, before the investigators could even depart, the central security zone received a report from the Jiangcheng security zone. This report also accused Chen Yongjie of secretly supporting Chen Haowen in conducting illegal human and zombie experiments, which matched the experimental report found at the post station. Chen Yongjie's involvement went beyond illegal experiments. Many of his actions within the Jiangcheng security zone were explicitly prohibited by the central security zone. Coupled with the mention of post station number 5 in the report, the central security zone immediately decided that other security zones wouldn't need to intervene. They would dispatch a dedicated investigation team to conduct an on-site investigation and handle the matter. Whether it was a series of interconnected events or a series of unfortunate coincidences, what Chen Yongjie thought was temporary rest turned into permanent rest. After Chen Yongjie's rest, no one pursued Dong Qingping's responsibility for gathering a crowd to cause trouble, and he returned safely to his territory. Dong Qingping had been closely monitoring the situation. He had anticipated that Chen Yongjie's men would betray him. After all, it's human nature to push someone when they're down, and pursuing personal gain is inherent in human nature. He didn't need to fan the flames again. He had planned to report the good news to Sang Kankan after he was safe, but when he arrived at the house he had rented to her, he found it empty. He didn't know when the young woman had left, without even a word. Dong Qingping searched the house, and finally found a note under the sofa in the living room. Date, Central Gas Station. The note had originally been on the coffee table, blown away by the wind. He wouldn't have seen it if he hadn't checked carefully. The central gas station wasn't far from the safe zone, and the meeting was in 2 days. The young woman had left this note. Was she implying he should return the crystal cores on time? Perfect, he could ask her more about the station and that supplier then. Before Dong Qingping went to meet Sang Kankan, an unexpected guest approached him, Director Zhou from the lab. Dong Qingping had helped Director Zhou during the confrontation with Chen Yongjie, so she was quite polite to him. Captain Dong, could I speak with you alone for a few minutes? Dong Qingping dismissed everyone else, leaving only the two of them in the room. Director Zhou then took out a tablet and played the video that had been shown to everyone earlier. The video also captured some other things, which I skipped earlier. Captain Dong, please take a look. Director Zhou showed him the footage before Chen Yongjie led his men to break through the wall and enter the 9th floor. Everyone else was unconscious due to the poison gas, except for Chen Haowen, who was moving freely. Another person stood up from the ground. The camera lens was fixed, only capturing the person's back as they got up and quickly left. Their face wasn't shown, and they didn't reappear on camera afterward. Captain Dong, do you remember this person? It's so blurry, it's no wonder I don't remember them. But this back view looks a bit like the rice-selling girl. Both are very thin. Dong Qingping shook his head. I don't remember. I was downstairs at the time and didn't see him. She must be the one who threw the smoke bomb, Director Zhou said. She impersonated a researcher and went up to the 9th floor with us, but after we were rescued, I investigated, and there's no one like that in the lab building. Did Captain Dong notice anything after going up to the 9th floor? Dong Qingping watched the video several more times, the more familiar the figure seemed, but he still shook his head. I was being chased and attacked, I didn't notice anything around me. Director Zhou sighed, and after he finished watching, he took the tablet and completely deleted the video. Let's just forget about it then. Anyway, she helped us, she shouldn't be a bad person. Dong Qingping asked, has anyone else seen this video? No, I deleted these frames from all the ones I submitted. This is the only complete one, it should be fine. Actually, given the current situation, the zombies in the lab building and the video she had were no longer important, which is why Director Zhou came to see him so openly. After seeing Director Zhou off, Dong Qingping didn't take the matter too seriously. He had previously asked the young woman if she was the one who released the smoke screen, but since she denied it, there was no point in pursuing it further. On the date agreed upon on the note, Dong Qingping left early. These past few days, due to the thorough investigation into Qin Yongjie's case, the Jiancheng security zone was under martial law, and even he had to queue for over 3 hours to pass through smoothly. Chapter 89. Dong Qingping came out alone. Arriving at the long-abandoned central gas station, he didn't see Sang Kankan, but instead a large, sleek Samoyed sitting at the gas station entrance. This Samoyed was clearly a mutated animal, looking extremely imposing. Its height, even while sitting, almost reached Dong Qingping's shoulder. Even sitting motionless, it exuded an air of dominance. Dong Qingping, having survived many days in the apocalypse, knew he had to be wary of such mutated animals. Although the Samoyed wasn't showing hostility, no one could predict a beast's mind, it might suddenly attack at any moment. Seeing Dong Qingping approach, the Samoyed slightly tilted its head, its pair of dark, shiny eyes scrutinizing him with a remarkably human-like gaze for almost a minute before suddenly standing up and walking straight towards him. Woof! The Samoyed barked at him. Dong Qingping naturally didn't understand and instinctively prepared to attack. However, the Samoyed didn't attack. It stopped in front of him and spat out a crumpled piece of paper. The paper was wet and covered in the Samoyed's saliva. Dong Qingping didn't understand its meaning and stood still. The Samoyed kicked its front legs, knocking the paper to his feet, and barked at him again. Woof! This time Dong Qingping understood a little. Was it asking him to look at the paper? To avoid getting the dog's saliva on him, he carefully used 2 fingers to pry open the paper. He saw a line of text written on it. Total debt, 48 level 1 crystal cores. Please settle immediately, and give to the dog. Although there was no signature, no one else was present when he bought medicine on credit from Sang Kankan that day. Besides the 2 of them, no one else should know the exact number 48. So was this dog sent by the older sister to collect the debt? Thinking about it this way, Dong Qingping lowered his guard slightly and looked at the Samoyed, saying, "Are you the dog that big sister keeps? Where is she? Why hasn't she come?" He was actually talking to a dog so seriously, it was kind of funny to think about it. The dog, however, was getting impatient. He already taken the IOU, so why hadn't this 2-legged beast returned the crystal cores? It was in a hurry to get back and report to Sang Kankan. It didn't have time to waste here. The dog suddenly kicked its right front leg and barked at him impatiently. Even though he couldn't understand dog barks, Dong Qingping understood what it meant. It was urging him to return the crystal cores. This dog was practically a spirit. Big sister was really something else. She was always hiding her face, and even leaving him a note without coming herself, just sending a dog to deliver it. Wasn't she afraid he reneged on his debt? However, 48 level 1 crystal cores weren't a large sum for either Dong Qingping or Sang Kankan. Paying back on credit was simply a matter of keeping a promise. Even if a dog came to collect, Dong Qingping wouldn't renege on his debt. He took out the prepared crystal cores, rounded them up to 50, put them in a plastic bag, and handed it out. The Samoyed deftly grabbed the bag with its mouth, stomped its front paws, and turned to leave the gas station. Wait a minute, aren't you going to count them? Dong Qingping made a silly joke, but the Samoyed ignored him, running out of the gas station with the bag in its mouth. He quickly followed. Where's your owner? Can you take me to see her? The Samoyed still ignored him, even running faster and faster, quickly leaping over the fence, crossing the road, and disappearing into the abandoned buildings across the street. Dong Qingping lost track of it after a short while. He had planned to take this opportunity to catch up with the older sister and discuss the situation at the post station, but she hadn't intended to show up at all, leaving Dong Qingping somewhat disappointed. However, his disappointment didn't last long. Now that the Jiancheng safe zone had a post station, there were official channels to purchase rice, medicine, and other supplies. Moreover, Qin Yongjie's complete downfall was only a matter of time, so the future looked increasingly promising. His time to shine was coming soon, and there were many things waiting for him to handle. Dong Qingping didn't linger outside, only briefly searching the surroundings before returning to the safe zone. Sang Kankan retrieved the crystal cores Dong Qingping owed her through the dog, canceled the debt with the system, and even found 2 extra cores of interest. This guy was actually quite trustworthy. The reason she didn't personally meet Dong Qingping was simply because she was too lazy to pretend. In the past 2 days, outside the safe zone, she had only interacted with Feng Rui and a few animals, and Sang Kankan had completely let loose, sometimes even too lazy to put on clothes. Now that the debt has been successfully recovered, and with Qin Yongjie resting in the Erjiang City safe zone, the post station has gradually reopened to the public. While the safe zone may experience some instability due to power struggles, regardless of who ultimately wins, the policy towards the post station will certainly not be worse than that of the dictator Qin Yongjie. Now she can finally relax and prepare to set off again. Before departing, Sang Kankan gathered her 3 companions. I'm preparing to go somewhere else. What are your plans? The dog, of course, didn't hesitate, steadfastly squatting at her feet. Woof. When are we leaving? Are we having dinner? Little Ba's wings haven't fully recovered yet, so naturally, we don't plan to leave any birds behind. Chirp. Take me with you. The black and white cats had differing opinions. Kola was wary, worried about safety on the road, and reluctant to travel far. Yin Gao, spoiled by Sang Kankan's dried fish and canned fish, insisted on coming along. The 2 little ones argued, but in the end, Kola gave in and decided to go together. Feng Rui, munching on a duck neck, even thought Sang Kankan's question was unnecessary. Nonsense, I've given you all my possessions. I finally managed to latch onto such a powerful patron. Even if you kick me out, I won't leave. So, after sunset that day, Sang Kankan took out a brand new car, and a group of people, along with what wasn't human, hit the road. Previously, she had always traveled north along the highway. Since Jiancheng was a transportation hub city, connecting to another east-west highway, Sang Kankan decided to change course and head east this time. As Sang Kankan and her team set off, the people in Jiancheng safe zone were simultaneously familiarizing themselves with the use of the post station and making various preparations for the central safe zone's investigation. Despite the chaos, things were organized. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Langzhou City, He Ying reported the results of her team's investigation of the peach orchard in Tao County to her superiors, receiving new instructions. The superiors instructed them to request support from nearby safe zones, organize the evacuation of the survivors in Tao County, and forcibly take them away even if they were unwilling to evacuate, after which the entire peach orchard would be destroyed. This instruction was somewhat unexpected for He Ying. Although the peaches from that orchard could cause mental instability and had fueled the development of cults, posing a significant threat, these risks were secondary compared to the fear of starving to death due to food shortages. After all, many people held the deeply ingrained belief that it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. She had assumed that, for the sake of the overall situation, the higher-ups would choose to temporarily preserve or partially preserve the peach orchard, but she never expected to receive an order for its complete destruction. Complete destruction? Should we keep 1 or 2 samples to take back for research? The mutation direction of these peach trees is also worth studying. No need, destroy them on the spot. The superior's attitude was firm, explaining simply, mutant plants have endless potential for harm. It's best not to leave a single one. As a subordinate, He Ying could only obey her superior's orders. They spent several days, under the guidance of the Langzhou Safety Zone, forcibly evacuating all the survivors living in the peach orchard in Tao County, and then began to destroy the peach trees. Only then did they understand why the higher-ups were so resolute. The peach orchard in Tao County was too large. It was impossible to dig up every single peach tree and destroy them one by one. They used multiple methods to destroy them simultaneously. Some people used cranes and excavators to dig up the trees, while others cleared a perimeter wall in the orchard and then set it on fire. It was during the digging of the trees that they witnessed a truly horrifying scene. The mutated peach trees already had much larger crowns than ordinary peach trees, but what was unexpected was the astonishing length of their roots, hidden from view. The roots of each peach tree extended several meters underground, intertwining with the roots of nearby peach trees like long, thin tentacles. When the peach tree was dug up, these tentacles would even twitch in resistance. After excavating the peach trees, they found many clumps of mud of varying sizes deep underground. Breaking open these mud clumps often revealed corpses inside. Animal carcasses, human carcasses, and even zombie carcasses. Most of the corpses were shriveled, as if all nutrients had been drained, leaving only decaying remains. These corpses were clearly fertilizer stored up by the mutated peach trees for themselves. Seeing these corpses, He-Ying and her group finally understood why there were almost no zombies or animals in Peach County, and why the number of survivors was far less than in other areas. They also understood why these peach trees could bear fruit continuously, and where the nutrients needed for peach growth came from. If it were only these, it could be considered a reasonable evolutionary process for plants to survive in the apocalypse, but what followed chilled them to the bone. These peach trees exhibited a clear collective intelligence and will to survive. It wasn't just a simple reflexive reaction like curling branches when injured, nor a combat instinct of indiscriminately attacking unfamiliar life forms. In the process of destruction, the peach trees truly showed their own thoughts. When destroying the peach trees, they advanced gradually from the east side of the orchard westward. Initially, things went smoothly, but after destroying about 100 trees, the situation changed. The previously harmless peach trees began to actively attack them. The peach trees attacked in two main ways: by whipping them with branches and leaves, and by throwing peaches. While a single tree's attack wasn't particularly damaging, the combined force of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of trees moving simultaneously was considerable. Moreover, these peach trees were quite intelligent. They prioritized attacking machinery over humans. Several cranes and excavators that arrived were quickly reduced to scrap metal by the dense barrage of peaches. The peach trees clearly possessed their own unique form of communication. Even those further west knew these humans were their enemies, and would immediately attack anyone who entered their attack range. He-Ying's team borrowed several people from the Langzhou safe zone to help destroy the peach trees. The superhumans fared relatively well, but several ordinary people who came specifically to operate the machines were injured, forcing her to retreat. At this point, He-Ying finally understood why her superiors were so resolute in destroying the peach trees. The central safe zone could receive feedback from all over the country, and was likely already aware of the existence of mutated plants similar to the peach trees. They always grew in large swaths, already causing so much trouble for humanity, and possessed an extremely powerful reproductive capacity. If allowed to spread and evolve unchecked, the world would eventually become their domain. This was a competition concerning the survival of humanity as a whole. There was no room for compromise. Humanity currently held a slight advantage, so they had to be completely destroyed before the peach trees evolved further. In the end, He-Ying adopted the most extreme and safest method. She purchased a batch of gasoline from the post station, poured it high above the peach orchard, and then retrieved several bombs from the Langzhou safety zone. With a combination of burning and exploding, she finally destroyed the entire peach orchard completely. Chapter 90. The car traveled eastward. The post-apocalyptic world was like a vast, uninhabited forest. The skyscrapers that once symbolized human civilization were mostly decaying, many even collapsing. After the human retreat, the once prosperous cities gradually became the domain of zombies and mutated plants and animals. Aside from a few safe zones, they didn't encounter large groups of people along the way. At most, they meet one or two small teams of survivors out gathering supplies. These people were extremely wary of strangers, immediately hiding and preparing for battle if they sensed someone approaching, rarely making contact with strangers. This was exactly what Sang Kankan and her group wanted. None of them wanted to interact with strangers. Even the only human, Feng Rui, now felt incredibly resistant to humans due to the suffering she endured in the laboratory. Feng Rui drove most of the time, traveling during the day and resting at night, while Sang Kankan was responsible for directions and logistics, mainly feeding herself and the three animals. She only took over occasionally when Feng Rui got tired. After staying in the Jiancheng safety zone for more than 10 days, before setting off again, the road conditions were much worse than before. Ordinary roads were overgrown with weeds and completely destroyed, and even the highways were covered with weeds and thorns, with cracks and potholes everywhere. Feng Rui was a novice driver, and didn't drive carefully. Hearing Sang Kankan say, "Aren't you afraid of crashing?" made her even more reckless. She drove recklessly, twisting the steering wheel like a pretzel, and almost wrecked a car every half day or so. If it weren't for Sang Kankan's system shop allowing her to easily replace her car, she really wouldn't have been able to withstand such consumption. However, reckless driving also had its advantages, mainly speed. Plus, the zombies on the road were all scared away by Sang Kankan's aura. Occasionally, she encountered mutated plants and animals. If she could communicate with them, she would; otherwise, she would just fight. It didn't waste too much time. She continued driving like this for over 10 days, passing through several safe zones of varying sizes. This time, Sang Kankan didn't linger in any of these safe zones, only choosing the two largest ones with the most survivors. She opened in number 6 and in number 7 near these safe zones, making a quick getaway before attracting attention. Having had many experiences before, Sang Kankan wasn't too worried about the inns not attracting business due to poor location selection. After the apocalypse, production lines in all industries had completely shut down, and all kinds of supplies would only become increasingly scarce. As long as the inns weren't run by a leader like Qin Yongjie, who was blinded by greed for power, they would definitely be welcomed by the survivors. Even if someone like Qin Yongjie were to reappear, he was still brought down by the people of the safe zone, and anyone else repeating the same mistake would only suffer the same fate. So Sang Kankan simply stopped caring. When Feng Rui was driving, Sang Kankan usually sat in the passenger seat to give her directions. In her spare time, she would browse the message boards and bulletin boards at various stations, or glance at the surveillance footage, thus staying informed about the subsequent changes in the Jiancheng safe zone. After the report on Qin Yongjie's numerous misdeeds was submitted to the Central Safe Zone, only 2 days later, the Central Safe Zone sent people to investigate and quickly made a decision on how to handle the situation. Qin Yongjie abused his power and acted recklessly, even carrying the weight of numerous deaths on his hands. His actions constituted a serious violation of the law and discipline, warranting severe punishment in the post-apocalyptic world. He was sentenced to death. When the results of his actions were announced, Qin Yongjie was extremely dissatisfied and attempted to resist. After injuring 2 people, he was killed on the spot by 2 level 3 ability users sent by the Central Security Zone. His subordinates initially thought that removing him would allow them to seize power. However, unfortunately, although they erased any evidence of their involvement in Qin Yongjie's crimes, the investigation team still managed to uncover clues and implicate them. Several individuals with serious offenses received heavy penalties, while others with less serious offenses suffered various losses. The new district head of the Jiancheng Security Zone was not an appointed official from the previous system. He was directly appointed by the Central Security Zone, accompanied the investigation team, and will assume office immediately after the investigation concludes, directly under the jurisdiction of the Central Security Zone. This arrangement could also be attributed to the influence of the post station. The previous safe zones with relay stations were well managed, and the Central Safe Zone couldn't easily insert anyone without special circumstances. This time, however, they had a perfectly legitimate reason. The arrival of the new high-ranking leader was a major problem for other high-ranking officials in the Jiancheng Safe Zone. Having previously served under Qin Yongjie, they had all engaged in some shady dealings, and were worried about repercussions from the new leader. However, most of the residents of the safe zone welcomed the new leader. The new leadership brought a fresh atmosphere and a major reshuffling of power within the safe zone. If they seized the opportunity, they might also have their chance to rise to prominence. Even if their abilities limited them from rising to the top, the new leader immediately standardized the rules for using the relay stations and vigorously promoted the recycling of waste for crystal cores, providing many ordinary people at the bottom with a means of livelihood. However, compared to these overt and covert power struggles, Sang Kankan was more concerned about something else. The investigation team that traveled from the Central Security Zone to the Jiancheng Security Zone flew a helicopter. For days afterward, many people in the Security Zone were discussing that plane on the bulletin board at the post station. In the post-apocalyptic world, humans generally choose to drive for long-distance travel. Even those sent by the Central Security Zone mostly drive modified off-road vehicles. They rarely fly planes. This isn't because there aren't planes, or because no one knows how to fly. It's mainly because objective conditions don't allow it. In the post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't just humans who became zombies. Various zombie animals also appeared, including zombie birds. These zombie birds often move in large flocks, flying in dense swarms. They are extremely sensitive to all kinds of sounds, and helicopters are highly likely to be attacked by zombie birds once airborne, resulting in crashes and fatalities. After several serious accidents, unless absolutely necessary, almost no one wants to travel by plane anymore. However, the plane that flew from the Central Security Zone landed safely in the Jiancheng Security Zone. The distance between the Central and Jiancheng Security Zones is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. The fact that the plane managed to avoid the zombie bird swarms after flying such a long distance is quite concerning. People from several security zones actively discussed this issue on the post station's bulletin board for a day or two. Finally, an informed source from Security Zone 5 explained the reason. The research lab in the Central Security Zone had recently developed a zombie repellent device. Although the current zombie repellent device is still quite weak, not even very effective at repelling level 2 zombies, it is very effective at repelling zombie birds, low-level but numerous zombie animals. It also has a warning function. The helicopter on this mission was equipped with one zombie repellent device. Most of the zombie birds were driven away along the way, and when they couldn't be driven away, they received a warning signal and landed to avoid them, thus allowing the helicopter to arrive safely. Sang Kankan was quite concerned about this news. Although her current stance was somewhat complicated, even arguably on the opposite side of humanity, she had never underestimated human intelligence and resourcefulness. Besides the zombie repeller, there might be other scientific research achievements she was unaware of. Interestingly, the Jiangcheng Safe Zone had actually found the supplier, Zheng Xiyu, and registered the zombie repeller at the post station, requesting that it be listed. Sang Kankan herself had sold zombie-repelling potion, bathwater, before, and wouldn't refuse to sell it just because it was harmful to zombies. She simply felt conflicted. Humans had developed technology to effectively repel zombies so quickly, and were openly using the post station as a processing plant. Was her post station being underestimated, while she was purely in business, and didn't intend for the post station to seem unapproachable? The fact that humans were already using it as a processing plant after only developing a zombie repeller suggested that they might even dare to bombard the post station once they developed something more advanced. This also led Sang Kankan to discover a new problem. The copycat production model that the post station had always used was flawed. The copycat production model certainly has its advantages. It enables low-cost, mass production, replicating the forms of goods already existing in the human world, and is more easily and quickly accepted by humans. However, this copycat model also has serious problems. Its production can only rely on samples entered by humans. It cannot innovate, and therefore cannot progress. Now that humans have developed zombie repellent devices, and are willing to enter them for the post station to mass produce, they will surely develop even more advanced things in the future. What if humans refuse to enter them then? What if the new research results can even threaten the existence of the post station? In that case, the post station would be placed in a very passive position. Since the N is a product of a high-tech dimension, it shouldn't only have its current functions. Sang Kankan vaguely remembered that when she was initially bound to the system, it mentioned that copying samples for production was only the most basic way the system produced goods. This meant there were more advanced methods. So, she summoned the system in her consciousness. System, what conditions need to be met for the N to be further upgraded? When can other production methods be unlocked? The system quickly provided the answer. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new task, in advancement. Task content. Are you worried about the N's rudimentary environment, limited product categories, and monotonous production mode? Quickly fulfill the task conditions, and advance the N to a supermarket. Task progress. Number of N's unlocked May 10th. Task rewards. 1 free in advancement attempt, 1 free lottery draw chance this time. The system used advancement instead of upgrade. Sang Kankan noticed the keyword supermarket and quickly asked the system, what's the difference between a supermarket and an inn? A supermarket is larger than an inn, can expand on its own, and can accommodate more customers. The supermarket no longer has limited operating hours, and can operate continuously 24 hours a day. In addition to the existing service stations, the supermarket has added functions such as product development and counter rental. Product development. Hearing these words, Sang Kankan immediately perked up. This was exactly what she wanted. However, she had a new question. What is the product development process? Who does the research? Do we have to hire researchers? She certainly couldn't do the research herself. She was a humanities student, and the meager math and physics knowledge she learned in junior and senior high school had long been forgotten after the college entrance examination. Fortunately, the system wasn't too complicated to operate. Product research and development is a built-in function attached to the supermarket. The system will list various research and development projects for the host to choose from based on the technological knowledge collected in the current plane. The host can also decide on the projects themselves, as long as the estimated success rate is greater than 50%. After deciding on a project, the host needs to provide a sum of crystal cores as research and development funding to start the research. Sang Kankan seemed to understand. In other words, as long as she decided on the research project and produced crystal cores, the remaining technical problems could be handled by the system. It was still a foolproof operation. Will the research and development definitely succeed? This question was very important to her. After all, according to the system, the number of crystal cores required for research and development wouldn't be small. Whether the research and development succeeds depends on the difficulty of the project. The system cannot guarantee the success rate. Okay, failure is better than nothing. Sang Kankan glanced at the crystal core balance stored in the system, hoping it could withstand the extravagance of research. She asked the system again. After the supermarket, are there higher level forms? Can I continue to advance? The system didn't answer directly, replying, higher level advancement tasks require completion of the current advancement task before unlocking. We cannot reveal this to the host at this time. It was as if to say, you haven't even completed your current task yet, don't dream of those unattainable things. Advancing to the supermarket required opening 10 inns, so Sang Kankan didn't waste any time and quickly selected the 6th and 7th inns on her eastward journey. However, they encountered a problem when deciding on the location for the 8th inn. Chapter 91. The closer they got to the east, the earlier it got dark, and the earlier it got light. By the time they entered the coastal province of Jiang, it was already dark around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Before the apocalypse, during the period of rapid social development, even small towns were brightly lit at night. The distinction between day and night wasn't very clear, and people weren't too sensitive to such changes. After the apocalypse, outside the safe zone, there were basically no lights on, and nature gradually revealed its true face. Driving at night was extremely risky. Even though Sang Kankan and her group were highly skilled and daring, they still wanted to avoid risks as much as possible, and they would usually stop to rest after dark. However, at noon that day, they encountered a group of mutated wild boars. Driving them away caused a delay, and the car hadn't completed its planned journey by nightfall. With no sign of the safe zone nearby, Feng Rui insisted on continuing for a while longer. I'm still pretty energetic. If you guys get tired, take a nap. We rest when we find a suitable spot after another hour. Anyway, she was the one who was tired from driving, the others. No, they weren't human, so there was no reason for them to stop her. The car drove on in the dim light for about 20 minutes, when suddenly there was a loud bang. The car jolted violently, and both front tires plunged into a large ditch in the ground, startling the cats and dogs dozing in the backseat awake. Feng Rui got out of the car, glanced at it, and immediately started cursing. I told you my eyesight is excellent. I didn't see the ditch at all. Which by **** dug this trap. The ditch was covered with a gray cloth similar in color to the ground, making it virtually invisible at night. No wonder she didn't notice it, and fell right in. Several planks, studded with countless long nails, were placed at the bottom of the trap. When the car sank in, both front tires were punctured, rendering it completely immobile. Let's rest for today. The car's totaled, Sang Kankan said after inspecting it. She opened the back door, and Guzi, carrying the black and white cat and Xiao Ba jumped out. The animals had gotten along increasingly well on the way. Just as she was about to have the system retrieve the car, Feng Rui tugged at her sleeve. Don't retrieve it yet, someone's coming. Sang Kankan had worn clothes the whole way, but her bald head had remained untouched. Now that someone was coming, she quickly took out a rabbit headgear and put it on. Feng Rui didn't move. Although her face was covered in freckles, she had become calm after leaving the Jiangcheng safe zone, making no attempt to conceal them. She wasn't afraid of being caught and taken back to the lab. She could just say she had tattoos. The car had fallen into the trap, and someone had arrived immediately. It was clear the person was the one who said it. Sang Kankan and Feng Rui exchanged a glance, both ready for battle. Of course, the glance was just a formality. After all, Sang Kankan couldn't really make eye contact. They had fought side by side many times along the way, sometimes against mutated plants and animals, sometimes against zombies. They had developed a certain tacit understanding and confidence in each other's abilities. So far, they hadn't encountered an enemy they couldn't handle, and they believed this time would be the same. However, when the people who had set the trap approached them, Sang Kankan and Feng Rui were dumbfounded. Why were they a group of children? The tallest girl was only about the same height as Sang Kankan, looking no more than 15 or 16 years old. Behind her followed a group of even smaller children, several with snot bubbles on their faces, stumbling and falling as they walked, making one worry they might suddenly trip and fall. How are we supposed to fight this? Feng Rui muttered to Sang Kankan. They wouldn't underestimate them just because they were children. In the post-apocalyptic world, children might commit unbelievable atrocities for survival. However, they had their own moral bottom line, and were generally more lenient towards children than adults. Unless it was an extreme situation, they couldn't bring themselves to be ruthless towards a child. Let's see what they're planning to do, Sang Kankan said. The oldest girl led the group of little ones to Sang Kankan and Feng Rui. Sisters, are you in some trouble? Do you need our help? Knowing full well what was going on, Sang Kankan remained silent. Feng Rui rolled her eyes. No trouble, we don't need anything. Don't think they're so great just because they're children. If they're going to fight, they should fight already. They wouldn't take any other attacks. The little girl, surprisingly thick-skinned for her age, didn't seem to care about Feng Rui's hostility. She glanced around, then exclaimed in surprise, as if she just discovered it. So the car fell into the ditch. Sister, let us help you lift it out. Don't underestimate us just because we're young. We're quite strong. Before Sang Kankan and the other girl could reply, she took the initiative to direct a group of little kids to lift the car. Most of the children weren't even as tall as the car itself, and even with all their might, they couldn't move it an inch. Finally, the little girl herself went over, took a deep breath, and managed to push the car out of the ditch. She was probably a strength-type ability user, around level 2, Sang Kankan concluded. While the little girl was pushing the car, the other little kids who had come with her instinctively stood on tiptoe to peek inside, seemingly trying to see how much supplies they were carrying. Unfortunately, their supplies were all things Sang Kankan had bought and used immediately. The car was empty, and they couldn't see anything. Sister, see? I told you. I can push the car. The little girl smiled at Feng Rui, revealing 2 dimples. After moving the car onto level ground, she explained regretfully, "Oh dear, there are still nails in the ditch. The tires are all punctured. Sister, it seems your car can't be driven." Sang Kankan and Feng Rui didn't react, letting her continue her act, to see what she really wanted. "Sister, where are you going? You probably can't leave tonight, so why don't you stay at our house for the night? It's very close by, and we have a spare room. My uncle can fix cars and patch tires. Have him fix the tire for you tomorrow morning, then you can set off." See? Her true intentions were revealed. Whether it's accommodation or tire repair, it's probably just an excuse. Who knows if she's after their supplies or their lives? Feng Rui looked at Sang Kankan, asking for her opinion. With their strength, defeating these children would be effortless. Even with other adults backing them, it would only be slightly more troublesome. The question was whether it was worth fighting. Sang Kankan asked the little girl, "Do you live in the nearby safe zone? How many people live in the safe zone?" Wrecking a vehicle wasn't a huge loss for Sang Kankan. Based on past experience, this vehicle would have been totaled anyway after today, so she wasn't angry that the other side had dug a trap and punctured the vehicle. What she was more interested in now was whether there was a safe zone nearby, and if so, how big it was, how many people lived there, and whether it was large enough to open a rest stop. Sang Kankan's voice came from inside the rabbit headgear. The little girl paused slightly, then quickly replied, "It's not a safe zone, just a small base. It's organized by the people of our town. There are about 500 or 600 people living here, all fellow villagers. It's very safe. Sister, do you want to stay here? Our accommodation is very cheap, we just give you some food." "Only a few hundred people?" Sang Kankan immediately lost interest. "No, we stay here for the night. We can't stay here overnight. There are zombies. It's too unsafe." The little girl immediately objected, then bit her lower lip, looking pitiful. "Sister, don't you believe me? I really didn't lie to you. My uncle really can fix cars and patch tires. He guarantees he had the car like new tomorrow, so you can leave safely. Open it." Feng Rui pointed to the pit in the ground. "Was this trap dug by you?" The little girl was silent for a moment, then said in a muffled voice, "We did dig the trap, sister. We really had no other choice. The base doesn't have much food left, and people have been dying suddenly these past few days. We still haven't found the cause. Everyone is in a panic. If we don't find a way to replenish our supplies, we won't survive. We don't mean to harm you. We just want to collect some lodging and car repair fees. Sister, you even have cats and dogs. You must be kind people. Please, have mercy and give us some food." After the little girl finished speaking, the little boys behind her also looked at Sang Kankan and her sister with teary eyes, pleading, "Sister, please, have mercy and give us some food." When force failed, she resorted to playing the victim, especially with a group of children doing it. This was tantamount to moral blackmail, and Sang Kankan wasn't buying it. Feng Rui, on the other hand, simply gave her the cold shoulder. "We can afford to raise cats and dogs, that's our ability. Why should we give them to you? Just because you cry? Where are the adults at your base? Are they all cowards, hiding behind a bunch of little brats? Have you no shame?" Her voice was somewhat irritable, and her mottled face was already quite frightening, instantly scaring one of the children, who was faking crying into genuine sobs. "What? I don't have any adults at home. My mom died a long time ago, and my dad died yesterday. What?" Human children are highly susceptible to emotional contagion. One child's loud crying quickly led to the others also bursting into tears. Even the oldest little girl began wiping away tears, sobbing, while cautiously observing Feng Rui's expression, seemingly afraid of another outburst of anger. Feng Rui, No, she didn't do anything, just spoke her mind. Why does it seem like she committed some heinous crime? Human babies are such a nuisance. Sang Kankan was also getting annoyed by the crying. She certainly wasn't going to give away supplies for free, nor was she going to do what the little girl planned. Stay overnight at their base, and honestly pay for lodging and car repairs. Let's stick to business. She asked, Do you have crystal cores? You can exchange them for supplies from me. Crystal cores? Is that what's in a zombie's brain? The little girl pressed. Sang Kankan nodded yes. Yes. The little girl exclaimed excitedly. We dug up quite a few crystal cores while clearing out the zombies nearby, but we haven't used them much. How can we exchange crystal cores for supplies? Sang Kankan took out a level 1 crystal core as a reference, along with a price tag and several samples they had used earlier. One level 1 crystal core like this can be exchanged for a loaf of bread or a pack of instant noodles. 3 cores can be exchanged for a pound of rice or a pound of flour, and there are other things you can exchange for, depending on what you want. Really? Crystal cores can buy so many things? What if we have hundreds or thousands of crystal cores? Can we exchange them all? Yes, you can. Unlimited. The little girl, tears still glistening in her eyes, was about to jump for joy again. Great. Sisters, wait a minute. I go back to the base to get the crystal cores right away, or you can come with me. Sang Kankan and Feng Rui shook their heads simultaneously. No. Then wait a minute, come right back. The little girl finished speaking and called out to the wailing children, Stop crying, come back with me, there'll be something delicious soon. Delicious? Really? The human cub's emotions came and went quickly. Hearing about the delicious food, their tears stopped abruptly. A group of children skipped back to the base, and soon came skipping out again, this time followed by a man and a woman, each carrying a large backpack. Chapter 92. The man looked quite young, in his 20s or 30s, an ordinary person. The woman was older, judging from her aura. Sang Kankan believed she was a superhuman, and at least at level 2, close to level 3. They each carried a kerosene lamp. After seeing Sang Kankan and the woman's appearances, they were visibly taken aback. They already thought the children's idea of exchanging crystal cores for supplies was unreliable, and with one of the sellers wearing a hood and the other covered in tattoos, it seemed even less plausible. The little girl, oblivious to their suspicion, excitedly introduced Sang Kankan and Feng Rui to them. And one, Uncle, these are the 2 older sisters. They said we could trade crystal cores for supplies with them. The woman called Aunt One subtly sized up Sang Kankan and Feng Rui, extending her right hand towards them. Nice to meet you. May I ask where you 2 are from, and where you're going? Sang Kankan didn't move. Feng Rui lightly touched her right hand with hers, then quickly withdrew it. Where we came from, and where we're going isn't important. But you 2. These kids dug a trap, causing our tire to blow out, and seriously delaying our journey. How do you plan to compensate us? They wouldn't readily help children, but they had no need to be polite to adults. The woman stiffened slightly, but before she could speak, the young man beside her interjected, Didn't we say we were going to exchange crystal cores for supplies? What happened to this trap? We knew nothing about it, these kids did it themselves. If they want compensation, they should be held responsible. Feng Rui was immediately offended by this. Just saying we knew nothing is enough? I thought they were just young and didn't know any better. It seems you adults are just as clueless. Like father, like son. What a lousy place, what rotten people. How dare you speak to me like that? The man glared at her angrily. Say that again and see what happens. Fine, I try. This place is awful. This person is awful. Feng Rui was known for her fiery temper, and this man was equally volatile. They barely exchanged a few words before they were arguing and about to fight. Sang Kankan and Aunt One shouted in unison, Stop arguing. Aunt One, who seemed to be the man's elder, slapped him on the head without hesitation. Stunned, the man shut up, looking aggrieved. Sang Kankan also tugged at Feng Rui's sleeve, trying to calm her down. The children were naughty and damaged your car. It's really our fault for not disciplining them properly. We take responsibility for fixing the car and try our best not to delay your journey, Aunt One said, not shirking responsibility. After promising to repair the car, she finally steered the conversation back on track. Shall we said you're willing to exchange supplies for our crystal cores. Is that true? Sang Kankan wouldn't refuse business that came knocking. Even a small amount is still something. How many crystal cores do you have? And what supplies do you need in exchange? And one took off her backpack and took out a cloth bag. The crystal cores are all here, some big, some small, probably several hundred in total. How much supplies can we exchange them for? Their base had virtually no contact with the safe zone and rarely received news from the outside world. They weren't even aware that zombies and crystal cores had a clear hierarchy, so all the crystal cores were just piled up in one go. We didn't know zombies had these things in their brains before. It was only when Xiaohui accidentally smashed a zombie's head that we discovered them. They looked pretty, so we collected a few, not many. What are these crystal cores for? Can I take a look? Zhang Kankan held out her hand, and Aunt Wan, without much suspicion, handed her the bag. Zhang Kankan poured all the crystal cores onto the ground, dividing them into 3 piles according to their level. The bag contained mostly level 1 crystal cores, about a few dozen level 2 cores, and only 2 level 3 cores. These are level 2 crystal cores. One is equivalent to 10 level 1 cores. These 2 are level 3, equivalent to 100 level 1 cores. Count them, convert them, and tell me the total. So crystal cores have different levels. No wonder some zombies felt harder to fight than others, Aunt Wan exclaimed, suddenly realizing. She beckoned to the little girl, Xiaohui, to help her count the crystal cores. Xiaohui was quick-witted. She grabbed a handful of crystal cores, glanced at them, counted the number, then grabbed another handful and added them in. After counting, she quickly did the mental calculations. There are a total of 631 level 1 crystal cores, 36 level 2 crystal cores, and 2 level 3 crystal cores. Converted to level 1, that's 1191 crystal cores. How many supplies can that be exchanged for? Zhang Kankan showed them a wooden sign with the prices of the goods, and also took out samples of several of the best-selling items at the post station. What would you like to buy? Bread, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Ham sausage, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Sakama, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Instant noodles, 1 pack, 1 crystal core. Chocolate, 1 piece, 2 crystal cores. Noodles, 1 gene, 2 crystal cores. Flour/white rice, 1 gene, 3 crystal cores. Canned meat/canned fish, 1 box, 3 crystal cores. Fruit candy, 1 gene, 5 crystal cores. Pure water used to sell well too, but after several days of heavy rain, not many people buy it anymore. Zhang Kankan erased it from the price list. Seeing the clear price list and the actual samples, and Wan's doubts lessened considerably, it seemed she really wanted to do business with them. A group of adults and children stared intently at the signs. Some of the children couldn't read many words, so the girl Xiaohui read them line by line. So many things. It's like a supermarket. I want candy, and I want cake. And spicy strips and chocolate. I haven't had them in ages. Can we have them all? The children were most interested in candy and pastries, but their opinions didn't matter. It was up to Aunt Wan to decide. Aunt Wan quickly made the allocation: 900 grains for food, 100 caddies of rice, 200 caddies of flour, plus 50 caddies of noodles, leaving 191 grains, all of it. Seeing the group of children looking at her pitifully, some even drooling, Aunt Wan had to change her mind. Buy 4 caddies of fruit candy, and the rest for sausages. She chose only food, and Zhang Kankan, thinking the price list hadn't included other items, added, "You can buy other things too, clothes, medicine, etc." Aunt Wan shook her head. "We don't lack medicine. We stockpiled a batch and it's enough for now. We have clothes too. The main problem is food." Having thought it through, Zhang Kankan put away the crystal core and took out the supplies she wanted. Seeing her conjure bags of things out of thin air, several children were stunned, whispering among themselves, "Look, she can do magic. That sounds like a dream." Xiaohui, who knew more, explained to them, "It's not magic, it's more like superpowers. I've seen people like that before." "Superpower? That's amazing. How do I get this power? I want it too." Although they were whispering amongst themselves and daydreaming, the children's eyes lit up like cats seeing dried fish after Aunt Wan received the supplies from Zhang Kankan. Aunt Wan was overjoyed to have received several hundred pounds of grain. She happily tore open a bag of fruit candies and gave each of them a handful. "Eat slowly, no more than 3 a day." "Okay." The children cheered and happily squatted down to eat the candies. The 2 adults came carrying 2 backpacks, intending to carry the supplies back immediately. However, several hundred pounds of grain couldn't be carried in backpacks, so Aunt Wan had the young men carry a 100-pound bag of rice back first, then call someone to carry the second load. She stayed behind to continue talking to Zhang Kankan and the others. One had also heard about their digging traps to lure customers plan from Xiaohui. It was entirely the children's own initiative. They genuinely knew nothing about it. While angry, she also felt a pang of guilt and heartache. These little brats were quite resourceful, digging traps without consulting the adults. Luckily, they encountered kind people this time, escaping harm and even managing to buy supplies. If they had encountered a few ruthless individuals, they might all have perished here. Of course, she was angry. But the reason the children did this was because they, as adults, lacked the ability to properly care for them, instead causing them unnecessary worry. The base's food supplies were almost depleted, and nearly all available food nearby had been scavenged. In the past few days, someone had inexplicably died, leaving the adults frantic and completely oblivious to the children's clandestine escape. Although they had managed to buy several hundred kilograms of grain, with several hundred people at the base each needing only one mouth to feed, even if they ate sparingly, it would only last them 2 or 3 days at most. Thinking of this, One's heart sank again. She asked Sang Kankan and her companion, "How long do you two plan to stay in this area? If you don't have any other plans, why don't you stay at my house tonight? I won't charge you for lodging." If they could stay a few more days, they could go out again to hunt zombies and mine crystal cores, buying more supplies. Feng Rui was still angry, and her tone wasn't pleasant. "We didn't plan to stay around here at all. If our tires hadn't been punctured, we would have driven far away already. Forget about staying overnight. Digging traps to run over cars now might result in someone getting injured later. We might as well just pitch a tent and sleep on the ground here." They had indeed acted unethically, and even though Feng Rui's words were barbed, One felt embarrassed to argue with her. "Zombies often appear around here. We don't have many people at our base, and we can't keep up with the cleanup. Pitching tents at night might not be safe." Thinking about this, One also felt a little strange. Human scent is particularly attractive to zombies. Normally, so many people lingering outside late at night would have attracted zombies long ago, but tonight they hadn't seen a single one. Could it be that the zombies could sense the atmosphere and knew they were doing something important, so they didn't bother them? It was impossible, of course. However, they couldn't claim to know the habits of zombies perfectly. Perhaps there were other reasons preventing them from appearing. One didn't dwell on it, and quickly put the matter aside. Hearing One's words, Feng Rui muttered again, "We're not afraid of zombies. We just kill them when they come. Humans, on the other hand, dig traps, which are much scarier." She wouldn't let go of the trap point, leaving One speechless. So she turned to Sang Kankan and said, "Regarding the car repair, I have Ahua bring the tools to fix it tomorrow morning, okay? Ahua is that young man from earlier, he's my nephew." Sang Kankan shook her head. "The car doesn't need repairs. If you want compensation, just find us a few more scrapped cars, or just tell us where the nearest scrapyard is." Repairing the car was pointless to her. It wouldn't run as smoothly as a new car. Providing her with scrap metal was like recycling garbage to compensate for her loss. A scrap metal recycling station? One paused, unsure what she wanted to do there. "There is indeed a scrap metal recycling station in our town, located in the east, not far away. I take you there tomorrow?" "Sure. So your car really doesn't need fixing? Don't let Ahua's bad temper fool you. He's quite skilled at repairing cars. He learned from a master mechanic for several years, and this year he just opened his own shop, planning to go solo. It's just bad luck that the world has turned out like this." One was quite talkative, rambling on, but her long speech only earned her 3 words from Sang Kankan: "No need to fix it." Sang Kankan was even a little impatient. Why hadn't the grain handlers arrived yet? She wanted to rest. Her dog had been rubbing against her several times, wanting a late-night snack. The transaction was complete, and the compensation issue was settled. With one being sarcastic and the other indifferent, One couldn't find anything else to say, so she gave up and went to talk to the children eating candy nearby. Was the candy good? Yes, it was delicious, super sweet. What flavor was it? Orange. Mine was strawberry. Mine was peach. Remember to brush your teeth when you get back, and go to bed right after. Don't run out at night like that again, or I spank you. Okay." A series of hurried footsteps approached quickly, and the young man Ahua, who had just left, came running up, panting. "Auntie, something terrible has happened. Another person at the base has died suddenly." Chapter 93. Ahua was out of breath from running, and it took him a while to catch his breath. One quickly pressed him for answers. "What happened? Who died suddenly again?" It was Uncle Ding. Ahua glanced at Sang Kankan and Feng Rui instinctively, suppressing his words. "One, Let's go back first. Everyone's panicked and waiting for you to come back and take charge. Ant1 seemed to hold a high position in their base, as could be seen from the attitude of Ahua and the other children towards her. He was wary. Sang Kankan and Feng Rui weren't really interested in what happened at another base and didn't want to hear it, but Ant1 seemed worried that being too formal would upset them, so she smacked Ahua on the head again. It's not anything shameful. Just say it here, and let the two girls be more aware. Couldn't he just talk properly? Why did his aunt always hit him? Ahua rubbed his head and reluctantly recounted what had happened. I was carrying rice back when I heard a commotion outside Uncle Ding's house. I asked around and found out that Uncle Ding and Aunt Ding had both died suddenly at home, with symptoms exactly the same as those who died suddenly before. Who found them? Did you notice anything unusual about their house? No, someone saw Uncle Ding and Aunt Ding out for a walk this evening. They seemed to be in good spirits. It was Aunt Lu who found them. She borrowed a hoe from Aunt Ding yesterday and returned it tonight after using it. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. When she went in, she found them gone, just like those who died suddenly before. How could they? It's such a tragedy. Ant1 sighed. Seeing Feng Rui staring at her with a puzzled look, she explained, actually, this is the 5th sudden death at our base. More than a dozen people have died in total. It always happens at night. Families were perfectly fine, and suddenly they're all gone. We still haven't found the cause. As a former researcher, Feng Rui was actually quite curious about such strange things, but because of the previous trap, she felt a bit resistant to Ant1 in her group, so she simply turned her head away, saying, "Don't explain to us, it wasn't us. You two are new here, so your sudden deaths naturally have nothing to do with you. However, we still don't know the cause of your sudden deaths. If you're going to stay in the area tonight, you better be careful." Feng Rui snorted, seemingly not taking it seriously. Sang Kankan replied, "We know we be careful." She really was impervious to reason, and one couldn't help but smile wryly. She invited Sang Kankan and Sang Kankan to stay overnight at their base again, but after being refused again, she had no choice but to call on Ahua and the children to help carry the remaining supplies back to the base. "Take care, you two. I come again tomorrow morning and take you to the junkyard." Feng Rui appeared indifferent and uninterested, but after they left, her eyes lit up as she chatted with Sang Kankan. "Old Sang, sudden deaths without a clear cause. What do you think happened? Is it some kind of curse?" Sang Kankan was speechless. "Since you're so curious, why don't you go to their base with them?" "Curious as I am, I can't let them control me," Feng Rui shrugged. "How about we sneak in and investigate when it's late at night? It's amazing she still has so much energy after driving all day. No wonder she's a healing type ability user." Sang Kankan wasn't particularly interested, and was about to let Feng Rui go by herself, when she suddenly heard the system's notification and changed her mind. The system's notification was, "A mutated creature with a special form has appeared nearby. Please be vigilant." Previously, whether encountering mutated plants, animals, or zombies, the system had never given such a warning, basically leaving her to her own devices. This time, it was an exception, which was obviously abnormal. The system never made baseless accusations. The timing of the notification was so coincidental. Could the mutated creature it mentioned be related to the sudden deaths at the base? The dog kept nuzzling her for a late-night snack, so Sang Kankan took out some food and asked Feng Rui to feed the cats and dogs, continuing to press the system in her mind. What are these special mutated creatures? Are they animals or plants? The system replied neither. Neither? Sang Kankan was taken aback. If it's not an animal and not a plant, then what could it be? Bacteria? Virus? Her biology knowledge had long since been forgotten. Please make your own judgment, host. Do not rely too much on the system. Sang Kankan, She wouldn't have asked if the system hadn't brought it up. This system was truly a master at keeping people in suspense. Fine, she wouldn't rely on it. There was a professional right beside her. She could just ask her. Feng Rui, besides plants and animals, what other organisms are there? Feng Rui, wiping drool as she watched the cat eat its canned fish, she couldn't afford to get diarrhea later, so she was gnawing on wood, instinctively answered Sang Kankan's question. There are microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, viruses, protozoa, and so on. Why are you asking this? Sang Kankan continued, can microorganisms mutate? Although Feng Rui's previous research wasn't in microbiology, she had some knowledge of the subject. Of course they can. One of the common characteristics of microorganisms is their strong adaptability and susceptibility to mutation. They are prone to gene mutations. I don't mean that kind of mutation. What I want to ask is it possible for microorganisms to mutate into something like the mutated plants and animals we encounter, developing obvious aggression, or even developing their own consciousness? Her words made Feng Rui freeze, turning her head mechanically like a robot. Are you a devil? How can you have such terrifying thoughts? Do you know how many microorganisms there are in the world? Do you know what such mutations mean? Sang Kankan genuinely didn't know. After all, she used to be a liberal arts student, and a terrible one at that. What does that mean? It means everyone has to die. That was indeed quite terrifying, but she wasn't human. Sang Kankan continued, just tell me, is it even possible? Feng Rui opened her mouth, wanting to explain more professional knowledge, but then slumped down in frustration. Zombies and superhumans have appeared. This world is no longer scientific. What's impossible? However, if microorganisms really did undergo the mutation you described, the world would be in complete chaos. It seems that hasn't happened yet. You haven't even said how you suddenly thought of this question? It just suddenly occurred to me, I was just asking. There was a question about this on a job interview test before. I couldn't answer it, and all I remembered was bacteria and viruses. Sang Kankan made up an excuse to get away with it. Feng Rui stood up and stretched. What a lousy company, giving out these kinds of test questions. Did you get their offer? No, I failed the final interview. Feng Rui pouted. It's better not to go. A company that wastes time giving these pointless tests to make things difficult can't be reliable. They settled the animals in the wrecked car. Sang Kankan used her recent bathwater to spray around the outside of the car twice to keep zombies away. Later that night, the two changed into the black cloaks they had worn before and quietly sneaked into the nearby base. Sang Kankan had good night vision and could see clearly even at night. Feng Rui asked her for a small flashlight, which she would use only when needed, relying on her instincts the rest of the time. It was called a base, but it was really just a closed-off residential area. Using abandoned houses, bricks, stones, and large pieces of trash, a barrier was created to keep zombies and mutated animals away, leaving only one exit. The door was now locked from the inside, and someone was guarding it. However, it was already late at night, and the guard was clearly not very professional, having relaxed his guard and dozing off. Sang Kankan used the same method she had used to get out of the Jiancheng safe zone. She retracted her limbs, had Feng Rui throw her head inside, then reattached the limbs, opened the door from the inside, and let Feng Rui in as well. After some effort, they entered the base, and were dumbfounded by the rows of low, indistinguishable houses. They didn't know which households had experienced the sudden deaths. How were they going to investigate? How hasty. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have just followed them in openly. Feng Rui patted her cheek slightly. Are we supposed to go look at each house one by one? Sang Kankan's mind was filled with the aura of the hundreds of people in the base, and she instinctively felt a craving. However, she was already at the mid-stage of level 4, and could easily suppress this hunger. Let's look around first. The base consisted mostly of simple, low houses of the same style, clearly built uniformly after the apocalypse. There were several hundred of them, densely packed together. Sang Kankan walked ahead, knowing that she could tell if anyone was inside just by listening to the aura inside the houses. They were looking for houses that were already empty. After finding an empty house, they didn't rush in but continued searching for the next one. And one said that there had been 5 sudden deaths in their base, affecting 5 families. However, there were obviously more than 5 empty houses. They had only walked halfway and already found more than a dozen. The houses were scattered haphazardly, with no discernible pattern. Did you find anything? Feng Rui whispered to Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan shook her head. No. What could she possibly find by just wandering around and looking? I did find something, Feng Rui said mysteriously, leaning close to her head. You know what? There aren't any public toilets in this base. Sang Kankan, She thought Feng Rui was going to tell her some earth-shattering discovery, but this was it? Feng Rui shouldn't have eaten anything wrong. She shouldn't have diarrhea. They probably have toilets at home, so there's no need to build public toilets. Do you need to use the restroom? No. No, Feng Rui shook her finger, clearly disagreeing with the explanation. The houses in this base are so small and cramped, and the ventilation is terrible. If each house had a toilet, it would definitely stink. But I haven't smelled a strong odor. Only a few houses smell a bit bad, the others smell quite nice. Sang Kankan didn't want to continue discussing the toilet and odor issue with her. So what does this mean? Didn't you just ask about microorganisms? Don't underestimate the importance of excretion. Feces contain a lot of bacteria and viruses. If not handled properly, it can easily cause serious problems. Sang Kankan hadn't considered this, but there was no point in thinking about it now. Go ask Aunt One tomorrow. Ask them how they handle excretion. I'm not asking. I just wanted to chat with you. They're not related to me, so I don't care how they handle it. They can manage internally. Sang Kankan, enough. Stop this smelly topic. They continued their trek through the base, keeping a low profile. When they had covered about 2/3 of the area, Sang Kankan suddenly stopped. She sensed an unusual aura. Sang Kankan looked up in the direction from which the aura was coming. In the dim light of the night, above a low house they had just passed, a wisp of slightly white smoke suddenly rose. This wisp of smoke, like expanding detergent bubbles, quickly enveloped the entire house. After about 5 minutes, the smoke was drawn back into the house through the window and disappeared completely. Did you see that smoke? Sang Kankan asked Feng Rui. Feng Rui nodded. Yes, I saw it. What's going on? Sang Kankan had a strong premonition. She quickly walked towards the house from which the smoke had emerged, and Feng Rui hurried after her. Shortly before, there had been the presence of several living beings inside this house. Now, they had all vanished. It's dangerous inside, don't come in yet. Sang Kankan stopped Feng Rui, used brute force to open the door, and went inside. Sure enough, all 3 people in the family were dead. Chapter 94. The house had 2 rooms, where a couple and their teenage son lived. All were lying lifeless on their respective beds. Sang Kankan went to both sides to check. There were no wounds on the bodies, no smell of blood, and no signs of struggle in their limbs. Only their brows were slightly furrowed, as if they had been summoned by death in their sleep and surrendered without a chance to resist. The strange feeling from before had disappeared with the dissipation of the white smoke. Apart from the 3 corpses, everything in the house looked perfectly normal. There was no danger to be found. Feng Rui curiously peeked inside, and only then did Sang Kankan let her in. Upon discovering 3 neatly arranged corpses in the room, Feng Rui's eyes widened in shock. They're all dead? How could they be dead? She approached the bedside and examined the 3 still warm bodies. Her astonishment only grew after the examination. There are no external injuries. It looks like they all died of suffocation. How could this happen? Although Feng Rui wasn't a medical student, she had dissected many mice and rabbits in the lab before, so she possessed some medical knowledge. Suffocation? Sang Kankan no longer needed to breathe, and wouldn't feel uncomfortable even in an oxygen-free environment. She could only ask Feng Rui, "Do you feel oxygen-deprived in this room?" "No, I feel perfectly normal." Feng Rui took a deep breath, then abruptly covered her nose, looking disgusted. "It stinks. How can this room smell so bad? Did the toilet explode?" She hadn't noticed because she was distracted by the corpse, but now that she come to her senses, Feng Rui was nearly fainting from the stench. She quickly pulled Sang Kankan outside. "Run! Run! If we stay any longer, we all rot." Sang Kankan, why have I been running into such smelly things tonight? They've been in the safe zone for a while now, and it would soon be dawn. They already seen the death scene. Let's stop here for tonight and head back. On their way back, they didn't use the main gate, they simply scaled the nearest wall. To defend against zombies and mutated animals, the survivors of this base had set up various barbs and traps on the wall. It was easy to get injured if you weren't careful. The wall was also studded with many pieces of glass, some even intentionally polished. Rubbing against them would leave a cut. Sang Kankan, being mostly skin and bones, was fine climbing over the wall, but Feng Rui was covered in cuts from broken glass on her hands and legs. However, compared to the injuries she had suffered in the lab, these were minor, and Feng Rui didn't even flinch. When Sang Kankan offered her some medicine, she waved it off, saying, "It's alright, I'd be fine after a nap. Using medicine would be a waste." Back at the car, the cats and dogs were fast asleep in the car. It was quiet all around, and no zombies were bothering them. They made 2 makeshift beds on the floor and lay down to rest. As dawn broke, a rhythmic approach of footsteps startled Sang Kankan awake. She quickly changed into her usual intruder gear and nudged Feng Rui, who was sprawled out in a deep sleep. Xiao Hui and Ahua walked over one after the other, and one was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Hui watched as Sang Kankan and the other woman packed up their bedding, and said apologetically, "Something happened at the base again this morning. Aunt One couldn't leave, so she specifically asked Uncle Ahua and me to take the girls to the scrapyard." Feng Rui casually asked, "What happened again? Another person died suddenly?" Xiao Hui gave a muffled It seemed the family of 3, who died, had been found by the base. Sang Kankan nodded. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all. We damaged your car, so we should compensate you. Aunt Wan already lectured us last night. Feng Rui chimed in. You call her Aunt Wan, and you call him uncle, but Aunt Wan says your uncle is her nephew. How come your family relationships are so complicated? Xiao Hui was a little confused. It's not complicated. Aunt Wan married Uncle Kong, and we all call her Aunt Wan. Uncle Hua is indeed Aunt Wan's nephew, but he's also my dad's cousin. Is there anything wrong with me calling him uncle? Feng Rui, These family relationships are getting further and further afield. Oh well, she shouldn't have asked. Sang Kankan woke the three animals sound asleep in the car. The dog rubbed against her, trying to avoid getting up, but she dragged it out. The black and white cat and Xiaobao looked on, with obvious disgust. These three used to be quite wary, but for some reason, after following them all this way, they become increasingly lazy, only remembering to eat and sleep. After getting them out of the car, Sang Kankan collected the abandoned vehicle and handed it over to the system for recycling. To everyone else, the entire car suddenly vanished before their eyes. Ahua's body trembled slightly, clearly shocked by the sheer size of her space, while Xiao Hui was more delighted. Sister, your ability is amazing. You can fit such a big car in there. Sang Kankan hummed in agreement. Take us to the junkyard. Okay. On the way, Feng Rui pretended to chat casually, asking Xiao Hui about the sudden deaths at the base, but unfortunately, Xiao Hui didn't know much either. This morning, my classmate's family was found dead. All three members of the family are gone. Aunt Wan is busy handling their funeral arrangements. Feng Rui asked, is the cause of death still unknown? Actually, we have a clue. What clue? This morning, an uncle was patrolling the base and found blood on shards of glass in the wall. It seems someone broke into the base last night, and now everyone suspects that person might be the murderer. Feng Rui, This is a huge misunderstanding. The blood is hers, but she didn't kill them. Seeing that Feng Rui didn't respond, Xiao Hui realized that her words might have caused a misunderstanding, and quickly explained, we didn't mean to doubt you sisters. You just happened to run into the trap and stayed. It was there before you died suddenly, so the culprit definitely wasn't you. We're just worried that there might be other malicious people nearby who are targeting our base. So many people have died mysteriously, we're all afraid it might be our turn. Feng Rui continued, since you're so afraid, why don't you leave this base and live somewhere else? Like, go to a larger safe zone, your lives should be more secure there. Sisters, you're so capable, of course you can move whenever you want, go wherever you want. We can't. This base was built by everyone together. It's not easy to have a place to settle down, who wants to suffer outside? Even if we die in the base, at least we have a complete body. Xiao Hui bit her lip hard. Like me, even though I'm a little stronger than others, if I went out alone and encountered a few zombies, I still wouldn't survive. Many people in the base aren't as strong as me. While they were talking, Ahua followed silently behind, neither speaking nor being approached by anyone. The junkyard wasn't far. It took less than 20 minutes to reach. From afar, all that could be seen was a scene of utter devastation. Garbage piled up everywhere, covering the road outside the junkyard, and the stench was unbearable. This junkyard used to be privately owned. After the apocalypse, the owner's family was killed by zombies, and no one cared about it anymore. People in town were too lazy to go far to dump their garbage, so they all dumped here. It's piled up like this in just a few months, Xiao Hui said, covering her nose, a little embarrassed. Aunt Wan was worried you get your hands dirty, so she specially asked Uncle Hua to come and help. Sisters, if you want to go in and look for anything, you can ask Uncle Hua to move and rummage through the garbage. No wonder Ahua followed behind her without saying a word, and his face was so sour, he was sent here to do the hard labor of rummaging through the garbage, and he definitely wasn't happy about it. However, Sang Kankan didn't need any hard labor. No need for help, you guys go back first. We find something here ourselves. After saying that, she slightly turned her head to look at Feng Rui, who immediately understood her meaning and asked, does your base have any empty rooms? We like to stay for 2 nights. Before, they were just curious about sudden death, but after witnessing the sudden death of a family of 3 last night, Feng Rui and Sang Kankan couldn't ignore it any longer and decided to stay and find out the truth. After all, the appearance of that murderous smoke was too strange and too eerie. If they didn't figure out what was going on, they wouldn't know how to deal with it if they encountered it in the future. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Hui immediately became excited and grabbed Feng Rui's arm. Sisters, you really want to stay? That's great. Of course there are empty rooms, and you can stay as long as you want. Ant1 had already analyzed the situation for Xiaohui last night, and specifically instructed her this morning to try to leave a good impression on the two older sisters, and get them to stay a few more days, so the base could kill more zombies, and mine crystal cores, to exchange for supplies. Feng Rui wasn't used to such enthusiasm. She pulled her hand away from Xiaohui's embrace, and took a few steps to the side. It's not that you're staying, just 2 nights. Xiaohui was still overjoyed. 2 nights is fine too. We tell Ant1 when we get back, and ask her to reserve the best rooms for the sisters. She couldn't wait to go back. Ahua asked Sang Kankan one more time, are you sure you don't need any help? No. Receiving Sang Kankan's negative reply, Ahua left without looking back. It wasn't that he had a problem with them. It was a good thing that the two were willing to stay. He could take advantage of the remaining time to call on others to kill zombies and mine crystal cores. With the outsiders gone, Sang Kankan got down to business, collecting trash. Ignoring the pile of garbage outside the recycling station, she circled around to find a less filthy spot, and climbed inside to begin her work. Feng Rui, finding it too dirty, didn't follow. She figured she wouldn't be able to help anyway, so she stayed outside with the animals. The inside of the recycling station was much cleaner than the outside. Although it was also packed full, it was filled with the owner's collected recyclables, ready to be sold, old books, cardboard boxes, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and more, neatly arranged in several large piles according to their categories. Unfortunately, the garbage dumped in from outside had disrupted the process, much like the recycling station owner's life had been thrown into chaos by the apocalypse. Sang Kankan waved her hand incessantly, instructing the system to recycle everything in the junkyard. It collected whatever it saw. To the system, there was no distinction between useful and useless waste. It was all just a collection of material elements. She didn't collect everything in the station, only the innermost layer, leaving the outermost ring of trash to avoid being noticed. While the value of these items wasn't even equivalent to the retail price of a new vehicle at the station, it was more than enough to cover her purchase price. Upon exiting, she saw Feng Rui and the 3 animals already several hundred meters away, neatly lined up, their eyes shining as they waited for her. Sang Kankan knew without a doubt that they were waiting to be fed. Xiaohui and the other 2 had arrived too suddenly that morning, and they hadn't had breakfast yet. What do you want to eat? Sang Kankan asked. The 3 animals quickly recited their breakfast menus, choosing their favorites from the available supplies. Anyway, all daily expenses were charged to Feng Rui's account, deducted from the crystal cores they stole from Chen Haowen in the Jiangcheng safe zone. Sang Kankan wasn't stingy. She gave them whatever they wanted to eat, and if they got diarrhea afterward, that was their own problem. After finding a quiet place to wait for them to finish breakfast and resolve their diarrhea, Sang Kankan and her group entered the base as agreed. There were guards at the base during the day, but Ant1 had already given instructions, and the guards only asked a question before letting them in without any search or inspection. It was much more lax than the regular safe zone, of course. It was also possible that they weren't searched out of respect for Sang Kankan and her companion. Ant1 immediately came to greet them after hearing the news, and led them to a seemingly new 2-bedroom apartment in the central area of the base. You can stay here for the next couple of days. The house was just built last month, and has already been aired out, so don't worry about it. If you need anything, just let me know. Both rooms had brand new blankets and some toiletries provided. Ant1 had been very thoughtful. However, Sang Kankan and her group weren't there to relax. Feng Rui cut to the chase, asking, "We heard there was another sudden death this morning. Could you take us to the scene?" Ant1 hesitated. "Sure, but why would you want to see that?" Sang Kankan replied, "We're often away from home, and we want to minimize accidents and risks." This explanation was logical, and Ant1 didn't doubt it. Alright, the previous scenes have already been dealt with. The 2 families from last night and this morning only moved the bodies out. They haven't had time to clean up their homes yet. I take you to see it. We already have some clues about the truth behind the sudden deaths, and we should be able to find out soon. You don't need to worry too much. On the way to the scene, Feng Rui couldn't help but ask the question she had been concerned about earlier. Does your base have public toilets? Where do we go to use the toilet? She had already checked. The house Ant1 had arranged for them didn't have a toilet. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you about that. Ant1 clapped her hands. There aren't any public toilets inside the base. The smell is too strong and difficult to deal with. These houses were built in a hurry, so they don't have drainage pipes. It's hard to clean up the filth, so most of them don't have toilets. If you need to use the toilet, there's a public toilet about 200 meters outside the base. It was built by the town last year, and is still being maintained. It's quite clean. A few families inside the base have built their own toilets. I take you there to familiarize yourself with the way. If you're in a hurry, you can ask them to use your toilet. Everyone is very kind, so don't be shy. After Aunt One finished speaking, she walked a little further and suddenly stopped, as if struck by lightning. What's wrong? Are we there yet? Feng Rui asked. Aunt One looked up at Feng Rui in disbelief and said, When you asked about the toilets, I noticed something strange. What strange thing? The families who died suddenly all dug their own pits and built their own toilets. Chapter 95. Aunt One's words sounded absurd. How could sudden death be related to whether or not there was a toilet? They were clearly two completely unrelated things. Feng Rui, however, subconsciously glanced at Sang Kankan, repeatedly giving her meaningful looks. Hee, I told you so. The toilet is crucial. Aren't I clever? Praise me, praise me. Sang Kankan patted her on the back. Don't be so smug, or you arouse suspicion. No, I have to tell others about this. Aunt One couldn't contain herself any longer after thinking about the suspicious points in the restroom. Excuse me, you two, I have to go talk to someone. The sooner we find out the problem, the sooner we can be at ease. Otherwise, you can wait here for a bit, and I call Xiao Hui to take you to the scene. By the way, what should we call you? My surname is Feng. Just call me Xiao Feng. Her surname is? Feng Rui glanced at Sang Kankan, who was wearing a rabbit headgear. Her surname is Tu. You can call her Xiao Tu. Hello, Xiao Feng and Xiao Tu. Please wait a moment. I call Xiao Hui right away. Aunt One finished speaking and hurried away. Sang Kankan glanced at Feng Rui. Why is my surname Tu? Feng Rui shrugged. You can't exactly say your surname is Sang, can you? With more and more post stations opening, people with the surname Sang will inevitably be suspected sooner or later. Tu means rabbit, and you like rabbits, right? Sang Kankan didn't particularly like rabbits. She just happened to see a rabbit mascot costume that day, and it became a habit after wearing it for a while. Feng Rui's consideration made sense. The surname Tu was fine. They wouldn't be staying here for more than a few days anyway. Not long after, Xiao Hui came running over, her forehead still sweaty, followed by two little kids. The two children had been frightened by Feng Rui last night, and were still quite scared when they saw the two girls. However, their eyes lit up when they noticed the cats and dogs following behind them. Sister Hui, big dog. I want to play with the big dog. That cat is so strange. One side is black, and the other is white. Last night, they had followed Xiao Hui and actually seen the dog and cat, but they had done something naughty and were already feeling uneasy. Plus, it was dark at night, so they hadn't paid much attention. Now, their interest had been piqued. Be good, play later. Sister has important things to do. Xiao Hui, acting like a good older sister, stopped them behind her and said to Sang Kankan and the other girl, Aunt One asked me to lead the way for you sisters. Let's go now. The base wasn't very big, and Xiao Hui led the two girls past the homes of the families where the sudden deaths had occurred. There were 6 households in total, scattered quite a bit. The first 4 had been the site of incidents for several days, and their houses had been thoroughly cleared by the base staff, so there wasn't much to see. They quickly looked around and left, focusing instead on the 2 households where incidents had occurred the previous night and early this morning. Just as Aunt One had said, both of these households had dug a pit behind their houses, simply built a makeshift shed over it, and used it as a toilet. Now that the weather was getting warmer, and the toilets weren't airtight, a pungent stench filled the air as soon as you entered. Feng Rui couldn't help but complain. Could they have been suffocated by the stench? No way, you're talking nonsense. It doesn't usually smell bad, and even if it did, it wouldn't kill anyone. A little boy glared at her angrily, then, as if afraid of upsetting her, ran behind Xiao Hui, continuing to pout and glare at her. Xiao Hui rubbed the little girl's head and apologized to Feng Rui, explaining, Sister, don't be angry. Xiao Han's father and grandparents died suddenly at home a few days ago. Xiao Han happened to be playing outside at the time, and that's how she survived. She really hates it when people say bad things about her family. So that's how it is. Feng Rui wouldn't get angry at a child who barely reached her waist, and besides, her comments were indeed offensive to the deceased's family. Being scolded by a child was her own fault. She was capable of admitting her mistake. She took out a handful of milk candies from her pocket, and gave a few to each of the 2 children and Xiao Hui, the older girl. I'm not angry, I won't say it again. Children are easy to coax. Xiao Han's pouting lips disappeared after receiving the candies, but she was still a little uncomfortable, clutching the milk candies tightly, unsure whether she should eat them. Xiao Hui unwrapped a candy and stuffed it into her mouth. Here, have some. Do you know what to say? Yes, Xiao Han glanced quickly at Feng Rui. Thank you, sister. Then she pulled the other child to eat candy. After calming the children down, Feng Rui realized Sang Kankan was missing. She had somehow slipped away to the back of the house and was staring at the toilet. Feng Rui walked over, covering her nose. What's wrong with you? Why are you deliberately going to the smelliest place? Sang Kankan's body structure was completely different from humans. Smells were transmitted directly to her brain as conscious signals, without direct physiological stimulation. Therefore, she wasn't as averse to the toilet stench as Feng Rui. She faced the toilet bowl, recalling what the system had said earlier. Upon entering the house where the sudden death had occurred, Sang Kankan immediately asked the system if the mutated creature it had mentioned existed inside. The system guided her to the vicinity of the restroom, informing her that the mutated creature was inside. The mutated microbial colony is currently dormant and will become active again when conditions are right. Having spent so many days together, Sang Kankan had gradually figured out the system's style. This system was very different from the rigid systems in the online novel she read before. It possessed great flexibility. The technology the system possessed clearly far surpassed the technological level of their world, but it wouldn't abuse that technology, nor would it offer Sang Kankan any preferential treatment beyond the rules of the system's marketplace. Even when it warned her of potential danger, it only touched on it briefly, guiding Sang Kankan to think for herself. And once Sang Kankan found the key to the problem, the system would squeeze out a little more information, like toothpaste, guiding her further thought until she reached the truth. For example, in this instance, when Sang Kankan was completely unaware, the system merely reminded her of the existence of a special mutated creature, and when she asked further questions, it brushed her off with a dismissive, "Don't rely too much on the system." When Sang Kankan learned more about microorganisms from Feng Rui, the system's answer was different this time, even directly mentioning the keywords mutated microbial colonies and dormant state. Therefore, the cause of the several sudden deaths in this base might really be the toilets, or more precisely, the mutated microbial colonies in the toilets. This enemy smells pretty strong. Sang Kankan turned to Feng Rui. Have you researched the types of microorganisms that might exist in toilets? Huh? Feng Rui was taken aback by the question. After realizing what she meant, she waved her hands frantically. No, my previous major was zoology within biology. I have absolutely no knowledge of microorganisms. Although she didn't know why Sang Kankan was asking this, her intuition told Feng Rui she absolutely couldn't accept. Even if she had some knowledge, she had to say she knew nothing. There was no profound reason. She simply disliked the smell. Feng Rui pinched her nose until it was almost red. Sang Kankan could easily see her disgust. She pulled her a little further away. I don't need you to do anything. Think about it. Are there any microbial colonies that can cause people to suffocate and die? Cause suffocation? Feng Rui wasn't stupid. She naturally realized she was referring to the sudden deaths at the base. She pinched her nose, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. I never heard of that. Let's assume you're talking about bacteria. Bacteria can harm humans mainly because some bacteria are pathogenic or produce toxic substances. However, this harm usually takes time. I never heard of bacteria that can cause suffocation in just a few minutes. What if the bacteria mutated? Mutations can't just happen randomly. Most mutations enhance existing abilities, but you never know. There seem to be other possibilities. What Feng Rui was saying was completely outside Sang Kankan's knowledge. She felt like she was back in college, having accidentally fallen asleep in class, and waking up to find she missed most of the lesson, instinctively asking, what's possible? Want to know? Feng Rui held out a hand to her. Pay your tuition. Sang Kankan handed her a bag of spicy strips. Feng Rui was satisfied, put the strips in her pocket, and continued, there's a difference between anaerobic and aerobic bacteria. Some bacteria consume oxygen, while others produce it. If these bacteria mutate and multiply rapidly in a short time, for example, multiplying to the point of filling an entire room, two possibilities arise depending on the type of bacteria. The first possibility is that the bacteria multiplying in large numbers are aerobic. When the number of bacteria reaches a certain level, they might even rapidly consume all the oxygen in the air in a very short time, causing the oxygen content to drop to zero instantly, resulting in severe oxygen deficiency for humans in the same space, ultimately leading to suffocation. They die from asphyxiation. The second possibility is that the bacteria multiplying in large numbers are oxygen-producing bacteria. Similarly, when their numbers reach a certain level, they cause a rapid increase in the oxygen content in the air. High oxygen levels aren't necessarily good. Exceeding a certain threshold can lead to oxygen poisoning, and in severe cases, it can cause suffocation. However, death from oxygen poisoning takes much longer than from suffocation due to lack of oxygen. It usually takes several hours before it becomes life-threatening. If it really was mutated bacteria that caused these people to suffocate and die suddenly, then it should be the first possibility. Sang Kankan took a moment to process Feng Rui's long explanation and confirmed her statement with the system. But there was still a crucial question: if it really was the massive proliferation of bacteria that caused these people's sudden deaths, what caused those bacteria to quickly enter a dormant state in such a short time? Take last night for example. From the time they saw the white smoke appear to when it disappeared, less than 10 minutes had passed. Later, when Sang Kankan entered the house where the incident occurred, there was no danger inside. This means that the culprit bacteria had likely already entered a dormant state by then. Bacterial dormancy? Feng Rui hummed in agreement. I don't know the really technical stuff, but there are many factors that can cause cells to go dormant, such as insufficient nutrition, unsuitable temperature, humidity, pH, air pressure, and oxygen content. These can all potentially cause bacteria to go dormant. Continuing with our previous assumptions, for bacteria to multiply to a level capable of killing people in a short time, very demanding conditions must be met. Otherwise, if they could multiply so easily, there would be no living people left on Earth. When the conditions become unsuitable for their ferocious reproduction, those bacteria probably quiet down and enter a dormant state. With Feng Rui's explanation, Sang Kankan gradually formed a clearer understanding. So, as long as we find the conditions necessary for those bacteria to multiply rapidly, and ensure that the same conditions don't recur, sudden death incidents won't happen again. Although she was asking a question, her tone was very confident, which surprised Feng Rui. No, aren't we just playing a brain teaser? I was just letting my imagination run wild. Why are you taking it so seriously? Sang Kankan shrugged. Didn't you say that? This is the apocalypse. Anything is possible. Chapter 96. Feng Rui, lacking a system and unlike Sang Kankan who could cheat, assumed their conversation was merely speculative. Little did she know, Sang Kankan had already confirmed her statement through the system. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Sang Kankan knew what to do next in the investigation. After lingering near the restroom for a while, Xiao Hui emerged with 2 children. Sister, what are you looking at? Just looking around, Sang Kankan replied. We've seen everything, take us to the next house. Next, they went to the house where Sang Kankan and her companion had witnessed the death in the early morning. The system confirmed that the restroom in this household also contained mutated microbial flora. Many relatives were gathered at the house discussing the deceased's funeral arrangements. Seeing Sang Kankan and her companion, 2 strangers, they curiously scrutinized them. Neither Sang Kankan nor her companion enjoyed being stared at, so after confirming their findings, they left. Sisters, is there anywhere else you want to see? I'm your personal tour guide today. Just tell me where you want to go, Xiao Hui said. Sang Kankan replied, take us to see which other families in your base have toilets. Okay. Feng Rui glanced at her with disdain and whispered, why are you so fixated on toilets? Didn't you bring it up first? Sang Kankan shrugged. Since all the sudden deaths are from families with toilets, we should at least check out the situation of other families with toilets. Let's leave it at that. Having spent so many days with Sang Kankan, Feng Rui understood her unusual nature better than anyone else, and was also well aware that she was hiding many things from her. Although she wasn't entirely uninterested to maintain a friendly relationship, she would only remain curious and not pry too much. On the way, Sang Kankan asked Xiao Hui again, are you familiar with those 2 families? I want to ask you a few things. Our base is only so big, I know everyone here pretty well, Xiao Hui said with a hint of pride. The family in front is Grandpa Ding's family. He's very close to my grandpa. When I was little, my grandpa often took me to his house to play. After the apocalypse, our families have always helped each other. I basically know everything I need to know. The family behind is my classmate Shi Chao's family. I didn't talk to Shi Chao much at school, but his parents are very popular in the base, and I heard a lot about their family from my mom. At this point, Xiao Hui became sad again. My grandfather passed away a few months ago, and I never expected that Grandpa Ding and Grandma Ding would follow so soon, and Shi Chao too, he's a few months younger than me. It's all so tragic. In the post-apocalyptic world, few people haven't experienced the pain of losing a loved one. Even a teenager like Xiao Hui has long since learned to look forward with optimism. She rubbed her eyes and cheered up, sister, just ask whatever you want. And one told me you're all family. Sang Kankan wanted to know if the two families had any unusual lifestyle habits, especially regarding food, and if anything strange had happened recently. Lifestyle habits, shall we said, holding one child's hand in each hand, thinking as she spoke, I don't know if this counts, but Grandpa Ding liked to drink a little wine. They used to have several wine barrels at home, and he'd buy medicinal herbs to make his own wine, which contained scorpions, snakes, centipedes, and things like that. It scared me. When the apocalypse first arrived, when everyone was fleeing, Grandpa Ding was too lazy to bring his clothes and blankets. He insisted on carrying his homemade medicinal wine, which made Grandma Ding so angry she didn't speak to him for days. Grandpa Ding treasured his wine. He wouldn't give it to anyone, only drinking a small cup each day to satisfy his craving. But after a few months, only a tiny bit remained. Last night, Aunt brought people to handle their funeral arrangements, and one uncle saw it and took it home. Since only Grandpa Ding drank the medicinal wine, it shouldn't be the key factor causing the rampant proliferation of mutated microorganisms, Sang Kankan asked again. Others? Xiao Hui thought for a moment. Oh right, Shi Chao's mother is very good at making pickles and preserved vegetables. Her homemade winter pickles can be taken directly to the market to sell. My family has bought them many times. They're especially good with rice. They also brought a lot of pickles with them to the base, but they already finished them. My mom said she seems to be making pickles again these past few days. Feng Rui, who had been listening quietly, chimed in. Now that we can't even get fresh vegetables, what is she using to make pickles? Huh, didn't I tell the other girls about this? Xiao Hui blinked. The vegetables were grown by themselves. Many people at our base used to be farmers. After a rain, the soil became clean, so they set up an experimental plot and grew several short-cycle vegetables, like bok choy, water spinach, and spinach. They grew in just over 10 days, and we harvested quite a lot. Nobody wanted to eat them all, so some people pickled them to eat slowly. However, only one batch of vegetables grew, and any subsequent plantings died as soon as they sprouted. Grains also couldn't be grown at all, whether it was sweet potatoes, or rice. This was completely new information for Sang Kankan. Just as she was about to ask further questions, Aunt's voice came from ahead. Why are you here too? Xiao Hui led them to the door of another house nearby with a toilet. Aunt and several other people from the base were already there. Xiao Hui explained. The sisters wanted to know where there were other toilets, so they could use them more easily in the future, so I brought them here. Oh, Aunt nodded understandingly. But these toilets won't be usable anymore. You should take them to the public toilets outside. Xiao Hui was confused. Why won't they be usable anymore? A middle-aged man standing next to Aunt said seriously, the people who died suddenly in the base all have toilets at home. Before we find out the specific cause, we need to avoid all risks. These toilets are unusable. I bring people to fill them in later. Xiao Hui looked on in disbelief. There's such a thing? Shocked by the strange occurrence, the middle-aged man, the mayor, exclaimed, Uncle Mayor, are you saying that sudden death is related to the toilet? How could that be? He sternly replied, whether it's possible or not isn't for you to decide, nor for me to decide. Anyway, we should avoid what we can. It'd be too late once something happens. The homeowner, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mayor is right. You don't need to find anyone to do it. I fill in the toilet right away. He had dug the toilet in his house simply because he was too lazy to go far and wanted convenience. If he had known beforehand that the toilet was related to sudden death, he would have preferred to forego it, even if it meant soiling his pants. Sang Kankan interjected, could I go into the toilet and take a look? What's so interesting about a toilet? Aunt asked, puzzled. Just take a look, to see how toilets are built. You might need it when you repair your house later. Aunt okay, go ahead if you want, but don't get too close, it smells awful. Sang Kankan walked into the toilet. The town mayor's lips moved. He had already learned from Aunt about the importance of Sang Kankan and Aunt, but in the end, he didn't stop her. System, does this toilet have the kind of mutated microbial colonies you mentioned? Sang Kankan asked in her mind. The system did not detect any related colonies. Therefore, not all toilets contain those mutated colonies, and not all households with toilets will face the danger of sudden death. A toilet is a necessary but not sufficient condition for the appearance of mutated colonies. Sang Kankan walked out nonchalantly. Naturally, she wouldn't tell anyone about the system's detection results, nor would she say that this toilet didn't need to be filled in. Feng Rui gave her a mischievous glance. So, have you learned how to build a toilet? She nodded seriously. I have. Actually, these homemade toilets weren't very sophisticated. It was basically just digging a hole in the ground, placing a long wooden plank on each side as a footstool. That was usually enough. A slightly more elaborate one might add a cover to block the stench. The two houses they visited before both had covers, but this one didn't. Next, Aunt Juan and the town head went to several other households in the base that had toilets, instructing them to fill them in. Sang Kankan found various excuses to also visit a few houses. Only one household's toilet had dormant, mutated microbial colonies, the others didn't. She also checked the public restrooms outside, but found no bacteria there either. The next step is to find the commonalities among the households, where the mutated bacteria are present in the restrooms. This is related to the origin of the mutated bacteria. At the same time, it's also necessary to find the key conditions that cause the mutated bacteria to break dormancy and become active again. However, there's no need to rush to find out these things within a day. This day has been spent in garbage dumps and various restrooms. Even though Sang Kankan isn't human, the unpleasant smells are making her nauseous. Feng Rui's condition is even worse. After returning to the house Aunt Juan arranged for them, she lay on the bed, her eyes darting around. If I committed a serious crime, the law can punish me. Why do I have to follow you to the restrooms from morning till night? I can't run anymore. I really can't run anymore. Back in the Jiangcheng safe zone, Chen Haowen, taking advantage of Feng Rui's inability to die easily, conducted various modification experiments on her. Some of these experiments were unclear even to Feng Rui herself, but she could feel that her bodily functions were indeed very different from ordinary people. For example, she was extremely sensitive to all kinds of smells, especially unpleasant ones. Feng Rui even suspected that Chen Haowen might have transplanted canine tissue cells into her, but unfortunately, Chen was already dead, so it couldn't be confirmed. Actually, the experimental records that Sang Kankan found in the secret room on the 9th floor of the Jiangcheng Safe Zone's experimental building contained reports of various experiments conducted on Feng Rui. However, Feng Rui was unaware of the report's existence, and even if she did, it would only make her uncomfortable, it wouldn't do her any good. Sang Kankan also forgot to tell her. In the evening, a group of people from the base returned from hunting zombies, bringing crystal cores to Sang Kankan. After trading supplies with him, Sang Kankan went straight to bed and rested. The toilets inside the base were completely filled in that day. Several families, fearing the toilets might be faulty, dared not stay in their homes at night, and some even moved out overnight. Aside from this panic, the base was peaceful that night, and no more sudden deaths occurred. Chapter 97. The town where this base is located is called Huan Town, so the people at the base call it Huan Base. It seems that Aunt Juan had given instructions, because the people at Huan Base were very polite to Sang Kankan and her companion. They didn't disturb their sleep the next day, and when they passed by in the morning, they tried to be as quiet as possible, or simply took a detour. Feng Rui had been driving non-stop during the day, and camping at night, expending a lot of energy. Finally, she could sleep on a soft bed, and slept straight until noon. Sang Kankan's sleep was more of a formality. She was used to being startled awake by any noise, and it didn't make much difference to her where she was. She got up at the crack of dawn, fed the cats, dogs, and Xiaoba took them for a walk, and when she returned, Feng Rui was also awake, and she continued to feed her. Day after day, Sang Kankan sometimes felt like a supportive mother, but this kind of life was much more interesting than her previous trips with the dog, and she didn't get tired of it. When Sang Kankan left home in the morning, she inquired about the location of the experimental fields the base had set up. Feng Rui, after getting up, called her to go see them together. Why are you interested in farming again? Feng Rui sometimes couldn't understand Sang Kankan. Her ideas seemed to change every second. Yesterday she spent the whole day staring at the toilet, and today she shifted her focus to the experimental fields. To be honest, Feng Rui felt her own thoughts were sometimes quite unpredictable, but Sang Kankan's were even more so. She truly didn't understand. However, considering Sang Kankan's strikingly beautiful appearance, it was understandable that she didn't understand. After all, they were different species. Sang Kankan said earnestly, I want to admire their planting techniques. She could use the system to check the messages posted by survivors on the bulletin boards of various post stations at any time. Now, there were 7 post stations, and the content of the discussions was becoming increasingly diverse, including the topic of planting. At the beginning of the apocalypse, 3 days of continuous black rain polluted the entire world. Except for some planting bases that had sealed off and preserved some clean soil for planting crucial crops, most of the land was no longer suitable for normal cultivation. Furthermore, since almost all crops require water, and with water sources polluted, Even human consumption was difficult to meet, let alone surplus water for farming. However, after several days of torrential rain recently, the situation improved significantly. The rain washed away the polluted land and rivers, water resources were no longer scarce, and the land seemed cleaner and usable again. Many safe zones have recently been experimenting with planting crops. Some are conducting research organized by the government, while others are being tried privately by survivors. Even planting vegetables in pots with soil is acceptable, even in the safe zones with post stations. Buying things at the post station is indeed convenient, but crystal cores are limited. There are too many things to buy, and no matter how much you try to save, it's never enough. Growing your own vegetables is much better, especially since the post station doesn't sell fresh vegetables. Every day, you can see people discussing planting-related issues on the post station's bulletin board. Official research results are naturally not published, and survivors have encountered various problems when they tried planting in private. Judging from the information posted on the bulletin board, the planting experiments were not going well. Almost no one was able to successfully cultivate mature, edible crops. Either problems arose during the germination stage, or the seedlings suddenly stopped growing after reaching a certain length and died shortly afterward. The specific cause was unknown, but it was generally believed to be due to residual pollutants in the soil. Some people were even more unlucky. Their crops mutated shortly after planting, resulting not only in no vegetables, but also near injuries from cuts and thorns, almost causing psychological trauma. Sometimes, they also encountered attacks from mutated animals, especially mutated insects, causing constant breeding problems. The bulletin board likely reflected very common problems. Compared to those others, the fact that the people at this base successfully cultivated a crop of vegetables seemed highly unusual. Could this be related to the sudden deaths at the Huan base, and the mutated microbial colonies mentioned by the system? Sang Kankan became interested, which is why she decided to visit their experimental field. When they arrived at the experimental field, they saw 3 or 4 people scattered throughout, tending to the crops, and Juan was among them. The experimental field at the Huan base was located on a flat area to the east of the base, near a reservoir for convenient irrigation. Initially, the experimental field was a small plot of less than 1 acre, planted with leafy green vegetables such as bok choy, water spinach, and spinach. After one harvest, a second crop grew, but it was noticeably weaker than the first, looking wilted and yellowish. After the first batch of vegetables was successfully grown, the base organized more people to cultivate more experimental fields nearby, but no crops were successfully grown after that. Except for the initial plot, the other experimental fields were empty, with only 1 or 2 extremely weak seedlings occasionally visible, easily blown over by a gust of wind. Despite this, the people at the Huan base continued to cultivate the wasteland, hoping to successfully grow crops again. Before Sang Kankan and her group arrived, the base's people spent a significant amount of time almost every day repeating this fruitless labor. What else could they do? It was the apocalypse, food was dwindling, and there was nowhere to replenish it. They could only pin their hopes on the harvest from the land. However, today there were far fewer people around the experimental field than usual. Knowing they could buy supplies from Sang Kankan using crystal cores, most of the base's people had gone out to fight zombies. Only Antwan and a few thin women were tending the experimental field. Antwan was bent over picking water spinach in the field. She straightened up when she saw them approaching. Xiao Feng, Xiao Tu, what brings you here? Is something wrong? Nothing, just looking around, Sang Kankan replied, her gaze falling on the water spinach in Antwan's arms. The water spinach seemed a bit old, the stems looked hard, and the leaves were yellow and wrinkled. The taste probably wouldn't be very good. Feng Rui noticed this as well, and said it directly, why didn't you pick the vegetables earlier? The water spinach is too old, it definitely won't taste good. Antwan sighed upon hearing this. We weren't planning on eating them, but we saw that the vegetables we planted later hadn't sprouted much, so we wondered if it was a problem with the seeds. We thought maybe planting the seeds from this batch would be better, but it seems that won't work. These vegetables are getting weaker every day. They probably all die before they even produce seeds. We might as well pick them early, at least we could eat them for a meal or two. Sang Kankan also sensed that these vegetables were indeed quite weak. Even a random mutated weed outside had a much stronger life force than them. Need any help? She asked politely. No, Antwan gently shook her head, only I can pick these vegetables. I haven't let anyone else help. The others in the experimental field hadn't picked any vegetables, only doing chores, like watering and fertilizing. Feng Rui pressed, why? Your vegetable picking skills are better than the others? It's not a matter of skill, it's because of my special ability. Antwan demonstrated for them. After picking a bunch of water spinach, she would gently stroke the remaining stalks with her hand, applying her special ability. After stroking them, the vegetables did indeed have a slightly increased vitality. Are you a wood-type ability user? You can accelerate plant growth? Sang Kankan asked. Edwin nodded. I think that's what they say, but my ability level isn't high. I can't accelerate many crops at once, it just makes them grow a little stronger, so they won't die anytime soon. So this whole vegetable patch was grown by your special ability? Of course not, I'm not that amazing, Edwin smiled innocently. I figured out this ability on my own, and I didn't have a teacher to teach me how to use it. I don't dare to force the crops to grow before they're ready, for fear of killing them if I don't control it properly. Only after these vegetables started to look decent did I use my special ability a few times to make them grow faster and better. Judging from the information on the post station's bulletin board, there were indeed cases where using wood-based abilities to accelerate plant growth not only failed but also killed half-grown plants. Edwin's concerns were quite reasonable. Therefore, her special ability was not the key reason why the crops in this experimental field were thriving. Feng Rui, hunched over, looked around and offered her assessment. You already harvested 2 crops of vegetables. It's impressive you survived this long. The person who grew them must have some skill. Edwin, usually so sarcastic, was visibly pleased to hear a kind word. Not really, she replied. Several people at the base grew them together. They all been farming their whole lives. If they couldn't even grow a few cabbages well, they have lived in vain. But didn't you all fail when you tried to grow them again? Feng Rui deliberately brought up a sore spot. That's true, Edwin's smile faded. We analyzed the reasons, and we think it's probably a fertilizer issue. Sang Kankan pressed. Did you use any special fertilizer when planting this batch of vegetables? It's not that it was special. Our local practice is to apply a base fertilizer to the soil before transplanting the seedlings. There's nowhere to buy compound fertilizer now, so we just use whatever we can find. The base fertilizer we used was all farmyard manure, carried from the septic tank of the public toilet. Some villagers think that when we fertilized the first time, the fertilizer fermented long enough and was very fertile, so the vegetables grew well. They think that when we used it again, the fertilizer weakened, and the vegetables didn't grow well. Sang Kankan had never farmed and couldn't tell if what Edwin said was the key to the problem. However, she was there to investigate the reasons for the normal growth of the crops in the experimental field, and the fact that it had somehow come up with a connection to the toilet seemed unlikely to be a coincidence. There might be some kind of causal relationship involved. Sang Kankan asked again, how were these vegetables divided after you picked them? Did everyone at the base share them equally, or only those who planted them get a share? Sharing them equally with everyone is definitely impossible. There are hundreds of people at the base. If we divided them equally, each person would probably only get a few leaves. We gave some to the town mayor, and the person in charge of base safety management, and the rest was divided equally among the farmers. Sang Kankan then raised another question. Think about it carefully. Didn't the families who suffered sudden deaths all receive vegetables from the experimental fields? If her guess was correct, both the sudden deaths at the base and the normal growth of these vegetables seem to be connected by the same thread. Chapter 98. Sang Kankan's question startled Edwin. She thought for a moment, then subconsciously nodded. It seems that's indeed the case. Upon reflection, it was clear that the families who had died suddenly had all received vegetables from the experimental field. However, many more people who received vegetables hadn't yet suffered any problems, which was why they hadn't realized this commonality. Xiao Tu, how did you come up with this? Sang Kankan replied, I just thought the vegetables here grew so well, and I was worried about whether there would be any problems eating them, so I just asked casually. A casual question leading to such a pointed conclusion? Edwin was a little skeptical. These 2 young women were quite remarkable. One casually mentioned it, and they realized that the families of those who died suddenly all had toilets. The other casually asked, and she discovered that those who died suddenly had all eaten vegetables grown in the experimental field. If it weren't for the certainty that Xiao Wei and the other children had only decided to dig the trap on a whim the night before last, and had just happened to stop their car, and that they had sold a large amount of supplies to the base, doing all good deeds, Edwin would definitely have suspected that they were behind this series of events. Feng Rui noticed Edwin's mood and casually said, It's mainly because you've been at this base for so long that you become accustomed to the people and things, and you subconsciously overlook many problems, unlike us newcomers. As bystanders, we're more likely to see things that are amiss. There was some truth to that, and Edwin didn't dwell on the issue. Right now, the new discovery that the sudden death was related to the vegetables grown in the experimental field was more important. She needed to tell the others. I have to go back to the base first. Do you want to wander around here? Should I find someone to guide us? Sang Kankan and Feng Rui exchanged a glance. No need, we just look around on our own. Alright, don't go too far. If you encounter zombies, remember to call for help. Many people from our base are fighting zombies nearby. They come to help if they hear you. Ant1 finished instructing them, then realized she might have said something pointless. These two young women have traveled a long way with so many supplies, facing countless dangers along the way. Even if they encounter zombies, they don't need to ask for help. Who knows who will end up saving whom? She was a little embarrassed. Then I'd be going now. You two can explore on your own. After Ant1 left, Sang Kankan and Feng Rui walked around the experimental field once, and then left. They went to a secluded spot, where Feng Rui stopped Sang Kankan. Did you discover something when you asked those questions? Sang Kankan nodded. I did discover something, or rather, I speculate. Is it something I need to know? It's something closely related to humanity. You are human, and you also need to know. Feng Rui had asked that question to avoid touching on a secret Sang Kankan didn't want others to know. Since Sang Kankan had said so, she didn't need to be polite anymore. Tell me quickly, I'm so curious. Sang Kankan revealed several things she had determined under the system's guidance. Let's start with the conclusion. The reason the first batch of vegetables in the Huan base's experimental field were able to grow normally is likely due to the farmyard manure they applied. The farmyard manure contains special mutated microbial flora that decomposes the toxic substances left in the soil by the black rain, making the soil suitable for crop growth. But at the same time, the mutated microbial flora also attaches to the vegetables that grow after being fertilized. After being eaten and digested, these microorganisms are excreted with feces. Those sudden deaths at the base were caused by them. Feng Rui listened, frowning in thought. But later, the people at the base also used the same farmyard manure, so why didn't the vegetables grow well again? The vegetables aren't poisonous when eaten, but they become harmful after turning into feces. That's a bit strange. The farmyard manure used before and after wasn't exactly the same. The differences between them are precisely what determine the mutated microorganisms. The key condition for whether a colony is dormant or active is. Feng Rui scratched her chin. Explain more clearly. You previously mentioned the difference between anaerobic and aerobic bacteria. The mutation of this group of mutated microbial colonies lies in their oxygen demand. The colony doesn't contain a single species. It's a fusion of anaerobic and aerobic bacteria, switching between these two properties. In oxygen-deficient, enclosed conditions, the anaerobic nature of the colony prevails. The anaerobic bacteria grow and reproduce unchecked, and these are key to decomposing toxins in the soil. However, extremes meet. When the colony density exceeds a certain threshold, the activity of the anaerobic bacteria decreases, and the overall behavior of the colony changes, with aerobic properties becoming dominant. At this point, the dormant aerobic bacteria become active, seeking any opportunity to come into contact with oxygen, seizing every chance to plunder oxygen from the air, even spreading into the air and rapidly multiplying. This leads to the oxygen deprivation and death of those in the base, who shared the same space with the mutated microbial colony. When the density of aerobic bacteria exceeds the critical threshold, their activity decreases, and the anaerobic nature of the colony regains dominance, retreating back into enclosed spaces to create a breeding ground for anaerobic bacteria, thus forming a complete growth cycle. Sang Kankan continued, I noticed that the toilets in the homes of the families where sudden deaths occurred were usually covered, which created conditions for the reproduction of anaerobic bacteria, allowing the bacterial growth cycle to continue. In contrast, the toilets in the homes where no incidents occurred were not covered, preventing the anaerobic bacteria from reproducing and disrupting the growth cycle. If even the first step can't be carried out, the entire colony will remain dormant. The reason the crops planted at the Huan base don't grow well is because they keep lifting the septic tank lids to fertilize, preventing the formation of an environment conducive to the proliferation of anaerobic bacteria. Therefore, the fertilizer's ability to decompose toxins in the soil is very limited. This analysis wasn't Sang Kankan's own idea. It was gradually explained to her by the system after she had a general direction of thought. It touched on many areas where her knowledge was lacking. If she had to figure it out on her own, she probably wouldn't have been able to. Feng Rui listened, stunned. Afterwards, she stared blankly at Sang Kankan. Old Sang, tell me honestly, have you been possessed by some research guru? No, I was just listening. Before Sang Kankan could explain, Feng Rui immediately interrupted her. No need to say anything. I don't want to know how you arrived at these analyses. You just need to tell me, what is the probability that these analyses are completely correct? The system never makes unfounded assumptions, and at least so far, Sang Kankan hasn't found any errors in its analysis. It's probably pretty close, she said. Feng Rui knew Sang Kankan usually spoke with reservation. If she said it was pretty close, it was practically a certainty. This should be good news for humanity, right? If these mutated colonies can be used properly to avoid potential risks, human agriculture can be revitalized. It's indeed good news. However, Sang Kankan wasn't obligated to tell humanity about the system's analysis. It was up to them to discover it themselves. Of course, if Feng Rui wanted to tell others, she wouldn't stop her. While they were strolling outside the base, Ant1 also told the other management personnel about the new discovery that the families who died suddenly had all eaten vegetables grown in the experimental fields. In summary, 2 conditions need to be met for sudden death. One is eating vegetables from the experimental field, and the other is having a toilet at home. What's the connection between these two? Although the number of survivors at the Huan base was small, there were some quick-thinking individuals. One young man immediately identified the logical connection. Could it be that the vegetables were problematic? Although eating them wouldn't directly harm the body, after digestion into feces, they would release some kind of toxin. It's this toxin that caused so many sudden deaths. The mayor was somewhat confused. We ate those vegetables, and we defecated afterward. So how come we weren't poisoned? That involves the issue of contact time. We used public toilets outside, and left immediately afterward. Presumably, no one lingers in the toilet. Besides, public toilets can be flushed immediately, so the feces are flushed into the septic tank, avoiding prolonged contact with people. But it's different when you use the toilet at home. Houses aren't big to begin with, and sometimes you can smell the stench of the toilet even while sleeping in your room. If you smell it for too long, you get poisoned and die. This person, while not having the system to cheat like Sang Kankan, deduced an explanation similar to the truth based on the clues he had. The town mayor stroked his chin, pondering his words. That seems to make sense. So, according to you, we can't eat the vegetables grown in the experimental fields anymore? It's not that we can't eat them. There's not much food left to eat, so we can't waste it. We just need to be more careful when we eat them, so we don't poison ourselves. Then, is it still necessary to continue managing those experimental fields at our base? Of course we still need to manage them. Eating the vegetables might cause problems, but we can manage if we're careful. Not eating them will lead to starvation. Ant1 poured cold water on their enthusiasm. I have some bad news for everyone. The growth of the vegetables in our experimental fields isn't optimistic. It's questionable whether there will be another crop after this one is harvested. The vegetables planted later haven't grown yet. Soon, we probably won't need to manage them anymore. This is indeed bad news. They were so excited when the first batch of vegetables grew, thinking they could be self-sufficient. They never expected their hopes to be dashed so quickly. Seeing everyone's somber expressions, the mayor said, "Don't be discouraged. Now that Xiao Feng and Xiao Tu are at our base, we can collect more crystal cores and exchange them for supplies. Mayor, I have to remind you, Xiao Feng and Xiao Tu are only staying temporarily. They could leave at any time, and even if they don't leave, the supplies they bring are limited and will eventually run out. What will we eat then?" The mayor's face stiffened. Then what do we do? So we can't rely on them too much. We must find our own way out. First, we need to eliminate all existing hidden dangers. The issue of the experimental fields also needs careful consideration. This is the problem of information asymmetry. Feng Rui believes the existence of these mutated colonies is good news for humanity, but Ant1 and the others don't know the whole picture and only see the dangers, so they are very wary. Chapter 99. After Sang Kankan and the others had wandered around outside, they returned home in the afternoon. Not long after, Ant1 returned with the crystal cores the survivors had obtained from fighting zombies that day to exchange for supplies. After exchanging all the crystal cores for food, Ant1 didn't leave immediately. She moved a stool into the house, sat down, and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Little Feng, Little Tu, can I ask you something?" Feng Rui was petting the cats and dogs nearby, not looking this way. Over the journey, the black and white cats and dogs had gradually become somewhat friendly with her, and since they were willing to let her pet them a couple of times, she didn't stand on ceremony. Sang Kankan nodded to Ant1. "Go ahead and ask. Our base is planning to relocate soon, but we haven't been out for a long time and don't know much about the outside world. Could you give us some advice? Where should we move to? Are there any reliable safe zones nearby? Which route is safer? Relocate?" Feng Rui looked up in surprise and interjected, "You don't want this base anymore? Didn't you say it was so hard to build? Now you're willing to give it up?" If Sangkankan's previous analysis was correct, this one base might be the only place with the planting secret formula. They had never found this magical mutated microbial community that could promote planting anywhere else, never even heard of it. Although they didn't know the reason, it was highly likely that it only existed in this area. Now they're actually abandoning such a treasure trove and moving elsewhere? Have they lost their minds? We can't help it, and one side? We done the math. If things continue like this, the base will eventually collapse. People have to find a way to survive. Thanks to human cleanup efforts and the zombies' mutual cannibalism, the number of zombies has decreased significantly compared to the beginning of the apocalypse. They no longer look as densely packed and frightening, but the level of zombies has also noticeably increased. The number of level 1 and level 2 zombies outside is now roughly equal, and weak zombies without levels are rarely seen. Level 3 zombies are no longer so rare, making them increasingly difficult to fight. Even with weapons, and in groups, ordinary people are finding it increasingly difficult to deal with zombies. The Huan base is just a small base set up by survivors themselves, with hundreds of survivors, most of whom are ordinary people. The few who are superhuman have not received professional training and their combat strength is not strong. Lacking powerful combat capabilities and powerful weapons, they are even more helpless in the face of zombies. Previously, when the people in the base were unlucky enough to encounter zombies, they would usually try to escape to save their lives, rarely engaging in direct combat. These past 2 days, however, they have actively provoked zombies for crystal cores. While they have gained some, they have also paid a price, with casualties every day. Even ignoring the casualties, the survivors, after a whole day out, would only collect 400 or 500 crystal cores, equivalent to level 1 crystal cores. If they used all of this to buy staple foods like rice and flour, it would only be enough for everyone for a day or two, and they have to be very careful with their spending to make ends meet. The zombies' levels are increasing daily, and in a while, they'd likely be even less of a match for them. Xiao Feng and Xiao Tu could leave at any time, and once they're gone, no matter how many zombies they kill or how many crystal cores they collect, they won't be able to exchange them for supplies. Then they'd be even more desperate. Adding to the panic caused by the recent spate of sudden deaths, and the devastating blow of discovering the crops grown in the experimental fields, which had initially offered hope, were defective, it was hard not to feel disheartened. And the rest of the base leadership spent several hours discussing the situation, ultimately having to make the difficult decision to abandon the base and find a reliable safe zone. However, they hadn't ventured out since the apocalypse, and the outside world was completely unfamiliar to them. Moving rashly would be tantamount to handing themselves over to the zombies, which is why Ant 1 sought help from Sangkankan and her companion. After all, they had been actively involved in the operations with supplies, and would certainly have some knowledge of which roads were easier to traverse, which areas were more dangerous, and where reliable safe zones were located. Although they weren't obligated to help the Huan base, Ant 1 had no choice but to swallow her pride and ask for help for everyone's survival. Ant 1 explained the reason for the base's relocation, and to avoid any misunderstanding, added, "I'm not trying to pry into your whereabouts. Any advice or information is fine." Before Sangkankan could speak, Feng Rui continued, "What about your experimental fields? You finally managed to grow a patch of vegetables. Are you just going to give up like that?" Since she asked, Ant 1 didn't hide anything and told them the results of their analysis that day. "Those vegetables looked fresh, but I never expected there to be a problem. They already killed over a dozen people. Who will dare to eat them with peace of mind after this? Besides, even if the vegetables weren't the problem, we can't grow them anymore. Having a few empty plots of land is useless. The reason you can't grow them is because you're not using the right methods." Feng Rui hesitated, glanced at Sangkankan, and seeing that she didn't intend to stop her, finally offered a subtle reminder. "Since you successfully cultivated it the first time, it means you grasped the key. Try a few more times, find that key factor, and you solve the problem, right?" She then curled her lip. "Don't blame me for being blunt. It's dangerous outside, and your base is basically full of weaklings, not even good enough for zombies to feast on. You'd probably be wiped out before you even reach the nearest safe zone. It's easier to just stay in the base and wait to die than to relocate." Feng Rui's words were always harsh, and Ant 1 had habitually ignored the impolite parts, only listening to what was useful to her. "We tried many times, and failed every time. We still can't find that key factor." "That's because your methods are wrong. Do you know about the controlled variable method? Do you know about controlled experiments?" Ant 1 honestly shook her head, no. She was just a rural woman with a high school education, who had previously worked in the town government and had rich experience in handling interpersonal relationships, But when it came to proper experimental methods, she was completely clueless. Their small base lacked professional research personnel. Many of the farmers were illiterate, let alone knowledgeable about controlled variable experiments. The controlled variable method is. Feng Rui wanted to explain the concept to her, but glancing outside at the group of people eagerly waiting for Aunt Wan to take the grain, she swallowed her words. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Someone's calling you outside. So, what are your suggestions for relocating the base? Let's talk about it tomorrow. We think about it tonight, and you can come back tomorrow morning. Feng Rui got up and shooed her away. Aunt Wan had no choice but to call the people outside in, and they carried in the supplies they had bought that day and left together. Sang Kankan didn't get a chance to speak the whole time. After Aunt Wan left, Feng Rui sat down beside her and coughed awkwardly. Old Sang, you won't mind me being nosy, will you? Sang Kankan shook her head. No, it's not something that needs to be kept secret. You can say whatever you want. Even if it's not these people, someone else will eventually notice the existence of the mutated microbial colony. I won't say it directly. Nobody cherishes an answer they get for free. Maybe not many people will even believe it. It's best to let them find the answer themselves. Sang Kankan was a little surprised. You mean? We're not in a hurry right now, right? Feng Rui looked at her seriously, unconsciously rubbing her hands together nervously. Old Sang, you see, I used to be a... You've been doing research, haven't made any significant progress, and almost lost your life in the process, but that was because you met the wrong people. Right now, I have an extremely important research topic right in front of me. If I just ignore it, it would be a disservice to my position, don't you think? You want to lead them to find out the reason for the successful cultivation? Is that okay? I won't reveal anything about you. Feng Rui looked at Sang Kankan expectantly, and then casually grabbed the black and white cat sleeping on its back next to her, and held it in her hands. She originally wanted the cat to join her in pleading, but instead, she got a face full of cat claws and received a good cat punch. Sang Kankan took the angry cat from her and asked, How long will it take you? 10 days, at most 10 days delay. Feng Rui had already calculated in her mind after having this idea. Anyway, we're conducting experiments with the answers in mind, so we should have results soon. Sang Kankan actually hoped that the planting here could continue. For one thing, the inn's message board had received many suggestions, like we hope the inn can sell fresh vegetables and fruits. If the Huan base could successfully grow a large quantity of crops, she could collect them, and then put them on the shelves for sale. They would definitely be very popular, and she could make a profit as a middleman. As for whether the planting method would become a huge business once it was promoted, that was another matter. Aren't you afraid of the smell now? Sang Kankan teased Feng Rui again. The reason for the successful planting was the farmyard manure. Conducting experiments meant potentially coming into contact with the filth from the toilet multiple times, something Feng Rui had previously found extremely unpleasant. However, Feng Rui had already thought these issues through. I just give verbal instructions from the sidelines. I certainly won't do the dirty or hard work myself, and the smell won't affect me. I can just wear a few more masks. Sang Kankan nodded. Alright then, we stay here for another 10 days. As expected of you, you're truly loyal. Actually, Sang Kankan had one more question she hadn't asked. When Feng Rui first came out of the Jiangcheng safe zone, she was clearly extremely averse to humans, sometimes even ashamed of being human, and would speak sarcastically and rudely to everyone she encountered. But now, she subconsciously made choices beneficial to humanity, even willing to proactively help with experiments. Was her behavior contradictory? Had her hatred subsided? The reason she didn't ask was because Sang Kankan knew that her own actions were just as contradictory, perhaps even more so. Of course, she now had enough confidence to process these contradictions. The next morning, Aunt Wan indeed came again. Feng Rui didn't offer any advice on relocating the base, but instead gave her an experimental plan. She quickly regained her previous work ethic, and worked through the night to draft a detailed planting experiment plan. Although she had already learned the answer from Sang Kankan, to avoid being discovered by outsiders, Feng Rui still meticulously planned the experiment, arranging control experiments for each of the 3 major controllable variables in planting: water, fertilizer, and soil, concealing the correct answer within each. Anyway, the Huan base had cultivated many experimental fields, most of which were currently abandoned. Even with a few more control experiments, there wouldn't be a shortage of planting space, and there was more than enough seed. Initially, when several veteran farmers at the base heard that Feng Rui, an outsider, was going to instruct them, a group of people who had spent their lives farming, they were reluctant. Some even stubbornly refused to participate, and it took Ant 1 2 days to persuade them. To save time, Feng Rui chose to plant the same short-cycle leafy greens she had previously grown. She first used the traditional method of soaking and cultivating seedlings. Once the seedlings reached a height of 1 or 2 centimeters, they were transplanted into dozens of square plots in the experimental field. Water, fertilizer, and soil conditions were controlled in each plot to observe the seedling growth. As with previous plantings, the crops in most of the experimental plots didn't last long and died one after another in various ways. Only in one of the dozen or so experimental groups, where the fertilizer variable was controlled, did the crops in one plot survive and begin to thrive. The only difference between this plot and the surrounding plots was that farmyard manure that had been sealed and decomposed for several days was applied as base fertilizer before planting. In this way, even someone completely illiterate with no scientific understanding would conclude that sealed, well-rotted farmyard manure is the key reason for normal crop growth. During the experiment, Feng Rui also subtly hinted at something, specifically guiding the survivors at the Huan base to discover that the sealing and composting of farmyard manure may release toxic gases harmful to humans. Inhaling excessive amounts may cause discomfort or even suffocation and death. From this, she concluded that when composting farmyard manure, it is crucial to place the sealed container in a sufficiently spacious area and avoid lingering nearby, otherwise, there is a risk to life. In this way, even without discovering the presence of mutated microbial colonies, the survivors at the base could utilize them to promote normal crop growth while minimizing potential dangers. Chapter 100. Although they agreed to stay for another 10 days, the planting experiment guided by Feng Rui actually reached a clear conclusion on the 5th day. Applying sealed, well-rotted farmyard manure as base fertilizer was key to successful planting. However, not all farmyard manure is effective. Through control experiments, they further determined that only manure taken from the public toilets outside the base, after proper decomposition, had the most significant effect. Although Feng Rui learned the reason from Sang Kankan, that the mutated microorganisms capable of decomposing toxic substances in the soil only exist in large quantities in the septic tanks of public toilets, she couldn't obtain such a specific answer based on the short and crude experiments conducted in the past few days, so she didn't mention it to anyone else. She actually wanted to trace the origins, to find the time and place when this mutated microorganism first appeared, but unfortunately, her understanding of microbiology was limited, and she lacked the resources to conduct related research. She also didn't want to waste any more time here, so she gave up on that effort. Anyway, for the people at the Huan base, this issue wasn't important. Knowing that farmyard manure was useful, and how to use it was enough. Once they plant more crops, the mutated microorganisms will inevitably spread everywhere along with those crops, making tracing the source largely meaningless. After Feng Rui guided them to the answer, the farmers at the base used the same method to plant new crops in all the previously cultivated experimental fields. They were no longer limited to leafy greens, but added many other varieties, including rice, wheat, and a small amount of high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes that could also be used as staple foods. The reason they hadn't planted too much was due to a shortage of seeds. They had already nearly exhausted their food reserves. Seeing the seedlings flourish, the people at the Huan base became even more motivated, continuing to cultivate and plant around the base. They cleared almost every tangible area, even covering the reinforced concrete roads with soil to plant shallow-rooted crops. Unfortunately, their base was still too small, and without many powerful ability users to protect it, they dared not expand too far, lest they attract a horde of zombies they wouldn't be able to handle. As the cultivated land grew larger and larger, most of the people at the base were cheerful every day, but Ant 1 and the other managers were filled with mixed feelings. Because they were facing a very serious problem. The base's food supply was about to run out. Even if everyone in the base went out to fight zombies and mine crystal cores, and then exchange them for supplies with Sang Kankan, they still couldn't save much food after deducting expenses. Now, planting and land reclamation require manpower, and the number of people who could spare time to fight zombies has decreased by a third. The crystal cores they bring back in a day aren't even enough to cover everyone's daily needs. For several days, they've been running a deficit, and their already meager food reserves are gradually running out. It's good that the crops grow healthily, but the cycle from planting to maturity is still too long, and the food crisis is imminent. They might starve to death before the crops even grow. That day, Ant 1 came to exchange supplies with Sang Kankan again. She only brought a little over 200 crystal cores, not even enough to buy a whole bag of flour weighing 100 kilograms. Ant 1 looked at the flour bag with a missing corner and sighed deeply. At this moment, Sang Kankan said something even more disheartening. I'm letting you know in advance that we're leaving tomorrow. Leaving? Ant1 froze, hurriedly asking, why are you leaving so suddenly? Is there something you're unhappy with about our base? Just tell me, Sang Kankan interrupted her. There's no reason. We were just passing through, and we already wasted enough time. The agreed upon 10 days had passed, and Feng Rui had finished what she needed to do. They had no reason to stay any longer. But what will we do if you leave? Ant1's words weren't a complaint, but a plea. She had always been in charge of managing and distributing the supplies at the Huan base. No one understood the severity of the situation better than her. Including the bag of flour they received today, their base had about 300 jin of grain left, barely enough to last until the day after tomorrow. They had indeed planted quite a few crops these past few days, but harvest time was still far off. The first batch of vegetables they successfully planted had already withered and turned yellow, making them inedible. Ant1 was initially worried about only getting a few dozen kilograms of grain today, but now the people who exchanged the grain for them were leaving, and tomorrow they wouldn't even get those few dozen kilograms. How are they going to survive? Feng Rui, sitting to the side, casually said, what can we do? Just accept it. We already found ways for you to grow crops. Are we supposed to keep taking care of you until you're self-reliant? Don't be too greedy. But we really have no other way. Ant1 bit her lower lip tightly. Just stay for 10 more days, no 5 more days, just 5 more days, okay? By then the vegetables will have grown a bit, and we can tighten our belts and manage. Sang Kankan shook her head firmly. We're leaving tomorrow. If you have nothing else to say, please go back. Really, you can't stay any longer? Ant1 looked at her pleadingly. We already made up our minds. Sang Kankan's tone left no room for argument. Ant1 gave a bitter smile. When are you leaving? Pack your things tonight, and we leave tomorrow morning. All right then, I won't bother you while you pack. Ant1 dragged the flour, looking dejected, out of the house. As soon as she left, Feng Rui closed the door, clearly indicating she was refusing visitors, and didn't want anyone to try to persuade her again. She seems quite shaken, Feng Rui said, sitting back down next to Sang Kankan. Old Sang, do you think they let us go? Sang Kankan looked up at her through the rabbit headgear. Do we need their permission to leave? Whether they do or not is another matter. I'm just curious, will they lose their temper and try to force us to stay? Who knows? Although the people at the Huan base had been very polite, even respectful, to them over the past 10 days, Sang Kankan couldn't be sure if this attitude would last. After all, no one can predict what choices people make when they're at their wits' end. Sang Kankan removed the headgear and leaned back lazily in her chair. You've been quite enthusiastic towards them these past few days, helping with experiment planning and comparative analysis. I thought you cared about them. Why are you starting to doubt them now? I'm not enthusiastic about them, just about the research project. I can't stand seeing someone waste such a good research project. Who cares about them? After speaking, Feng Rui glanced at her sideways. You weren't doing this on purpose, were you? On purpose what? On purpose telling Ant1 we were leaving, to observe their reaction. Thinking about it seriously, they could leave any time they wanted. There was no need for such a commotion. The people at the base had been working themselves to the bone during the day and sleeping soundly at night. No one would notice if they slipped out in the middle of the night. Sang Kankan was well aware of the severe food crisis at the base. There was no need to specifically tell Ant1 they were leaving, and to be so blunt about it. She wasn't that tactless. Feng Rui could only think of one reason. Sang Kankan was deliberately testing the people at the base, seeing if they would intervene and forcibly prevent them from leaving. Sang Kankan didn't deny her guess. Is it not allowed? Of course you can. You're the boss, you can do whatever you want. Feng Rui was actually quite curious about what choice these people would ultimately make. Everything went smoothly that night. No one came to ask them to stay, and no one launched a sneak attack. The next morning, after getting up, Sang Kankan put all their personal belongings into the system warehouse. After letting Feng Rui and the animals have breakfast, she opened the gate, and the two of them, along with the 3 animals, went outside. As soon as the gate opened, they were surprised to find a large, densely packed crowd outside. It seemed that all the survivors from the entire safe zone were gathered here. Are they trying to use sheer numbers to keep us here? Feng Rui whispered to her. Let's see, Sang Kankan said, walking towards Ant1 at the front of the crowd. What are you all doing? Ant1 smiled somewhat awkwardly. You helped our base boss a lot these past few days. We heard you're leaving today, and everyone wants to see you off. If you don't like it, I can have them move away. No need, it's fine this way. As Sang Kankan and her group passed by, the crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Feng Rui, worried about a sudden attack, remained extremely vigilant, her hand tightly gripping a dagger in her pocket, ready to draw it and retaliate at any moment. However, no one made a move against them. Hundreds of people escorted them out of the base, watching them get into the car and drive away. No one tried to stop them, not even offering verbal pleas or advice to keep them. Feng Rui drove for over 200 meters, and seeing the crowd slowly disperse through the rearview mirror, she subconsciously sighed, I didn't expect they really didn't stop us, these people are quite sensible. Sang Kankan was also satisfied with their performance. After driving a kilometer or two and confirming that no one was chasing them, she mentally issued a command to the system. System, build station number 8 at the location I selected earlier. The system quickly replied, Station number 8 has been completed. Please complete the station setup as soon as possible. Station number 8 was built not far from the gate of the Huan base, and was largely the same as the other stations. However, in addition to the garbage collection window, there was another, smaller collection window outside, specifically for collecting fresh produce, like vegetables and fruits. A few days ago, seeing the large fields of crops planted at the Huan base, Sang Kankan had considered purchasing and recycling them. However, she couldn't stay here indefinitely for these crops. She needed to find a more convenient way to purchase them. After discussing with the system, Sang Kankan decided to open a station here as well. Utilizing the station's garbage recycling function, she would add a dedicated fresh produce recycling channel to collect vegetables and fruits grown at the Huan base, and then resell them at other stations. The price for recycled fresh produce would be calculated separately, with a specific pricing to be determined based on crop yields after planting. Feng Rui's guess was correct. Sang Kankan had indeed deliberately spoken harshly yesterday to test the base's reaction. If they became impatient and attacked them, the idea of opening a station would be out of the question. Fortunately, they passed her test. Therefore, Sang Kankan didn't mind giving them even more preferential treatment to help the Huan base overcome its current difficulties, thus ensuring her own stable vegetable supply as soon as possible. The customer notice outside station number 8 had one more item than at other stations. The inn offers temporary credit service for the first 10 days after its opening. This service is only available to suppliers selected by the inn. Suppliers can purchase goods on credit once a day, with a maximum purchase of 300 level 1 crystal cores per purchase. All credit purchases must be repaid within 1 month. Otherwise, the inn will be closed for 1 month as a penalty. When everyone at the Huan base was drawn to the newly opened inn, Sang Kankan selected Aunt Wan from the crowd through the system, and sent her a supplier invitation.